This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In an inconspicuous little restaurant in Leon City, a kind couple is working hard. Horn, look at that couple. They are not bad people. After coming to Leon City, they often help the poor who can't make a living. What do you think of them? Outside the restaurant, a young man with short brown hair and a black long coat pointed at the restaurant and said to another young man next to him, "They look good, but how did you know they were witches? Even I can't easily find witches who are trying to hide themselves." The speaker was a young man with dark hair and light blue eyes. He held a thick notebook in his hand and wore a pair of round-framed glasses on his nose. If his clothes were not so shabby, he would look like a shy scholar at first glance. He is Horn Nimhalen. I knew it a long time ago. I've eaten the bread they sent before. The young man pointed at the couple and said, "The boss can move heavy objects easily, but he has little strength. The boss's wife can move small objects with her mind. I found this when I went to their house to investigate." Horn pushed his glasses and asked the young man beside him with a helpless smile, "You actually went directly into their house to investigate?" The young man in the black long coat, Enoch, chuckled and said, "It was because you said you wanted to find a wild witch companion that I took it seriously. After you told me, I remembered that the boss might be a wild witch, so I went to verify it. The result not only proved that he was a wild witch, but also his wife was a wild witch." Enoch laughed. His face was very proud, like a little puppy asking for praise. Seeing Enoch's expression, Horn shook his head helplessly and laughed out loud, patted Enoch on the shoulder, and took him out of the small restaurant. "Let's come again in the evening." For him, the more wild witch companions the better. It was late, and Horn and Enoch came to the small restaurant. The door was open, and a curly-haired man in a black butler's uniform was holding a small notebook and recording something. Horn was very familiar with this outfit. He was the black butler of the Church of the North Wind. Horn's heart sank when he saw the black-clad butler. Did the presence of the butler mean that the couple had been exposed just within this afternoon? "Excuse me, where are the owner and the owner's wife of this store?" Enoch walked forward with a serious face and asked. He still had a glimmer of hope, even though he already knew what had happened in his heart. The black-clad butler looked at Horn and Enoch arrogantly and said, "The two wizards' lackeys have been burned to ashes by the divine fire. You two in." He couldn't move before he finished speaking, because Horn's hand was already on his shoulder. The tiny electric current kept flowing through his body, making a slight crackling sound, so that he couldn't even call for help. Horn's eyes flashed with a terrifying light under his glasses. He put his face close to the ear of the black-clothed butler and whispered in anger, "Tell me who reported them, so I can make your death easier." "Pa!" The black-clothed butler spat at Horn and stared at him viciously, wishing he could bite off 2 bites of Horn and swallow them into his stomach. He would never speak to Horn no matter what. Horn used the black-clad butler's clothes to wipe the saliva off his body, and spread his palms to emit a burning red light. "Didn't they say that the couple was burned to death by the divine fire? Then I will let you taste the burning of the fire." Enoch came over, pressed Horn's palm and said, "Don't be impulsive, I have a way to make him speak." Half an hour later, Enoch came out of the room and nodded to Horn, indicating that he already knew who reported it. Horn was silent for a while, pulled out a thin wooden stick from his clothes, and a fireball the size of a human head burst out from the tip of the stick and hit the small restaurant where only the black-clad butler was. Amid the fierce flames and explosions, Horn and Enoch turned and left without looking back. Magicians never look back at explosions. The scimitar-like pale blue moon hung high in the dark night sky, and the light blue moonlight was splashed on the ground, and everything on the ground was covered with a blue halo. In the western district of Leon City, there was a tavern. The tavern was doing a booming business, as lively as usual. Lee Carl sat in the center of the tavern and ordered a bottle of high-end wine for a silver coin. He tasted it in small sips. He had long coveted this kind of high-end wine that nobles drank, but he had never had the money to buy it. Drinking the expensive wine, Lee Carl felt so happy that he even wanted to sing. The reason why he was so happy was that he reported 2 damned witches this morning. As a reward for reporting the witches, the church gave him 20 gold coins. The 2 witches were a young couple who had just moved to Leon City not long ago. Although they helped the impoverished Lee Carl a lot, who made them the damned witches, can the witches' affairs be called persecution? As the elite of the North Wind Church, the North Wind Knights were extremely efficient. They reported in the morning, and the 2 damned witches were tied to the stake at noon. The flames ignited, and the couple's eyes were full of fear and hatred, but Lee Carl did not feel uncomfortable at all. He was just happy. Who made them wild witches? if you don't want to be treated like this, don't be born into this world. Weighing the heavy purse in his hand, Lee Carl couldn't help but smile. 20 gold coins was a huge sum of money for him who was so poor. You know, 1 copper coin can buy a large loaf of black bread, which is enough for him to eat for a day, and 20 gold coins can be exchanged for 2,000 copper coins. With money in his pocket, Lee Carl naturally wanted to reward himself. He was idle all day and had no source of income. Reporting a witch could allow him to live a carefree life for a year or two, so why not report it? Unfortunately, there were not many witches and pagans, so Lee Carl was not very rich. As for work, it was impossible to work. Lee Carl was drinking a little wine intoxicatedly, and suddenly a strange impulse came from his stomach, making him burp, and a small flame accompanied the loud burp. The eyes of the whole tavern were strangely focused on Lee Carl. He just breathed fire, didn't he? A fire-breathing witch. Lee Carl looked at the strange looks of the crowd, and realized what they were thinking. He stood up suddenly, and yelled to the drinkers around him, "No, I'm not. I didn't." But he burped again as soon as he finished speaking, and another small wisp of fire spurted out. Lee Carl was about to argue with the crowd, but a bald man sitting next to him punched him directly on the bridge of his nose, hitting his words back abruptly, and then the whole tavern crowded around him, punching and kicking Lee Carl and knocking him unconscious. When Lee Carl woke up again, he found himself in the center of the square, tied to the stake. "Sir, please listen to my explanation. I am really not a wild witch." But the black-clad butler who gave him the gold coins with a smile yesterday did not answer him. He just looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a maggot, and pressed his well-maintained palm on Lee Carl's chest, and then a light blue flame emerged from his hand. This is the sacred flame used to burn sinners. The flame spread over his body. It hurts. Lee Carl was driven mad by the pain. He sat up straight and gasped violently. It was pitch black in his own home. Huh? It seemed like he was dreaming. Lee Carl breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that those things were not real, but who were the 2 people sitting by his bed? A thief broke into the house? What can I steal? Oh no, my 20 gold coins. Lee Carl was about to shout when he saw the guy in black put his hand on his head. The moment his hands touched, he felt dizzy. Lee Carl's consciousness gradually blurred, and he fell into a deep sleep. How could he wake up? Didn't you say that he had fallen into your illusion? Horn said to Enoch dissatisfiedly. Maybe he encountered something terrible in the illusion, and I just gave him a little hint. Enoch scratched his head and said to Horn, "As a wild witch who is proficient in illusion, it is a bit embarrassing to wake up an ordinary person from an illusion." As he said this, he kicked Lee Carl, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, off the bed, and sat on it himself. Lee Carl, who was kicked off the bed, was still immersed in a beautiful dream. This time he slept very soundly. Then let's continue the operation. I hope he didn't see it. Horn pushed his glasses and said, "What can he see in the dark? Anyway, he won't live for many days, don't worry." Enoch spit on Lee Carl's body and said. The 2 of them fiddled with several bottles and some strange powders on Lee Carl's table for a long time, and finally made a small lump of red suspicious paste in Lee Carl's bowl. Enoch pinched Lee Carl's chin while he was sleeping and poured the suspicious object into Lee Carl's mouth. Okay, it's done. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely become a temporary wild witch tomorrow. Horn wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The kind that can spit fire." Enoch added beside him. This was made by Horn after improving the formula he got from his teacher before. The function is to make the wild witch with fire attribute increase its affinity with the fire element. However, the side effect of this potion is very strong, which will cause slight burns to the internal organs. Even Horn, who is a wild witch with fire attribute, would feel very uncomfortable after drinking this potion. The effect on ordinary people is probably that they can't stop spitting fire for 3 or 4 days. Well, it's small flames. For wild witches, it's a slight burn within 3 or 4 days, and for ordinary people, the stomach and throat may be cooked after 3 or 4 days. So for this Lee Carl, whether he is burned to death as a wild witch because of spitting small flames, or burned to death by potions 3 or 4 days later, he will die anyway. Of course, if he can choose, Horn still hopes that he will be tied to the stake and burned to death by the church, because that's how the couple died. In Horn's eyes, being tied to the stake and burned to death is the saddest way to die, so Horn will never let Lee Carl go. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, that's all. Chapter 2. What's the progress of your experiment with the wooden stick? Enoch changed the subject. It should be called a staff. Horn helplessly corrected Enoch, pointing to the 2 wooden sticks that had turned black beside the bed and said, "The progress is not satisfactory." You usually need 3 staffs to maintain the illusion for such a long time, but now you only need 2. The medium effect of walnut is about 1.5 times that of oak. This is the best medium I can find for casting spells in the short term. Enoch cast an admiring look at Horn. Horn, you are really a genius. But a walnut staff is still not enough to support me to cast 2 complete 3-level spells, so at this stage, there is no difference between a walnut staff and an oak staff for me. Horn waved his hand and said, Then you are really amazing. Enoch's eyes were about to fly out of little stars. Don't look at me like that. Just hold on to stabilize the Sea of Magic. I will teach you new things after your Sea of Magic is formed. Horn got goosebumps when he was looked at by Enoch's eyes, and quickly changed the subject. There are new things. I thought what you taught me before was the most profound knowledge, but there are new things. Enoch felt that he had more power to condense the Sea of Magic power, and his face was full of enthusiasm. Horn shook his head. The Sea of Magic power is the most important thing in the study of magic. It is easy to make mistakes if you are too hasty. There are still a few hours before dawn. If you have any questions about your current practice, feel free to ask me. Horn looks younger than Enoch, but in their relationship, Horn is more like a teacher, and Enoch is a respectful student. The two ignored Lee Carl's attitude lying on the ground, and used his home as a classroom to start teaching between spellcasters. There weren't many things that needed to be answered. The two of them spent most of the night sitting in meditation. Gradually, the white moon in the sky gradually disappeared. Before the sun came out, the sky was slightly bright. Seeing that the night was about to pass, Horn stood up and stuffed the book into the tattered package he carried with him, and said to Enoch, Okay, let's stop here today. Let this man live first. It's best to wait until the North Wind God cult finds it themselves. Don't act rashly and attract the attention of the North Wind Church. Are you going to suffer at the hands of that old carpenter again? Enoch was a little puzzled about Horn's work. With his ability, he shouldn't have to rely on being a carpenter to make a living. He had to do carpentry work every day. Wouldn't it be better to practice cultivation instead? He is my teacher. You'd better respect him a little. In the short term, carpentry work is beneficial to my research. Horn pushed his glasses and said, How can an old man who is content to be a carpenter be qualified to be your teacher, Horn Mimmelin? Enoch shouted excitedly to Horn. Enough. I told you to be more respectful. Horn's eyes flashed coldly. I don't want to hear such words from you again. Enoch immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. It can be said that he was very sincere. Horn saw that Enoch stopped talking, and his expression became kinder. I'm going back to work. Are there enough staffs? Yes, there are enough staffs, and there are more than 10. Enoch was frightened by the cold light in Horn's eyes, and spoke in a low voice. Horn nodded, and left Lee Carl's house. Enoch secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the house. Horn's eyes just now really scared him. It seems that he is really angry. Enoch, who had been a wild witch since childhood, deeply understood that among the wild witches where more than 99% of the individuals could not even be called professionals. What exactly did a guy who could kill a level 3 monster before the age of 20 mean to the wild witches? Not to mention that Horn saved his life. Horn's talent, and those great research results were enough for Enoch to regard Horn as the future of the wild witches. It was precisely because of this that Enoch was very puzzled by Horn's persistence in being a small carpenter. Before dawn, Horn returned to his residence, Douglas Carpenter Shop. Douglas Carpenter Shop is located in the West District of Leon City, occupying a not-so-small yard next to the street next to the main road. In the yard facing the street, a not-so-small carpenter shop was opened. Horn entered from the back door of the yard, returned to his room, took off the clothes he wore when he met with Enoch, changed into a relatively light work suit, rubbed his eyes, and pretended to have just woken up, and came to the front door of the store. Good morning, Aunt Metz. Horn greeted Aunt Metz, who was watching the store, in a familiar manner. You got up very early today, Horn. Aunt Metz was a tall woman with a height of 7 feet and a waist of 4 feet. Her son was a bounty hunter, relying on hunting some low-level monsters or powerful beasts to make a living. Douglas and Horn did not have time to watch the store all the time, so they hired her to watch the store for 20 copper coins a day. Where is the teacher? Horn asked with a yawn. Horn's teacher, old Douglas, is a famous carpenter in Lean City. The furniture he made is very popular in Lean City. He settled in Lean City more than 10 years ago. He should be eating breakfast. You live with him, so you should know better than me, Aunt Metz said loudly. Horn smiled awkwardly. He just came back from outside, so how could he know more than Aunt Metz? Horn came to the restaurant in the courtyard. A gray-haired and yellow-skinned old man was enjoying breakfast. He was Horn's teacher, Old Douglas. On the table was a pot of soup, a few steamed buns, and some pickled vegetables made from Ceylon plants, which were Douglas' favorite food. These things again, teacher. Can't you make some fried eggs and toast some bread slices? I'm tired of these things. Horn sat down opposite old Douglas and took a bite of a slightly blackened steamed bun. In fact, in Horn's opinion, these strange foods that Douglas often ate were not very delicious except for a bit of exotic flavor, because Douglas's cooking skills were not good, and the ingredients Douglas used were not suitable for such a method. But who made the teacher like it? Horn usually liked the things the teacher liked, but he didn't hate them. However, eating these things all the time was not his cup of tea. Whenever Horn asked him why he liked these things, he would say with a smile, "It tastes like home." The old man smiled and said to Horn, "It's good to be back. Come and eat while it's hot. After eating, you have to help me make a cabinet for the Earl." He stood up and took another set of bowls and chopsticks and placed them in front of Horn. Horn ate with chopsticks skillfully. 10 years was enough for Horn to go from being flustered to being able to use this kind of tableware skillfully. Speaking of chopsticks, Horn had never seen anyone use them except for old Douglas. This was also a special product of the teacher's hometown. "What did you and Enoch do last night?" the old man asked casually while eating. Although he would not act with Horn, he was always very familiar with Horn's movements. "I killed a man who reported the Tory couple. I fed him the flame affinity potion." Horn honestly said that he killed someone, but he did not mention killing a deacon. Old Douglas's hand froze for a moment. Is the crying child now able to calmly say such words as killing? "Teacher, what do you think of my idea of gathering all the like-minded witches and spreading the knowledge you taught me, so that the witches can have an equal status and a future where they don't have to hide anymore?" Horn saw the old man froze and continued. "No, you should just be a carpenter. Your idea has no future." Old Douglas curled his lips. He didn't think highly of Horn. After Horn put the bowl and chopsticks on the table steadily, he stood up with the table, staring at the old man's face with wide eyes. "Teacher Douglas, you gave me a choice, whether to hide everything about being a witch and live in fear for the rest of my life, or to constantly harm myself as a witch. Do you remember my choice? Teacher, I chose to be a witch, not to be the magician you described." Chapter 3. Why don't you support me now? Horn looked straight into Douglas' eyes, hoping to get an answer in this inquiry. Douglas sighed and shook his head expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Eat quickly, you still have to work after eating." "You still don't want to say?" "Then I won't ask today." Seeing that Douglas didn't answer, Horn shook his head in disappointment and didn't continue to ask. "Wash the dishes after eating." Old Douglas ate a few mouthfuls and left the table. Horn's question made him lose his appetite. This kind of conversation has been held countless times in the past 2 years, and each time it ended with old Douglas' silence. 2 years ago, after the death of the Holy Lady of the North Wind and the enthronement of the new Holy Lady, old Douglas seemed to have changed. He no longer answered Horn's questions. Except for occasionally giving Horn some vague instructions, he was just like an ordinary carpenter. No one except Horn knew that he was a very powerful wild witch, not even Enoch. Old Douglas brought Horn back more than 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, he taught Horn knowledge that no other wild witch in the world had ever learned. Along with this new knowledge, there were also legends that Horn was fascinated by. The story of a group of people that Horn yearned for. Controlling nature and condensing spirits, predicting the future changes, they live in the High Wizard Tower, and waving their hands will create thunder and flames. They are powerful and noble, and do not need to kneel to gods or fear demons. Their names are magicians. The status of magicians in the story is similar to that of the priests of the major religions now, or even more transcendent, because their great power comes from themselves, and they do not need to obey the orders of the gods above. However, unlike the magicians in the story, except for Horn who was taught by Douglas and Enoch who was taught by Horn, most of the other wild witches can't even cast spells. Even Horn, who studied with old Douglas for a few years, is far from the magician in the story. Because he is not as good as the magician in the story, he is eager. After Horn finished washing the dishes, he started working with Douglas. They were going to make an exquisite cabinet for the Earl of Leon City. Old Douglas had already made the design drawings of the cabinet. Now the two began to work carefully according to the drawings. Douglas picked up a piece of wood and looked at it carefully, as if he was considering where to start sawing, but he looked at it for a long time without making up his mind. His mouth opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something to Horn. Seeing Horn working hard, old Douglas still spoke. "I should have told you that the stories I told you are all imaginary products. They only appear in legends and literary works. Even in my hometown, I have never seen a real magician. Magicians do not exist. You don't have to be so persistent for things that do not exist. Teacher, are there gods and demons in your world? Old Douglas thought seriously for a while. Maybe not. But there are in Ceylon. If there are no magicians in your hometown, there will be in Ceylon. If not, I will create them. Horn, wearing glasses and sweating, grinned and showed his white teeth and said to old Douglas, "You are talking nonsense. Because I have seen a real magician, so I firmly believe that magicians exist." Horn said to old Douglas seriously, "Really? Who is it? Do I know him?" Douglas was stunned by what Horn said. "I have never seen a magician. You have been living with me. Where can I see a magician?" "Of course it is you. You took me down from the stake when I was 8 years old. You looked like a magician at that time, the magician in your story." Horn said to old Douglas with reverence, "How can I be considered a magician? I am just an old wild witch." Douglas smiled bitterly and shook his head after hearing Horn's words. "It's not important. What's important is that you rely on your wisdom to make us become like the magician in your story. If you can do this, then you are a magician. No one deserves this title more than you." Horn said to old Douglas solemnly. He was not talking nonsense, but really believed it from the bottom of his heart. Ahem, Douglas coughed twice. He felt a little embarrassed. "Teacher, before you, no one among the wild witches knew that oak could be used as a medium for casting spells. No one had the concept of spells, and no one had ever thought that meditation could make wild witches stronger. Everything I know now, except the little flame that was so small that it was hard to light a cigarette when I woke up, is the result of your teaching." Horn pointed out Douglas's research results one by one. "Teacher, you are great, and what you created is also great. You know this yourself, but why do you stop your research and become a carpenter?" Horn asked Douglas, puzzled. When Enoch accused Douglas, Horn was very angry, but he was actually puzzled. Douglas remained silent. He didn't know how to answer Horn's words, or he didn't want to tell Horn. "Teacher, I have made a new breakthrough in the research of the staff." Horn took out a walnut stick from his bag and handed it to Douglas. Although Douglas no longer taught him, he would still show Douglas every research result, and deeply expected Douglas to give him guidance as before. The medium effect of specially treated walnut is 1.5 times that of oak. I have known this for a long time. Douglas only needed a glance to know what Horn's research results were. "You actually know?" Horn looked confused. He had planned to give old Douglas a surprise. "I know a lot more," Douglas said calmly. "Then tell me everything." Horn put down the wood in his hand and said to Douglas with a smile, "No." "Okay, as long as you are happy." He said no, and Horn did not ask any more questions. Douglas was like this. No one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. The two worked hard all day, and it was soon night. After dinner, Horn packed up and prepared to go to the meeting place agreed with Enoch, intending to continue the unfinished experiment with him and give some guidance to Enoch. Although the wild witch is much weaker than other professionals, he is essentially a supernatural being. At least his spirit is much stronger than that of ordinary people. If Horn wants, he can even go for 4 or 5 days without resting without affecting his normal life. It is precisely because of this extraordinary energy that he can gather at night for many days in a row to practice and do carpentry work during the day. Remember to come back early tomorrow. I steam the buns tomorrow morning. Before Horn left, old Douglas waved his cane and said, "Okay, I want to eat the mutton stuffing." Horn smiled and said goodbye to Douglas and walked out of the carpenter's house. Among the many strange foods Douglas made, buns were one of Horn's favorites. Horn came to the place he had agreed with Enoch with ease. He was about to meet Enoch as usual, but was shocked to find that the ground at that place was emitting a strange magic frequency. Horn was very familiar with this frequency, because it was the code he and Enoch had set in advance, and the meaning of this frequency was danger. Chapter 4. Horn, who was walking towards the street, stopped his steps after finding the signal. He passed by the meeting place without changing his expression. This place was no longer safe. Someone was watching here. The moment he felt the frequency of magic, Horn dispersed his mental power. In his perception, there were 2 auras stronger than ordinary people. They were people from the North Wind God cult. He maintained the same speed as a normal person. After getting a little further away from the 2 guys, he started running wildly. The meeting place was not far away. Soon Horn ran back to Douglas Carpenter's shop. "Huh? How come you came back so soon today? The time doesn't match," Douglas said in surprise, as he looked at Horn, who had just gone out and hurried back. Horn had no time to answer Douglas's question. Now Enoch was most likely being hunted down, or even caught. Apart from old Douglas, Enoch was the only person who could discuss magic with Horn, and he also knew Horn's true identity. So if Enoch had not been caught yet, Horn would have to rescue him. If he was caught, then Horn would at least have to witness his death. Horn searched the room for a while, but he didn't have any clothes that could keep his identity hidden in the battle, so Horn found a bunch of useless rags, and quickly wrapped them around his body. The tightly wrapped Horn looked like a colorful mummy. Now no one could tell that he was the gentle carpenter in the carpenter's shop. It could be said that he had perfectly hidden his identity, but this weird look was too eye-catching. Douglas was shocked to see Horn, who had a weird look, walk out of his room. He covered his eyes with his hands, and couldn't bear to look at Horn now. His way of changing his appearance made Douglas feel annoyed. Even if he had never taught him how to disguise himself, he didn't need to dress up as a rag weirdo, right? Wait a minute. Douglas called out to Horn, who was about to go out. But I have something urgent to do. Horn didn't want to wait, and every minute of waiting could lead to more serious consequences. After all, the Knight of the North Wind and the Deacon of the North Wind would not wait at all for the Wild Witch. If you go like this, not only will you not be able to save people, you may also die. Just wait for me for a while, trust me, Douglas said seriously to the anxious Horn. The teacher rarely had such a serious expression, so Horn could only wait patiently. Fortunately, old Douglas didn't let him wait for a long time. After only a short while, he took out a small bag from the house and handed it to Horn. Put this on. Horn opened the package, which contained a dark robe. He put it on, without taking a closer look, and was about to go out. Old Douglas came over and tidied Horn a little. When Horn showed some impatience, he stuffed something into Horn's hand. It was an oak staff. Unlike the staff made by Horn Group, this staff had a light red crystal fixed at the tip. This staff can withstand about 10 rounds of 3-ring magic. Use it when you are in danger. Douglas patted Horn's shoulder and said with a complicated look. Although he was very curious about what Douglas had taken out, Horn didn't have time to study it carefully now. He had to set off. Horn, wearing a black robe, ran alone in the dark night and came to the agreed place again. He began to track the traces of magic left by Enoch. Compared with the priests, who manipulated divine power, or the wizards, who controlled magic power, the combat power of the Wild Witch might not be worth mentioning, but the Wild Witch was much stronger than the two in terms of energy perception. This might be because the Wild Witch got everything by himself, while the power of the priests and wizards came from the gifts of aliens. With strong perception, even if wizards and priests never let go of wild witches can survive tenaciously in this cruel world, because in the eyes of wild witches with keen perception, wizards and priests are walking abysses and torches. If you can't beat them, won't you run away when you see them from afar? Soon, Horn followed the mark left by Enoch to the Black Street and found Enoch's trace. In fact, after arriving at the Black Street, Horn didn't need to look for Enoch specifically to confirm that he was in the Black Street. The Church of the North Wind God has always been particular about pomp and circumstance. As long as there are many North Wind Knights, then Enoch is likely to be there. Now hundreds of North Wind Knights have surrounded Black Street like an iron barrel. There are 5 or 6 knights guarding each intersection, and from time to time, there are strong winds in the depths of Black Street, which are the effects of the magic of the priest of the North Wind God. Seeing Enoch in Black Street, Horn was relieved. He lived in Black Street when he was a child, and had some understanding of this place. At least he was familiar with the terrain. Black Street is the slums of Leon City, and most of the underground gangs and other shameful organizations in Leon City have taken root here, which is also the origin of the name of Black Street. There are 4 or 5 North Wind Knights stationed at every intersection leading to the Black Street. It is almost impossible for Horn to sneak in secretly. After all, Horn's goal is to become a magician. He has no way to learn the skills of climbing walls and flying over rooftops. If he can't climb walls and flying over rooftops, Horn can only choose to find a few knights with lax defense to knock them down. The North Wind Knights are the grassroots staff of the North Wind Church. The North Wind Knights, who reach the first level, will be promoted to Black-Clothed Deacons. The best North Wind Knights are close to the first level. For Horn, it's just a matter of a few fireballs. But since it was a sneak attack, it couldn't be done in a big way, otherwise it would be hard for Enoch, and Horn would definitely not be able to escape. After walking around a little, Horn weighed the pros and cons for a while, and then he chose an intersection to rush in. This intersection was guarded by 5 North Wind Knights wrapped like tin cans. There was nothing surprising about this, as each intersection was guarded by 5 knights. The reason Horn chose this intersection was that this team of knights was very lax, and each knight was very relaxed, without any seriousness in carrying out the mission, and their faces were all red, and they even had just drunk wine. In their opinion, There was nothing wrong with them relaxing. There was only one enemy, and he was a lowly wild witch. The strength of a wild witch could not be compared with that of a wizard, so they were not worried. Besides, with the help of the white-robed deacon, what would happen even if it was a real wizard? Not to mention that this heretic had no chance to escape, and even if this heretic escaped, he would not necessarily take this intersection. They were just here to be on the safe side. The possibility of encountering an enemy breaking through from here was very small. They were right. Enoch had no chance to escape. He might escape or not escape from here, but they did not expect that the people inside would not break through from here, but someone outside would come in. Chapter 5. Go into the street quietly, don't make any noise. Horn hid in a dark corner, controlling lightning and lightly shocked a north wind knight, who seemed to be drunk the most. Every wild witch can slightly control the elements, but the power is too small. The real powerful spells need to chant, and the things released without chanting may not even kill a chicken. The lightning that Horn controlled now is a weak current without chanting, and this level of current is enough to achieve Horn's purpose, because Horn just wants him to pee. The knights were chatting happily, when one knight suddenly felt the urge to urinate. He covered his crotch and walked to the corner. He pulled out his penis skillfully and was about to urinate, but before he could release his urine, a hand pressed on his face, the light blue electric light flashed, and the knight twitched all over and fainted on the ground instantly. He lost consciousness and could no longer control his penis. A large amount of urine soaked the ground. The remaining 4 knights laughed and were out of breath. This guy is so useless. Can he do it after drinking this little wine? Didn't he boast to us that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? They didn't see that the moment the knight fell, a hand retracted into the corner. The 2 knights walked over together and wanted to push the knight to wake him up. Although his current appearance was enough for them to make fun of for several days, they couldn't let their comrades lie in urine all night. However, just as their hands were on the fallen knight, a strong electric light was transmitted from the fallen knight to the 2 of them, and the 2 knights also convulsed and fell down. The knight captain rubbed his eyes. He was much stronger than the others. This time, he clearly saw that when the 2 knights who pushed the man fell down, they were flashing with light blue lightning. This shows that there are extraordinary people. He saw that the 4th knight also wanted to go over to see the situation, so the knight captain shouted, "Don't go over." Huh? The 4th knight turned his head confusedly and looked at his boss. They were all drunk, so why couldn't he go over? Watch them sleep on the ground all night. Except for the captain, none of these knights had any basic vigilance. They were all drunk and unconscious. When he turned his head and looked at the knight captain in confusion, a hand gently rested on his shoulder, and the hand was dancing with blue lightning. The knight did not resist and fainted with his eyes rolled. As the knight fell, a figure in a black robe appeared in front of the knight captain. It was a man who hid himself in a black robe. He was not very tall, and he looked thin under the wide robe on his body. The black robe was edged with silver thread, and a 6-pointed star pattern was drawn on the hem with gold thread. The whole dress gave the black man a sense of grandeur and mystery. At this time, the pressure this person gave to the knight captain was like facing an evil wizard. The man in the black robe was naturally Horn, and the one who defeated the 4 enemies was a ring of magic, touch of thunder. For Horn, who can release 3rd-level magic, the release of a ring of magic does not require any medium, just chanting a spell can be released. In Douglas's teachings, there are 3 elements to the release of magic. The first is magic power. The sea of magic power of the caster must have enough magic power. Only with sufficient magic power can the spell be fully released. The second is the magic circle. Each magic has its own inherent magic circle. After meditation, the magic circle is solidified in the inner space of consciousness, and then the magic circle is activated by chanting the spell to transform the magic power in the body into various forms, so as to achieve the effect of casting. The third point is the spell. The spell is the key to activate the magic circle. If you don't know the spell, you can't release magic even if you have powerful magic and a complete magic circle. If there is a 4th point, it is the medium. Don't worry about why there is a 4th point. Isn't it common sense that there are 4 points in the 3 elements? The body of the wild which is not strong enough to support the release of magic of the same level. For example, if Horn wants to release a 3rd level spell, he must release it through a medium, and this medium is the staff. Horn can only cast spells normally through a medium. Without a medium, he can only release 1st level magic, and 2nd level and 3rd level magic cannot be cast. There are no major side effects except some slight tingling when releasing 1st level magic without a medium, but it is not easy to cast magic above the 2nd level without a medium. Horn once forced to release a 2nd level magic without using a wand, but he failed that time and stayed in bed for a month. Speaking of magic, Ceylon didn't have any magic. All the wild witches in the past used their talents to release some trivial tricks. The appearance of Douglas changed this situation. He taught Horn some spells that were completely created by him. He just named these spells, such as Lightning Touch, Fireball, etc. And Horn called these spells that had never appeared in Ceylon magic. Who are you? The knight captain stared at Horn as if he was facing a great enemy, not daring to relax at all. He was not even a first-level professional, and had to be extremely careful when facing Horn, who brought him pressure comparable to that of a wizard. Although the knight captain himself was not a first-class professional, he had some rough estimates of Horn's strength. The man in front of him was definitely not a first-class professional, because although the pressure he gave people was slightly weaker than that of the white-robed deacon, it was not much different, and the white-robed deacon was a third-class strongman. He didn't know what the guy on the opposite side was capable of, so he didn't dare to attack rashly. He could only wait and report the situation here. Horn didn't have this worry. He took out a small wooden stick from his robe and pointed it at the knight captain. He silently recited a few syllables, and a light blue electric arc as thick as a thumb lit up at the top of the small wooden stick. The knight captain had no time to resist. The lightning was so fast that he couldn't react at all. The captain, who was struck by lightning, fell to the ground with a thud, and he didn't say a word until he died. This lightning was a second-level magic, arc magic. Horn picked up the staff and looked at it. The tip was slightly charred. The third-level spell could not be cast, but the second-level spell could still be used. He had already entered the Black Street, and the mission of rescuing Enoch was no longer hindered. Every wild witch will awaken a gifted spell when awakening, but countless bloody tragedies warn all wild witches that the consequence of releasing gifted spells is death. This view is still popular among all wild witches. No one knows that spells can be released through oak sticks, and no one will risk their lives to try one by one. Perhaps the only exception is old Douglas. Enoch's gifted spell is illusion. His original ability is just to make the other party have some insignificant auditory and visual hallucinations through his own will, but after releasing through the medium, he can do more things. Under Horn's teaching for nearly a month, Enoch now only needs to chant a spell to create an illusion out of thin air. Although it cannot cause direct damage, it is enough for him to persist for a long time in the pursuit of many North Wind God deacons. He even killed 2 North Wind God deacons of the same level. If it were the original Enoch, he would have died once he was discovered. Since he learned from Horn's teaching that using a medium to release spells can successfully release spells, Enoch always carries a dozen processed oak sticks on his body. The limit of his own spell release is 1 ring, so a staff can be used about 9 times. Enoch, who has always been worried about not having enough staffs, did not expect that this time it was his magic power that was consumed first. Chapter 6. Although Enoch's illusion is not high level, it is very practical. It stands to reason that he can easily escape as long as he doesn't happen to run into the white-clothed butler. But strangely, every time he is about to escape, he will be discovered by the black-clothed butlers. Now his magic power has been exhausted, and he can no longer release an illusion. He was soon blocked in a corner by many North Wind Knights and black-clothed butlers. He can't cast an illusion, let alone defeat the black-clothed butler, who is also a first-level professional. Even a North Wind Knight, who has just joined the army, can use his muscles to completely defeat his small body. Now there is no way to escape. It seems that he should be desperate, afraid, and begging, but surrounded by many North Wind Knights and deacons, Enoch found a stone in the corner and sat down, looking proudly at these servants of the gods. Yes, he is about to face death, but among the countless wild witches in the Ceylon continent, how many can kill the first-level priest? If he, Enoch, can kill the black-clothed deacon, there will be more wild witches who have the ability to kill the first-level priest in the future. Will the wild witches still be hated by everyone like now? Maybe in 1,000 years, it will be written in history books that Enoch Halley, the great pioneer who resisted the tyranny of the gods, was there. Maybe a monument will be erected for him? This is enough for Enoch to face death calmly. Which demon's wizard are you? There are not many demons that are good at illusions. Is it a mirage? A phantom? Or a nightmare? A gentle male voice with curiosity came, and the sound alone made people feel comfortable. The knights and deacons surrounding Enoch consciously made way for a 2-meter wide path, and a man in his 30s, wearing a white deacon's uniform, walked over. He has gorgeous long golden hair, handsome looks, and a gentle smile on his face. This smile seems to Enoch very hypocritical. Didn't you say that this is a wild witch? How could a wild witch do this? This is clearly a wizard. The man frivolously scolded his subordinates. I'm not a wizard. Enoch glared at the man. He could say that Enoch was anything, but to say that he was a wizard who sold his soul, This was an insult to him. He would rather die as a wild witch than become a wizard. You said you are not a wizard. How is that possible? You don't have the annoying magic energy of a wizard. Are you really a wild witch? The man stared at Enoch with shining eyes, wanting to see something surprising. So what? Can't I be a wild witch? Enoch was furious. This guy was really a piece of shit with his sarcastic words. Really a wild witch? Ha ha ha. A wild witch who can kill a first-level deacon is a rare thing. Let me introduce myself. I am Reeves, the white-clothed deacon of the North Wind God. The man laughed. It was rare to find a wild witch who could kill the Black-Robe butler. Perhaps he was as precious as a divine magician above level 8? Catch him and show him to the high priest, and then send him to the central square to burn him tomorrow. Even if he was a rare wild witch, Reeves had no intention of saving Enoch's life. A wild witch was just a lowly species no matter how powerful he was, and lowly species, there was no value in living in the world. 2 North Wind Knights stepped forward and lifted Enoch up. They picked up thick iron chains and were about to tie him up. Then they escorted him to prison to let this lowly guy enjoy the last night of his life. As the 2 men came to Enoch with the chains, suddenly water vapor arose, and a thick fog arose from nowhere, covering the space in the corner. It was already dark, and with the fog, everyone could not see anything. This is the second-level magic. Water mist? Reeves snorted coldly. Could someone want to snatch someone from him? He used his divine power, and a whistling wind blew out of his body, blowing away the pitch-black fog in a few breaths. He looked at the place where Enoch was just now. The 2 knights who went to tie up Enoch were lying on the ground with their eyes rolled up and foaming at the mouth, kicking their legs occasionally. Enoch, who was supposed to be here, had disappeared. The duck in hand flew away. Ridiculous. Did he think that Reeves was a small fry who could be fooled at will? He opened his hands, and a green whirlwind rose from the soles of his feet, forming an updraft, and then he actually flew up. This is one of the gifts of the North Wind God, a 3-ring wind magic, wings of the North Wind. Reeves was dragged up by the strong wind and floated up, flying in the air and looking around. The moonlight was bright, and the vision in the air was excellent. In this short time, the 2 could not run far, and Reeves found his target in just a short while. A man in a black robe was running with Enoch. Reeves snorted, leaned forward and flew in the direction they were running. Horn had been using his full mental power to sense the movements around him. When Reeves flew towards them, Horn suddenly stopped. Enoch looked at Horn in confusion, but Horn just waved his hand to let Enoch evacuate first. He took out a brand new walnut staff, muttered a few words, and the front of the staff condensed into a fireball the size of a human head, burning with blazing flames. Fire-type 3rd-ring magic. Big fireball. Horn swung his hand, and the fireball whizzed towards Reeves in the air. Without contact, Reeves knew that the energy contained in the fireball was very dangerous, and could not be resisted. But he was the white-robed butler of the god of the North Wind after all. In an emergency, he controlled the strong wind to forcibly change the direction and avoid Horn's big fireball. After Horn threw the first fireball, he threw the charged staff on the ground, changed another staff, and continued to chant. In a breath, another big fireball flew towards Reeves, but this time, the fireball didn't even embarrass Reeves, who was on guard. Reeves easily dodged Horn's fireball spell. Reeves, who was wrapped in the whirlwind, was very fast. He was in the air only long enough for Horn to release 2 fireball spells. Before Horn finished the 3rd spell, Reeves was close to him. Reeves put his hand on Horn's shoulder, and the divine power on his body flashed. A strong wind pressure appeared out of thin air, suppressing Horn so that he couldn't even move his fingers. According to Reeves' experience, ordinary wizards can't cast spells in this state of being unable to move. He reached out and pushed aside the hood of Horn's robe, wanting to see Horn's true face, but there was only a terrifying face under the robe, a face wrapped with strips of cloth of various colors and fabrics. Reeves was shocked. What kind of vicious curse could make a person's face become like this? Well, it was dark and the vision was poor. Horn, with his face wrapped in various rags, did look a little scary. And no one would have thought that a 3rd-level wizard would have rags wrapped around his face. Reeves thought it was a vicious curse. The tallest building on the Black Street is the headquarters of a gang. On the roof of this building, a figure in a gray wizard robe sat on the edge of the building, looking at the direction of the battle. Behind him, more than a dozen gang members' bodies were piled up on the roof. The subtle chewing sound was very piercing in the silent night, but there were no other creatures except the gray-robed man and these bodies. Because the chewing sound came from the inside of the body, he thought it was very interesting. He hadn't seen such an interesting thing for a long time. The power of the wild witch's illusion was unexpected. He wanted to catch him for sacrifice, But after thinking about it, he still wanted to see what the boy could do. So he reminded those stupid black-clothed butlers every time the boy was about to escape. That's why Enoch couldn't escape, and now there is a wizard who masters the dual system of thunder and fire witchcraft. He can't just stand by and watch. What if this little guy is snatched away by another wizard? He is a precious living sacrifice. The gray-robed man stood up and didn't notice a figure in a black robe standing behind him. Is the black-robed boy's magic okay? He is my disciple, a very motivated young man, the Black Shadow said. Chapter 7. Reeves was startled by Horn's cloth face, but he didn't notice that Horn was muttering in surprise. In a flash, Horn had completed the spell. It was the touch of lightning. His body was suppressed, and he couldn't take out the walnut staff in his arms to use the 3-ring spell, but it was only a 1-ring spell, and he could release it even if he was bound. The touch of lightning can be released not only on the palm, but also on any part of the body. The light blue electric light lit up from Horn's shoulder, and Reeves was caught off guard, and was slightly paralyzed by the electricity, and stopped suppressing Horn's violent wind. As a 3rd-level priest, Reeves was resistant to alien energy. A mere lightning spell was not enough to make Reeves faint like the North Wind Knights. But Horn didn't need to make him lose his fighting power. It was enough for him to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Horn quickly stepped back, took out the staff Douglas gave him, and uttered a few strange syllables from his mouth. A fireball the size of a human head was launched from the front of the small wooden stick. At this time, no matter how amazing Reeves' reaction ability was, it was too late to dodge. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Reeves didn't try to dodge in vain. He tried his best to mobilize the divine power in his body. The invisible wind became real in front of him and condensed into a green wind shield. This is Reeves' strongest defensive skill, the 3rd-level divine art. North Wind Shield. The fireball hit the green north wind shield with violent heat. The wind and the flame collided and exploded violently. The scattered flames even ignited the surrounding houses. Reeves, who was at the center of the explosion, lay on his side on the still hot ground. The weak wind surrounded him to provide him with the last protection. The hastily cast 3rd-level divine arts could not resist Horn's fireball at all. Reeves was seriously injured, but Horn, who was very close, was not hurt at all. As a caster, Horn himself had a certain control over the spells he cast, and the robe Douglas gave Horn isolated a large part of the high temperature of the flames. In the scattered flames, Horn's black robe embroidered with gold and silver patterns fluttered in the strong wind left by Reeves, and with that very scary face, the members of the North Wind Church, who had just come to support, were all stunned. Not far away, Enoch, a bystander whose magic power was exhausted, looked at Horn's coquettish appearance with more admiration in his eyes. Horn's eyes were murderous, and he wanted to root out the grass. The threat could not stay. He continued to chant the spell, and another big fireball condensed at the front of the staff. Reeves could no longer resist. With just one fireball, this annoying bastard would go back to see his god of the North Wind. But at this time, the stunned people of the North Wind Church also reacted and rushed towards Horn shouting. Horn didn't care about rooting out the problem, but threw a big fireball at the crowd chasing after him. Although their strength was not high, Horn couldn't escape if he was surrounded by so many people, and if he delayed for a while, there would probably be experts to support him. The Church of the North Wind God has more than one white-robed deacon. There are 4 white-robed deacons of the same strength in Lean City. The big fireball exploded in the crowd, and the scattered flames burned them all over, and they didn't care about chasing Horn and the others. The power of the 3-ring spell is too strong for these first-level black-robed deacons. In the chaos, Enoch and Horn left quietly. Horn took Enoch back to Douglas Carpenter's shop through the back door, and took him to his room to settle him down. As soon as the two entered the room, Horn took off his clothes in a hurry. The speed of taking off clothes seemed to be poisonous. "Are you injured?" Enoch asked with concern. He didn't want Horn to be seriously injured because of saving him. For all the wild witches, Horn's role was obviously much greater than Enoch. "No, it's too hot." Horn quickly pulled off the cloth covering his head. Although the robe Douglas gave him had a heat-insulating function, the hood had been taken off by Reeves at that time, so Horn's head was unprotected. Fortunately, Horn wrapped a cloth strip around his face before leaving, which slightly blocked the high temperature at that moment. Although Horn's face was still a little hot, it was not a big deal. If there were no cloth strips to cover it, Horn's face would be covered with blisters at the lightest, and it might be disfigured if it was a little more serious. After all, Horn could control the flames not to touch himself, but he could not control the high temperature of the fireball that exploded instantly. This battle made Horn realize a problem. When using magic, the battle should be ended at a long distance as much as possible. Casting spells at close range is too dangerous, At least fire spells as powerful as Fireball cannot be cast at close range. How did you do that, Fog? I remember your talent is controlling lightning and fire. Enoch asked Horn with interest. He had never seen Horn use water spells before. I just learned it 2 days ago. Horn said, as he untied the cloth strips. I told you what the essence of magic is before, right? Every wild witch will comprehend 1 or 2 innate spells when awakening, and magic is transformed based on the wild witch's innate spells. I remember you told me so. Enoch recalled Horn's words. When a wild witch awakens his innate spells, a pattern will condense in the depths of the sea of consciousness, and he will instinctively learn the spell to activate this pattern in the sea of consciousness. Do you know this? Horn began to explain to Enoch. Enoch shook his head. I call this pattern a magic circle, Horn said with a bit of enthusiasm on his face. When teaching others about magic, Horn usually had this expression. I know the spell, but what is a magic circle? There is a magic circle in my sea of consciousness. Enoch's face was full of question marks. He thought the so-called sea of consciousness was just a container for spiritual power. Horn slapped his forehead. I thought you could find it yourself after teaching you the meditation method. It seems that I really thought too much. Yes, I am too stupid. Enoch laughed, not caring about Horn's teasing. To put it simply, magic is to activate the magic circle of the sea of consciousness through spells, and then the magic circle mobilizes the magic power in the magician's body and releases it, and what is released is magic. Horn looked at Enoch and continued to explain, and asked him with his eyes if he understood. Yeah, go on. Enoch nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Enoch's attitude was still very sincere when learning new knowledge. Since the release of magic is only related to the spell magic circle, then as long as the corresponding magic circle is condensed in the sea of consciousness, and the spell to activate the magic circle is known, and there is enough magic power, then the spell can be released naturally. Horn finished explaining, pushed his glasses, and looked at Enoch. Enoch's mouth opened wide, and it took a while before he closed it. Then, as long as we keep learning each other's spells, we will be invincible in the end. Chapter 8. It's impossible to be invincible. Horn shook his head and said, First, everyone's sea of consciousness can accommodate a limited number of magic arrays, and it is impossible to learn indefinitely. Second, the limitation of magic power. Magic cannot be released once learned. There must be enough magic power in the sea of magic power to release spells. Third, the more advanced the magic, the more complex the magic array, and the more complex the magic array, the more difficult it is to form in the sea of consciousness. Fourth, the problem of compatibility. Because of physical problems, everyone should be good at different spells. I also have spells that I can't control at all. Fifth, the limitation of the medium. Without the medium, you can only cast magic 2 levels lower than your own level. And the best medium I can find now, the walnut staff, has a limit of 3-ring magic. Horn mumbled a lot, which made Enoch's eyes full of question marks. He said confusedly, Okay, I know I can't be invincible for the time being. The rest is up to you. By the way, I haven't asked you why you were discovered. Didn't I tell you to be more careful? Horn asked Enoch in confusion. How could he be discovered so easily with his illusion? Enoch slapped his thigh and started to curse. It makes me angry just talking about it. What's wrong? Horn looked at Enoch and felt that something was a little strange. Hey, what else could it be? It's that Lee Carl. I had to keep an eye on him after I fed him the potion last night. When he was captured by the church, the deacons found me inexplicably. I just used a small illusion. No one should be able to find me. Be careful when using illusions in the future. Enoch's illusions are rarely discovered, at least by the people of the North Wind Church. Although they are powerful, their perception of the surroundings is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. That's not what makes me depressed. The distance between me and that deacon is more than 80 meters. Enoch rubbed his head in annoyance and said, And every time I tried to escape today, I was strangely discovered. I think there must be something wrong. What Enoch didn't know was that the black-clothed deacon was incapable of seeing through his illusions. There was someone else who saw through his illusions and summoned a large group of church people. Horn and Enoch discussed for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out how those black-clad butlers found Enoch. Since they couldn't figure it out, they didn't bother thinking about it for the time being. Horn said to Enoch, Your face has been seen by them. Don't go out in the next few days and find a chance to leave Leon City. You have been exposed. It's too dangerous to stay in Leon City. Remember my face? You think too highly of them. Enoch laughed complacently. Under Horn's gaze, he used his magic power to slightly twist his facial muscles. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into another look. The changes were not big, but they were all in other places. Horn could be sure that this was not an illusion, but that Enoch had really changed his face. What is your real face? Horn opened his mouth and spoke to Enoch after a while. Of course, it's the old one. I learned the skill of changing faces after learning from you. Enoch shrugged his shoulders. Horn asked Enoch to rest in his room first, then folded the black robe Douglas gave him neatly, took out the new staff inlaid with magic crystals, and examined it. Douglas said that this staff can withstand about 10 times of 3rd level magic, and Horn has used it to release 3-level magic twice. This new staff did not turn into ashes like the staff made by Horn, but there was only a trace of light black in an inconspicuous place. The wood used for this staff is oak, which is roughly the same as the staff made by Horn himself. The only difference is that there is an irregular light red crystal at the front of this staff. This stone is a magic crystal. It was taken from the brain of the monster that Horn defeated when he rescued Enoch last time. After studying it for a while without any clues, Horn put his staff and robe together and walked to Douglas' room, knocked on the door, and pushed it open and walked in. Old Douglas was holding a piece of wood and wearing reading glasses, carving something. Teacher, I brought Enoch home. Can he stay temporarily? Horn asked politely. Although this house has always been occupied by the two of them, and in fact the two of them get along like father and son, they are master and apprentice in name after all. So if Horn wants to bring someone to live, Douglas still needs to agree. Oh, you can live here if you feel the need, but he has to work. I don't want to keep idle people here. Douglas agreed casually. Teacher, I got back the things you lent me. Horn put the package on Douglas's desk. Take it back. It's not a loan, it's a gift. Douglas smiled slightly, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. By the way, teacher, the smell in your room is a bit strange. As soon as Horn entered the house, he actually noticed that the smell in the house was a bit wrong. A strange fishy smell, like a stink bug. Oh, you mean this? Old Douglas raised his foot and faced Horn, and the sole of his shoe was covered with a thick layer of fluorescent green slurry. Just now I accidentally stepped on a big bug, full of green juice, but it was a pity that I didn't step on it to death. Old Douglas said with some regret. Horn looked at the green juice covering the soles of his feet, and felt a chill. So much body fluids and bugs. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. In the center of Leon City, in the hall of the Northwind Church, Reeves knelt on one knee on the cold marble floor. His body had not yet fully recovered, and he was covered with bandages. Most of his body was burned by the fire during the battle with Horn, especially the left half of his face, where even the skin and flesh disappeared, like a devil crawling out of hell, for people wearing white deacons' uniforms stood on both sides of him. They were the other 4 white-robed deacons in Leon City. There was a high platform in the direction where Reeves was kneeling. On the top of the platform was a gorgeous chair. On the chair sat a bald old man with a hooked nose and hanging eyes. The clothes the old man wore were much better looking than Reeves's deacon's clothes. They were pure white, with a few green ribbons draped over his shoulders. This was the attire of the high priest in charge of a city. In the Salon world, the person who was in charge of an entire church was honored as the Pope or the Pope. The person who ruled a region was called the Cardinal or the High Priest, and the person who supervised a city was called the Bishop or the High Priest. Each High Priest usually had a varying number of white-robed deacons under his command. As for the black-robed deacons, they were grassroots figures in the church system of Salon, and the Knight of the North Wind had no status at all. Reeves, you failed. The bald High Priest said expressionlessly, with a dangerous light in his small eyes. Chapter 9. Yes, Master Priest, I ask for punishment. Reeves lowered his head, and did not dare to look up at the High Master Priest. The bald Master Priest treated his subordinates very harshly. Every failure would be punished by him. No one who was punished was injured, but no one wanted to try it a second time. We will talk about the punishment later. You can't escape what's yours. The bald Master Priest waved his hand and said, Who hurt you? It's a 3rd-level wizard who is good at controlling fire magic. Oh, and he should also know lightning magic. Reeves recalled and narrated. Oh, is he good at 2 attributes of witchcraft? This kind of wizard is rare. Fire is easy to say, but it is rare to hear of a demon that controls lightning. The bald priest thought for a while and said, Many demons in the abyss can control fire, but the lightning attribute is pure positive energy, and few demons can master the power of lightning. What are the characteristics of that person? The bald priest continued to ask. I opened his hood, and his face looked cursed. He was wrapped in a very evil witchcraft instrument, and his face was not seen. Reeves said tremblingly that it was okay that he had never fought the enemy, but he didn't even know the enemy's face, and he didn't know how the chief priest would punish him. By the way, the robe he wore was very delicate, and it seemed to be able to block the flames. It was embroidered with gold and silver threads, and it was not something that an ordinary tailor could make. Reeves suddenly remembered. Oh, the robe is very delicate. The chief priest's face froze, and he seemed to have thought of something, and manipulated the light blue wind to form a pattern in front of Reeves. Is it this? Yes, it's this kind of clothes. How did you know about it, Master Priest? Reeves asked in surprise. He had only seen this style of robe once, and Master Priest knew about it. This is not something you should know, the bald Master Priest said with a gloomy face. By the way, put up notices throughout the city to arrest this guy. Yes, Master Priest, what should be written on the name? A deacon in white asked. Let's call him the evil-faced man. The bishop stood up and said, okay, you can go. After that, he stood up with a gloomy face and left the meeting room directly. The chief priest didn't punish you, you are really lucky. A white-robed deacon who was watching the fun said with a smile. I hope he won't think about it in 2 days. Reeves knelt on the ground and pondered. What is the meaning of that piece of clothing? Why does the chief priest care so much? The chief priest left the meeting room with a gloomy face and returned to his office. He picked up a pen and started writing a letter. After writing the letter, he called a deacon. Send this to the Saintess of Bayfone City. You must hand it over to her personally. No one is allowed to see it before then. After sending the letter, the high priest sat on the chair with a gloomy face, covering his bald head with both hands. There were very subtle and inconspicuous burn marks on his bald head. Early the next morning, new wanted notices were posted on the streets and alleys of Leon City. This notice was posted in the most conspicuous place on the notice board. There was a man in a black robe on the notice. This man's face was very scary, like a devil from hell, and this man's name was very consistent with his image. Evil-faced man. On the same morning, Horn, who had just woken up, was happily drinking soup and eating the buns made by old Douglas. As he was eating happily, he saw Enoch running over in a hurry with a notice, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't. Guess what I saw? Enoch said with a suspenseful tone. Not interested. Horn, who hadn't slept for several days, had a good sleep yesterday and was still not very awake. Ha, that's it. Enoch opened the bald notice in front of Horn. Oh, a wanted notice to catch a thief. Wait, who is the picture on it? Looks familiar. Puff. Horn sprayed all the soup in his mouth on the notice. What is the picture on it? And does this name mean that I am ugly? Old Douglas strolled over, and Enoch quickly put away the notice and sat down to eat. Enoch didn't know that old Douglas was also a wild witch. He just thought that old Douglas was a kind-hearted old carpenter who adopted Horn. So I didn't dare to let him see the notice. That new kid, you come to help me. You can't eat and drink for free in my house. Old Douglas shouted to Enoch, and then said to Horn, Aunt Metz's son was slightly injured. Aunt Metz can't come today. You help look after the store. Okay, teacher. Horn ignored Enoch's pleading eyes and agreed. Douglas Carpenter Shop has its own shop. This shop sells only some simple wooden tools, or children's toys made of wood. These things are collected from carpenters in the countryside, and each item only costs a few copper coins. Douglas only added a copper coin to the price of goods and sold them. Because it was cheap, his business was good, but after paying Aunt Metz and the boy who was responsible for collecting goods 20 copper coins a day, he actually didn't make much money. When business was bad, he would even lose money. The purpose of old Douglas opening this shop was to take care of fellow carpenters in the countryside, not to make money. The real money of Douglas Carpentry's shop was to make high-end wooden furniture. Old Douglas's craftsmanship was very famous throughout the city of Leon. Even the mayor sometimes asked old Douglas to make furniture. Horn, who replaced Aunt Metz to watch the store, sat on a stool in the store and looked through his notes. He frowned and pondered from time to time with a pen in his hand. The free time during the day was very rare, so Horn used this time to organize his notes. The highest level of magic he could master now was the 3rd level magic. He only knew a big fireball spell in the 3rd level magic. The 2nd level magic included water mist, arc and small fireball. The 1st level magic mastered small flames, lightning touch and water flow. It's not that his upper limit is these, but that old Douglas only taught him these. Apart from Douglas, he has no other way to obtain spells. When Enoch can see the magic circle of his illusion clearly, he will surely be able to add another spell that can play a big role. Hey, what are you looking at? Just when Horn was absorbed in his research, a crisp voice sounded in his ears. Horn was startled and looked up quickly. It turned out that a little girl about 10 years old was tiptoeing and reading Horn's notes. Horn breathed a sigh of relief and closed his notes in a cold sweat. His notes contained a lot of outrageous content. Fortunately, it was a little girl. If it was a priest, he might have been exposed. The life in the past few days made Horn a little careless. But now the question is, how did a little girl hide from Horn's perception? Chapter 10. The girl's long hair was tied into 2 ponytails. The color was eye-catching red, and her big eyes blinked and looked very cute. Nothing. Horn said vaguely. He couldn't say that his brother was a wild witch. The notebook contained forbidden knowledge that could improve the fighting power of wild witches. If the church found it, they would be beheaded. Arya, be polite and don't ask for other people's things. Horn's hair stood on end. Why is there another man's voice? My perception is clearly fully open. Horn looked up quickly and saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of him without any disguise. But in Horn's perception, this man did not exist at all. The man was wearing black scale armor and carrying a dark white strange giant sword on his back that was almost as tall as Horn. How did this man hide from his perception? Horn dared to read his notes in the carpenter's shop because he was confident that anyone who approached the carpenter's shop would be discovered by him, and he had enough time to put away the notes. But he didn't notice any of these 2 people. Horn suddenly felt a little frustrated with his perception. Is this the carpenter's shop? The man asked Horn. His voice was clear and loud, and he seemed very confident when he spoke. Yes, this is Douglas Carpenter's shop. May I ask if you have any needs? Horn took a few deep breaths to adjust his mood, thinking that as long as they didn't cause trouble, he would treat them as normal customers. Ask your carpenter to help me make a wooden sword for Arya. According to her body shape, any style is fine. The money won't be bad for you. The man pointed at the little Arya, who was about 1 meter tall. Ilya, didn't you say you would buy me a sword? Arya glared at Ilya and said angrily, why did you make me a wooden sword? A wooden sword is also a sword, Ilya said, as a matter of course. Wow, you big liar. Arya pounced on Ilya, revealing her slightly sharp fangs, and was about to bite his face. Ilya waved his hand slightly, and Arya had no chance to take advantage. Arya, who found that she couldn't bite it, jumped down angrily, folded her hands in front of her chest, turned her head away, and stopped looking at Elijah. Wooden sword, I make it for you. A wooden sword doesn't need to bother old Douglas. Horn can make it himself. Are you a carpenter? Elijah asked Horn in surprise. Why, don't you look like one? Horn asked Elijah back. Not like one, you look like a scholar when you read with glasses. Elijah said very sincerely. He didn't lie. Although Horn had been a carpenter beside old Douglas for nearly 10 years, his temperament was like a scholar. Horn found a thick oak board, took a rough look at it, and started to work. Are you an adventurer? While he was cutting the wood with a knife, Horn asked Ilya curiously. I'm a bounty hunter. Ilya smiled proudly and said, a good one. There are no powerful monsters near Leon City for you to hunt. This guy is a master, but the area near Leon City is the quietest. Apart from Horn, no one should cause trouble recently. My secondary target is a wizard. I heard that he seems to be in this area. Ilya paused, as if waiting for Horn's question. What about the main target? Seeing that Ilya didn't say anything for a while, Horn asked. Ilya put his head in front of Horn and whispered, Brother, have you heard about it? There is a powerful wizard named Magician who was last seen here. My main target is him. Magician. This guy is here to see Teacher Douglas. Horn's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it, trying not to show any abnormality. But the change in Horn's expression at that moment did not hide from Elijah. Why, brother? Do you know anything about magicians? No, I just heard about it. How can a little carpenter like me know about such dangerous people? Horn's cold sweat that had just dried up on his back suddenly covered his entire back again. The person in front of him was too sensitive. Oh, I see. Ilya did not ask further, but stood aside and stroked his chin to watch Horn work. Horn secretly exhaled. It was just a wooden sword for children to play with. Horn had been doing carpentry work for a long time. It didn't take long to make it. He handed the finished wooden sword to the little girl. Arya looked dissatisfied and refused to take it. Humph, I want a real sword. You see? Seeing that Arya refused to take the sword, Horn looked at Ilya in embarrassment. Arya, I worked hard to make this for you, take it. Ilya said to Arya in a slightly stern tone. Arya finally took the wooden sword reluctantly. Seeing Arya take the wooden sword, Elijah said to Horn, Brother, how much do you want for this wooden sword? Just give me 5 copper coins. It's not difficult to make. Horn now wanted this guy to leave quickly. He felt that he might be exposed at any time. After hearing the price, Elijah took out 5 copper coins from his pocket and motioned Horn to take it. Horn reached out to take the money and Elijah put the money in Horn's hand, but he did not take his hand back, but took Horn's hand. Horn pulled back, but didn't pull it back. Elijah held it tightly. "Brother, I think something is wrong with you. You are not a wizard." Elijah held Horn's hand tightly, and said to him with a smile. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. He believed that Horn was a dangerous person. "We have been discovered, then we can't let them go out." Horn acted decisively. After reciting the spell, he used the hand held by Elijah to release the touch of lightning. The light blue light was released from Horn's palm. The current that was enough to electrocute an adult man instantly flowed through Elijah's body, and crackling electric sparks lit up on his body. Elijah's face showed a deep intoxication, and he twisted a few times with the electric current. Oh, it's so comfortable, and a little numb." A few more times. "Brother, are you a lightning wizard?" Elijah moaned comfortably. Not only did the one-ring magic have no effect on Elijah, but it also made him feel very comfortable. Horn saw that the touch of lightning didn't work, so he didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly took out the walnut staff in his arms and chanted more advanced magic. But Elijah didn't give Horn this opportunity. His fist swung out a residual image and hit Horn's stomach. Horn felt a sharp pain spreading from the abdomen to the whole body before he could see Elijah's movements clearly. There was a trace of strange energy in the pain that made Horn unable to move. Horn fell to the ground in pain and coughed painfully. Elijah went around behind Horn and kicked him with his big foot, kicking Horn to the ground with his 5 bodies on the ground. Then he stepped on Horn's back with 1 foot, lowered his head, and looked at Horn mockingly, like looking at a dog. Chapter 11. Ilya stepped on Horn, took out a metal water bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and slowly poured a little on Horn's head. The water poured out from the metal bottle was crystal clear and extremely pure, with a hint of pure white light. This water is holy water, which came from the Holy Light Church in the Western continent. It has a restraining effect on all evil creatures. It is not very effective against powerful evil creatures, but there will still be a reaction. In Ilya's opinion, the strength of the Holy Light Church is so powerful that it is terrifying, but it is really strange that it only occupies the Western continent, which is only half the size of the Eastern continent, and no longer expands. The holy water flowed down Horn's hair to his cheeks. Every piece of skin soaked by the holy water exuded coolness, and the cheeks that were reddened by the high temperature the day before recovered. If it were a different scene, Horn might moan comfortably, but now Horn has no time to experience the beauty of washing his face with holy water. All he feels is humiliation. "Tisk, it's a wild witch. So embarrassing, I actually made a mistake." Seeing that the holy water was poured on Horn's head without any reaction, Elijah spat and said. He scratched his head and tightened the bottle cap, holding the little girl's hand and leaving. After a few steps, he felt something was wrong and looked at Horn lying on the ground. He fumbled in his pocket for a while, took out a gold coin, and threw it next to Horn's head. "My fist hit hard. Let's find a doctor to treat it," Ilya said, and walked out of the store with the little girl without looking back. Ilya, why don't you catch that little brother and exchange him for small coins?" the little girl said, holding Ilya's hand with one hand and waving the wooden sword with the other hand. "No need, the wild witches are quite pitiful, and they are not worth much," Ilya said casually. Horn, who was lying on the ground, was relieved to hear this, but a nameless anger rose. "Am I not worth your arrest, Ilya? I remember this name. It has been 2 days since Ilya injured Horn. Horn can finally get out of bed and walk, but he will feel a dull pain in his abdomen if he moves a little." Enoch once shouted that he wanted to seek revenge on this guy, but was stopped by Horn. Not to mention that he didn't even have the opportunity to chant spells when facing Ilya. The pervert showed a comfortable expression when facing the first ring of magic. What was Enoch going to do? To die? After Horn could walk, he came to Douglas' room. "Teacher, don't you ask who hurt me?" Horn was a little sad about Douglas' attitude. He didn't care about his injury. "I just hurt you, didn't kill you, didn't report you, so I shouldn't have much malice towards you and wouldn't threaten you. So what's there to ask? If there's something important, won't you tell me if I don't ask?" Douglas said calmly. While talking, Douglas was still carving something in his hand. Now it looked like a stick. Could it be a walking stick made for some noble lord? The man who hurt me was a man named Elijah. He said he was a bounty hunter, and his target was the magician. As Douglas said, even if he didn't ask, Horn would tell him. Oh, the boy from the Algernon family. He should be grown up now. Douglas pushed his reading glasses and laughed. "What, do you know him?" Horn was very surprised. "I met him once when he was a child." Douglas smiled and continued to carve. He seemed to be doing delicate work. "What's next? What happened that made him come to arrest you now?" Horn asked curiously. He was very interested in all of Douglas' deeds. "What's next?" That's all. Douglas smiled. Forget it. I won't ask. You won't tell me even if I ask. Horn left Douglas' room disappointed. He thought he would hear some gossip. Although Douglas didn't say anything, if he just wanted to understand this person, Horn still had a way. This person's target was his beloved teacher. He couldn't do nothing. At least, he had to understand this opponent. Horn entrusted Enoch to do some work for him, leaving Enoch with a sad face, and bought gifts to come to Aunt Metz's house. Aunt Metz's son Locke was also a bounty hunter. He was injured a few days ago, and was recuperating at home. Horn knocked on the door, and a strong man with messy hair pushed the door open with a cane and walked out. His figure was almost very similar to Aunt Metz, and he was worthy of being Aunt Metz's son. Brother Locke, I'm here to see you. Horn handed the bought gift to Locke. Why are you so polite, kid? Come in. Locke and Horn walked into the house together. Locke poured Horn a glass of water. Horn held the glass and asked Locke, Brother Locke, how did you get injured? Hey, don't mention it. Locke sat down and started talking. A few days ago, we received a bounty, saying that a monster appeared in the northern district of Lynn City. A large group of us went there. We searched for several days before we found a monster. It was not very strong. We killed it in one go. When Horn was about to compliment Locke on killing the monster, he found that Locke didn't have a trace of pride on his face. He said angrily, What's annoying is that the monster disappeared after it died. Without the body, the client didn't admit that we killed the monster, so we got angry and fought with him. I injured my knee in the chaos, so I went home to rest. Horn's forehead was full of black lines. It seems that you were not injured by the monster, but the injury was caused by fighting with the employer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Locke, Horn finally got to the point. Brother Locke, can I ask you about someone? Sure, go ahead. Locke said to Horn generously. Do you know a man named Elijah? He wears black leather armor and carries a big sword that is almost as tall as me on his back. Horn described this man in front of Locke according to his memory. Oh, you are talking about the dragon slayer Elijah. That guy is amazing. He is a level 6 warrior. It is said that he killed a dragon alone and used dragon skin and dragon horns to make his armor and weapons. He is a great hero among our bounty hunters. By the way, how did you think of asking him? Locke said without thinking. I saw him in Leon City recently, and I was curious, so I came to ask you. Horn said to Locke. By the way, Brother Locke, since he is such a high-level bounty hunter, won't it be troublesome if you tell me about his situation? Locke did not doubt him, and laughed and said, What does it matter? You can ask any bounty hunter about that guy's information. There is nothing shameful about it. After getting the information they wanted, Horn and Locke exchanged pleasantries for a while, before leaving Aunt Metz's house. Horn felt heavy in his heart after leaving Locke's house. If he was level 6, he was a real big shot. You know, the chief priest of a city is usually only a level 5 priest. It would be even more difficult to get back at him. Chapter 12. After learning about Elijah's fighting power from Locke, Horn no longer insisted on looking for trouble with him. After all, he could never beat the guy. He told old Douglas that Elijah was a level 6 warrior, but in return, all he got was a slight smile on Douglas's old face. He didn't realize that a level 6 big man was chasing him, but since old Douglas himself was not in a hurry, Horn no longer bothered about this person. His target was the magician, and the teacher hadn't fought for more than 10 years. It would be strange if he could find the teacher. Days passed by, and the evil-faced man incident that was widely spread in the city a few days ago was no longer a hot topic in the hearts of the people in Leon City. People still lived their lives as usual, and the arrival of the big man Elijah Odjuin did not bring any changes to this small town. These days, Horn worked with Douglas during the day as usual, and practiced magic with Enoch at night. After a few days of careful practice, Enoch's magic sea was finally stable. Perhaps it was because Enoch was stimulated by the pursuit of the north wind god Culpafor, and now Enoch practiced very hard. Seeing that his sea of magic power was stable, Horn taught Enoch the spells and magic circles of the 3 first-ring magics he mastered. Enoch tried them one by one, and finally found that the magic circles of the first-ring spells of fire and lightning could not be condensed in his sea of consciousness. Only the water flow spell of the water system had a slight sign of success. Enoch was very enthusiastic about learning new spells. He even wanted to close his eyes and meditate for a while when eating. Naturally, he was no exception when working during the day. He always wanted to find ways to be lazy. Unfortunately, it was just a dream for him to find an opportunity to practice when he was working, because old Douglas would never give him this opportunity. Enoch had no chance to be lazy. He had tried to cast illusions on old Douglas to make him work and practice by himself. But every time he was easily resolved by old Douglas. This was the first time he realized that old Douglas was not a simple person. The peaceful days did not last long. Something happened again in Lean City. Recently, there were often weak monsters making trouble in the North District. These monsters were not powerful, but annoying enough, and they also posed a great threat to ordinary people. At first, they only relied on bounty hunters to encircle and suppress them, but these monsters would not leave corpses after death, which caused many disputes between employers and hunters, and even if these monsters were killed, new monsters would appear soon. The helpless Lord Leon could only ask the church for help. The North Wind God Church would certainly not sit idly by. This is their parish. As long as there is no problem with their brains, they will not let monsters run rampant in the city. However, the North Wind God Church, which has always been invincible, suffered its second defeat this year at the hands of these monsters. The first defeat was of course caused by Horn and Enoch. The problem they faced was the same as those bounty hunters. These monsters were not strong, and a well-trained North Wind Knight could easily deal with them, but they could not stand the fact that these monsters would randomly appear in a place in the Northern District after a period of time. The place where it appears is random, and it disappears after being killed. Then, a different one will appear out of thin air after a while. How can people deal with this? The people of the North Wind God cult have encountered a tough bone to chew. The entire North District has been invaded by monsters in many places. It can't be hidden from people. Now the whole city knows that there are monsters in the North District. It has replaced the evil-faced man and has become a new topic of conversation for Grandpa and Aunt after dinner. Here, Enoch and Horn are eating dinner. Enoch wolfed down his food and didn't leave the table. He sat on the edge of the chair and started meditating. Horn was still eating slowly. He didn't like to eat too quickly and always chewed slowly, so he was the last to finish every meal, and he was also the one who washed the dishes after every meal. The rule of the carpenter's shop is that whoever finishes the meal last washes the dishes, and Horn has never won this for more than 10 years. Suddenly, a dark little head popped out from the door. It was a child with a bald head. His little eyes stared at the food in Horn's hand with saliva, and he looked very hungry. Why are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? With Horn's keen perception, he naturally noticed that someone had climbed into the yard, so he was not too surprised by the appearance of this child. Under the rule of the North Wind God, the city is naturally a scene of prosperity for the people. However, if you walk around the slums of Leon City in the countryside, without looking at the false prosperity whitewashed by the nobles and the church, you will find that there are many people who can't eat. This is also the reason why old Douglas opened a carpenter's shop to take care of the carpenters in the countryside. No matter how much he helps, at least he has done his best. Horn poured a bowl of porridge and picked up a steamed bun and handed it to the child. He was lying on his side at the door, with only his upper body exposed. He was too weak to stand up. His pitiful appearance made Horn feel soft-hearted. Here, eat and go. Next time, don't go rummaging around in other people's yards. If you meet someone with a bad temper, a beating is the least of your worries. Horn pushed his round glasses and smiled kindly at the child. I'm hungry. The child didn't take Horn's food, but stared at him. If you're hungry, eat. I won't beat you. Horn passed the food forward again. Okay, thank you. You're such a good person. I eat. The child's eyes turned red, and the sides of his cheeks split open, turning into a terrifying bloody mouth. As the movement became bigger, his lower body was exposed. The upper body of a normal human child was connected to a caterpillar body as thick as an adult, and it was 2 meters long. The monster pounced on Horn ferociously, and Horn, who was caught off guard, was directly pounced on by the monster. The monster bit Horn randomly, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Enoch, you are too cruel, it's still a child. Horn covered his face, and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It was too cruel. Which normal child would be so hungry that he wanted to eat people? You are still too kind. Enoch kicked the monster's fat belly viciously, and some green juice splashed from the caterpillar's body on Enoch's legs. The disgusted Enoch kept shaking his legs. The monster was kicked, and was very dissatisfied with being disturbed from eating. He roared and turned his head to look, but saw nothing, so he turned his head, and continued to bite Horn, who was lying on the ground and bleeding. It's a pity that the monster couldn't see that the blood under it was not Horn, but a huge 1-meter-long iron saw used to saw wood. The blood on the iron saw was not Horn's, but the monster's own mouth. Its mouth was now full of wounds from the iron saw, but it was still unaware. Chapter 13. It turned out that Horn had discovered this monster as early as when it approached the yard. Even though its life force was not high, Horn still asked Enoch to cast an illusion on the monster just in case. The monster has been in Enoch's illusion. Originally, Enoch estimated that the severe pain of gnawing on the iron saw would be enough to wake it up, but the monster was still addicted to it. I don't know whether its pain nerves are very weak or its amazing feeding instinct covers up this pain. It seems that eating is more important than anything else for this monster. Watching the monster biting the iron saw fiercely, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, Horn's face was filled with both pity and disgust. Pity was because the monster was indeed a little miserable now, and disgust was because such a monster had no value at all. It was better for it to die soon. It is conceivable what kind of tragedy would have happened if it had not entered Douglas's carpenter's shop, but an ordinary family. A ray of fire lit up at Horn's fingertips, releasing a ring of fire magic flame. He wanted to let this monster leave the world earlier. In Horn's view, biting the iron saw was also a punishment. As for why he did not use his favorite lightning touch to hit the monster, Horn said that it was better not to touch the caterpillar's body. The small flame slowly floated to the monster's body, and as soon as it touched the monster, it spread directly to the whole body like gasoline. The monster wailed in the flames. Although he had now escaped from the illusion, he had no time to care about those things now. The monster only had time to struggle a few times before being burned to charcoal by the flames. His vitality was even worse than that of a normal adult man. A ring of magic would not end so quickly even if it killed an ordinary person, but this monster that looked very ferocious died so quickly. Wow, this monster is quite weak. This is the first time I have seen such a weak monster, Enoch said disdainfully. Usually, something that grows into such a strange shape must be a first-level monster, but this thing looks like it can be easily dealt with by 2 or 3 well-trained farmers. Just when Enoch finished talking about this monster with a contemptuous tone, the monster that had been burned and unable to move actually became transparent, and the monster's blood that was splashed all over the ground also became transparent. In just a few breaths, the monster disappeared. The relaxed expression on Horn's face became strange, a little solemn, and a little unbelievable. Isn't this disappearance the same as what Brother Locke said when he went to Aunt Metz's house a few days ago? Doesn't this kind of thing only appear in the North District? Now the monster has begun to appear in the West District? Enoch, do you feel it? Horn poked Enoch's arm with his finger and said, "Feel what? But now that you mention it, I think the energy fluctuations when this monster disappeared are a bit strange, just like..." Enoch carefully organized his words to describe this feeling. "Just like the magic fluctuations when you and I cast magic," Horn said affirmatively. "It's impossible. Is there still a wild witch like you and me in Leon City? There are not many wild witches who can cast spells." Enoch showed an unbelievable expression. "It's unlikely that you are a wild witch who can cast spells. The knowledge you have learned is unique," Horn said firmly. In Horn's mind, there can't be another person like old Douglas in this world. Maybe it's just the confused period when the talent awakens. You have also experienced this period of time. When I awakened, I just made the people around me have some small hallucinations, and the monsters appearing all over the city don't look like the appearance of a wild witch awakening. Enoch felt even more incredible. The period of confusion is a period that every wild witch will inevitably go through. During this stage, the wild witch will constantly release small tricks that can withstand the limit of the body. In Douglas' words, the human body that has just become a wild witch is not yet accustomed to the feeling of magic in the body, so there will be a period of confusion, and when the body adapts to the magic, this phenomenon will no longer occur. It's still possible, but maybe this guy has an extremely strong talent. Horn thought for a while and said, "Strong talent?" After hearing this, Enoch laughed and said to Horn, "Horn, how about we get him as a companion? Well, this guy has become the focus of Leon City now. Isn't it dangerous for us to go? And we don't even know what kind of person this person is. What if he is a hopeless bastard?" Horn looked at Enoch in surprise. "You are still looking forward to finding new companions all day long. Why are you hesitating when you meet someone who could really become your companion? Besides, if that person is not a good guy, just kill him directly. Do you think such a thing can pose a threat to us?" Enoch said carelessly. "He is stronger now than before, and he is a little arrogant after killing 2 black-clothed butlers last time. You make sense. Then let's go to North Street tonight. Anyway, with your current illusion and me, as long as we don't run into the chief priest or more than 2 white-clothed butlers, we can escape unscathed." Horn weighed the pros and cons, and decided to listen to Enoch. He was still looking forward to expanding his Wild Witch team. "Haha, then it's time for the famous evil-faced man to come out tonight," Enoch said to Horn with a smirk on his face. "Fuck you, evil-faced man. You will have to wash the dishes today." After seeing the giant caterpillar, Horn lost his appetite and left the restaurant directly. Enoch made a sad face and said in a long tone, "You can't do this to me." Horn left Enoch's sight as if he hadn't heard him, with a smile on his lips. It was comfortable not to have to wash dishes. The sun slowly set, and the white moon climbed up to the sky. The night in Leon City was very quiet. This time, Horn only put on a robe and covered his face with a piece of black cloth. He didn't want to wrap his face with cloth strips and be called the evil-faced man. Enoch didn't know where he got a black robe similar to Horn's robe and put it on. When the two stood together, people who didn't know would think that these two were not good people. What kind of good people would both wear black robes without showing their faces and run around in the middle of the night? "Enoch, where did you get this robe?" Horn felt that Enoch's outfit made him a little embarrassed. It was made to order at the Walker Company in the North District. As a businessman, everything is easy to talk about after paying. "How about it? Does it match your outfit?" Enoch turned around in front of Horn and said, "You make this style of clothes, aren't you afraid of being regarded as an accomplice of the evil-faced man? Are you not afraid of being identified by the people of Walker Company in the future?" Horn felt that Enoch must have lost his mind to go out and order such an important piece of clothing. "I am an accomplice of the evil-faced man," Enoch said with a smirk, "and he doesn't know my true face." Chapter 14. Horn had seen Enoch's face-changing skills before, and he couldn't even recognize them, let alone ordinary people. After everything was ready and everything was confirmed, the two set off. Enoch first used an illusion to cover the two people's figures. They had to ensure their own safety first, and then find this mysterious newcomer. The back door of Douglas's carpenter's shop was very hidden, and no one noticed Horn going in and out every night. However, Enoch was right next to him, so it was good to use an illusion to cover it up for safety. The monster first appeared in the North District, and most monsters were also found in the North District, so it is not surprising that this mysterious spellcaster is also in the North District. When visiting Locke to get information, Locke told Horn that the place where the monster first appeared was the rich area in the North District, where most merchants lived. According to the place where the monster appeared, a range can be roughly demarcated, which is not very large for Horn and Enoch. The perception of an ordinary wild witch alone is stronger than that of an ordinary first-level priest, not to mention a first-level wild witch like Enoch, and Horn's perception ability is even better than Enoch. It was late at night, a good time to do something that was inconvenient for others to know, and the two quickly reached the predetermined range. Usually at this time, the streets were empty, and the high-ranking clergy would not walk around at night, but today the North District of Leon City was on high alert. Recently monsters have appeared more frequently, and every household has closed their doors and windows, fearing that the blood-sucking monsters will break into their homes and kill people wantonly. All the Northwind Knights of the entire Northwind Church were dispatched. They formed a team of 5 to patrol the North District. Thanks to them, although monsters still appeared as usual, the security in the North District was much better. The Northwind Knights, who often passed by, were a great deterrent to those weak monsters and petty thieves, but for Horn and the others, it was just an illusion, and they could walk freely in the net of the Northwind Knights. As long as there was no strange accident like the one that happened to Enoch last time, they would never be discovered by these tin cans. The two of them wandered around the North District as if they were in an empty place. They came here confidently to find the spellcaster, and firmly believed that they could catch the enemy immediately. But reality gave them a blow. 2 full hours, the two of them walked 5 circles in the predemarcated area, but did not find a suspicious person. Enoch, tired of walking, found a relatively clean stone on the street to sit down. He was tired. He was a noble wizard, not a muscle man, and he would get tired after walking for a long time. What should I do? This guy is hiding very deep. It seems that it will be useless to walk around tonight. How come they didn't get discovered by the Temple of the North Wind after causing so many problems if they didn't hide well enough? Horn suddenly had an idea. Enoch, the monster at noon also had magic fluctuations when it disappeared, right? Yes, is there any problem? Enoch asked Horn doubtfully. Wild witches usually only leave magic fluctuations when they cast spells or deliberately leave traces. Could this be the case with the person we are looking for? Can we track him only when he casts spells? If it's really the situation you said, then should we just wait like this? Enoch tilted his head and asked Horn. Just wait. Anyway, we don't have anything to do. We can wait here for a few hours every night. There should be results after 3 or 5 days. After all, monsters are appearing more and more frequently. Horn climbed onto the roof of the building in the center of the designated area and waited quietly. The Walker family is a medium-sized merchant family in the northern district of Lean City. They mainly run the clothing and fabric business. They own the largest clothing store in Lean City and donate a lot of money to the church every year to maintain their status in Lean City. The status of nobles in Ceylon is not as high as that of nobles in the Middle Ages on Earth. Although nobles are still nobler than ordinary people and have more rights, they will still be punished if they violate the laws of the church, and noble witches will still be burned to death. The only one who is truly high and mighty is the church that controls power. Nobles are just stewards, who look after the territory for the church. The Walker family has no interest in becoming nobles. As long as they have money, and are cared for by the church, they will live a more comfortable and dignified life than nobles. However, the patriarch of the Walker family, Al Walker, has been a little worried in recent days. First, the serious monster incident in the North District has had a great impact on his business. And some of his workers have been injured by monsters. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Al always feels that the number of monsters appearing near his home seems to be slightly higher than other places. Second, his beloved daughter, Annie Walker, has been unhappy recently. She is always depressed and has bloodshot eyes. He is a little distressed that he has only this one daughter. This evening, he invited a black-robed deacon from the church to come and see if his daughter was possessed by evil spirits or something, and to see if it was possible to sell his daughter to this deacon. He invited the black-robed deacon Joseph, who had a very high status in the church of Leon City. He was already a second-level priest and was not qualified to be a white-robed deacon, but his status was at the forefront among all the black-robed deacons. Such a big shot came to see his daughter, which gave him enough face, so he had to treat him well. Deacon Joseph was responsible for checking monsters in the North District during the day and had no time to come, so we agreed to come around 7 o'clock tonight. Annie has been feeling terrible recently. She has always been the apple of her father's eye and a famous beautiful girl in the North District of Leon City. If she followed her usual schedule, she should be playing outside secretly, or pretending to be her father's good baby, and being a lady of a merchant family. However, she has lost interest in all this these days, because she went out to play without telling her father a few days ago, and was accidentally blocked in a corner by a gangster. Just as she was about to use the Walker family's self-defense skills and shout loudly, for some reason, she recited a very awkward sentence. Annie had never read that sentence, and she didn't want to recite it, but she couldn't control herself. The moment she finished reading that sentence, a gap appeared in the void. Two hideous monsters crawled out of the gap. One of these two monsters had a human body with an insect head, and the other had a bull head with a centipede tail. Annie almost screamed. The two monsters looked ferocious and ugly, but their fighting power was unexpectedly low. The gangster stabbed one to death with a dagger, and the other one bit the gangster to death. After the monster killed the gangster, it turned back and stared at her fiercely for a while, as if it wanted to tear her apart, but for some reason the monster did not attack her, but ran away. As the daughter of a not-so-peaceful merchant family, she was not a rich lady who could do nothing without a man. This can be seen from the fact that she often went out to play without telling her family. Although she had not experienced any setbacks, the experience of going out to play often made her calm down quickly, and did not tell others about the monster. Because she knew that this monster was brought by her. If the church knew about it, she would definitely be burned as a witch. The church never showed mercy to wild witches. Chapter 15. After that day, Anne never left home again. She naively thought that if she stayed at home, such things would not happen again. She secretly went home and pretended that nothing had happened and continued her life as usual, but the nightmare did not end. She lived peacefully for a few days. After she put her mind at ease, she recited the spell again. Similarly, a monster appeared this time. After that, every few days, she would recite the spell involuntarily, even if she herself didn't want to. What made her even more desperate was that she chanted the spell more and more frequently. Every time she saw those monsters looking at her like food and finally reluctant to leave, she would hear rumors of monsters appearing somewhere again. She knew that she was the culprit for the monsters in the North District, but she would not be stupid enough to surrender to the church and be burned to death. She was unwilling to die like this. In the morning, her father told her that he would ask the black-clad butler of the church to treat her. She must be prepared and not let the black-clad butler find out. "Come on, Annie, you can do it." Annie patted her cheeks and said to herself, "Annie, come and meet the deacon." Al Walker's voice came from the living room. "Okay, I'm coming." Annie mustered up the courage to walk to the living room. Her face was haggard and her eyes were bloodshot, but she still dressed up deliberately, so that the deacon would not notice anything unusual. "Miss Annie is so beautiful." Joseph's eyes lit up when he saw the haggard Annie. This kind of girl was just what he wanted. "Thank you for the compliment, deacon." Al said compliments, but his face was full of pride. It would be great if the deacon could like in. This deacon has a promising future, and will become a white-robed deacon one day. Then the rise of the Walker family is just around the corner. Annie had a shy look on her face, but cursed in her heart. The look in the eyes of Deacon Joseph was really disgusting, and it seemed that her father wanted to match her with this guy who she just met for the first time. How could that be possible? Deacon Joseph smiled and observed and for a long time, then pretended to pray and threw a small ball of green whirlwind at Anne. Annie was so scared that she almost jumped up and her little face turned pale instantly. Fortunately, her face was already very haggard, otherwise Joseph would definitely notice something strange. This magic is practiced by all the major religions on the continent. It detects the magic energy in the body of the detected person. If there is a small amount of magic energy, it means that the person is under the influence of a wizard. If the magic energy content is large, it means that the person is a wizard. As for non-church members, they can only buy holy water from the Holy Light Church at a high price. After confirming that Anne is not a wizard, and there is no trace of magic energy on her body, Joseph determined that it was not a big deal. Miss Anne might be just because she had encountered something sad recently. Joseph smiled at Al obscenely and said, "Mr. Al, your daughter's body has not been affected by supernatural forces, so you can rest assured, but Miss Anne's condition may be related to her room. Can I go with Miss Anne to take a look?" Al shouted that it was no problem. Clergymen should be rigorous in their work. After arriving at Anne's room, Joseph said to Al, "Miss Anne and I will go in here together. You don't have to follow us." Al was slightly stunned. Is this Deacon Joseph so impatient? But it doesn't matter, Al had the same idea anyway. Al winked at Annie for a while, then left with a smile. Annie looked at her father for help, but unfortunately her father ignored her, and even left directly. Her father's look made Annie feel a little chilled. She always thought her father loved her the most, but now he was selling herself to this guy? Joseph closed the door, showed a lewd smile, and rushed towards Annie. He had already discovered through observation that this girl might not think much of him, but his father was absolutely supportive of his behavior, so he didn't care. Seeing Joseph rushing towards her, Anne was determined that she would never be defiled by him. She began to resist and pulled out a dagger and put it across her neck. She would rather die than surrender. But her resistance was nothing in front of the second-level priest. Joseph waved his hand casually, and Anne's dagger flew out. In front of Joseph, she was like a lamb under a lion, without any resistance. The fragile resistance strengthened Joseph's desire. After a few moves, Joseph restrained and made her unable to move. He began to take off Anne's clothes. In desperation, Anne was controlled and recited a spell. Two ferocious monsters appeared in front of Joseph from the void and bit Joseph fiercely. Unfortunately, Joseph was a second-level priest. It was difficult for these two monsters to defeat ordinary people, let alone Joseph. Joseph put his hands together and separated them again. His hands were already wrapped with a pillar of strong wind. Second-level magic, Sword of the North Wind. Joseph swung his sword twice, and the two strange-looking monsters were cut into pieces by Joseph's Sword of the North Wind. The speed was so fast that there was no time to describe their appearance. The two monsters were killed in a moment, but Annie did not stop. Under Joseph's stimulation, she entered the final stage of the confused period and kept casting spells until her magic power was exhausted, and summoned monsters. Joseph killed them, and the two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, after summoning 17 or 18 monsters, Anne's magic power was exhausted. She sat there without any strength, waiting for the cruel end that could be imagined. Hee, the monster commotion that kept us busy for so many days was caused by you. A bitch. You are really lucky. If I didn't suddenly want to have sex with you, it wouldn't take so long. Joseph laughed wildly, thinking that he had really picked up a big fish. The culprit, who had kept the church busy for a while, was actually discovered by him. And sat there in silence. She didn't even have the energy to speak. Every wild witch's confused period after awakening is to release a large number of small tricks until the magic power is exhausted, but the damage caused by most wild witches during the confused period is too light to be discovered. Anyway, you are destined to die. Let the master have a good time before you die, haha. Joseph rubbed his hands at, and with a lewd smile on his face. It's better for you to die before you have a good time. A clear male voice suddenly sounded in Joseph's ears. Joseph jumped up in fright. Who was talking? He turned his head and saw a figure in a black robe. Under the hood were densely packed curse instruments. It was the evil-faced man. You. Joseph's mouth was knotted. He was present when the evil-faced man and Deacon Reeves fought before, and he knew that he was like a chicken in front of this man. He quickly regained his composure and ran away. Joseph was the deacon of the North Wind God, and was confident that he was faster than the evil-faced man. He gathered all his divine power on his feet, and ran as fast as a gust of wind. Joseph ran farther and farther, and when he looked back, the scary evil-faced man did not catch up with him, but when he turned around, he saw an incredible scene. There was another evil-faced man in front of him. Wait, this evil-faced man did not have a cursed instrument on his face. Fake! Get out of the way, you bastard, don't block my way. Seeing that it was a fake evil-faced man, Joseph became bolder and yelled at Horn, who was standing in front of him. But he didn't know that the person standing in front of him was Horn, the real evil-faced man. The one who was standing behind him and talking was the illusion created by Enoch. Horn would not move aside, nor would he let this deacon leave here alive. Pull out the staff, chant the spell, condense the fireball, wave your arms, fireball spell, launch. Joseph had no time to think. He was not Reeves. Reeves could dodge Horn's spell, but he could only be beaten. He couldn't even use the power of the North Wind to defend himself. The fireball, carrying amazing heat, hit Joseph's waist directly, exploded, and the flames splashed and set off a blast of hot wind pressure. Joseph, in the center of the flames, had already turned into a charred corpse. Horn stepped over the corpse on the ground and came to Enoch's side. He looked at Annie, who had fainted, and said to Enoch, "Carry her and take her away. We can't stay here any longer." "Why should I carry her?" Enoch stared at Horn. "Who is stronger between the two of us?" Horn turned his head to look at Enoch. "Ha ha ha, of course it's me." Enoch laughed. "You are stronger, so of course you should carry her," Horn said with a sly smile. "There's no reason for a strong man." Enoch wanted to make a final struggle. Horn simply waved his hand to end the debate. "Okay, don't waste time. My big fireball will make a lot of noise. The people from the North Wind God Church will be here soon." Helplessly, Enoch could only carry the immobile Annie on his back and follow Horn to leave here, returning to Douglas Carpenter's shop in the moonlight. The people from the North Wind Church, who hurried over, found nothing except a charred corpse. Horn and Enoch didn't know that there was someone following them the whole time. They were so sensitive that they had never noticed someone. He was the dragon slayer Elijah. Watching Horn and the other two enter Douglas's carpenter's shop, Elijah threw away the fruit core in his hand and said to himself, "It can't be wrong. That outfit is the magician's outfit. That kid is indeed related to the magician." Chapter 16. Horn and Enoch carried the disheveled and sneaked in through the back door of the carpenter's house. Enoch was exhausted halfway through the journey. You know, Leon City is very big. Even if Enoch is a little stronger than Horn, he can't bear it even if he is a little stronger than Horn. Although the Wild Witch is also considered a superhuman, except for being able to use some weak abilities, there is not much difference between him and a normal person. In terms of physique, he is even slightly weaker. It was midnight at this time. Old Douglas should have been asleep, but the two did not expect that Old Douglas was not only awake, but also happened to be near the back door. From the perspective of Old Douglas, it was late at night, and his dear disciple and his friend carried a beautiful girl who had lost consciousness and whose clothes were not so neatly dressed, and sneaked back to their room. This was not suitable for children. The two did not expect to run into Old Douglas, and the scene was a bit awkward. "Well, teacher, you are not asleep yet. Going to bed early is good for your health." Horn winked at Enoch, and the two laughed and passed by Old Douglas, leaving Douglas with a confused look, and quickly returned to Horn's room. Old Douglas walked around for a while with a sad face, smacked his lips, and thought it was still not going to work. He wanted to go up and take a look. What if these two guys really did something against the will of heaven and earth? Where would he put his old face? If these two guys dared to do anything improper to the girl, then as a time traveler from China, a country of etiquette, he might have to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. In Horn's room, Horn and Enoch were in trouble with the Ragged Inn. The woman was saved, but what should they do with her? Both of them are young men full of vigor. If they just leave her white body lying here, who knows when she will be wild? So they definitely can't let her lie like this. Even if they don't have any bad intentions, the girl will definitely misunderstand when she wakes up. But if they put clothes on her, what should and shouldn't be seen will be exposed. And who will change it? Just cover her with a quilt. Enoch thought hard for a while, and gave this task to Horn. Horn picked up the quilt, and prepared to cover Annie. It was dark outside just now, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Now that the lights were on in the house, Horn realized that this woman was really beautiful. Horn was still holding the quilt. Douglas kicked the door open with a bang. Horn's hand shook, and the quilt fell down. Old Douglas and Horn looked at each other for a few seconds. The scene was very awkward for a while. "I didn't do anything, just covered her with a quilt," Horn stuttered. Old Douglas looked at Horn's flustered look and sighed, and covered his face. Well, you look like a bear, and you can't do anything out of the ordinary. Come out, and tell me what happened. Horn asked Enoch to watch in the room, and he and Old Douglas went out. He sat down, and told Old Douglas in detail what had happened in the past few days. Are you saying that the monster incidents in the past month were caused by this girl? Old Douglas asked, touching his chin. Yes. Horn nodded. You said she just awakened? Old Douglas continued to ask. Yes, although I also find it incredible, in my memory, all wild witches awakened when they were young. Like when my Talon awakened, I was only 6 years old, and I have awakened for more than 10 years, but her age is about 16 or 17, about the same age as me. Horn told Old Douglas about his doubts. No, this is not contradictory at all. I also awakened when I was nearly 20 years old. Old Douglas came here from Earth when he was nearly 20 years old. He awakened the talent of wild witch as soon as he arrived in this world. This girl must have a good family background. Douglas said to Horn. Yes, she should be the daughter of the president of the Walker Chamber of Commerce, but how did you know? Horn asked in surprise. He didn't go with him, so how could he know that, and was from a rich family? Do you know how the wild witch awakens? Old Douglas asked. I don't know. Horn shook his head and said, Please help me, teacher. The so-called wild witches are not wild witches after awakening. Whether or not one has the qualifications to become a wild witch is actually determined from birth. Wild witches accumulate magic power when they are born. Generally, when they accumulate to 6 or 7 years old, they meet the conditions for awakening. At this stage, they will awaken as long as they are stimulated very strongly. And as they get older, the stimulation needed for awakening becomes weaker. But in my memory, all the wild witches are. Horn was still a little confused. Because there are very few people in this world who can live a carefree life. Old Douglas sighed and said, I am very interested in the spells released by this girl. This girl can cause such a big mess during her confused period. This girl seems to be amazing. If she is trained well, she should be a talent that can be of great use. Teacher, aren't you no longer interested in the wild witch's affairs? Why are you asking so many questions today? Horn saw that Old Douglas asked so many questions today and explained so many things to him in an extraordinary way. Did the teacher figure it out? Douglas' eyes widened, and he suddenly came to his senses and immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Huh? You make sense. I'm going to work after you remind me. Then he stood up and slowly went back to his room to sleep. Horn was stunned for a moment, then slapped himself hard. What a mouthful. The final stage of the confusion period will exhaust the magic power and lose the ability to move. Annie is in this state now, and most wild witches will not lose their ability to move for too long. As long as the magic power is restored, they will generally wake up in a few hours. Although Annie has not woken up yet, she will wake up eventually. Horn called Enoch aside. Enoch, where did you live before? Has it been exposed? In the South District, it was not exposed. Why are you asking this? Enoch scratched the back of his head and asked Horn why he was suddenly interested in his old house. Horn pulled Enoch's sleeve and discussed with him. After all, we don't know her yet. It's really unwise to let her know our true identity. What if she is mentally retarded or has some extremely dangerous habits? We will be in danger. Then what is my old house? Enoch asked in a low voice. I plan to put her in your house. She won't know about this place until she knows a certain degree of it, and she won't see the two of us until we know whether she is trustworthy. What you said does make sense. Enoch nodded and said, Then let's do as you say. Chapter 17. After the decision was made, several hours had passed, and the sky was already turning pale. The two of them put Annie on the cart that Douglas usually used. Under the cover of Enoch's magic, they pushed Annie to the South District. On the way, Horn found that Annie was about to wake up, so he asked Enoch to cast an illusion on Annie so that she could continue to sleep. It might be a bit troublesome to wake up now. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where Enoch used to live. It was Horn's first time here. Although this place is in the southern part of Leon City, there are almost no people nearby. It is very desolate and a good place to hide. Enoch opened the door and welcomed Horn, who was holding Annie, into the room. Horn gently put Annie on Enoch's bed and took a general look at Enoch's house. I don't know if it's because no one has lived there for a long time, but his house looks very dirty. A few hours later, Enoch went back to help Old Douglas work. Only Horn was guarding here, and one person was enough. If Old Douglas was left to work alone without help, he would get mad, so Horn let Enoch go back first. As the boss, Horn had the absolute right to choose who would work and who would look after the beauty. Anne's consciousness was slightly clear, but she didn't want to open her eyes. The feeling in bed was still as wonderful as every morning, and the quilt was still as warm as every day. She really didn't want to get up. Wait, why doesn't this quilt have the scent of violets? Instead, it seems to have a little bit of stink, and it's not as soft as before. She smelled the quilt confusedly, and her delicate nose wrinkled all of a sudden. Sweat, smelly feet, and the smell of dust that hadn't been washed for a long time. It was a bit choking. This was definitely not her bed, and, who was fumigated by Enoch's quilt, woke up suddenly, and recalled the nightmare that happened last night. Cold sweat instantly covered her body. She opened her eyes immediately. This smelly and tattered quilt, this hard bedboard, this dusty room, this is not her home at all. She remembered everything that happened yesterday. Wasn't she discovered by Deacon Joseph? So are we in the church prison now. Maybe, after all, how can quilts from other places be so smelly except for those in prison? Annie, a rich lady, didn't understand at all. If she was really in prison, this smelly quilt would be regarded as a treasure by people, and many prisoners would fight for it. What's more, the prison in Leon City even provides quilts. Annie looked around the room she was in with horror and curiosity. All the items were covered with dust, and everything was tattered. It was said that prisons should have iron fences. Where were the iron fences of this prison? She looked around, the oily table, the three-legged stool, the broken cabinet, the messy stove, the man in a black robe sitting at the door. Man? How could there be a man in the prison? Annie trembled and curled up into a ball, covering her body with a quilt, revealing only a pair of eyes, secretly looking at the black-robed man in front of her. You, who are you? She asked timidly. After what happened yesterday, she was wary of all men. You're awake, Horn said in a low voice. He didn't know how to change his voice, so he could only change his tone slightly. Who are you? And was still wary of Horn. I'm a wild witch. I can't tell you my name for now, but you should know the nickname that the church guys gave me. Horn hid himself in a black robe, not letting Anne see any of his skin. What's your nickname? Anne asked in a low voice. Those who could be given nicknames by the church were at least extremely vicious murderers and arsonists. They were generally very powerful, and had escaped the church's capture at least once. After all, there is no need to give a nickname to a guy who can be easily caught, right? I am the evil-faced man, Horn said in a low voice. He was actually reluctant to say this nickname, but he couldn't tell her his name. The nickname of the evil-faced man has a certain deterrent effect, which is just right for the current situation. Ah! Annie's scream just came out of her throat, and she was covered by her own hands. She was now with the notorious evil-faced man. What if the scream was heard by others, and this guy got angry and killed her, after hearing this nickname, and immediately turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Horn. In the legend of the church, the evil-faced man has a vicious cursed instrument on his face. Even if you just look at him, you will be cursed. Once you are cursed, you will be completely disfigured. Annie, who is young and beautiful, doesn't want to be cursed and become an ugly old woman, like poor Deacon Reeves. The reason why the saying came out is that Reeves' face was also burned, and he was burned when he faced the evil-faced man. The people of Lean naturally linked Reeves' disfigurement with the cursed instrument on the face of the evil-faced man in the legend. As for what the injury on Reeves' face was, they didn't care. Did you save me? At the last moment when she lost consciousness last night, she saw a man in a black robe saving her. The clothes he wore were very similar to Horn's. I went to kill the black-robed butler. Saving you was just a convenience. After all, you are a wild witch, and you look very talented. Horn and Enoch had agreed not to tell Annie that they had come to find her on purpose. They didn't want this woman to overestimate her status, so as to avoid any strange situation, and covered her mouth with both hands. I am a wild witch. Yes, you are a wild witch, Horn confirmed. Oh, Annie said in a slightly disappointed voice. She had guessed what she was, but she never thought that she was a useless wild witch. All Ceylon knew that wild witches were useless, and many wild witches did not deny it. What happened to the monsters you summoned? Horn saw that, and was awake and stopped wasting time. He started to ask and questions directly. How could she, a wild witch who had just awakened, drive those monsters? Although the monsters were weak, it was definitely not something that a newly awakened witch who had not learned Douglas's knowledge could do. I don't know about this either. I learned a spell that day. Sometimes I couldn't help but recite the spell. I really didn't mean it, Annie said while holding her head in pain. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. She would live with those monsters in the future. Even if she was not discovered and burned to death by the church, what good would it be? After all, the life of a witch is not much better than that in hell. Chapter 18. You are a wild witch. You have awakened your talent now. You will no longer chant spells involuntarily. Horn dispelled her doubts. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "That's good. I thought I would always summon those monsters in the future." Her chest shook, and Horn's face under the hood turned red. "Before we move on to the next topic, I have a question for you," Horn asked seriously. "What's the problem? Why did you drive those monsters to cause destruction?" This must be asked clearly. If Annie did this just for fun, then although Horn would not kill her, he would not teach her knowledge and let her fend for herself. "I didn't let them cause destruction everywhere. Except that they would not attack me. Everything else was out of my control," Annie said aggrievedly. Horn was skeptical about Annie's statement. The spells cast by wild witches can generally be controlled simply. Why is her spell so special? Summon one for me, and then I consider whether to believe you. Horn thought it would be more reliable to see it with his own eyes. "Do you really want to summon it? Will it be too dangerous?" Annie was a little afraid. For her, it was a good thing that those monsters didn't come out by themselves. It would be too difficult for her to summon them again. "The monster you summoned couldn't even do anything to that unknown punk, let alone me. Don't worry about the summoning, there won't be any problems," Horn said with assurance. "Well, I try," Annie agreed. She also wanted to know what the monster she summoned was. She stood there for a while, concentrating and calming down, then asked Horn with a smile, How to summon? I haven't summoned it myself yet." Horn was speechless for a while. This girl really didn't know anything. Didn't you have a spell when you were forced to summon? Concentrate and recite those spells, and the monster will naturally appear. "Yes, I understand." Annie nodded heavily. She concentrated and began to recite the spell. She had recited this spell countless times, but those were not recited by her will, so this was her first time to recite the spell. She recited it with great difficulty, and the spell was not smooth to read, but she still recited it word for word. Although it was the first time to recite the spell, she did not make a single mistake in pronouncing a syllable, because all the spells of the spell will be engraved on the soul by the mysterious power at the moment the spell is successfully released, and it is impossible to forget it, even if the head is kicked by a donkey and loses memory. This is true for both wild witches and those taught by Douglas. Annie's voice echoed in the empty room. As she finished her last syllable, a magic circle made entirely of magic power appeared on the ground in front of, and a magic circle with a hexagram embedded in a ring as the basic pattern. Horn looked at the magic circle in disbelief. This was the first time he saw a magic circle outside the sea of consciousness. As the magic circle took shape, a dark claw stretched out from the space above the magic circle. Then a wolf-dog-sized monster popped out of the void. Its limbs were pitch black, and the hair on its head and back all the way to its tail was pure white. Its overall appearance was like a wild beast called a honey badger, but it was much larger than the wild honey badgers. You have to know that a creature like a honey badger is difficult enough to deal with just its normal size, and now this wolf-dog-sized honey badger is very dangerous. At least it is very dangerous to ordinary people. The monster turned around and glared at Annie, then cast his eyes on Horn, with a ferocious look in his small eyes. The way he looked at Horn was the way a wild beast looks at food. After just a few glances, the monster suddenly pounced on Horn, and Annie covered her mouth in fear. Horn calmly stretched out his hand and gently patted the monster that was about to pounce. Light blue electric light flowed all over the monster's body. The monster wailed and foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. With the experience of the caterpillar monster last time, Horn knew that these seemingly ferocious monsters were not as durable as they looked, so he did not use more powerful magic, but used the lightning touch that was almost incapable of killing people. Horn squatted beside the fainted monster and began to study it. Horn, who had been watching the spellcasting process, roughly believed what Annie said. Annie could not control this monster at all. This monster acted completely on instinct except not to hurt Annie. Annie had no control over this monster. Pulling a strand of hair from the monster's head, the silver-white short hair gradually faded in Horn's hand, and finally disappeared completely. It seems that anything will disappear as long as it leaves the monster's body. However, the body of this monster seemed to be a real creature, which puzzled Horn. After studying it for a while, Horn found that this monster was also disappearing. It was not dead, but it was also disappearing. As long as the monster lost consciousness, it would disappear, not just when it died. After a while, the monster disappeared without a hair left. Horn still had many doubts to solve, but there was no suspicion that Annie deliberately released the monster to kill people everywhere. "Can you read?" Horn asked, and "I know a little bit," and whispered that her father was very dedicated to her training, and would certainly do his best to find a good son-in-law for her. After confirming that Anne could read, Horn took out a few pieces of paper and a pen from his bag and gave them to Anne. "What is this?" Anne asked in confusion. "Don't worry about what it is, just do it." Horn said in a low voice that these pieces of paper were written by Horn based on the questions that Douglas gave him when he was a child. Some of them asked about common sense, and some were simple intelligence tests and math tests. If you want to invite Annie to join your gang, you must first make sure that Annie is a normal person with normal IQ, and she should not be too extreme when encountering things. Although she didn't know what Horn gave her these things for, Annie still did it obediently. After doing a few questions, Annie frowned. These things are not difficult, but these questions are a bit strange, like buying 13 pieces of clothing on the street, 5 copper coins each. How much did it cost in total? This kind of question is to think she is mentally retarded. Some questions are even stranger. Tom's mother is critically ill and needs a silver coin to go to the church for treatment, but Tom has no money. So Tom stole the money Jerry had prepared for his mother's treatment, causing Jerry's mother to die. Later, Jerry found out that it was Tom who stole the money and killed his mother. How should we evaluate Tom's behavior? There are many very strange questions like this on Horn's papers. And rolled her eyes when she did them. Although she didn't understand Horn's intention, and still finished all the questions under Horn's supervision in about 3 hours. Horn picked up the questions and read them carefully, thinking that Anne was still a normal person. Little did she know that in Anne's eyes, Horn, who had asked those questions, was no longer a mentally normal person. Chapter 19. You can live here. This place is quite secluded. You should know that you are a wild witch now, not the eldest daughter of the Walker family. It is not good for you to appear in front of others. Horn explained the matters that Annie should pay attention to. He did not want the prospective companion he had saved with great effort to be caught and burned to death by the church before he could figure out the relationship. After all these matters were handled, Horn left Enoch's hut. Even if Annie passed Horn's preliminary test, he could not be sure that Annie was suitable to be a companion. He needed to observe her for a few days. Back at Douglas Carpentry, he briefly discussed Annie's problem with Enoch. They agreed to go and observe Annie's situation in batches. If nothing unexpected happened after a few days, Horn would decide to teach Annie magic. After talking to Enoch, Horn described Annie's situation in detail to old Douglas. Originally, old Douglas didn't want to pay attention to Horn, but as Horn talked, his interest was also aroused. According to what you said, I have some guesses about her abilities. Old Douglas said confidently. What's your guess? Tell me about it. Horn handed old Douglas a glass of water, and sat upright waiting for the teacher's instruction. The awakened ability of this little girl is not to summon monsters, as we thought before. Old Douglas took a sip of water. What is it? Horn felt very strange. If it was not to summon monsters, then where did those monsters come from? Or to put it this way, it was not the little girl who summoned the monsters, but the magic circle. What the little girl released was just a trick, and the function of this trick was to activate the magic circle. Old Douglas drank the water in the cup in one breath. Why do you say that? Horn quickly filled the cup with water. First of all, it is obvious that those monsters are all from another world. If they were summoned by that little girl, then that little girl would have no way of controlling them. Secondly, she can cast spells without using a staff. If it wasn't a magic trick, she would have died long ago. But since they are completely uncontrollable, why don't those monsters hurt Annie? Horn raised another question. I'm not sure about this, but it's nothing more than there are some rules we don't know when summoning, or the little girl is the source of magic power for those monsters to act in the world. Old Douglas put down the water cup and said, I'm enlightened. Horn bowed respectfully to old Douglas and said, If it is possible to draw a magic circle in the outside world through other means, then will there be a way to activate powerful magic just through magic power of the magic level? It doesn't even require magic to activate? Horn thought with some anticipation. The death of a black-clad butler was a big deal in Leon City. Most people who lived in the North District saw the flames that shot up into the sky that night. Deacon Joseph, who had a bright future and might be promoted to a white-clad butler in a year or two, died in this incident. The daughter of the patriarch of a merchant family, who had always respected the church, also died that night. The murderer who killed Deacon Joseph has been identified by the church. He is the evil-faced man who defeated the white-clad butler Reeve some time ago, but this evil-faced man hid so deeply that no one knew where he was, or who he was. The church had conducted a thorough search of the city of Leon, but never found anyone with cursed instruments on his face, not even a suspect. Al, the patriarch of the Walker family, cried with snot running down his nose to the deacons who came to investigate from the church, saying that his daughter and Deacon Joseph were in love with each other, and that Deacon Joseph came to their house that night to meet his daughter. After learning of Joseph's death, and also burned herself to death, and he showed a charred corpse to the people of the church. A few days later, the church posted another notice. The wanted person was still the familiar evil-faced man, but there were two more charges. One was the brutal murder of the respected and helpful Deacon Joseph and the innocent, kind and beautiful Miss and Walker. The second was that the monsters that had been wreaking havoc in the North District for a long time were all monsters summoned from hell by the evil-faced man, and his purpose was to make the people living in Lean City live in panic. Except for the murder of Joseph, which was a true story, none of these things were done by Horn. The church just likes to push irrelevant events to the target of greater threat. I remember that the last notice seemed to say that Horn brutally killed someone. After this incident, the connection between the Walker family and the church became closer. Now everyone in Lean City knows that Miss and Deacon Joseph were killed together, and the church will naturally not treat the Walker family unfairly. It wasn't long before Horn became the top priority of Lean City, and Lean City had another big incident. This time it was a real big incident, different from the previous minor incidents. If this incident was not handled properly, it would really damage the foundation of Lean City. Everyone in the manor of the Lord of Lean City was slaughtered, except for the Earl's family, who happened to be out for a trip. Everyone in the entire manor was bloodily slaughtered. No one survived. Even the chickens and dogs in the manor were not spared. From the relatives of the Lin family to the knights and gardeners who guarded the manor, their heads were brutally chopped off. The heads of more than 200 people in the entire manor were built into a pyramid of human heads in the center of the manor, and the remaining bodies were placed in circles around the pyramid. This is a gift to the Abyss Demon, created by the wizard. Even the chief priest of Leon City was dispatched urgently, and many clergy joined forces to seriously injure the wizard, but unfortunately they did not kill the wizard, but let him escape. More than 200 headless corpses were left at the scene of the horrific tragedy caused by the wizard, and each corpse was pregnant with this worm. When the church was relaxed because of the serious injury to the wizard, more than 200 worms broke out of the body. Each of these worms is larger than an adult man, and there are more than 30 of them that have reached the first level. The weakest one was stronger than the one summoned by Annie, and the strongest one even killed a white-robed deacon. After a hard battle, the Church of the North Wind God finally killed all these bugs. But they also paid a painful price. A white-robed deacon and 18 black-robed deacons died. They did not have the joy of victory together, because they all knew that as long as the wizard did not die, this kind of battle would definitely come again. In the corner of the Black Street of Leon City, the injured wizard was licking his wounds. The chief priest of this city was unexpectedly difficult, and actually hurt him. He originally went to the Slaughter City Lord's mansion to heal his wounds and restore his strength, because he was injured by the mysterious man last time. But now his injuries are even worse. But it doesn't matter. He got an important piece of information in this sacrifice. The Demon Lord has a favorite sacrifice. As long as the sacrifice is offered, he will become more powerful. In the dark night, the wizard's leaky mouth cracked, and he is very happy now. Chapter 20. Due to the strong suppression of the church, the news that the city lord's mansion was massacred did not spread in Leon City, so Horn did not know about it. But even if he knew, he would not care, because it had nothing to do with him. A few days have passed, and Annie's performance has satisfied Horn and Enoch. They finally decided to teach Annie to learn magic. Annie's magic is uncontrollable at this stage, and it can be released without a medium, so Horn did not teach her to use a wand, and she didn't seem to need it. Meditation is the basis of learning magic. It can help wild witches improve their magic power, strengthen their souls, and further control their magic power. It is worth mentioning that meditation was not created by Old Douglas, but a small skill of the elves to condense their spirits. Meditation does not have much effect on the elves. It is just some adjustment in the long life. I don't know where Old Douglas got this thing from. If Douglas hadn't discovered that he could master other people's spells by learning other people's magic circles and spells, the role of meditation would not be very important for wild witches. After all wild witches always have sufficient magic power. Except for the end of the confusion period, most wild witches have never experienced what it feels like to run out of magic power. But after learning other people's spells, meditation becomes very important, because without meditation, you can't enter your own sea of consciousness, and if you can't enter your own sea of consciousness, you can't master other spells. Horn and Enoch took turns to guide Annie, hoping to train Annie into the third reliable companion as soon as possible. A few days ago, Horn showed Annie the notice posted by the church, and she cried after reading the notice. Her father knew that she was not dead, but he told the church that she and Joseph committed suicide for love. So if she suddenly returned home, would her father let her become like what the notice said? If it was the past, and would never think of her father like this, but since the day when her father left her in despair to face Joseph alone, the image of her father in her heart completely collapsed, and now this notice has made her firm in her determination to completely draw a line with the Walker family. Perhaps because of the stimulation of this notice, and has been very obedient these days. Now she has the consciousness of being a wild witch, and has never tried to contact her family, nor has she tried to go out for a walk when Enoch and Horn are not around. But from the fact that she went out shopping without telling her parents, and was stimulated by the gangsters to awaken her abilities, it can be seen that she is actually a girl who can't sit still. She knows that she can't go out, so she simply cleaned up Enoch's house after practicing. At least it doesn't look so dirty. Today it was Horn's turn to teach Annie. He usually came to teach Annie at night, because they had things to do during the day. Horn went to Enoch's house with anticipation. The reason for the expectation is that Horn actually likes to impart knowledge to others. He is a bit of a teacher, otherwise he would not have started to teach him knowledge after saving Enoch. Second, Annie's appearance is very consistent with his aesthetics. Teaching a beauty is completely different from teaching a rough man. Horn was thinking about the content of the lecture he should give to and today, when he saw an old man walking towards him. Horn was stunned for a moment. It was late at night, and lived in a very remote place. Horn did not expect to meet someone. The old man had a sack on his back. The sack was the size of a person, and looked heavy, but the old man had no difficulty carrying the sack. The old man had sparse hair, and the few hairs he had were pure white. His face and head were full of wrinkles and age spots. The old man kept smiling while carrying the sack, and a few teeth were missing from his cracked mouth. The sack seemed to contain a person. If Horn saw this kind of thing normally, he would definitely take care of it, but today, Horn did not do anything out of the ordinary. Because this old man gave him a very dangerous feeling. In Horn's perception, the energy fluctuations on the old man were extremely evil and deep, which gave Horn a faint sense of fear and made him dare not act rashly. When passing by this old man, Horn also found that there was a strong fishy smell on the old man's body, just like the smell produced by killing various insects and fermenting them in a jar for 10 days. The smell was very unpleasant and a little bit heady, which made Horn cover his nose with his hand. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Horn always feels that this smell seems to have been smelled somewhere before. The smile on the old man's face froze when he saw Horn's actions, and his turbid eyes glanced at Horn sinisterly, but he continued to walk forward without making any movements. Horn was relieved when he watched the old man leave his sight. He really didn't want to conflict with this old man as long as it was possible. There was a strange sense of oppression on the old man, which made Horn inexplicably nervous. Watching the old man carrying a person away, Horn felt a little guilty, but there was nothing he could do. He probably couldn't beat the old man, and the man in the sack had nothing to do with him, right? Horn walked forward for a distance, and suddenly he felt something strange, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. He took a deep breath, then reached into his arms, and pulled out a walnut staff. He held the staff tightly, closed his eyes, and began to perceive carefully. After just a few seconds, Horn found the direction, chanted a spell, and launched the second ring magic fireball. The fist-sized fireball flew over to the place where he felt something strange. It looked like a normal grassland, nothing unusual. However, Horn believed in his perception. The moment the fireball touched the grass, it began to burn violently. Along with the dazzling flames, there was also a sharp wail, like the cry of an insect. Horn walked forward and saw a centipede as thick as an adult's arm in the fire. The centipede twisted and screamed in the flames, which was very hideous and terrifying. However, Horn was relieved when he saw this scene. This centipede was at most a one-ring monster and posed no threat to him. If the flame burned for too long, it would easily attract people from the Church of the North Wind God, so Horn gave the insect another small fireball. The impact of the small fireball itself was amazing. This time it hit the centipede's body directly. The centipede, which had been twisted in the flames for a long time, struggled for a few times before it became completely motionless. Chapter 21. Seeing that the centipede was dead, Horn cast a water magic spell to put out the remaining flames around. Although this is the southern part of Leon City, it is slightly away from the main city area of Leon City, and there are not many people living here, so normally there is no chance of encountering people from the church. But Horn cannot let the flames burn wantonly, otherwise a big fire will easily attract the attention of the church. The church can distinguish between flames that are naturally ignited and flames that are ignited by extraordinary power. If Enoch's room is exposed because of this, it will be a bit of a loss. Horn didn't pay much attention to the centipede, just thinking it was a magical beast wandering in the wild. Although this kind of thing is not common, it is still possible. He didn't connect it with the old man he just met. The two of them just met by chance. In Horn's opinion, the old man had no reason to attack him. A small accident on the way didn't delay Horn's time too much. He still arrived at Annie's residence, Enoch's original home, within the agreed time. Before Horn could enter the door, he found something wrong, because the door was open, and the safety sign agreed with Annie was not hung. Horn quickly dispersed his mental power and probed into the house. Annie was no longer inside. Did she escape by herself, or did something happen? He hurried into the house and saw a mess. The house that was originally clean and tidy by Annie now looked like a ruin. There were several obvious signs of damage in the room. Judging from the strength, it should be caused by the monster summoned by Annie. But there were more signs than this. There was a trace of light green mucus and a strong fishy smell. This smell is the same as the fishy smell of the old man before. Then, the sack just now contained Annie. Horn slapped himself hard. Why didn't he notice it just now? Why did he let the old man get away so easily just now? After thinking for a while, Horn decided to save Annie. Although the smell of the old man was disgusting, he was not a vegetarian. It was just a small border town, a place that even the more famous bounty hunters were unwilling to come to. Even the white-clothed deacon in this city was not Horn's opponent. Was this old man who he met on the road a powerful enemy that he couldn't deal with? Horn had been a little inflated after defeating the White Robe Butler and easily killing the second-level Black Robe Butler. In his heart, except for the chief priest of Lynn City and Ilya who came for his teacher, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone in Lynn City. If nothing unexpected happened, it was indeed the case. After thinking about the result, Horn followed the traces left by the old man. The two had not been separated for a long time. The old man was still carrying Annie. He should not be able to run far with his old arms and legs. Moreover, the old man did not know how to conceal the energy fluctuations on his body. As long as Horn followed the feeling of disgust, he would basically be right. However, the old man's pace was beyond Horn's expectation. When he caught up with the old man, he had completely left the scope of Lynn City and came to a dense forest outside Lynn City. By the way, the southern area of Lynn City has no city walls. Not only the southern area, but also the western and northern areas have no city walls, because these three sides are backed by mountains, and there are dense forests between the city and the cliffs. The powerful beasts and monsters in the forest have long been cleared by the church, and they will not pose a threat to the civilians of Lynn City. The first-level monsters, like the centipede before, are already the limit. An enemy with insufficient strength could not cross the towering mountains and attack from those three directions, and the walls would be meaningless for an enemy that could attack from those three directions. After Horn caught up with the old man, he did not act rashly. Now the distance between Annie and the old man was too close. If he wanted to have an effect on the old man, the magic that Horn mastered, whether it was fire or lightning, was not sure that it would not hurt Annie at all. So he slowly followed behind the old man, waiting for the moment when the old man and Annie separated. As for why, he didn't jump in front of the old man and yell to let her go. Horn wasn't stupid. Not only would he fail to save Annie, but he might also lose himself. Besides, he was hiding in the dark and might have a chance to save Annie after a while. Why did he have to go out and fight with the old man? He wasn't a warrior with muscles all over his mind. As long as he could achieve his goal, it was better not to fight. The old man was walking in front with Annie on his back and suddenly stopped. He was a little confused and used his fingers to pick at his leaky teeth. Why hadn't the bug he had just released to kill the man in black come back? It seemed that something unexpected had happened. But let it be an accident. Both the bug and the man in black were just minor characters, not worth his trouble. The old man paused and looked around, then nodded gently. It was dark and quiet here, with lush and endless woods and no human habitation. It was a good place to do some shameful things. He put the sack on his shoulder on the ground, then took Annie out of the sack, found a tree as thick as a human head, and tied Annie to it. After the old man finished his work, he stretched out his hand towards Annie's face. A pink, fleshy bug crawled out of the old man's sleeve and then crawled onto her face. The bug lingered around Annie's nose for a while, and then sprayed a stream of pink gas into her nasal cavity. The gas entered Annie's nasal cavity, and Annie woke up in a short moment. When Annie woke up, she opened her eyes and saw the old man's ugly face and the bug that kept crawling on his face. She cried out, "Wow!" She wanted her to stay in the clean house she had just cleaned up, practice the meditation method Horn taught her, and be diligent and not lazy. When meditating, she could intuitively feel her mental power and magic power slowly improving, which was very attractive to a new mage like her. But just when she was practicing well, the old man in front of her broke in. Annie quickly summoned two monsters to resist the old man. Although the monsters she summoned were not under her control, they would not attack themselves when facing the enemy. Isn't this equivalent to helping her fight? Unfortunately, the two monsters she summoned were killed instantly by the bugs that came out of nowhere. Although these monsters looked intimidating, they were useless against strong men. The old man didn't even look at the two monsters. If the old man wanted to, he could easily create countless monsters summoned by Annie. Then the old man threw a pink flesh worm on Annie's head. Before she could scream, the flesh worm released a foul-smelling gas. After smelling it, Annie fainted without any resistance. When she woke up again, she was tied to a tree and faced this hateful old face. The old man confirmed that Annie was awake, and said to Annie with a leaky mouth, "The insect demon said that you are suitable to be his wizard. I have been looking for you for several days. I really don't know what you are worth the insect demon's attention." Annie turned her head away, and didn't look at the old man. "Let me ask you, little girl, are you willing to become a wizard?" The old man asked Annie with a smile. "Go to hell, I don't want to." Annie turned her head, and spat at the old man's face, and said hatefully, "Don't want to? It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I don't care whether you are willing or not, as long as you get what the insect demon god promised to give me." The old man calmly wiped away Annie's saliva. He had the ability to block the saliva, but he didn't. He didn't feel dissatisfied with Annie's disrespect, because he was too lazy to argue with Annie about this little thing. He just wanted to complete the requirements of the insect demon god. Whether Annie was willing or not was not within his consideration. Moreover, for those who were chosen by the devil, it was not up to this person to decide whether to become a wizard. Chapter 22. Annie didn't know that the old man in front of her was the culprit who massacred Leon Manor a few days ago. He sacrificed the lives of more than 200 people in Leon Manor to the devil, and got a certain improvement and an important deal. The old man wanted to help the devil find a person who was suitable to be his wizard. Once the old man did what the insect demon asked him to do, his strength would be greatly improved. The person he was looking for was, and the old man left a bug to guard and then left and to find a suitable tree. He wanted to build an altar. Sacrifices to the devil must be made with due respect. If the altar is not built, the offerings will reach the devil, but they will be greatly discounted and will easily arouse the devil's anger. For wizards, the devil is like a child. You have to coax him when you do anything, otherwise the devil will be unhappy, and he will be the one who suffers. The old man did not leave too far. He had to ensure that Annie was within his control, and that the offering would not be robbed. But in Horn's eyes, the old man was far enough away. He had weighed the choice between killing the old man and just saving Annie for a long time, and finally chose to kill the old man to eliminate future troubles. Horn silently chanted a spell, and a big fireball condensed at the front of the staff. He swung his arm, and the big fireball flew with amazing heat energy towards the old man, who was looking for a suitable tree. The fireball quickly approached the old man, and the old man was unaware. He didn't know that Horn was hiding in the dark, so he had no way to defend against Horn's attack. But when the fireball was about to hit the old man, a light purple translucent shield appeared out of thin air and covered the old man. The big fireball hit the old man's shield fiercely, and the flames exploded violently, destroying the surrounding ground. After the flames disappeared, the ground within a radius of several meters became charred. But the old man was not hurt at all. The translucent shield was rippled, but there was not even a trace of breaking. Horn's strongest attack could not break the passive defense of the old man. The old man was frightened by Horn's fireball. He didn't know that someone was hiding in the dark, but after feeling the strength of this big fireball, he felt relieved. It was just the strength of a three-ring witchcraft, not to be afraid of. It looks like there's a little mouse hiding in the dark. The old man laughed sinisterly. The mouse looked pretty strong and might be a good sacrifice. Wouldn't it be better to have a strong guy as a bonus when sacrificing Annie to the insect demon? The old man laughed sinisterly and cast a spell. A faint green light emanated from the old man, covering everything around him. The wizard's perception is usually not as good as that of a wild wizard, but this does not mean that the wizard is also blind when he enters the combat state. Most of the senior wizards, Pastor Horn, have their own detection spells, and the old man's detection spell is this green light. Horn, who was hiding in the dark, felt his heart sink when he saw the old man taking his strongest attack without any injury. The old man was unexpectedly strong. Horn thought it would be better to rescue Annie secretly and run away. He had just thought of retreating, and just after taking 2 steps back, he felt something crushed under his feet. The feeling of breaking was very disgusting. Looking down, Horn's heart twitched suddenly. He actually stepped on 2 green bugs to death. Not only under his feet, but also everywhere in the nearby forest ground. The forest was filled with small insects, all of which were emerald green. emitting emerald green fluorescence, which was actually quite beautiful in the dark night. Looking at the green juice covering the soles of his feet, Horn was somewhat doubtful. He was very sure that these insects did not exist before he launched the fireball. Then these insects were the product of the old man's witchcraft. While Horn was wondering about these insects, the old man had already locked Horn's direction with these insects, and at the moment when Horn crushed the insect. Hee hee, little mouse, so you were hiding there. Have you ever experienced the feeling of a bug drilling into your body and eating every part of your body bit by bit? The old man grinned in the direction of Horn. Although he didn't see Horn, in his opinion, the prey that had determined the direction had no chance of escaping. As the old man muttered in a mysterious way, a huge beetle emerged from the ground. This beetle was much bigger than an elephant. The beetle lay on the ground. The old man stepped onto the beetle's body in a few steps and sat firmly on its back. The old man waved his hand in Horn's direction, and the beetle's 8 sexy long legs covered with sharp barbs began to wave, running wildly in Horn's direction, and its mouthparts covered with sharp fangs roared, as if announcing Horn's death. Horn was frightened by this huge guy who suddenly appeared. This unreasonable large beetle must not be a magic beast below level 3, it should be at least a level 4 magic beast. In other words, Horn couldn't even beat the old man's mount. Horn instantly understood that he had encountered a tough guy this time, but even if it was a tough guy, he had to give it a try. He couldn't run away. No matter how Horn saw it, his 2 short legs couldn't run away from the 8 long legs of that big guy. The little bugs under Horn's feet rushed towards Horn as if they had received a signal when the old man rode on the beetle. Although these little bugs may not be much stronger than ordinary bugs, they are still a nightmare for ordinary people in such a large number. But Horn is not an ordinary person. He is not afraid of such a group attack with extremely weak individual strength. He squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground, silently chanting a spell and launching 2 lightning touches in succession. The current intensity of the lightning touch is only enough to knock out ordinary people and paralyze first-level professionals, but for these little bugs, it is a death current that will kill them if they touch it. He deliberately increased the output of magic power, and the strong electric current became the best weapon to clean up the small bugs. With Horn as the center, the green small bugs died in groups, and the electric current continued to spread. No bug survived within 10 meters. After temporarily solving the threat of small bugs, Horn was going to deal with this big guy. As long as this big beetle was solved, the old man couldn't catch up with him at all. Can an old man with old arms and legs run faster than a young man like him? Looking at the old man's physique, it doesn't look like he can catch up with him. At this time, Horn had forgotten the old man's brisk walking with a sack on his shoulder. The distance between the beetle and Horn was less than 150 meters. Horn first threw a big fireball, aiming at the monster's head. He thought that even if this fireball could not kill the beetle, it would at least make it blind. But Horn did not expect that when the fireball approached, the beetle directly spit out a ball of liquid and hit the fireball, and the big fireball exploded violently in midair. The scale of the explosion was much larger than that of a normal big fireball. Horn instantly realized that the liquid spit out by the big beetle had a combustion-promoting effect, like kerosene. Chapter 23. Seeing that the fireball would be blocked, Horn began to recite the Arc spell. Arc was a second-level spell, slightly weaker than the small fireball, but much faster than the small fireball. The Arc actually hit the enemy the moment it was released. At least no enemy Horn had ever faced could dodge the Arc. This time Horn's target was still the beetle. Although the second-level magic might not be powerful enough to deal with the big beetle, he had no choice but to do so. Because the old man riding on the beetle had that strange shield, even the fireball spell couldn't break it, let alone the Arc spell. Even if the power was smaller, it was better than being ineffective when hitting the old man. The spell was released, and a bright arc of electricity lit up between Horn and the big beetle. This time the big beetle didn't block it, but was hit directly. It twitched because of the electricity. Although it didn't seem to have any external injuries, it was no longer moving forward. At this time, the distance between Horn and the old man was less than 20 meters. The old man patted the big beetle under him to let it continue to move forward, but the big beetle was a little dizzy from Horn's electric shock and could not move for the time being. A wizard of the fire and thunder system, you must be the evil-faced man in the recent legend of Leon City. I was wondering why you looked a little familiar to me just now. I'm really curious about what the cursed device attached to your face looks like. The old man determined that Horn was a wizard. In Ceylon, the major religions may have various disagreements, but on the surface, they are still united and love each other. Wizards are different. They may clash with each other for anything, even if they step on each other's feces, because some wizards can use feces to curse others. Each wizard belongs to a different demon, which naturally represents different interests. Therefore, Wizards will not show mercy to their opponents just because they are wizards. Instead, they will kill them more ruthlessly because they know how difficult wizards are. While the old man was talking, Horn's mouth was not idle. He completed another spell, the second ring magic water mist. The range of the water mist was 20 meters, and the old man was just covered in the range of the water mist. Hey, is this fog a water-based witchcraft? Who is the demon behind you? I am getting more and more curious. It is rare to meet a wizard who can use so many witchcrafts. The old man became more serious. Although this enemy is weak, he knows so many witchcrafts and this fog. I really don't know what this guy can do. The old man is good at driving all kinds of strange insects. He doesn't have any special way to deal with fog, but it is impossible to say that he is stumped by this fog. But the old man did not take action except for occasionally saying a few words, just watching his bugs and Horn fighting wits and courage. In the mist, Horn panted and counted the remaining walnut staffs on his body. There were still 5 left, and there was also the staff given to him by old Douglas that he had been pinned behind him. That staff could be used 8 times. That beetle was a big trouble. The old man could roughly know Horn's direction. As long as that big guy was there, he would not be able to escape. Under the mist, Horn began to silently recite the spell of the fireball again. This time, the paralysis effect of the beetle that was hit by Horn's arc spell was still there, and coupled with the influence of the mist, it was impossible for it to escape. Horn thought of a countermeasure and began to recite the spell attentively. When casting a spell, he must ensure that his mind is focused, so Horn's perception of the surroundings is slightly weaker than usual. At this time, 5 red centipedes as thick as arms appeared around Horn and pounced on him fiercely. Horn found these insects just when the spell was about to end, but at this time Horn really had no good way to defend against these insects. With a whoosh, Horn's big fireball was launched. As Horn expected, this time, under the paralysis of fog and electric current, the big beetle did not make an effective defense against the fireball, and the fireball successfully hit the beetle's head. The beetle's head was hit by a fireball with amazing heat and kinetic energy. Its huge body was hit, and moved backwards for several meters. Its sharp claws scratched 8 deep marks on the ground. Even so, the old man still sat on the beetle leisurely, without any intention of attacking. The battle between Horn and his insect was just a pre-dinner change for him. Watching Horn's dying struggle gave the old man a different kind of pleasure. Horn on the other side was not in a good condition either. After he fired the fireball, he only had enough time to release another fireball in a hurry. Horn fired a fireball, and the fireball fell on 3 approaching centipedes. These 3 centipedes were directly burned clean by the fireball. But there were not 3 centipedes around Horn, but 5. The remaining 2 centipedes entangled Horn fiercely, and their huge mouth parts began to bite Horn's body. The 2 centipedes looked ferocious, and their claws and mouth parts were as sharp as blades. In just a moment, the place where Horn was surrounded by them became bloody and hideous. In the severe pain, Horn forced himself to recite the spell of lightning touch. Light blue electric light traveled on Horn's body. The 2 centipedes were paralyzed by the strong electric current and could not move. Horn took advantage of the short time when the centipedes were paralyzed to pull the 2 centipedes off his body, bringing up large pieces of blood and flesh. Fortunately, although the 2 centipedes were huge, they were not poisonous. Fortunately, the robe had strong defense, so the 2 centipedes had to bite the robe open with some effort. Otherwise, Horn would have been killed the moment the 2 centipedes entangled him. The 2 centipedes thrown on the ground began to recover from the paralysis of lightning. Before they could attack Horn again, they were taken care of by Horn's small fireball. The 2 centipedes twisted wildly in the flames and looked like they would not die for a while. But Horn didn't add another one. That was enough. After a series of battles, Horn's magic power was not much left, and he really didn't have any magic power to waste on these 2 centipedes that were destined to die. There were 2 walnut staffs left, and he had 10 chances to cast spells, but his magic power should not be enough to support 10 spells, and he was seriously injured. Would he have a chance to kill this old man? A layer of haze was attached to Horn's heart. This time, it was more dangerous than good. On the other side, the beetle that was hit by Horn's fireball was not dead. The armor on its head had melted a little, but its eyes were still bright. It screamed sharply, and then began to spray light green liquid from its mouth, spraying circles on the ground, as if drawing circles. Then the big beetle sneezed fiercely, with sparks in the sneeze, and the sparks fell on the green liquid on the ground. Under Horn's horrified eyes, the green liquid burned violently. Chapter 24. The fire was burning fiercely, and the light green gas released a lot of pungent smell when burning. The huge heat of the large-scale burning flame made the mist released by Horn thinner. Horn's fireball and big fireball had already made the mist a little thinner. Now that the flame of this monster came out, the mist created by the second-level spell could no longer withstand it, and dissipated. This mist can no longer be Horn's barrier. The fire that was enough to dispel the mist did not cause any harm to the beetle, but made it even more manic. The old man sat on the beetle's back and watched the battle with interest, watching Horn's dying struggle. He never attacked Horn directly. For him, this was just a trivial entertainment before enjoying the huge harvest brought by Annie. Yes, for the old man, Horn was just a prop for entertainment. Horn was not worth the old man's serious attack. He had many ways to kill Horn instantly, but he just wanted to watch Horn suffer in pain. Pain is the best gift for the great insect demon. The giant beetle stared at the stupid human who heard him with hatred, roaring and rushing towards Horn. Horn endured the severe pain and fired a big fireball at the beetle. The beetle stretched out its front claws to block it, and the flames exploded on the beetle's front claws. The flames scattered, but the giant beetle just paused in place and continued to run towards Horn. Horn took out the last staff and began to chant, but he put down the staff dejectedly just after he opened his mouth. His magic power has reached the bottom. Horn had never cast three-ring magic so many times in all his battles, and now he was no longer able to cast spells to stop this monster. A short distance of 20 meters was just a few steps for the giant beetle. In the blink of an eye, the beetle had arrived in front of Horn, and its sharp and smelly mouth parts were aimed at Horn's head and were about to bite it. Horn was in danger. At this critical moment, a dark white strange-shaped giant sword suddenly flew down from the sky with a whistling gust of wind, and pierced straight into the beetle's head. The hard head that even Horn's fireball couldn't break was pierced through by the giant's sword. The long sword pierced through the beetle's head and deeply penetrated the ground. The huge force brought the beetle's head close to the ground. As the earth trembled, the strong fighting spirit attached to the long sword raised a burst of smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust, Horn's horrified face and the old man who was shaken off the beetle's back were revealed. The power of a sword is so terrifying. The beetle with a giant sword stuck in its head struggled in vain to pull out the giant sword on its head. The 8 sharp claws waved randomly, leaving deep gullies on the ground in front of Horn. This struggle was very weak for the beetle, but it was a disaster for Horn. His already seriously injured body was hit by its blindly waving claws and flew out. After falling to the ground, Horn suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. If he could still struggle to death just now he was completely exhausted. Horn, who was seriously injured, fell on his back on the ground. He looked up at the beautiful starry sky at the moment. Adjusting his sight downward, he saw a tall man in black scales standing on a huge tree surrounded by several people, holding a half-eaten red fruit in his hand. Horn would never forget this man's face. He was the dragon slayer Ilya. Beside Ilya, a delicate red-haired little girl was also sitting on the tree trunk. She held the fruit in her hands, and her face was covered with light red fruit juice. Her 2 radish-like legs swung happily, looking very comfortable and relaxed. On the beetle's back, the old man who was shaken off his original position had always been indifferent. The moment he saw Ilya, he collapsed. He screamed in exasperation, "Ilya, you are the dragon slayer Elijah. How come you are here? What is there in this remote place that is worth your visit?" The voice of the old man who lost his composure was very sharp, like the sound of a knife scratching an iron plate. Horn got goosebumps all over his body. Ilya threw down the fruit core he had just eaten, and it was not known whether it was intentional or not, but the fruit core just hit the old man's head. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned completely black, but Elijah didn't care whether he was happy or not. He wiped the juice on the tree trunk, scratched his ears, and said to the old man under the tree frivolously, "You old man can come, why can't I? Who else said this place is a poor and remote place? If you don't come here, you can't catch this big fish. The head of the worm wizard Alank is worth, well, let me calculate, 180,000 gold coins." Little Arya, who was eating fruit next to him, rolled her eyes and said, "Ilya, you idiot, plus the 50,000 bounty of the Church of the God of Wealth. It's 230,000. Ha ha ha. Ilya laughed without embarrassment. "Well, Alank, your head is worth 230,000 gold coins. I made a lot of money today." The old man has bounties from different churches. The bounties for wizards are different from those for monsters. This bounty does not require the head to be delivered to claim, but can be claimed as long as it is proven that the wizard was killed. So for a wizard of Alank's level, killing one can claim bounties from multiple churches at the same time. The Church of Ceylon did not create a ranking to rank wizards, because it is really difficult to rank them. Every wizard is a potential bomb, and may cause trouble at a time when no one is comfortable. Therefore, even a first-level wizard may not be unable to cause a shocking incident, but the probability of a high-level wizard causing a major incident is higher. The old man knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully after hearing Elijah's words. He made a strange movement, and after a piercing whistle, countless huge insects either drilled out of the soil or crawled out directly from the void, each of which had a powerful aura, and even the big beetle that put Horn in trouble had 3 of them. But at this moment, the magical beasts above level 4 are not just the big beetles. The strongest one among them is a huge centipede whose width is almost as wide as that of the big beetle. As for the length, Horn couldn't estimate it at a glance. This centipede has dark purple scales, and on the scales above the centipede's head there is a row of hideous human faces with different expressions. This is a level 6 magical beast. Ghostface Centipede. Ilya, don't think I'm afraid of you because you have killed a dragon. You are just a level 6 warrior. I am at least a level 5 wizard, and my Ghostface Centipede is also a level 6 magical beast. Don't go too far. At worst, the 2 of us will fight to the death. The old man, no, it was the insect wizard Alan who roared at Ilya with a cowardly look. Chapter 25. If possible, Alank still hopes not to fight with Ilya. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. There are countless wizards who have fallen at the hands of Ilya. Naturally, he would not think that he is completely sure to deal with this guy. Even if he is a Ghostface Centipede, he is not sure. After all, there are many level 6 wizards who died at the hands of Ilya. But now it is not up to Alank to decide whether to fight. Alank just finished shouting and was still waiting for Ilya's reply. Horn also struggled to sit up and waited for a chance to escape. He just sat up and heard a bang. A gust of wind blew on Horn's face. It was the wind pressure caused by Ilya's leg hitting Alank's protective shield. The purple energy shield that Horn could not do anything about was kicked apart after just a moment. The lavender energy fragments flew in the air. Alank's head, which had lost its protective shield, was kicked directly in the face by Ilya's big foot. He flew dozens of meters horizontally and hit a tree before stopping. The wind pressure generated by the huge force, the light spots formed by the lavender energy fragments flying in the air, and the tree shaken by the flying person, the 3 entangled and echoed in Horn's mind, making Horn suddenly realize his own weakness and desire for power. What are you talking about, old man? If you are not afraid of me, come on. I will fight you to your heart's content. Ilya held the hilt of the dark white giant sword inserted on the beetle's head. His palm trembled slightly, and invisible waves covered the giant sword. Boom! The beetle's head exploded directly. Blood and flesh fragments flew around, but strangely, none of them flew to Ilya, but most of them were stuck on Horn's body. The beetle was completely dead this time. The claws that were struggling before no longer moved, leaving only a slight nerve reaction and a slight twitch. Elijah picked up the long sword and swung it towards Horn. The beetle blood on the sword was shaken off, but it was all thrown back onto Horn. He put the clean long sword on his shoulder and said coldly to the insect wizard lying under the tree, Alank, I'm not here to play house with you, but to take your head and sell it for money. By the way, you are not worth my special trip. It's just a byproduct. Okay, Elijah is really handsome. Arya on the tree clapped her hands and shouted to the people below. On the other side, the flying insect wizard Alank also stood up shakily. His face was shattered by the powerful kick. He looked very scary at the moment. Countless small insects crawled out of his clothes and drilled into his shattered face one after another. After only a short while, Alank's face was restored to its original state. Horn's scalp was numb. This Alank looked like a frail old man, but he was kicked directly and flew dozens of meters away. He was able to stand up, and the head that was almost shattered actually became the same as before in just a moment. Horn suddenly felt a little fortunate. Before, he thought that as long as he killed the beetle, he could easily escape with his young legs, but now it seems that such an idea is simply a pipe dream. If it weren't for the arrival of the dragon slayer Elijah, Horn would have died. After Alank recovered, all the insects he summoned began to roar, as if declaring war on Elijah. The battle was about to start, and no one paid attention to Horn, a small character. Neither side was a weakling that could be easily defeated. In a battle of this level, a distraction could lead to death. While no one was paying attention to him, Horn stood up with pain and began to flee the battlefield. The 2 men had no interest in stopping Horn's escape, so Horn left the battlefield very easily. A moment after Horn left, a deafening roar came from behind him. The battle has begun. Horn was not in the mood to wait for both sides to lose and then take advantage of the situation. Not to mention that he was seriously injured and his magic power was exhausted. Even if he was still intact and had enough magic power, based on the scene of the 2 of them really fighting, as long as one of their attacks went astray, it would cost Horn his life. Not to mention that in Horn's opinion, he would probably not be a match for the two of them even if they only had one breath left. The situation of the fisherman benefiting from the conflict between the snipe and the clam is based on certain abilities. It is absolutely a suicidal act to wait foolishly for the battle to end without strength. Moreover, Horn would not risk staying when the two of them did not like him. After escaping from the battlefield, Horn came to the place where a lank had tied up and the two places were not far from each other, so Horn could barely walk here with his physical condition. He wanted to rescue Anne. Without Anne, Horn would not be able to hold on to return to Douglas Carpenter's shop with his current physical condition. Anne was still tied up. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, but she revealed a resolute look. Although she was very weak, she could not become a wizard even if she died. She had already made plans to commit suicide as soon as she had the chance, and she would never give the old man the chance to turn her into a monster. Because she still remembered what Horn had told him, that so-called wizards were ordinary humans whose spirits were enslaved by the demons of the abyss. They seemed free and powerful, but every action had to conform to the code of conduct of the demons behind them. Even if they didn't want to, they had to kill people. No matter how powerful a wizard was, he was just a slave of the demon. She didn't want to be a puppet like that. Anne's little brain was still thinking about all kinds of things, and a swaying figure appeared in her eyes. It was Horn. His black robe was stained dark red by blood, and it was dotted with dark green beetle blood. He staggered to Anne's side, picked up the last walnut staff, pointed the top of the staff at the rope that tied, and a small flame appeared to burn it off. Now Horn only needed the help of the staff to ignite a small flame. The release of this small flame was the last effort Horn could make. After burning the rope, Horn's hand loosened, and the staff fell to the ground. Then he closed his eyes, and collapsed on Anne's body weakly, and could not get up again. Anne hurriedly supported Horn to prevent him from falling. Her nose felt a little sour. Did Horn become like this to save her? Before she could be moved, she was horrified to find that a centipede as thick as an arm stood up from the ground, staring coldly at Horn, who appeared beside Anne. This was the centipede that Alank left behind just in case. Alank ordered it that no living creatures except Annie were allowed to exist here, and Annie was not allowed to leave. If Horn was still awake, he would naturally have a way to deal with this centipede, but now Horn was unconscious, and Anne's summons were very unreliable. Facing the sudden appearance of the centipede, the two seemed to be in a desperate situation. The centipede quickly pounced on Horn, and was about to kill all the creatures except Annie. Annie hurriedly picked up the staff left by Horn and hit the centipede, hoping to break the centipede and prevent it from hurting Horn. However, when she waved the staff, her mind went blank, and a strange spell appeared in her mind, and she recited it out of nowhere. Cherish Matratranker. Chapter 26. As she waved her staff and chanted a spell, a steel sword appeared out of thin air and swept across the centipede, knocking it away. Annie looked behind her and saw a centaur knight covered in armor appear behind her. The centaur's head was also covered in armor, and this guy was more than 3 meters tall, including the horse's legs, and the centipede that was swept away was not dead yet, after lying on the ground for a while. It pounced on Horn again. Even insects know to pick on the weak, and Horn is the weak one now. However, the centaur did not give the centipede a chance to attack Horn. It stretched out its 4 long legs, and came to the side of the centipede in the blink of an eye. Its big hand, like a palm leaf fan, directly pressed down the insect that had come to its senses. The big hand was scratched by the sharp exoskeleton of the centipede, and blood splattered. But the centaur knight did not loosen his hand, and still pressed the centipede to the ground. The knight held the centipede with one hand, and swung his steel sword with the other hand to cut it fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the centipede was cut into 2 sections. The centipede's remaining body was still twisting, and the centaur knight immediately swung his sword and chopped it down, one sword after another, until the centipede was chopped into a pulp and could no longer move. He then put away the long sword covered with insect fluids and walked towards Annie. Annie took a step back timidly, but then stepped forward to block Horn, staring at the centaur knight with a fierce look. This monster could not hurt her, so if she stayed by Horn's side, the monster could not hurt Horn either. Although clumsy, this was the only way to protect Horn. Annie was still staring at the centaur knight nervously, her muscles tensed, waiting to block Horn at the critical moment, but the centaur knight did not attack Horn as she imagined. After the centaur knight walked 2 meters away from Anne, he stopped and put away his bloody sword. He bent his 4 legs and knelt down with a plop. He lowered his head deeply, like a knight waiting for the king's order. "Can you understand me?" and asked in a low voice. The centaur knight nodded. "Then can you speak?" and asked again. The centaur knight shook his head. "Can you help me send this person to a place?" and said timidly. She was actually still very scared of this big guy she summoned, but it was difficult for her to bring Horn back safely by herself. As soon as the voice fell, the Centaur Knight stretched out 2 big hands, grabbed Horn's clothes, and lifted him up. "Oh, be gentle," and saw that the Centaur's movements were a bit rough, and quickly patted the Centaur's hand. The Centaur paused, then gently fixed Horn on his back. Under its guidance, the Centaur carried Horn step by step to Enoch's small house, and could only come here except for her own home in Leon City. The Centaur who sent Horn to Enoch's house with, and gently put Horn on the bed, and then the Centaur put his right hand on his chest, and bowed deeply to and to say goodbye. After saying goodbye, his body slowly became transparent, and finally disappeared into the air. Annie ignored the disappearing Centaur Knight. She also ignored the so-called cursed device on Horn's face, and hurriedly took off Horn's blood-stained robe. After removing the robe, and saw a handsome face, which was Horn's true face hidden under the dark robe. On the other side of the battlefield, there were broken giant insect corpses everywhere, dozens of giant trees collapsed, and the ground was full of deep gullies and broken insect corpses, which exuded a foul smell. The ghost-faced centipede that Alank relied on had already been cut into several pieces, and the wheel-sized eyes on its head stared blankly at the sky. Alank's old face was covered with sweat, and his hands could not stop shaking. He relied on his insects to fight, but now almost all of his stocks in recent years were killed by Ilya, like cutting melons and vegetables, which made Alank a little unacceptable. You know, even with the ghost-faced centipede, Alank can compete with ordinary 6th-level professionals. The fighting power of this dragon slayer Ilya is not even at level 6. Ilya, the opponent of Alank, was spotless as if he had never experienced a battle. He was not stained with the green slurry all over the ground. Except for the light green on the soles of his shoes, there was no trace of fighting even on his sword. Are you out of tricks? Are there no bugs left? Don't stop. The corpses of high-level monsters are very valuable. Although they are not as valuable as you, they are still money, right? So do you have any more? If you have any, call one out so I can chop it. Ilya said, picking his ear with the little finger of his left hand. Alank remained silent. There was no doubt that he was no match for Ilya, but the woman was still there. As long as he used the insects placed next to the woman to perform a remote sacrifice, he would still have a chance to turn the tables. Although performing the sacrifice without building the altar might arouse the anger of the devil, there was no other way now. Alank began to recite the spell loudly. The spells of wizards and wild witches must be recited loudly to work, because the spells that wizards need to recite are actually recited to the demons of the abyss, and then borrow the power of the demons of the abyss. Unlike wild witches, spells are actually just the key to activate the magic circle in the sea of consciousness. Even if you recite it silently in your heart, you can release spells. Ilya is on guard. The spells released by the wizard chanting spells should not be underestimated. This insect wizard Alank is unexpectedly difficult. Although Ilya is still in an absolute advantage now, who knows what kind of changes will come after the spell is chanted. Maybe he will have to use his best skills. The spell was very long, and Ilya couldn't let Alank finish it, but Alank did his best to recite it. He summoned 2 huge black mantises, both of which were level 5 monsters, and were his trump cards before he got the ghost-faced centipede. It was impossible to kill Ilya with them, but it was very easy to delay for a while to finish the spell. After a fight, Ilya's sword directly cut off the neck of a mantis, and the other insect was beaten to pieces and stepped on by Ilya. But at this time Alank's spell was almost finished. Unlike Ilya's worries, the more Alank chanted, the more he felt something was wrong. This kind of sacrifice should have some response. Why didn't his bugs give any feedback? Could it be that? Alank looked around and found that Horn had disappeared. That kid hijacked my sacrifice. Alank covered his head with his hands and roared sharply. He regretted not getting rid of Horn quickly. He hated Ilya, who suddenly came out to mess up. He hated everything that came out to mess up today. Without the level 5 and 6 monsters and Annie, what would it matter if he escaped from the dragon slayer Elijah today? He was waiting for the reward from the devil happily, but now he lost both his wife and his army. Elijah, I won't spare you. I will kill you if I get a chance. And that guy called the evil-faced man, if he appears in front of me again, I will cut you into pieces. Alank cursed with hatred. Ilya heard that the tone of Alank's voice was wrong, as if he was saying that he could escape, but he couldn't think of how this wizard could escape from him. He stared at Alank and decided to end the battle as soon as possible, not giving Alank a chance to escape. Ideas are always good, and Ilya soon found out how Alank escaped. After he shouted, his body twisted strangely, as if there were countless tiny bugs crawling under his skin. This is witchcraft. Insect hideout. Alank's skin shattered, and countless black bugs flew out of his body and flew away. Arya! Ilya hurriedly shouted to Arya, who was sitting on the tree. A pure white-hot flame bombarded the place where Alank was just now. The coverage of this flame was much larger than Horn's fireball, and the temperature was much higher. The ground hit by the flame was melted, but there were still many bugs that flew away, and there was no time to kill them all. Elijah looked at the melting ground with a gloomy face and remained silent. Arya landed beside Elijah lightly, and pulled Elijah's sleeve with her chubby little hands, comforting her so that he wouldn't get too angry. Elijah took a deep breath. I was careless. He shouldn't be dead. If he's not dead, just find a chance to kill him next time. Anyway, he's not a powerful character. If you pay attention, he won't be able to escape next time. Arya took out another fruit from somewhere and started to eat it. He's not worth your anger, Elijah. Chapter 27. Lean City. Black Street. In an underground casino, hundreds of gamblers were gambling frantically. Everyone was excited and crazy. They were obsessed with everything on the gambling table. Apart from those who were intoxicated with gambling, in a room at the deepest part of the casino, two white figures were entangled on the bed. When they were indulging, countless tiny flying insects drilled in from the cracks in the room, and they were unaware. The man was still sprinting vigorously, when suddenly a small insect landed on his back. He pushed the insect aside, but then more insects landed on him. The man was about to get up and shake off the insects, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain from his back. He howled loudly, and the thing softened all of a sudden, because the insects on his back had already bitten through his skin, and they were still drilling into his body one by one. The man stretched his hands behind his back with a horrified expression, trying to pull out the insects, but the moment his hands reached behind his back, the insects also landed on his arms. After the teeth-grinding gnawing sounds and the piercing screams, the man finally stopped struggling. At this moment, countless small insects covered every inch of the man's skin. After a while, there was not even a single insect on his body, but all of them had drilled into his body. Only dents and tiny holes were left on his skin. The woman under him woke up from her trance and looked at this horrific scene without showing any horror. Instead, she showed an expression of helplessness and pity on her face. She stretched out her snow-white thighs and kicked the man with holes all over him under the bed. She pulled off the bed sheet and covered her body with it. She sat on the bed and watched the man being devoured by the bugs bit by bit. Alank, I feel sick every time I see you do this. Can't you use such disgusting bugs? Change to something cute, like tentacles. The woman's delicate face was full of disgust. The man under the bed had been completely hollowed out by the bugs, and his hollow body stood up straight. He stretched his hands to the top of his head and grabbed his hair, pulling hard, and with a ripping sound, his skin was torn off completely. There was no trace of blood, as if only a piece of clothing was torn off. After the tearing, an old body emerged from the body full of holes. It was the insect wizard Alank who escaped from Elijah's hands. Arima, you know that the best carrier of insect hiding is the Yama flying insect. If you like tentacles, I can cultivate some crook protozoa for you. Alank said to the woman sitting beside the bed, while removing the dead skin from his body. When can you cultivate? Wait, your magic power is so weak just like. Arima on the bed was stunned for a moment and said, I know, it's probably at the level of the 4th level. Of course, using insect hide twice in a short period of time will become like this. This time I met a tough guy, the dragon slayer Elijah. Almost all my high-level insects died in his hands. Alank gritted his teeth and said, What are you going to do? Arima brought a set of clothes to Alank and threw it on his naked body. Of course it's revenge. Alank's expression was extremely gloomy and terrifying, extremely ferocious. Horn was lying on the bed, and his black robe was taken off by Annie. There were more than a dozen small, but deep wounds on his body. These were the wounds left by the centipedes on Horn in a short time. Annie looked at Horn and could only worry. She didn't know how to treat the wounds, but she knew that if she didn't treat them, those small wounds that were still bleeding would take Horn's life. Even if she didn't know how to treat the wound, and knew she couldn't ask outsiders for help, so she could only do some simple treatment first, and then look forward to Enoch's arrival. She boiled hot water, and washed a clean towel to help Horn wipe the wound, and then found some clean cloth strips to wrap Horn's wound. This was all she could do. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and was startled, holding the staff left by Horn tightly in her hand, and dared not make a sound. Did the old man come again? You know, Enoch never knocks on the door. Excuse me, is anyone here? If no one is here, I come in. A man's voice came from outside the door. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, giving people a very warm feeling. No one, Don't come in, Annie said nervously, holding the staff tightly at the door. She planned to summon the Centaur Knight if something went wrong. The man outside the door stiffened his hand knocking on the door. Does he look like a bad guy? Don't worry, girl. I have no ill intentions. I am only here to treat the young man inside. The man outside the door said softly. Why should I trust you? And how did you know someone was injured here? Annie asked cautiously. The man outside the door smiled bitterly. I can't explain, and I don't have time to explain. I saw the fight just now. The young man's injury is very serious. If he is not treated, his life may be in danger. It's up to you to decide whether to let me in or not. After a while, the door opened a little, and then looked at the man outside through the crack. There was a man in a brown coat standing outside. The man wore glasses, and his face was covered by a thick scarf. Why are you covering your face? Anne asked. Just as you don't trust me now, I won't show my face to you when we meet for the first time. The man outside the door shrugged and said, Well, wait a moment. After saying that, Annie trotted back to the room, and then trotted back again to open the door for the man. At this time, Annie's face was covered with a piece of cloth. You can come in now. Annie made way for the man to enter. The man sighed and walked into the room. This silly girl, you said I saw the fight just now, so I already know what you look like. He walked to Horn's side, and saw that Horn's face was also covered with a black cloth. It seems that the little girl just went to cover her face for the boy. Are you a doctor? And followed the man closely, not giving him the chance to do anything dangerous. I'm not, well maybe. The man untied the cloth wrapped around Horn's body and revealed his wounds. He put his hands on Horn's chest, and a light green light was released from the man's hands. The green light enveloped Horn's wounds, and even felt that Horn's wounds seemed to have healed a little. Are you a priest? And asked nervously. The healing spell looked like a church spell. If the man was a priest, Horn would be in danger. I'm not a priest. I'm the same as you, the man said with a smile. The same as us? Annie understood what he was going to say. You too. Yes, I'm also a wild witch. The man nodded and said. Chapter 28. The man's healing spell was very weak, and it took a full hour to heal Horn's wound. He stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said to Annie, With my ability, I can only heal to this extent. The wound that has just healed is very fragile. Don't do strenuous exercise before it is fully recovered. I will thank you when we meet again in the future. After that, he walked towards the door and prepared to leave. Why did you come to heal him? What is your purpose? Annie stopped the man who was about to leave. As both of us are wild witches, what's wrong with helping each other? The man chuckled and left the house. When Horn did not return to Douglas Carpentry's shop at the appointed time, Enoch felt something was wrong, so he went to his former home to check the situation. Halfway through the journey, Enoch saw a man in a brown long coat coming towards him. He used illusion to cover his figure, and waited for the man to pass by. The man was walking normally, but when he approached Enoch, he suddenly froze. He turned to face Enoch, bowed slightly, and then left. Enoch was confused and thought that the man might have lost his mind. As soon as Enoch entered the room, he found Horn lying on the bed with his clothes taken off, and then with red and swollen eyes beside him. What happened? Did he do that to you? Enoch pointed at the two and said stammeringly. Annie danced and described everything that happened to Enoch, and also introduced the man who treated Horn. Enoch was stunned. How could so many things happen in a normal shift? Enoch touched his chin and asked thoughtfully, Is the man you are talking about wearing a brown robe and a scarf around his face? Annie asked puzzledly, How did you know? I saw it just now. Enoch suddenly realized and said, It turns out that the guy just now was the one who treated him. He should really thank him. The two were chatting, and Horn, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. The two hurriedly ended the topic, and came to Horn's side. Horn sat up with great effort. His wound was still aching, but it was different from the severe pain he imagined. It was just a slight pain and itching. He looked down at his chest, which was white, smooth and moist without a trace of blood. The skin where he had been injured before was even more delicate. I remember that I should be injured, and it looked very serious. It was torn here, and a piece of flesh was bitten off. Horn touched his chest, and was a little dazed. You are lucky. I heard from Annie that a guy who came out of nowhere rescued you, otherwise you would not be able to get up now. Enoch found a chair, and sat down when he saw that Horn was fine. Where is he now? He left. He said that as wild witches, it is right to help each other, and then he left. Annie replied. He can heal injuries, is a wild witch, and looks like a good person, so he is an ideal companion. Horn thought to himself. Let's go back. Too many people know about this place. It's not safe. Horn stood up with the help of the bed and began to put on his clothes to leave. Enoch hurriedly helped Horn up, fearing that he would stagger and fall to the ground and die from the wound. When the two walked to the door, Horn turned around and said to Annie, Annie, you come with me. This place is not safe anymore. Oh, okay, I'd pack up and come right away. And agreed with a look of surprise on her face. Did this mean that Horn recognized her? Anne and Enoch took turns supporting Horn and walked for a long time before returning to Douglas Carpenter's shop. This time Douglas was not in the yard, but Horn still let them support him to go to old Douglas' room. There was going to be a new member in the yard, and it was a woman, so he had to talk to old Douglas. Horn opened the door and found that old Douglas had already gone to bed, so he decided to let and choose a guest room to stay in first. The next day, Horn told old Douglas about this matter, and old Douglas readily agreed. In this way, the fourth member of Douglas Carpentry's shop came, a lady from a former merchant family. Because her identity was somewhat sensitive, she could not go out without covering it up. Horn asked Enoch to go to Walker's company to buy some clothes, including a black robe similar to Horn's black robe, and told Horn and the others about her summoning a centaur knight who obeyed her command at the end. Horn gave Anne a staff and asked her to release it again. But this time, Annie did not summon a centaur knight, but a huge wild wolf. This wolf is also a first-level magic beast, obeying Annie's command, but obviously not as powerful as the centaur knight summoned last time. This shows that Annie's summoning is very unstable, and unstable summoning may not play the role it should at a critical moment. So Horn's task for Annie is to condense the Sea of Magic as soon as possible, and then try to explore his consciousness into the Sea of Consciousness to explore the cause of the unstable summoning. The East District of Leon City. In the attic of a library, a dozen people wearing masks or robes sat around a huge long table. They couldn't see each other's faces, but they were chatting very enthusiastically, just like old friends who had been separated for a long time. Ta-da-da, footsteps sounded, and a man in a brown robe came up from downstairs, sat down at the long table, took off his gloves and put them on the table, revealing a pair of very delicate hands. I called everyone here this time because I found new compatriots, and I want to ask if you want to absorb them. The man in the brown robe said. According to the plan, we will go to the God-forsaken land in 18 days. It is better not to recruit new people at this time to avoid unnecessary trouble. The speaker was a very strong short man, who also covered his body with a robe, but his muscles were too developed, and he was not tall, so the robe did not fit him well. His upper body was tight, but a small part of his feet dragged on the ground. A woman with a white cat mask on her face said softly, "We are all wild witches. It is not easy for everyone. Take those who can be taken away. If you stay here, you may be tied to a stick and barbecued by the church at any time." Her voice was sweet and very comfortable. The fat man, with his mouth exposed on the mask, was eating the barbecue he took out of his bag in small bites. He vomited a lot of vomit, and it smelled very bad. The scene was very chaotic for a while. He had a deep shadow on the church burning the witch to death, because he had seen a friend being burned alive. The man in tea clothes saw that everyone had different opinions, so he clapped his hands gently to attract everyone's attention. Everyone present had received the favor of this man to some extent, so he played a role similar to the leader in this small group. Since we have different opinions, let's vote to decide. Those who decide to try to recruit, please raise your hands. Except for the man in tea clothes, there were a total of 14 people present, 9 of whom raised their hands, and only 5 disagreed. Everyone expressed their opinions, and the man in tea clothes made a decision. I will investigate them. If I think they are trustworthy, I will try to recruit them. If they are not trustworthy, we will leave directly. After all, our goal is to go to the God-forsaken land. No matter what happens, it cannot stop this action. Nothing can stop it. Chapter 29. 3 days later. Horn's injury has not completely healed, and the slight stinging pain still exists, but it is no longer a big deal. Enoch's practice has made great progress. He can finally explore his consciousness into the Sea of Consciousness. His ability to enter the Sea of Consciousness means that Horn will soon have a new spell, Illusion. Horn engraved the magic circle symbolizing illusion into the Sea of Consciousness. It only took 1 day, and the progress was very smooth, but he encountered great difficulties in using it. While he was studying and applying, a special guest came to Douglas Carpentry's shop. This guest was gentle and knowledgeable. He wandered around the small shop for a long time, but didn't buy anything. In Aunt Metz's surprised eyes, he picked up a wood carving and studied it. The wood carvings here were all carved by old Douglas himself. The shapes were strange, and the carvings were delicate. Naturally, the price was not cheap. "Excuse me, sir, what do you want to buy?" Aunt Metz asked after watching the man wandering around for a long time. "Well, let me take another look, the man said perfunctorily to Aunt Metz. "You don't look like you're going to buy anything," Aunt Metz said. "Why do you think so?" the man asked curiously. He was not here to buy anything, but how did the aunt find out? "Except for these wood carvings, everything in this carpenter shop is used by poor people. Judging from your dress, you probably won't need them. As for the wood carvings, you looked at them for a long time, but your attention was not on them. What do you think? Am I right?" Aunt Metz said proudly. "Ha ha ha." The man was a little embarrassed. "To be honest, I came here to find someone." "Who?" Aunt Metz asked. She was kind-hearted and liked to help people. "A young man with black hair and blue eyes should be here." The man smiled and said his target. "Oh, you are here to find Horn. You should have said it earlier. You are still hanging around there for a long time." Aunt Metz rolled her eyes and said to the man. The man smiled awkwardly. Aunt Metz walked to the back door of the store and shouted, "Little Horn, someone is looking for you." I'm coming. Horn, who was disturbed by Aunt Metz's shouting, walked out. Although his injury was not healed, he could still walk around. "Excuse me, who are you?" Horn looked at the man in the store in surprise. He didn't know this man. "Hello, my name is Ian Parker. I think we met 3 days ago." The man bowed slightly to Horn and smiled gently. 3 days ago, you were..." Horn's eyes widened. Could this man be the one who saved him at that time? How did he find me? "Yes, it's me. Can we find a place to talk?" the man said politely. Yes. Horn agreed quickly. He took Ian to the living room in the backyard, asked Ian to sit down, and asked him impatiently, "I am very grateful to you for saving me, but can I ask how you found this place?" "I left a small mark, very faint. Probably no one can sense it except me. I am also a wild witch. I have almost no fighting ability, but my perception ability is very strong, stronger than everyone I have met," the man said to Horn seriously. Horn was in a mess in the wind. Why did this man tell almost all his past just by asking how he found him? Why are you telling me this? If this person's style of doing things is like this, he should have been caught and burned long ago. So Horn thought that this person should have other purposes. "I think you are trustworthy, and I have to be honest to gain your trust." Ian always had a very gentle smile on his face, looking very sincere. "Feeling? Is it just because of feeling that I said so much?" Horn asked doubtfully. "I said that my perception is very strong. Not only can I feel the energy fluctuations, but I can also slightly detect people's hearts. I can feel that if I tell you, you will never report me." Ian was very diligent in revealing his past. "What are you doing here? Why do you feel so confused?" Horn felt that the person in front of him was a lunatic, and he was so honest that he looked like a mentally retarded person. He didn't know how to deal with him. "I am surrendering to you," Ian said, as a matter of course. He felt that he was going crazy. Who could tell him what this guy was doing here? Ian looked at Horn's face full of black question marks, and continued to explain with a smile. "I saw all the battles 3 days ago. I was watching from a distance. You are very powerful, and that girl is also very powerful. Although you are not as powerful as those big guys, you are the most powerful among all the wild witches I know and have heard of. You are so powerful that you don't look like a wild witch. We, the wild witches who survive in the cracks, need a strong leader. In my opinion, you are the most suitable one, so I went to heal your wounds that day. The reason why I came here today is because it takes a long time to find this place from the South District. I don't think I am suitable to be a leader." Horn felt that everything was too sudden, and this Ian was also very strange. "I said, I can also slightly explore people's hearts, and I think you are suitable," Ian said confidently. My mind is a little confused. Can you go back first?" Horn ordered him to leave. If he let Ian Parker continue talking, Horn really didn't know how confused his mind would be. "Okay, we will have a meeting at Parker Bookstore in the East District in 3 days. I hope you can come because we have decided to leave Leon City and go to the God-forsaken land in 15 days. I am the director of the library. If you plan to come, please contact me." Ian Parker stood up and bowed to Horn. "Hey, you don't have to tell me your address and identity," Horn kept complaining in his heart. Okay," he agreed in a daze. Ian Parker bowed to Horn again and left Douglas Carpenter's shop. Wait, what is the God-forsaken land? Horn fell into deep thought. The sun went down, and the city of Leon fell into darkness again. Horn called Annie and Enoch over and discussed with them the problems caused by Ian Parker's visit. He told the two of them what Ian Parker had said in detail, wanting to hear their opinions. You said the man who saved you was called Ian Parker? He told you his identity directly, and he said he was the director of some library? Enoch thought that if Horn wasn't crazy, then that man was crazy. That's right. Horn nodded weakly. He also has a small group of wild witches? A dozen wild witches? Annie asked with sparkling eyes. She was very curious about other wild witches, because the only wild witches she had seen were Horn and Enoch. That's right, Horn said weakly. Normally, if Horn found such a small group of wild witches, he would be very happy, but they came to him and asked him to be the leader directly, so Horn felt very confused. You said he thinks you are suitable to be the leader of the wild witch group? Enoch asked again. Horn collapsed on the chair and covered his head with his hands, looking like he had a headache. He is not wrong, Enoch said softly, without waiting for Horn to answer. Chapter 30. From the beginning, Enoch believed that Horn was someone who had the ability to change the status quo of the wild witch, so he agreed with Ian Parker's statement. Don't make trouble, I'm worried, Horn said irritably. Why are you worried? Brother Horn, haven't you been looking for a wild witch companion? That person has many people who could become companions. You should be happy. Annie witnessed Ian Parker cure the dying Horn that day, and she had a good impression of him and felt that he was a trustworthy person. I just feel that it's too sudden, and I'm a bit overwhelmed, Horn said, covering his head. Are you going to that place in 3 days? Enoch asked in a deep voice. Yes. Although he was annoyed, Horn would not avoid doing what he had to do. 3 days later, Parker librarian was sorting out the documents in the library. Even if he decided to leave in a dozen days, he had to sort out the library before leaving. Is this your daily life? Horn's voice came from behind him. You are finally here. I am very relieved, Yian said without turning his head. Horn was not surprised. This guy said that his perception was very sharp. Since you have such a life, why do you want to go to the God-forsaken land? Isn't such a life good? No worries about food and clothing, and a high status. Ian Parker's life is particularly good among all the wild witches, and with his strong perception, no one would associate him with the wild witch unless he actively exposed it. What's so enviable about this kind of life? You have to live in fear all day long and dare not tell the world who you are. You have to open your senses to the maximum at all times, and even sleep with one eye open. You may be caught by the black-clad butler at any time. Ian Parker suddenly laughed at himself. People like me may not even need the black-clad butler to take action. I can't even beat ordinary North Wind Knights. Is the land of Forsaken God a good place? It is a chaotic place without order. With your strength, you may not be able to survive there at all. During these 3 days, Horn also found out what the God-forsaken land is like. It is a place of chaos without any order. But there is no need to hide in the God-forsaken land. If someone knows that I am a wild witch, they will not report me to the church, and no one will always want to tie me to the stake and burn me to death. My ability is the ability to save people. I like to save people. I want to rely on my ability to gain respect from others, instead of like now, the ability to save people is also a sin. Horn was silent. He didn't know how to refute. Everyone had their own choice, and he had no right to interfere. It was getting dark. There were no pedestrians on the road. The Parker Library had hung a sign saying it was closed. People who used various costumes to cover up their identities entered the closed library one after another. They were all wild witches. On the second floor of the library, the seats around the long table were already full. Everyone was waiting for Yian's arrival. Tonight was their regular meeting. A few days ago, it was Yian's temporary call. According to the plan, this will be their last gathering before heading to the Forsaken Land of God. There should be something very important to say at this gathering, so all 15 members are present. Everyone is present. Yian walked up the stairs and came to the front of everyone. He leaned on the table and said mysteriously to everyone, "Everyone, do you remember the new compatriots I mentioned a few days ago? After my investigation, they are trustworthy, and I think they will bring you some surprises." "What surprise? Don't keep us in suspense," the short and strong man said in a rough voice. His code name is Troll. According to his friend's guess, he got this nickname because he is short. I didn't say it a few days ago, but now I will explain that this new compatriot is very powerful, so I plan to give up my position as leader and let him be the leader. Yian said surprisingly. No! All the wild witches said in unison. No matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as the Blackrobe Butler of the church? Even if he is as powerful as the Blackrobe Butler, we will surrender once the church's people come. It is better to let you, who are sensitive, lead us. At least you can help us avoid danger. The person who was speaking was a tall and thin man. This man was wearing a great coat and a smiley mask on his face. His code name was Smiley Face. He is more powerful than the white-robed butler of the church. Yayan said word for word what he would not have believed 6 days ago. Impossible. I have never heard of such a powerful wild witch. You are not talking about wizards. They are a bunch of lunatics. Yayan was not angry when he saw that everyone did not believe him, because he would not have believed it before he saw the battle with his own eyes. I know you will not believe it, but I think you have all heard of him. He is the evil-faced man that the church has been looking for. Isn't the evil-faced man a wizard? Someone else asked doubtfully. I didn't believe it at first, but I saw it with my own eyes. He is just a wild witch, not a wizard. Yayan saw that everyone looked unconvinced inside. It seems that you all don't believe it, so you should see it for yourself. You should believe it after you see it for yourself. He walked to the door, opened it, and shouted to the bottom of the stairs, Mr. Evil-Faced Man, you can come in. After Yayan shouted, 3 people in black robes came out of the stairs one by one. The leader's clothes were embroidered with gold thread, and the other 2 were embroidered with silver thread. One of them looked like a thin woman. These 3 people were Horn and his group. Didn't you say they were evil-faced people? Why are there 3 of them? A hunched figure hidden in a dark green coat said, using his code name. Oh, I forgot to say just now, they are also a small wild witch organization with a total of 3 people. Yayan added quickly. Just now the scholar said that you are stronger than the white-robed deacon? I think you need to prove it. The short and strong man codenamed Troll said in a muffled voice. Facing his question, Horn's mouth corners hidden in the hood slightly curled up. It was not too easy to show power to a group of ordinary wild witches. He put his hand on the table and silently chanted a spell. Light blue electric light was released from Horn's hand and instantly enveloped the whole room. All the wild witches, including Yayan, changed their faces, and those sitting in the chairs suddenly jumped up from their chairs. They felt like they were electrocuted just now. The power of the touch of lightning is not great, and the power is even smaller when it is distributed to so many people. But even such power really shocked these people. Do you still need to prove it now? Horn said calmly to the wild witches present. Chapter 31. No, it's not necessary. Everyone shook their heads. This move didn't seem to have much killing power, but it was something the wild witches present couldn't do anyway. It would be much safer to go to the god-forsaken land with such a master. However, they thought too much. Horn never thought of going with him. I thought a lot before coming here. I apologize for the sage's request. We don't want to leave here. We live well in Leon City, so we don't plan to leave. Horn said something that disappointed the witches. Ian Parker shook his head. He slightly sensed Horn's thoughts, but now, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Horn say it himself. Although I won't go to the god-forsaken land with you, I will teach you something that will at least give you some self-protection power. Sensing the disappointment of the witches, Horn then said something that made the witches curious. What is it? Can you increase our ability to protect ourselves and teach us swordsmanship? My old bones can't bear it. The wild witches were discussing with each other, with both expectation and disdain. But before I teach you, I want to do a small test. Horn pulled out the main seat at the long table and sat down. What test? Yayan was also stunned for a moment. The test was really beyond his expectation. Now I ask you to trust me. Can you do it? No, I can't trust you either. So before I teach you precious knowledge, I want to do a small test on you to see if you are worthy of my teaching. Horn was getting more and more into the state as he spoke. His aura was very strong now, and the emotions of the wild witches could not help but be driven by them. You are wasting your energy by doing this. We wild witches will never do such treacherous things. Everyone said at once. In the Ceylon continent, it is rare to catch a wild witch and bring out a large group of wild witches, because most wild witches have very strong willpower and will not betray their companions, because all wild witches actually know that even if they confess everything, the final result is actually death. The churches on the mainland have zero tolerance for wild witches, but there are always exceptions. There are also cowards among the wild witches. Although there are not many, every time such people appear, the wild witch group, which is already in danger of leaving the country, will pay a heavy price. However, most of the reported wild witches do not have a good end, because for all the churches on the mainland, wild witches are such things. Granting them death is mercy. Then the test will begin. Horn stretched out his hand to Enoch, indicating that he could start. Enoch's first test subject was Yayan. He put his palm on Yayan Parker's head. The moment his head and hands were released, Yayan's eyes closed involuntarily, and the expression on his face kept changing. A few minutes later, Yayan's face showed an expression of fearless death. He opened his eyes in horror, and at this time, Enoch's hand had been removed from his head. After calming down, Yayan looked at Enoch and nodded thoughtfully. After that, Enoch tested each wild witch, and each person took nearly 10 minutes. The atmosphere in the attic was heavy and depressing. After more than 2 hours, it was finally the last person's turn. Troll. As the last person to take the test, the troll seemed very reserved, because the expressions of everyone in front of him were very scary, and he didn't know what happened. He whispered to the other testers what happened, but they all kept silent. The troll watched nervously as Enoch walked in front of him and put his hand on his head. However, before the test began, a wild strong wind blew, and the door of the attic was torn apart by the green wind. A man in a white butler's uniform floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. This man was tall and straight, with gorgeous blonde hair, but his left face was as scary as a demon. He was the white-robed butler Reeves. I was right. You really came here. You can't escape this time, evil-faced man. Reeves smiled grimly, and that smile frightened the trolls. Horn didn't say much, and threw a big fireball directly, and the battle began immediately. Flames, strong winds, thunder and lightning, and all kinds of powerful spells kept raging. In just a short moment, the library where they had held many meetings was destroyed by the fierce battle. The flying spells accidentally injured several wild witches, because in this small room, the wild witches had no way to hide. Horn, who was fighting with Reeves, took a break and released a big fireball spell on the wall. The solid wall of the library was instantly hit with a big hole that could allow adults to enter and exit. Quick, run away from there. Horn took a break and shouted to the wild witches. The wild witches quickly escaped from the gap one by one. Seeing the prey trying to escape, Reeves waved his hand, and more than a dozen black-clad butlers chased after the wild witches. Seeing that the wild witches were about to be caught up, Enoch stood between them and stretched out his hand to the black-clad butlers. A strange wave was released from Enoch's hand, and two of the black-clad butlers suddenly stopped and turned to attack the other black-clad butlers. But the black-clad butlers that Enoch could stop were few after all, and two black-clad butlers stood in front of the wild witches. The troll showed a look of despair, because to the wild witches, the black-clad butler was already a great master. At this critical moment, Annie, who had not taken action, chanted loudly, and a golden knight riding a pure white warhorse rushed out of the void. The golden knight charged, and under the high-speed sprint, the two black-clad butlers were pierced into a string by the golden knight's lance. The powerful scene made the troll fascinated, and he couldn't help but be stunned, and for a moment, he even forgot to run away. Can wild witches be so powerful? 3 wild witches actually have the upper hand over a white-robed deacon leading 10 black-robed deacons. This is incredible. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. A strong wind blew, and the dark night sky seemed to be painted with a layer of green. This is the 5th level North Wind magic, the North Wind sky. A green figure descended from the sky. It was a big bald man with hanging eyes and a hooked nose. It turned out to be the chief priest of Leon City. The chief priest's move was indeed extraordinary. With a wave of his hand, Horn, Inyo, and Annie were all captured. The troll wanted to escape at this time, but it was too late. He was quickly caught by a black-clad butler. Reeves, with a ferocious face, walked up to the troll, who was tied up like a twist. Where are your fellow wild witches? I won't tell you. The troll showed a steadfast look on his face. Then he is useless. Burn him tomorrow. Reeves calmly instructed the black-clad butler beside him, as if he was dealing with a piece of garbage. Chapter 32. Hearing the voice of Burn It, the troll suddenly shuddered. Was he going to be tied to a pillar and burned to death? But he didn't want to die, especially not. Everyone didn't want to die, but he felt this way especially strongly. Wait, if I tell you, can you not kill me? The troll suddenly shouted to Reeves, who was about to turn around and leave. Reeves showed an interested look on his face. He put his face in front of the troll and said playfully, Tell me first. If it's valuable, I can consider not killing you. I know the names and addresses of 5 people in our Wild Witch group. They are Sage Ian Parker, who lives in. The troll spoke very quickly to Reeves about what he knew. He once thought that he was persistent and had integrity, and he would rather die than surrender for his companions. But even he himself did not expect that when facing life and death, his previous ideas were so worthless. Is that all you know? Reeves asked calmly. The troll looked at Reeves eagerly and nodded quickly. He did not want to die. He did not want to die anyway. He's useless. Burn it, and arrest those guys at the address he gave. Reeves still sentenced the troll to death. As for what he just promised, can the treatment of wild witches be called a lie? This is the attitude of most religious cults on the continent towards wild witches. No matter who you are, no matter what merits you have made, as long as you are a wild witch you will die. No surprises. Ah, no, you promise me, promise me. The troll struggled desperately, and suddenly he broke free from the hands of the North Wind Knight, and then the scene changed, and he returned to the small house where he was going to test them before. Enoch's hand was still pressing on his head. What he had just experienced was all an illusion. This was a test. The troll suddenly realized what the purpose of this test was. It was to screen out people like him who might become traitors. He slapped Enoch's hand away, and then ran towards the door. He knew that he would die if he stayed here, but before he ran to the door, he found a hand on his shoulder. It was the hand of the evil-faced man. The troll knelt down with a plop, and he shed a lot of snot and tears in front of Horn. He choked and said, "I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please let me go. I won't go to the God-forsaken land. Don't worry, I will never betray you." He was really scared, so he kept begging, hoping that Horn would spare his life for the sake of being a wild witch. Although Horn didn't know how the trolls acted in the environment of Enoch, his current behavior had already explained everything. You know too much, and you don't have the most basic loyalty. I'm sorry, I don't want to, but this is what I have to do. Horn's palm on the troll's shoulder emitted a burst of lightning, and the troll, who was still begging for mercy, instantly became unable to move. Then he took out a walnut staff and pointed it at the troll. A pale blue arc of electricity appeared and hit the troll's body directly, causing smoke to come out. The troll twitched a few times and stopped moving. Lightning spells can at least make you less painful. Don't be a wild witch in your next life. Horn squatted beside the troll's body, sniffing his breath and whispering. Horn felt his heart for a while, and found that his heartbeat had stopped before saying, "He is dead." Those of you who have experience in handling corpses can bury his body. The second ring magic struck a wild witch, who was actually dead, but Horn still performed the most basic inspection on his body to be on the safe side, and only asked people to deal with the body after he was sure he was dead. Will he really betray us? Azalea kept trembling, and behind her mask must be a collapsed face. She could no longer control her emotions, because she and the troll were very good friends in reality. Everyone has experienced that illusion, so can't you see it from his reaction? The man with the black dog mask said disdainfully that he looked down on traitors. But after all, the woman with the cat mask hesitated to speak. She felt that she shouldn't decide a person's life or death based on something that hasn't happened yet. What's the difference between this and those priests? Greedy Ghost, Dragon, Sage, Coffee, Azalea, he knows the identities and addresses of the 5 of you. He betrayed you very easily. Seeing that the wild witches were somewhat dissatisfied, Enoch kicked the troll corpse on the ground and tilted his head to say to the wild witches, "This is something only the trolls would know. Enoch would never know." The originally very angry Azalea squatted on the ground in disappointment, covering her mask and crying. He and she were really good friends, but she didn't expect that the trolls would even sell her out to survive. Wait, I have a question. In my perception, the trolls are not this kind of people. Can you give me an explanation? Yayan's eyes narrowed into a slit, and he was in a very bad mood. His purpose of looking for Horn's group was to strengthen the strength of this small group, and he even had the intention of saving them. But now they have lost a person before anything has started. Oh yes, he did refuse, just for a moment. Enoch said with a small distance between his thumb and middle finger. And Ian Parker said nothing more. He thought that if it were him, he would do the same. Seeing that everyone accepted the result, Horn clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention. Now that the test is complete and the potential traitor is dead, I should teach you what I should teach you now. After Horn finished speaking, Enoch took out a stack of pamphlets from his arms and placed them on the table, then took one from the top and put it away. First, this thing, one for each person. Horn pointed at the pamphlets and said. Yayan picked up one, pushed the rest to the middle, and motioned for everyone to take it themselves. The wild witches reached out one after another, picked up the pamphlet and flipped through it. Seeing that the wild witches had already taken the pamphlet, Horn changed his casual sitting posture and said to the wild witches solemnly, "In Ceylon, for thousands of years, all wild witches have survived in this world relying on their natural talents. But this talent is very weak and can't help the wild witches' lives. But it will bring unparalleled danger to the wild witches, because this talent is called a sin by the church. So for the wild witch, it is more appropriate to call it a curse, rather than a talent. And what I am giving you now is called meditation. As long as you persist in practicing this meditation method, it can greatly enhance the wild witch's talent and make the wild witch stronger." Horn emphasized his tone, and there was some momentum in his words. This is something that can change the fate of the Wild Witch. Chapter 33. Yes, as long as you learn the meditation method, you will find that the curse you hated before is the best gift the world has given us. Horn's tone became more excited, and he became more and more immersed in this emotion. As mentioned earlier, Horn really likes the feeling of teaching knowledge to others, and it is the first time to teach so many wild witches at the same time. He held up the remaining booklet and said to everyone excitedly, "This meditation method is the key to unlock the gift. By learning it, you can strengthen your soul, consolidate your sea of consciousness, and then condense your sea of magic power." What are the uses of these things you said? What are the sea of consciousness and the sea of magic power? Smiley asked Horn in confusion. Although what he said sounded powerful, the wild witches didn't know what it was for. The sea of magic power is where every wild witch stores energy. The power you need for your abilities comes from here, and you will know what the sea of consciousness is when you practice meditation to a certain level. After answering his question, Horn smiled and asked, "Everyone here can create some extraordinary scenes, and they all know a spell, right?" Horn found that he seemed to be completely different from the one who worked in the carpentry shop in the black robe. Now he seemed to be more relaxed. "What's the use of that spell? Every time I recited it halfway, I would feel unbearable pain. Once, a wild witch who relied on his strong will forced himself to finish the spell in front of us, and ended up turning into a pile of rotten meat in front of us." The obese glutton complained, and he felt a little sick when he thought of the scene at that time. The purpose of that spell is not to make us suffer. The reason why we can't release it is because our bodies can't bear the power brought by the spell. Horn began to speak again. Everyone will learn a spell when they awaken. That spell is the key to open the magic circle in the sea of consciousness. He kept talking for half an hour, and the wild witches in the room were dizzy. When the wild witches first listened, they were very serious and felt a little excited. But as Horn's explanation deepened, the wild witches found that they couldn't understand it at all. They could only agree with him dizzily, and they were embarrassed to interrupt Horn, who was in high spirits. Horn was giving a speech with great enthusiasm, and secretly poked Horn's back with her finger. He frowned and looked back at him, and pointed her white finger at the wild witches present. He looked in the direction Anne's finger pointed. He saw that the faces of the wild witches present were all very confused, including the most knowledgeable sage Ian Parker, who also had a row of question marks on his forehead. Horn knew from their expressions that they didn't understand anything, and it was useless to continue talking. He took out a walnut staff from his arms with a lack of interest. Of course, in the eyes of everyone, he just took out a small wooden stick of about 30 centimeters. "I named this thing a staff. Holding this thing in your hand and concentrating your mind on the staff, you can recite spells without being hurt. I call the spells released by the spell's magic, and those who can skillfully use magic against the enemy are called magicians." The black dog, wearing a dark robe and a dog-face mask on his face, hesitated for a moment and said to Horn, "Well, can you give it a try?" He was very curious about what Horn said. He was a very belligerent person. He suddenly heard that the spell that was like a death warrant before could be cast now. He wanted to try it. The material of the staff is walnut wood. The smallest one can be made like mine. If any of you want to try it, go find walnut wood to make a staff. Choose the best walnut wood strips, soak them in the juice of moko grass for about an hour, and then finally dry them before use. Of course, the staff has a service life. The spell you chanted should last about 10 times with a walnut staff like this. Even if you use a slightly larger stick, it will not increase the number of uses by much. After Horn finished speaking, he saw that everyone was eager to try, and hurriedly reminded them, "The power of the spells released by your spells is equivalent to the first level magic of the church, and you don't know what the effect of your spells is, so you must find a place where no one is when you experiment." He didn't want these wild witches to be discovered by the church and burned to death because of the vision of experimenting with spells just after teaching them how to use spells. First level magic. Doesn't that mean that as long as they have this small wooden stick, they are equivalent to the first level deacons of the church? The witches questioned Horn for a long time in disbelief, until Horn got annoyed, and they believed everything. The witches were overjoyed to learn how to use the first level divine spells. The haze brought to their hearts by the killing of the trolls just now disappeared. Some people even wanted to sing now. After the joy, the hoe, who looked very honest even with the makeup on, raised his hand. "Do you have any questions?" Horn asked doubtfully. After a while, the hoe hesitated and said embarrassedly, "I can't read, so I can't understand what's in it." His voice was also very honest. As soon as Chutu said this, the other witches also realized that they were illiterate, so they all looked at Horn for help. Horn was suddenly a little confused. How could he teach someone who couldn't read? He liked to be a teacher, but he actually just liked to spread the knowledge of Old Douglas so that more witches could benefit from it, not to teach people to read. However, Horn couldn't blame these witches for being illiterate, because reading was not a necessary skill in Ceylon. It cost a lot of money for civilians to learn to read, and this was not something that ordinary people could afford. Time was short, and it was not very realistic to teach these wild witches to read, so Horn told them how to practice these meditation methods. All the details about meditation had to be taken into account, and finally when it was almost dawn, the black dog with the worst memory also remembered how to meditate. In fact, meditation is a very complicated process. Being able to remember so many things in such a short time is all due to the extraordinary memory of the wild witches. Even the black dog with the worst memory among the wild witches is actually much better than ordinary people. It was almost dawn, and the gathering was coming to an end. Horn said to the wild witches, "It's getting late, you all should go back. We will gather here again 3 nights later. Before I leave, I want to tell you that I hope that one day, the sacred church will collapse, the kingdom of God will fall, and even the high gods will fall. By then, only magic will last forever." Chapter 34. After everyone had dispersed, Horn and the other 2 returned to Douglas Carpenter's shop. "It's really tiring. They are much dumber than you 2. Horn complained to Enoch and the other 2, then sat down on a chair, picked up a water cup and poured himself a large glass of water. He kept talking all night, and his throat was dry. Although Horn was not complaining, he had a smile on his face. He was in a particularly good mood at this time, because a wild witch group of more than 10 people was what he had always dreamed of. Now this group of wild witches, including Horn and the other 2, has a total of 18 people. Although all the wild witches except Horn and the other 2 will go to the God-forsaken land in a while, Horn is still very satisfied. As long as Ian Parker and the others can rely on the knowledge given by Horn to gain a foothold in the God-forsaken land, the knowledge created by Old Douglas will take root there, and maybe one day it will really grow into a towering tree. This towering tree will bring earth-shaking changes to Ceylon, and Horn is very much looking forward to it. Horn felt a little disappointed that he couldn't personally participate in this great change, but his teacher was here, so he didn't want to go anywhere. One day passed, and Horn got up early in the morning and walked around the street. He had some ideas that he wanted to put into practice, so he went out to buy some materials. But Horn suddenly found that the atmosphere on the street was a little different today, and it was obviously much more depressed. All the gangsters on the street disappeared, and the Northwind Knights could be seen patrolling from time to time, and even the city defense soldiers, who didn't work much, usually stood at their posts. Listening to the Andes chatting on the street, just last night, 2 gangs that had been entrenched in the Black Street for many years were wiped out by the Night of the North Wind. Actually, Horn felt a little pity for the 2 gangs. There were no extraordinary people among them, so they always kept their tails between their legs in Leon City, and could not afford to offend any slightly powerful organization. But even so, they were often hurt by passing extraordinary people. For example, when Horn rescued Enoch some time ago, a gang was killed by a passing wizard for more than a dozen people. In fact, if these 2 gangs had not insisted on absorbing new gang members, they would have been gone long ago. The changes in Leon City are not only that the gangs were wiped out, but even the family of the Leon City Lord, who had been playing outside, also came back to preside over the affairs of Leon City. I really don't know how he should face the fact that his whole family was killed by wizards. This feeling that something big was about to happen made Horn feel a little uneasy. Those wild wizards would leave Leon City in a dozen days. Would the changes in Leon City at this time have any adverse effects on their journey to the God-forsaken land? Horn, feeling uneasy, captured a poor North Wind deacon passing by and asked Enoch to use magic to bewitch him and get the information they wanted. The saint of the North Wind Church has arrived. This is indeed a big event. There are more than 100 cities of all sizes within the sphere of influence of the North Wind Church, and Leon City is just a medium-sized one. The saint is nominally the second in command of the North Wind Church, and her status is only below the Pope. With the arrival of the saint, Leon City cannot have any filth in the open. However, Horn was relieved after knowing this news, as long as the martial law in Leon City was not aimed at the wild witches like them. Instead of worrying about the arrival of the saint, Horn might as well think about what new things he should teach the wild witches in 2 days. After all, the saint is not at the same level as Horn and his people, and their lives will not have any intersection. One is high above, and the other is looking up in the mud. The North Wind Knight vaguely said that there seemed to be another big thing, but it was a distance away from Leon City, and he couldn't explain it clearly, so Horn didn't care too much. After the investigation, Horn and Enoch went back to have breakfast. Old Douglas seemed to be in a good mood these days. He gave Horn and his friends extra meals at every meal, smiled when eating, and was not so strict with them at ordinary times. It is worth mentioning that since and moved into Douglas's carpentry shop, Horn finally didn't have to wash the dishes. Because and didn't have to do the carpentry work, the work of washing dishes in this family was all given to Ann. As for cooking, old Douglas originally intended to let Ann cook, but after eating the first meal made by Ann, he changed his mind. He should do this glorious, great and arduous task himself. The little girl was not suitable for this task. Horn and Enoch both agreed with Douglas's decision. The food Annie cooked, well, let's not describe it. Horn's research on illusions has also made some progress. In Horn's Sea of Consciousness, where a ring of magic is imprinted, the 7-pointed star pattern magic circle representing illusions emits a charming glow. He can now easily drag people into illusions, except that he is not very skilled. It seems to be perfect. The reason why it seems is that there is a little embarrassing problem with the illusion created by Horn. To put it simply, if the degree of realism of the environment is divided into 4 levels, movies, TV series, cartoons, and stick figures, then Enoch is now at the level of TV series, while Horn is now at the level of kindergarten children drawing with crayons. When Horn asked Enoch about the illusion, Enoch volunteered to experience Horn's illusion once. He wanted to experience it, and then point out his mistakes. However, as soon as Enoch entered the environment, he began to break free. Using his familiarity with illusions, Enoch easily broke free from Horn's illusion. He couldn't help but bend over and vomited as soon as he broke free. It was very miserable. In a sense, Horn's illusion actually has a little advantage over Enoch's. At least Enoch's illusion only affects the spirit of the person being cast, and does not harm the body of the person being cast. Horn's illusion, vomiting. Horn, disgusted by Enoch's vomit, was determined to practice illusion. He got a fat white rat from somewhere, and fed it to practice illusion. However, Horn found sadly that it was effortless for him to put the rat into the illusion, but it was a dream to make his illusion style normal. Because after a day of practice, the rat was thinner. Thinner! Late at night 3 miles outside the city of Lynn, there was a mass grave. This is where the city of Leon deals with unclaimed corpses. A small group of North Wind Knights are patrolling here at this moment. Every night, these North Wind Knights come here to patrol once to prevent the birth of undead creatures among the messy buried corpses. However, they have been patrolling for a long time, and have never seen any undead creatures. I heard from the old man in the team that a fragile undead was found here 5 years ago, and was killed by a sword. It was the only undead that appeared in this cemetery in 10 years. As they were patrolling, a thick arm stretched out from the soil. The North Wind Knights were startled, and then under their stunned gaze, a short and strong figure crawled out of the ground. Chapter 35. Hey, is that an undead? A novice North Wind Knight pointed at the figure that emerged from the soil, and said in fear. Although they often patrol the cemetery, they have never seen a real undead. Even if they have heard of it, it is just a legend. Now the real undead is standing in front of them, and these North Wind Knights are actually a little weak. After all, this does not look like a low-level undead with only a skeleton. It must not be too weak if there are still some flesh and blood left in life. Another novice North Wind Knight rushed out like a gust of wind, chopped the undead with a sword, and directly chopped the undead down. How can you be so brave? The veteran of the North Wind Knight asked the novice knight. Didn't you say before that these undead are very fragile? 5 years ago, the one who chopped it to death with a sword. So why should I be afraid? The novice North Wind Knight said, as a matter of course. The veteran covered his head. This guy is really a fool. At this time, another veteran of the North Wind Knights squatted next to the undead and observed for a while, and suddenly said to the other North Wind Knights in surprise, Look, this guy's blood is red. He is not an undead, and he was healing slowly. This guy is a wild witch. We found a treasure. It turned out that what these North Wind Knights found was not the undead, but the troll that was electrocuted by Horn before. The troll was not dead. His ability was self-healing. So although he was electrocuted by Horn's arc spell and lost his breath and heartbeat, after being buried in the soil for a day, he came back to life with his self-healing ability. But unfortunately, he was discovered by the North Wind Knights just after he crawled out of the soil. At this moment, the troll was wearing heavy shackles, waiting for the white robe butler to meet him. Originally, he, a wild witch, would definitely be burned to death if he was discovered, but when facing the black robe butler, the troll suddenly shouted, Don't kill me. I know the identities and addresses of other wild witches. I also know information about the evil-faced man. Reeves once said that he must be told about the evil-faced man first, so the troll had to accept Reeves' interrogation first. The troll waited for a long time, and finally saw the legendary Reeves. The scene that appeared in front of him was the same as what Enoch saw during the test. Even though he had never seen Reeves before, he felt familiar. Are you a wild witch? The lofty Reeves looked at the short and strong troll indifferently. Yes, sir. The troll lowered his head and said, Raise your head and look at me, Reeves said. The troll raised his head after hearing Reeves' words, and saw Reeves sitting in front of him with an expressionless face. The left half of his face was burned by the fire and looked like a demon. He was so scared that he lowered his head again, not daring to look at Reeves' face. Reeves looked at his lowered head, frowned, and a green whirlwind shot out from his fingertips, directly piercing the troll's shoulder, and a large amount of blood spurted out of the wound. This is a first-level north wind magic. Although it is very useful, its power will be greatly reduced once the distance is a little far. Do you think I look scary? Reeves asked the troll in a stern voice. No, I dare not. I am not worthy to look directly at your face. The troll was shaking like a sieve, and he didn't dare to touch the severe pain in his shoulder. He knew that if he angered the white-robed butler in front of him, he would die now. Really? That's the way it should be. Tell me what you know, Reeves said calmly. I know the location of 5 people in total. The troll told everything he knew without hiding anything. If he wanted to survive, he had to provide enough information. However, compared to the information about the lowly wild witch, Reeves still wanted to know about the evil-faced man. What do you mean by the evil-faced man? The evil-faced man is a wild witch, the troll whispered. With a bang, Reeves kicked a wound on the troll's shoulder. The wound that had just stopped bleeding due to its strong self-healing ability broke open and became bigger. You mean I was defeated by a wild witch, right? Reeves stared at the troll fiercely. If he dared to say so, his head would be moved immediately. The troll, who was rolling on the ground in pain, heard this, and immediately knelt in front of Reeves again, kowtowed repeatedly, and blood appeared on the floor. Don't dare. I don't mean that, sir. No, then burn it tomorrow. Reeves ordered the black-clad butler beside him. No, sir, you promised. As long as I said so, you would consider letting me go. You can't break your promise. The troll felt it was not worth it. How similar was the current situation to the experience in that fantasy? Even if I betrayed the 4 witches, I couldn't get a way out? Reeves scratched his chin and smiled sinisterly at the trolls. You're not going back on your word. I thought about it. You should just die. The trolls were completely in despair. You said you've seen the evil-faced man, right? A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and a woman in a light blue dress came over. She had an elegant figure and fair skin, with long black and smooth hair gathered behind her head, and a white scarf covering her face. She was Grady Rias, the saint of the Church of the North Wind. Reeves turned around and knelt on one knee when he heard the voice. The white-robed deacons were nothing in front of the saint. There were 10 white-robed deacons accompanying the saint when she traveled. That was more than the white-robed deacons in the entire city of Leon. And there was also the strongest young man of Reeves' generation as a guard, Marcus. It seemed that something happened in the southeast direction. This time, the guards brought by the saint went to reinforce, and there were only 2 white-robed deacons guarding her. Master Grady asks you, have you seen the evil-faced man? Reeves raised his head and said to the troll. The troll also found that this woman was a much bigger figure than the white-robed butler before. He knelt and turned his head to Grady. Yes, I have seen the evil-faced man, but he covered his face, and I couldn't see what he looked like. You didn't see his face, but you heard his voice. What kind of voice was it? Grady asked. The troll thought for a while, and said uncertainly, it should be the voice of a young man. Young man? Hee. Gladdy turned and left Reeves and the troll, leaving a message before he left. Don't let this guy die first. I keep him for use, and let this guy go with me when we capture the wild witch. Listening to Grady's request to let him go with him to capture the wild witch, the troll's crouching face showed a resentful expression. None of the wild witches can escape the blame for his fate, so he wants revenge. Yes, Saint, Reeves said with his head down. The saint who left showed an ambiguous expression under her veil. Young man, huh? Is he your son? Douglas. King. Chapter 36. Tomorrow is the day to teach those wild witches new knowledge. Horn has already made the necessary preparations. He is confident that he can teach those wild witches a lot of knowledge in a short time. The time for preparation is obtained by exploiting Enoch's labor. He asked Enoch to help old Douglas work while he prepared lessons. Horn found that being a boss still has many advantages. Many chores are shared by Annie and Enoch, giving him more time to study magic. As the sun went down, fewer people were on the street. Horn said goodbye to Aunt Metz and was about to close the shop. Just as he was about to close the door, a delicate hand stained with blood pressed on the door. It was Ian Parker. What happened to you? Horn said in shock. It was the first time he saw Ian Parker in such a mess. Let me in first. Ian's voice was very hoarse. He didn't wear the brown coat he liked very much, but a brown short coat. Horn quickly made way for Ian to enter the yard, then found a rag and carefully wiped the blood stains on the door. Ian Parker, who entered the yard, leaned on his knees and panted heavily, then sat down slowly. It seemed that he was seriously injured. What happened? How did you get into this state? Ian Parker was still dressed elegantly 2 days ago, and he was completely different now. The troll is not dead, he rebelled. Except for me, Azalea, Dragon, Coffee, and Glutton should have been caught. Ian Parker said this with difficulty. Horn's face darkened when he heard it, and faint electric sparks and flames lit up on his body. He is a third-ring wild witch, and the magic power contained in his body is much more than other wild witches. Once his emotions are out of control, this kind of strange phenomenon will occur. How could he not die? He is just an ordinary wild witch. How can he withstand the second-ring magic? It is absolutely no problem for the arc spell to kill a wild witch with the same physique as an ordinary person. Even a first-level professional may not be able to withstand it. How do I know how he survived? It should be related to his ability. He never told us his ability. Ian said in a deep voice. Since you have been exposed, is it okay for you to come here? Safety first. If he has been discovered, he can't stay in the carpenter's shop. It should be okay in the short term. No one will find me. Ian said confidently. Then how did you get injured? Horn was a little puzzled. Since no one found him, how did he get like this? I sensed from afar that the troll was coming towards me with a large group of North Wind deacons, so I quickly changed my clothes and jumped out of the window to escape. This injury was caused by the fall when I jumped out of the window. Ian said a little embarrassed. You still have time to change your clothes. You can rest here first. Horn was extremely angry now, but he was still a little speechless about Ian's matter. Before you rest, I have something to ask of you. Ian grabbed Horn's sleeve and said solemnly, My library has been exposed, but other wild witches don't know about this. I need you to notify them to change the gathering place. Excluding the trolls and Ian Park, and the 4 captured witches, Horn still had to notify 9 other witches. The remaining 9 were Snowflake, Voice, Match, Marshmallow, Black Dog, Smiley Face, Stone, Ho, and Breeze. Horn was very glad that Ian Park was not captured. If he had been captured, then tomorrow's gathering might have been the day for more witches to die. Even Horn and his men were not guaranteed to escape. After all, if the trolls rebelled, then the church would definitely know that the evil-faced man was among these witches. Maybe all the white-robed deacons in Lean City will be dispatched. These 9 people are distributed in various corners of Lean City. Among them, Ho and Stone are in the countryside of Lean City and in different directions, so it will take a lot of time to notify everyone. It was already early morning after notifying everyone. Horn and Enoch returned to the carpenter's shop. After washing up, everyone went to the execution ground under the surprised eyes of old Douglas. The execution ground is in the middle of Lean City. It is a large square. In the center of the square, there are dozens of wooden stakes as thick as baby heads. They are the execution racks used by the church to burn wild witches. This was Horn's first time to watch the burning at the stake, except for his own execution at the age of 8. He had to come because these witches almost became his companions. For his companions, if he couldn't save their lives, he had to at least witness their deaths. Then in the future, he would get his money back from the church with interest. It was already noon, and the central square of Leon was full of onlookers today, because they heard that the church was going to burn 4 evil witches to death. Do they really hate the witches? Not necessarily. Most of the lower-class people in Ceylon know that the witches should die, but they don't know why. In fact, they don't care why the witches die, they just look forward to watching the moment of death, because in the church's doctrine, they are higher than the witches. Watching the excitement, yes, just watching the excitement. Horn, Ian Parker, and Enoch were also in the crowd. Ian Parker didn't know what he was thinking. He had been with the 4 people on the execution ground for the longest time, and had the deepest feelings. He had seen too many scenes of witches being burned to death, and he was even numb, and covered her eyes, not daring to look. She had never seen it before, because her mother thought it was not appropriate for a girl to see such things. Horn stared at the execution ground very seriously. This was his second time to be executed. The first time, he was sent to the church by his parents, and was tied to the pillar at the back, watching the people tied in front being set on fire one by one, and finally it was his turn. He had to watch carefully and remember every step of this execution. The time had come, and the execution was about to begin. The 4 witches were wearing heavy shackles and only a tattered linen garment, and were fixed on the 4 wooden stakes in front one by one. The church used wooden stakes to burn the witches, because the flames ignited by their divine power would only burn the body, not the wood. This is also one of the miracles that the church has always preached. At this time, the 4 people no longer had the masks and robes that concealed their identities, and Horn finally saw their true faces. Azalea is a woman in her 30s. She is a good friend of the troll. What she didn't expect was that the troll would send her to the stake in order to survive. Phylon was a city guard, and Coffee was a little noble. They both lowered their heads and didn't want to look up. Glutton was a fat man about 16 or 17 years old. He loved eating, so he named himself Glutton. He kept crying. Horn had expected these wild witches to let go of their guard and remove their disguise in front of him. But it shouldn't be in this scene. Chapter 37. Even if the glutton is crying, the execution will start as usual. The person presiding over the burning was a white-robed deacon, who read out their stale doctrines that had not changed for hundreds of years to the onlookers, and determined the crimes of the 3 wild witches on the stage. The black-robed deacon carried out the specific execution of the punishment. The North Wind Sanction is a divine art that every deacon knows. By chanting, they call on the divine power and flames to burn the enemies of the church. It is called purification. The first person to be executed was the glutton. After he witnessed his friend being burned alive by the church, he had a shadow on the church, the central square, and everything related to the blue flame. So he lived his life carefully, but he didn't expect to be betrayed and end up like this. He was angry at this damn world. He hated the damn word wild witch. He hated the church, hated the onlookers, and hated everything that made up this hateful world. But what could he do? He could do nothing but cry. He had just seen hope of changing his fate 2 days ago, but now, that hope had been inevitably destroyed. He suddenly remembered what Horn said when he left that day, "Then let yourself vent your anger before you die." The glutton suddenly stopped crying and shouted with all his strength, "One day, the church on earth will collapse, the kingdom in heaven will fall, and the high gods will also fall. At that time, only magic will last forever." His voice was so loud that the black-clad butler, who was carrying out the execution, was stunned, and the crowd stopped cheering. Azalea also stopped sobbing and shouted. Coffee and Phylon looked at each other with their heads down, and a smile was barely drawn on their lips. They raised their heads and stared at the crowd without avoiding it, and shouted loudly, "Since it is impossible to survive, they must let the last moment of their lives bloom with sparks that can burn the church. What is magic? They are dying and then going crazy. Ha ha ha. Burn them quickly. Don't let these crazy people shout anymore." The white-robed deacon who presided over the burning said loudly to the black-robed deacon, who was carrying out the execution. The stunned voices of the onlookers came back to life and became even louder. It seemed to cover up the voices of the 4 witches on the stage. These 4 witches seemed different from the previous ones. "What is magic? I have never heard of it. They must be crazy." This time, the burning was the same as before, and they would be burned to death in the end. But there were also some differences. This time, the witches did not plead sadly before their death, nor did they show numb indifference or curse in despair. Instead, he kept shouting loudly, "Only magic lasts forever." Although they were laughing, for some reason, all the onlookers, including the deacons, felt a chill lingering in their hearts. It was as if something was born at this moment. In the flames, the 4 wild witches lost their lives. Off stage, Horn clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemed to be spewing flames, and he was about to lose control of himself. Only magic lasts forever. At this moment, perhaps it was because of the declarations of the 4 wild witches before their death. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying memories of his childhood. Perhaps it was because of the accumulation of the church's continuous oppression of the wild witches over the years. Or perhaps it was because of the stories that old Douglas had always told him before. All of this was intertwined in Horn's heart. An idea that had been lingering in Horn's heart suddenly sprouted at this moment. He wanted to rebel. He wanted to overthrow the church, overthrow the gods, and overthrow everything that was harming all the wild witches. He wanted to establish the kingdom of wild witches. Annie held Horn's clenched fist. She was worried that Horn would do something irrational. Under Anne's comfort, Horn's emotions gradually calmed down, and he did not do anything out of the ordinary, because an idea had taken root in his heart. Horn's emotions had calmed down. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing became rapid again. He saw a person, a troll. He was standing behind the North Wind Knights in shackles. He was in low spirits, but he had a resentful smile on his face. Horn stared at the troll for a long time and left the central square. He couldn't watch any longer. He was afraid that if this continued, he would kill the traitor with a big fireball, no matter what. He will definitely die. It was late at night, and the moon was covered by dark clouds, just like the mood of the wild witches, gloomy without a trace of light. At this time, they all gathered in the new base, Marshmallow's home. Marshmallow's voice was very nice, and the face under the mask must be very beautiful. She inherited a small restaurant from her parents, but she had no intention of running it. Because the identity of the wild witch has always been like a big stone pressing on her heart. There were 18 people at the gathering 3 days ago, but only 10 people at the gathering 3 days later. The 4 of them must not die in vain, Match said in a deep voice. He sounded young, but he had a hot temper. The fact that the troll betrayed his 4 companions and burned them to death was a huge blow to him. But what if they can't die in vain? We are just wild witches. The one who spoke was Stone. Yes, we are wild witches, but we are different now. We are stronger than before. Black Dog stood up and said, holding a very roughly processed walnut stick in his hand. He must have tested his magic. The wild witches who learned the spells became stronger, and with strength came confidence and self-esteem. Now they are unwilling to let 4 compatriots be burned to death, but the opposing party also made sense. Even if they become stronger now, what does it matter? The whole world is their enemy. With their current strength, they have no ability to compete with the church. The witches had different opinions, and each of them had some truth in their opinions. Enoch was also very angry. He used a dagger to ravage a small piece of wood. He wanted to take revenge, but he didn't express his opinion because he listened to Horn, and didn't have any opinions. As long as Horn made a decision, she would follow him. Horn hid himself in a large black robe, closed his eyes, and meditated, rubbing his hands constantly. He had a big idea in his mind. After a while, the 2 witches were tired of arguing and turned their eyes to Horn. Horn was the strongest, and had given them such precious knowledge. Horn was very important in their hearts. What do you think? Ian Parker asked Horn. He tried to detect Horn's thoughts, but he didn't know how to understand what he detected. Horn opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and the fire in the room shook violently. He said in a deep voice, "Do you have the courage to do something big with me?" Chapter 38. Big deal. Are you going to fight? I dare you. Black Dog said, rubbing his hands. What big deal? Match asked with great interest. They were both staunch advocates of war, so they reacted strongly to Horn's statement. Ian Parker sighed, but said nothing. Enoch stopped ravaging the poor wood and looked back at Horn. He had a feeling that Horn would say something he expected now. Horn raised his head and stared at the wild witches, with a soul-stirring color in his eyes. Doesn't the butler in white know what magic is? Didn't they say that Azalea and the other 4 were crazy? Aren't those stupid onlookers laughing at them? Since they don't believe in the existence of magicians, then let's make the city noisy and tell them that. We are magicians and we use magic. Do you dare to join me? Horn said word by word. Everyone was so excited that their blood boiled. Except for Marshmallow, Ian Parker and Stone, who hesitated for a moment. Everyone else passed. They will do something big with Horn. Is there a way to make my voice heard throughout the city? Horn asked the wild witches. I can, but I need a day to set it up. The voice stood up and whispered to Horn. Let's exchange everyone's abilities to make a big plan, a plan that is bound to anger the Church of the North Wind. Then after everything is ready, announce our existence to the world. The trolls reported 5 wild witches, but only 4 were caught, and there was still one wild witch codenamed Sage, who was not caught, which made Reeves very annoyed. He severely reprimanded the black-clad deacon in charge of the capture. A mere wild witch, not a wizard, is it so difficult to capture? He ordered his 10 black-clad deacons to issue a notice throughout the city of Leon to hunt down the wild witch named Sage. The people of Leon were very supportive of the church's actions. Not long after the notice was issued, a hunter hunting in the mountains found the traces of the sage. After paying the price of 5 gold coins, the leading deacon Simon finally got the address where the sage appeared from the hunter. He lives in a hunter's cabin in the woods at the edge of the South District. 10 black-clad deacons hurried out to capture him. Reeves attached great importance to this operation, so he dispatched 10 of his dozen deacons. Sending 10 black-clad deacons was already a great favor to the wild witch called the sage. If Deacon Reeves hadn't been emphasizing that they should be cautious, sending 2 would actually be enough. The leader was Simon, the North Wind deacon, who was a second-level priest. After Joseph's death, his status in the church rose sharply, and he became a favorite of Reeves. The deacons acted quickly, and soon found the address of the hunter's cabin. They quietly surrounded the cabin, and 10 deacons stood in front of the door, with a unique momentum. Each deacon had a relaxed expression on his face. For them, it was easier for 10 deacons to catch a wild witch than to go on vacation. Maybe in their hearts, they had already imagined the desperate look of the sage when he was caught. Simon waved his hand, and 2 black-clothed deacons kicked the door in. Their movements were very rough, just like their usual style. Inside the door, Eopark was indeed in this hunter's cabin. The 2 deacons were delighted, but suddenly froze. Because there was not only the sage in this room, Eopark, wearing a brown coat, stood in the room with a smile on his face. In front of him was the first sofa. On the sofa, a man in a gorgeous robe with gold and silver lines was sitting there. The mysterious man leaned forward with his hands on his chin, staring at the black-clad butler who broke in. He was wearing a hood, so his expression could not be seen. His whole body only revealed a pair of eyes full of anger. The 2 black-clad deacons stood there in a daze, without making any movement for a while. Deacon Simon, who was waiting outside the door, was getting impatient, so he strode into the hut and pushed aside the 2 deacons blocking the door. "You're just dawdling. Don't you want to do it? Just a evil-faced man." Simon screamed. His voice was passionate and melodious, and his throat seemed to be broken by the shouting. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought the church would be more efficient." Horn stood up from his chair, holding a thin wooden stick in his hand. "Retreat." Simon gave the order, and he and the 2 black-clad butlers slowly left the hut. After leaving the hut, he led the remaining 9 butlers to retreat towards Horn. Simon knew very well that a heretic of the level of the evil-faced man was not something that a small black-clad butler like him could handle. He had to at least go back and ask Lord Reeves for instructions, and then join forces with other white-clad butlers to deal with him. However, he was not very worried that Horn would attack them, because although the evil-faced man was notorious, they also had 10 black-clad butlers on their side. If they confronted him head-on, he would surely have a headache. But even though they thought so, Horn would not let them go. He had already finished reciting the spell in his heart, and with a wave of the staff, a thick fog appeared and enveloped the area around the hut. This was the second ring water magic, the water mist. What happened? Where did this fog come from? The deacons whispered in panic. Ah! A scream was heard, followed by the sound of people falling to the ground. Someone was attacking them, and Simon quickly realized this, but he was powerless to stop this scene, and he did not know the magic to dispel the fog. After the first scream, screams continued, and soon Simon was the only one left. With a thud, a flying stone came towards Simon. After all, he was a second-level priest, and he only paid a small price to block the stone. Simon was nervous and alert, worried that another stone would fly from somewhere, but his worry was obviously unnecessary. The fog soon dissipated, and no attack came until the end. After the fog dissipated, Simon could see the surrounding situation clearly. The 9 black-robed butlers he brought were lying on the ground in all directions. Some were knocked down by stones, some were tied up by vines, and some had burns on their bodies, but they all looked alive, and Horn was sitting on the steps in front of the hunter's cabin, looking at Simon jokingly, as if he was looking at a monkey. As a high-ranking black-robed butler, Simon had never been looked at in this way. He seemed to have suffered great humiliation, but he did not dare to show it, because in addition to Horn, there were more than a dozen black-robed people surrounding him. The black robes of these black-robed people were similar in style to those of the evil-faced man, except that they did not have the unique gold and silver patterns on the evil-faced man. They were exactly the same. At this time, these black-robed people all held a short wooden stick in their hands and pointed it at him. Simon did not dare to move at all. Chapter 39. In addition to capturing some black-clad butlers, another purpose of this operation was to give these wild witches a chance to fight. Therefore, Horn only released a water mist spell throughout the whole process, and he did not release any magic. All the black-clad butlers who laid down were knocked down by the black-clad butlers who had just learned spells. The effect of the first actual combat was better than Horn expected. Among the wild witches, Enoch and Annie just made up the numbers and did not take action. The remaining Marshmallow, Ian Parker and Voice were all auxiliary abilities, and they just stood by and watched. The only people who really took action were Match, Chi-Fong, Snowflake, Stone, Black Dog, Ho, and Smiling Face. They all showed the fighting power that a wild witch should have. Although they were not very proficient, it was enough to surprise Horn. Match's spell seemed to be the ability to burn anything it touched. It was much more powerful than the flame spell, but it seemed that it had to be used at close range. It was called the wood-burning spell. Chi-Fong controlled the wind to condense into a wind blade to attack the enemy. This wind did not have the obvious green color of the North Wind Church's magic, so it was not easy to be discovered. It was called the wind blade spell. Snowflake's spell is to control the cold air nearby to attack the enemy. It is very operable but not powerful enough, so it is called Cold Current spell. Stone spell matches his name very well, which is to throw stones, called Flying Stone spell. The most powerful attack is Black Dog spell. There is a colorless and transparent fist in the void in front of his palm. This fist is very powerful, and normal people can't see it at all. He knocked down 3 black-clothed butlers by himself. As for this spell, it has not been named yet. What shocked Horn the most was the hoe. He threw a seed at a black-clad deacon, and the seed grew into a long vine in a short time, tying up the black-clad deacon. This spell is called Vine spell. The smiley face's spell was a bit strange. The black-clad deacon who was attacked by him fainted unexpectedly. Horn couldn't understand what happened, and he didn't seem to want to talk to Horn. In fact, the strength of the first-level priests of the North Wind Church is not strong. Most of the first-level deacons have only learned the 2 combat magics of North Wind Protection and North Wind Fist. Although they seem very strong with their single combat capability, as long as these wild witches develop and learn a few more first-level spells, they can definitely defeat the first-level priests easily in a one-on-one fight. At this moment, more than 10 small wooden sticks pointed at Simon in the middle of the field. Simon raised his hands in confusion. How could there be so many people? How could he fight them? Evil-faced man, aren't you afraid of arousing the anger of the church by doing this? If you touch us, the church will definitely not let you go. Simon said fiercely. Is this the level of anger? Horn walked slowly to Simon and said hoarsely, I am more angry than you. And even if we did nothing, would the church let us go? In the beginning, we just wanted to survive. Simon yelled at Horn. You are sinners. Your existence is a threat. Listen to me. Stop resisting. Otherwise it will only lead to greater consequences. Didn't he know that this would further anger Horn and the others? He knew that the 20 years of brainwashing had made Simon incredibly persistent in dealing with the wild witch. Not only him, but most of the church members were like this. It was unreasonable. Horn thought Simon was talking nonsense. Everyone in the church would say this. On the contrary, if he really appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, Horn would be really surprised. He put his hand on Simon's face and pushed him to the ground with force. I won't tell you too much. It's enough for you to know that this is revenge. The crackling sound of electric sparks came from Horn's palm, which was emitting a faint blue light. First-level magic, touch of lightning, Horn deliberately increased the output of magic power. The spell resistance of a second-level priest is much higher than that of a first-level professional. He can't be stunned by the electric shock without increasing the power. Now Horn is getting more and more adept at performing first-level magic. He even feels that he is only a thin layer away from a higher realm. Half a day later, the seller of Shitu's family. Shurtu lives in the countryside, and he was able to finally control the soil and rocks before he learned the flying stone technique, so he dug a huge cellar under his house. And this cellar outside the city of Leon is a good place to store these deacons. 10 black-clad deacons were tied up in the cellar, and Horn took off Simon's clothes in front of the wild witches. On his smooth back, a large group of blue tattoos was very eye-catching. This tattoo is the symbol of the North Wind God cult, with blue spots wandering on it. See this? This is the mark that the high gods put on their servants, and this is the source of their power. Horn pointed at the tattoo on Simon's back and said. The witches were amazed. This was the first time they knew this, and Horn actually only knew this after hearing it from old Douglas. Then Horn extended his right index finger towards his back. His fingertips were slightly red, and he pressed it on Simon's back. The stronger the witch is, the more operations he can perform without chanting spells. For example, Horn could have done things like making the temperature of his fingertips very high. Simon suddenly woke up, and there was a shocking pain in his back. The painful part was the tattoo. He struggled in panic, cursed desperately, begged helplessly, but it was useless. The church would not be kind to the witch's plea, and neither would Horn. Horn burned a big cross on Simon's back. The skin and flesh where his fingers passed were torn open by the high heat, but no blood flowed out. He pointed at the wound on Simon's back and said, as long as this mark is destroyed, most low-level clergy will lose their power. Even high-level clergy will lose their strength if this part is damaged. This is the weakness of the church. However, most senior clergy will carry out higher intensity defense on the marked parts, which Horn could not know. Simon howled loudly, How could you do this to me? I will curse you, and curse you to hell. His face was pale and desperate. As a black-clothed deacon, he knew more clearly what this mark on his body meant. It meant that he had lost the attention of the North Wind God. Horn's mouth corners were slightly hideous under his black robe. He pinched Simon's face and made him look into his eyes. Despair? Fear? The wild witches burned to death, but you were more fearful and desperate than you. And I will do much more to you than that. I will make you even more angry. Chapter 40. What have you been doing secretly lately? Old Douglas asked. Enoch and Ann had finished their breakfast, leaving Horn and old Douglas alone. Douglas was in a good mood recently, so he didn't care about Horn and Enoch being lazy recently, and he didn't ask about them going out to do some strange things. But Horn's behavior has been a little abnormal in the past 2 days. He rarely smiles, and he seems to be preparing for something. Teacher, do you think it is right for us wild witches to be tied up and burned to death by the church? Horn put down his bowl and chopsticks, and asked old Douglas very seriously. Old Douglas frowned. Why did he suddenly talk about this? Was he stimulated by something again? However, he still patiently answered Horn's question. You should remember that I said before that this matter is absolutely not right, and it can even be said to be ignorant and cruel, but Ceylon is the world of the church. When our strength is not enough, we have to endure it. Why can't I resist? Horn asked. You should know the power of the church. Does the church's power have anything to do with my resistance? Teacher, you once told me that there are only people who can't figure it out, but no roads that can't be walked. Now I have figured it out, and I want to resist. Horn interrupted old Douglas. This was the first time he interrupted his teacher while he was speaking. Your idea is very dangerous. Old Douglas' face darkened. He seemed to be a little unfamiliar with this apprentice. Teacher, the 4 witches who were burned to death the day before yesterday were my companions for a day. Horn's face showed a look of reminiscence. Although he had only met them twice, the joy in his heart when he knew they existed, and the anger when the 4 witches were burned to death, made Horn less rational. Weren't the couple who were burned to death before also your scheduled companions? Old Douglas wanted to say that Horn had not changed after experiencing so many witch deaths before, so why did he become like this time? So that guy is dead, and this time I'm going to do something big, Horn said in a deep voice. Have you decided? Old Douglas asked. I've decided. I'm going to make them pay the price. Horn's face was expressionless, but his eyes were burning with flames. Can't we change the time? Old Douglas asked for the last time. He was very happy recently. He didn't want to make his only disciple cause something he didn't want to see during this period. The arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot, Horn said firmly. Then I won't persuade you, hey? Old Douglas staggered away from the table. He really couldn't think of any reason to dissuade Horn, because if he was Horn's age, he might make the same choice as him, or even more radical. The child has grown up, and it's hard to control him. Crack! Reeves crushed the cup in his hand, and the 10 deacons he sent to catch the wild witch disappeared. Waste, all fucking waste. Reeves was shouting like a madman. He only had 15 black-clad butlers under his command. 2 died when they were hunting down Enoch, and 2 died during the Wizard Rebellion. After 10 were captured, there was only 1 left. Go and inform the high priest. Tell him that the evil-faced man has taken action again, Reeves said to his last subordinate in a vicious manner. But we are not sure what happened to those butlers, Lord Reeves, the black-clad butler said. Crash! Reeves threw the fragment in his hand at the face of the black-clad butler who was speaking. Go if I ask you to. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. The crows returned to their nests, the pedestrians returned home, the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon, and the night fell. It was a dark and windy night, a day for murder and arson. The square in the middle of the city of Leon, where heretics were burned to death, dozens of stakes stood here, proclaiming the authority of the North Wind Church. Horn stood in the center of the square, looking at this place that had frightened him countless times. For some reason, at this moment, in his heart, there was a sense of pleasure, untying the knot of fear of the church that had been deeply sealed in his heart. Countless suppressed emotions burst out, just like the mountain that had been behind him was suddenly moved away, and now he was extremely relaxed. This square is only a place of execution when needed. Usually, there is only a small team of North Wind Knights guarding it, and no one will come at night. And the guard was naturally put down by Horn easily. Horn used the iron saw he prepared in advance to saw off all the wooden stakes one by one, leaving only 10. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Today's wind was a bit noisy, just right for making trouble. Shamin, is it time? Horn tilted his head and asked the black-robed old man who had been standing. Teacher, it's almost time. They should all be ready. Shamin's voice was a bit hoarse. He was old. Yes, Horn's code name was Mentor. All the wild witches in this small group respected him as their teacher. Horn opened his arms and stretched his muscles. Then, let's make the city of Leon noisy today. Horn pursed his throat and signaled the sound to start. The sound began to chant, and a translucent light white magic circle condensed in front of Horn. This was a magic amplification spell for the sound, which could amplify the selected sound. This spell has a very good point, that is, 5 of them can exist at the same time. The white ring can be attached to any place, and as long as no one destroys it, it can exist all day long. So just set a white ring in the middle, and then set the other 4 rings in 4 directions within the sound limit range of the white ring, and the sound generated by the first ring can be amplified twice. Can I just talk to this? Horn pointed at the white ring and asked. Yes. The voice nodded. How far can my voice reach? Horn continued to ask. Conservatively speaking, most of Leon City can hear it. The voice said. Enough. Horn laughed. Horn walked to the front of the molly ring, and his face under the hood laughed wildly. Hello everyone in Leon City. I am the evil-faced man wanted by the church. You can hear my voice. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I am not the wizard you always thought I was. I am a wild witch. 2 days ago, the adults of the North Wind Church burned 4 of my compatriots to death. So now I will also burn 10 black-clad deacons to death in the center of the square. Let's listen to Deacon Simon's voice. Sorry, everyone, I forgot that Deacon Simon had been knocked unconscious by me, so he couldn't speak. The execution place is where the North Wind Church often burns wild witches to death. If you want to come, you can come and watch it anytime. By the way, we are different from ordinary wild witches. We will be more powerful than those church priests. Today, in the city of Leon, at this moment, I declare to the world. We are called magicians. One day, the sacred church will collapse, the kingdom of God in the sky will fall, and the high gods will also fall. By then, only magic will last forever. Chapter 41. Heretics, you deserve to die. A roar came from a far distance. It was the voice of the chief priest of Leon City. Horn and his team had already investigated clearly that the chief priest who posed the greatest threat to them lived in a large private mansion on the edge of the city, which was much larger than the city lords. Even if the chief priest was faster, the time he took to reach the central square from the edge of the city was more than enough for Horn and his team to escape, and the reason they could hear the chief priest's voice was because in Leon City, only the chief priest could cast the 4th level divine art, the voice of the North Wind. The amplification effect of this divine spell is much greater than that of the sound spell, but it does not have the effect of secondary amplification, so the propagation range is actually similar, but it does not need to be prepared in advance. We should run away, be careful. Horn told the voice, and ran towards the prison in Leon City. Because the troll was imprisoned there, tonight, he must die. The amplification effect of the sound is very good, and it is not only the chief priest who heard it in Leon City. The whole city was in an uproar. Wasn't the evil-faced man the wizard who had been very active recently? How could he be a wild wizard? But even if he was a wild wizard, what on earth did he want to do now? Challenge the authority of the Church of the North Wind. It was unheard of that a wild wizard tied a clergyman to the stake and burned him to death. All the people spontaneously walked out of their houses, wanting to see this once-in-a-century event with their own eyes. But at this time, all the black-clad butlers and North Wind knights were dispatched. At this critical moment, these people must not be allowed to walk on the street. No matter what the result is, letting people take to the streets will only make the situation more complicated. The Black Street of Leon City. Alank, who was sitting in the basement, suddenly laughed. Is anyone making trouble? Hee hee, evil-faced man, that kid that day, I get involved too. Countless thick insects crawled out from under him. His strength has not recovered yet, but if he doesn't go out to show his presence when Leon City is in chaos, what kind of wizard is he? This is the perfect time to stir up trouble. It would be even better if we could just kill that evil-faced man. Magician? It's so funny. What is that? Hey, don't mess around here. This is my base. Stay away, and then go crazy. Arima twisted her waist and walked over, staring at Alank and said, Okay, I stay away. Alank's leaky mouth cracked, looking inexplicably scary. Douglas' carpentry shop. Old Douglas, who was carving something, trembled, and the carving knife scratched across the back of his hand, leaving a deep wound, but he didn't even notice it. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and he sighed softly. Hey! Why do you have to do this? A bar in the eastern district of Lynn City. Ilya, who was sitting in the bar drinking, was chatting with the brown-haired beauty next to him with a smile, when suddenly he sprayed a mouthful of wine on her face. The beauty stood up angrily and slapped Ilya. Ilya apologized with a smile, and as he was saying sorry, he burst out laughing again. I really couldn't help it. He laughed non-stop, clapping his hands uncontrollably, and laughed until his lungs burst out. Interesting, so interesting. Ha, that guy is just what I like. He picked up the big sword on the table, picked up little Arya, who was sleeping with a bottle of wine in her arms, and left the tavern with a smile. The beautiful woman, who had been cursing behind him, was completely ignored by him. Northern Wind Cathedral. The saint stood up straight. Is he my brother? He really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Bert, Christopher, you two come with me. I want to kill that unknown evil-faced man with my own hands. Let the old guy feel bad for him. Some time had passed since Horn shouted, and the clergy scattered throughout the city of Leon rushed to the center of the square one after another. They looked at the dozens of sawed-off stakes, and the 10 black-clad deacons tied to the stakes in their deacon uniforms. That feeling was extremely dazzling. There was also a slight chill. The chief priest descended from the sky and saw that the people tied to the 10 pillars had not been burned yet, and he was relieved. If they were really burned to death, it would be a great shame, and he, the chief priest, would probably be punished. No one, including the officiant, noticed that 10 long fuses were slowly burning. Gunpowder is also one of the small inventions made by the time traveler Douglas. Unfortunately, gunpowder in Ceylon cannot be used as a weapon like on Earth. No matter how he adjusts the proportions, the effect of this gunpowder cannot even make fireworks. However, it is very reliable as a fuse. When used as a fuse, it burns slowly and evenly, which is easy to time, and the faint flame is not easy to be discovered, making it an excellent fuse material. Just as the church members were about to put the 10 deacons down, the fuse burned to the end. The 10 deacons burst into flames. A thick layer of kerosene had been smeared all over their bodies, and some was even poured into their mouths. The moment the burning began, they were already beyond saving. At the same time, on the ground nearby, a large pentagram pattern lit up. That was the one Horn had drawn with kerosene in advance. And the deacons who were burned to death were in the center of the huge pentagram. This is Horn's revenge on the church. The priest's face was already very gloomy, and now it became even uglier. The strong wind, which was stronger than the effect of Reeves' magic, blew out the body, and the pentagram pattern coated with kerosene in an instant. Find, everyone, go out, find them for me. Even if you have to turn the city of Leon upside down, you must find them. At this moment, the whole city of Leon was in motion. Countless deacons were dispatched, and even the deacons stationed in the prison were twitching halfway. Reeves stood there with a gloomy face. He felt that Horn would appear in the prison because he felt that Horn would take revenge, but he didn't tell the officiant. The officiant was extremely angry now. If Horn wasn't in prison, he would end up in a miserable situation if he told the false news. So while the officiant wasn't paying attention, Reeves went to the prison himself. At this moment, Leon City Prison. Horn's voice spread throughout most of the city, and Enoch naturally heard it, because that was the signal to start the plan. And Enoch was outside the prison at this time. Under the officiant's order, most of the black-clad deacons and North Wind Knights stationed in the prison went out to the streets to maintain order and hunt down Horn. The prison is the most empty at this moment. It is so empty that even if Enoch is alone, he can open a path for Horn to see the trolls directly. According to Horn's plan, if the people in the prison do not move out, then wait for Horn to arrive, and then the two of them will rush in together. But now, of course, there is no need to wait for Horn to arrive. After all, Enoch is not standing still. Not only Enoch, all the wild witches in the city have begun to act. Their mission is to do as much damage as possible in Lean City while ensuring their own safety. Let Lean City be completely chaotic. Chapter 42. For this task, Annie from the South District was most comfortable. She just silently chanted the spell and waved her staff. A light blue humanoid creature walked out of the magic circle in the void and knelt on one knee in front of Annie. The skin of this humanoid creature had a stone texture, and there was lightning wrapped around its body. There was light blue lightning in some places, just like the color of Horn's lightning touch. It should be a lightning creature. After Annie gave the blue creature the order to attack the church members on the street, she went to the safe place prepared in advance and hid. I don't know if it was Annie's illusion. She felt that the creature actually laughed after receiving this order. It seemed that he liked this order very much. Match wandered between the church buildings with empty defenses and started to set fire. The snowflakes could only condense a thin layer of ice on some necessary roads. Chi Feng disguised himself as the deacon of the North Wind God and went to various major forces in Leon City to attract hatred. The Black Dog was the most fierce. He chose to find the lone black-clothed deacon to fight hard. As for the Sage, Voice, Marshmallow and other wild witches with little combat power, they had already prepared a hiding place in advance. There were fires everywhere in Leon City, and there were chaos everywhere. A deacon came to say that alien creatures from the direction of Kano City attacked. The chief priest was about to order the white-clothed deacons to solve the problem, but a black-clothed deacon ran over breathlessly. "No, it's bad, Master Chief Priest." His face was extremely terrified, as if he had faced something terrible. "What's going on again?" The chief priest shouted loudly. "Why is today's matter not over? It's annoying enough now. What else is there?" "Eastern District. Bugs have appeared in the Eastern District again," the black-clad butler said with a sad face. He had experienced the battle of strangling bugs and knew the horror of those bugs. Bugs? Wizards. The chief priest's teeth were about to break, his eyes were wide open, and the veins on his bald head were bulging, which mixed with the scars on his head and was very hideous. A lank. A gust of wind burst out from the chief priest's body, blowing the people around him into a mess. After easing his emotions, he said to the 3 remaining white-clad butlers around him, let's go find a lank first. We can't let that guy mess around in Lin City." Report. Someone said the evil-faced man went to the prison. "Damn it," the priest said viciously, but he didn't have time to catch the evil-faced man now. "Priest Edgar, let me go to the prison," Gladdy whispered behind the priest. "How dare I trouble Her Highness the Saint?" Priest Edgar refused repeatedly. He knew that the saint was quite powerful, but he didn't dare to let her fight. Her status in the church was much higher than his. If the saint came to his jurisdiction and had to fight in person and was reported to the upper echelons of the church by others, he would definitely be in trouble. "I'm going there on my own. No one dares to embarrass you with this matter," Gladdy said calmly. "Then I trouble you, the saint." Since the saint said so, the high priest had no reason to refuse. He hurriedly led his 3 white-robed deacons to the direction of the trouble in a lank. "It's best not to delay a lank's affairs for a moment. The rest of you follow me." Gladdy led the remaining 20 or so black-robed deacons here to go to the prison to capture Horn. They set off quickly, not wanting to wait any longer. Grady thought to herself, "If he died, you would be sad, Douglas." That would be wonderful. Few people know that Grady, the saint of the Church of the God of the North Wind, is also a 5th-level divine magician. If she wanted to deal with Horn, Horn would have no way to escape. However, just as they were about to reach the prison, a huge red dragon descended from the sky. The white-hot flames swept over. Church prison. Horn walked slowly. Enoch threw away the brush in his hand, dispersed several fugitives in prison uniforms around him, and said to Horn, "You came just in time. I just finished here." Enoch opened the prison door. Horn nodded to Enoch and walked in. At this time, there was nothing in the prison that could stop Horn, and the road was unobstructed. All obstacles were cleared by Enoch. Enoch had opened the door for Horn. Not to mention that the road was unobstructed, at least the current Leon City prison could no longer stop Horn from entering. No one can stop Horn from taking revenge on the trolls. The doors opened one by one without any obstruction, and Horn went straight to the place where the trolls were imprisoned. Now the only prisoners in the entire prison were trolls, and the others were released by Enoch. Pushing open the door, Horn finally saw his revenge target, trolls. At this moment, the troll was hung in the air by iron chains. His upper body was naked, without a single scar. However, judging from the various torture instruments around him, he was definitely abused a lot, but his self-healing ability was amazing, so he looked like he had no wounds. The church still has subsequent plans for him, and will not kill him in the short term, but it is really too much to expect the church to treat a wild witch well. Horn glanced at the surrounding environment and said to the troll, "It seems that your little trick is self-healing. I was indeed careless at the time. You will definitely not have any chance of resurrection this time. Can you spare my life? Please, I don't want to die." The troll no longer had much strength to speak. The continuous torture and self-healing exhausted his physical strength. His voice was hoarse and weak, but he still begged for mercy from Horn. "Don't beg for mercy anymore. Keep your last bit of dignity. Begging for mercy won't change the result. After all, this is an extremely cruel world for wild witches. It has never been kind to any wild witches. The only companions of wild witches are wild witches, and you are a traitor." No matter what he said, Horn would not let him go. People always have to pay the price for what they have done. Horn untied his chains and let down the troll hanging in the air. The troll fell to the ground, and he had no strength to stand up. Please let me go this time." Even though he knew Horn would never let him go, the troll kept begging for mercy, begging for the forgiveness that would never come. This time Horn did not answer him a word. He took out his staff and released a big fireball at the troll from a distance. The raging fire burned fiercely, then ignited the house where the troll was imprisoned, and finally the whole prison was on fire. Since he was going to make trouble, it would be most appropriate to end it with the blood of the betrayer. As the prison caught fire, the huge pentagram that Enoch had instructed the prisoners to draw appeared. This pentagram was much larger than the one in the central square. Horn and Enoch left the prison in the flames, without looking back. Chapter 43. The execution was completed, and the revenge plan against the church had come to an end. All they had to do now was to protect themselves from being discovered by the church. However, before Horn and Enoch had gone far, a green whirlwind intercepted them. After the whirlwind, a man in white fell from the sky. He was Reeves. There was no black-clad butler, only he came to intercept Horn and the others. I have always had a feeling that if you want to take revenge on the church, then you must come here. After all, what you wild witches hate most is traitors. Reeves' face looked very eerie and terrifying under the light of the prison fire. Horn remained silent, and had already taken out his staff. Fireball, fire! Horn knew that Reeves could not withstand a fireball, and that he would lose his fighting power if he was hit, so he fired a fireball unexpectedly. The whistling fireball flew towards Reeves, who moved to the side, without changing his expression, and dodged it easily and comfortably. Do you think that after the last battle, I would be stupid enough to be hit by your fire? Don't think about escaping this time. You are just a wild witch after all, so just die honestly. Since Horn disfigured him, he felt that everyone he saw was laughing at his face and his weakness behind his back. He became extremely irritable and often beat people, and after hearing that Horn was a wild witch, he became even more manic. He absolutely could not accept being defeated by a wild witch, so he wanted to kill Horn to prove himself, even if he was the only one who suspected him. With a cyan whirlwind wrapped around his body, Reeves moved at a very fast speed, and Horn had no way to lock onto his figure. Enoch watched the battle from behind and tried to use illusion to influence Reeves' actions, but his illusion was too weak and had no effect on the enemy 2 levels away. Reeves broke free after only being confused for a moment and had no effect on the battle situation at all. However, Reeves did not dare to approach Horn rashly. The last time he approached Horn and thought he had suppressed Horn, he was still vividly in his mind. He was paralyzed by the lightning that suddenly appeared on Horn's neck and failed miserably. He would not approach Horn rashly this time. Even if he didn't get close to Horn, Reeves had a way to take him down. As he moved, his right hand slowly gathered a light green wind, which looked like a long-range attack. Reeves didn't have many long-range attacks, and the third-level magic, Northwind Thorn, was the only one. This magic required a little longer preparation time, but it was incredibly powerful. However, although it took a long time, it didn't take a long time to release one. It was only because Reeves didn't dare to stop to prepare for the attack that the preparation time of the magic increased exponentially. The battle was now in an awkward situation. Horn could not come to Reeves, and Reeves did not dare to approach Horn rashly. However, both Reeves and Horn knew that once Reeves' long-range attack was ready, Horn would be defeated. The wind ball in Reeves' hand was already large enough and looked like it could be launched at any time. At this moment, Horn's eyes suddenly glanced at Enoch, who was constantly harassing Reeves. He thought of a way to win. As long as he stopped, the victory would belong to Horn. Enoch's illusions could not confuse Reeves, but Horn was different. His mental power and magic power were much higher than Enoch's. Just because he couldn't affect him didn't mean Horn couldn't affect him either. After all, unlike other spells, illusions were mostly pure mental collisions. So Horn, who had thought of a countermeasure in his mind, used his long-honed skills against Reeves. Illusion, Reeves, who was moving at high speed, couldn't help but smile on his ferocious face. He felt that he was about to win. In this situation, what could the evil-faced man do with his lightning and fire spells? His attack was powerful, but who made him run slowly? Unless he knew the third spell, Reeves would not lose. Suddenly, Reeves' vision changed suddenly, and he seemed to have come to a strange world, with all kinds of irregular color blocks and chaotic space appearing in his vision. Reeves felt dizzy almost instantly. What was this? He immediately realized that he was in an illusion, and he used his divine power to remove the influence of the illusion, but the victory or defeat was decided in this short moment of illusion, because Reeves, he vomited. He vomited a lot. All kinds of food residues were vomited out by him. Even bile was vomited out. The attack that was about to be condensed was also dissipated because of distraction. After retching for a while, Reeves found that Horn's big fireball was ready. The whistling big fireball attacked. Reeves used his divine power to narrowly avoid the big fireball, and just breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, another illusion attacked. Unprepared, Reeves was hit again. He vomited again. This time there was nothing to vomit, but it was even more uncomfortable. And then came a bright, hot fireball, But Reeves was still vomiting. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the fireball. The flames burst out, very dazzling. The flame slowly died out, revealing the charred body bent over and vomiting. Finally, he defeated a strong enemy or an old rival. But Horn didn't feel the joy of victory. After all, there is nothing to be proud of in winning by making the opponent vomit. The streets were in a mess, with traces of burning fire and huge claw marks everywhere. At this moment, the dragon that suddenly appeared had flown away. It had caused a lot of damage, but didn't kill anyone. Although it didn't kill anyone, it blocked Grady's group's time and prevented them from going to the prison to catch Horn in time. The overwhelming power of the dragon made Grady despair. The strongest attack of the 2 white-robed deacons he brought with him only made the dragon's scales tremble slightly. Grady's attack did attract the dragon's attention, but a mouthful of incandescent dragon breath came over, and Grady exhausted all his divine power just to defend. The dragon just spit a mouthful of dragon breath at them, and no longer paid attention to them, but kept on destroying. Perhaps it had enough fun. Or perhaps it had achieved its goal. The dragon flapped its wings and flew away lazily. Grady and his group were never the dragon's target. When they finally arrived at the prison gate, they only saw the prison that had been completely burned and a charred corpse lying at the prison gate in a vomiting state. Grady's face was livid, and he said coldly to the white-robed deacon beside him, "Call Marcus back." Chapter 44. Marshmallow House. None of the 13 witches was absent, and everyone had a smile on their face. This action was so exciting. The troll is dead, and the revenge of the witches has come to a perfect end. As witches, they have been living in fear since they awakened, fearing that the deacons of the church would rush into their homes and take them out and burn them to death. Before this, no witch had ever felt truly proud. What if this action led to a counterattack from the church? As long as they hide honestly, who would know they are wild witches, and there was no casualty in this action against the church, they won. This incident raised Horn's reputation in the small group to a new height, which was considered to be a formal recognition of his position as leader. The wild witches held a small ceremony to mourn the 4 wild witches, and hoped they rest in peace. Everyone knows that wild witches are not qualified to ascend to the kingdom of God after death, and they don't care about it, they just want the deceased to rest in peace. After bidding farewell to the wild witch who was looking at Horn and his friends with fanatical eyes, Horn, Eno, and Annie returned to Douglas' carpentry shop. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw old Douglas sitting on a small stool at the door, looking at them very seriously. He had been waiting for a long time. Old Douglas seemed very serious this time. There was actually no special expression on his face, but Horn was inexplicably very flustered. "Do you know how much trouble you have caused this time?" Old Douglas said in a deep voice. Horn took a deep breath and said, "I think I did what I should do. If we, who are so special among the wild witches, don't resist, then who will resist? You taught me that doing the right thing is more important than doing things right. It's not that you can't resist, but you have gone too far, and your strength is not enough to allow you to do this." Old Douglas shouted in a low voice. "We will eventually have strength. As long as all the wild witches unite together, with your knowledge, we will definitely grow to a point that will attract the attention of the church." Horn looked at Old Douglas with a firm look in his eyes. He had never been so confident in front of Old Douglas, because he was doing the right thing. "Hey, let's go. Those witches should have been ready to leave a long time ago. You should go with them." Old Douglas sighed, and seemed to have aged 10 years. "Why, teacher? Is it because I burned to death 10 executioners who killed witches, or because I did something you dare not do?" Horn's emotions completely collapsed when Old Douglas told him to leave. He didn't want to leave his mentor. After 10 years of getting along, Old Douglas was more like a qualified father than his parents, who sent him to the stake. No, in Horn's heart, he was his father. But now, Old Douglas asked him to leave. Did he really do something wrong? "It's not that I want to drive you away, but you have to go. You don't think that after this incident, you can hide in the dark as usual and escape the eyes of the church." Old Douglas turned his back to Horn, trying hard not to let the tears flow down from the corners of his eyes. "Is there any difference between this time and before? Wild witches are much harder to find than those wizards. As long as we hide, the church will have no chance of finding us. Then, after the storm is over, we can still live a normal life, like before." Horn explained to Old Douglas very quickly. He didn't want to leave. He also felt that there was no reason to let him leave because of this matter. The North Wind Church has a stone called the Agnium Stone, which can make all supernatural powers within a radius of 50 meters appear. As long as this stone is brought to Leon City, all the wild witches will not be spared. Old Douglas explained to Horn painfully. He also wanted Horn and the others to stay, but the situation did not allow it at all. But if the church had that kind of thing, wouldn't we, the hidden wild witches, have been killed long ago? Horn did not believe what old Douglas said at all, and just thought it was an excuse for him to leave. This stone is part of the North Wind artifact. It costs a huge price every time it is activated. Only when the authority of the North Wind god cult in a city is challenged and questioned will it be asked to leave the North Wind city to purify that city. Old Douglas sighed. So? Horn said hesitantly. He suddenly felt that old Douglas did not lie, and there was no reason to lie. Your behavior has touched the bottom line of the North Wind Church. In 3 days at most, a large number of masters will come here with the Anium God Stone to cleanse all the hidden wild witches and wizards in this city. Old Douglas said sternly. But if we run away now, we will definitely be discovered by the church. Enoch couldn't help but interrupt and said that they had just done something big and the whole city was under blockade. Going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. It is because you will be discovered by the church that I hope you will escape. If you don't escape, then the church's purification of the city will inevitably happen. But if you escape in a big way, the city may not be purified. The innocent wild witches that may exist in the city will not be implicated by you. Old Douglas said after a moment of silence. Stay or run away, what do you choose? Old Douglas' words struck Horn's heart word by word. A happy action actually led to such terrible consequences, if he knew in advance. Horn couldn't help but fall into thinking. If he knew in advance, what would he choose? Will he continue to endure? No, of course he would choose to resist. He didn't want to hide forever. He didn't want to live under the shadow of the church all his life. He didn't want to watch innocent people being tied to the rack and burned to death and being cursed by the people without doing anything. At most, he would choose not to go too far and try not to implicate innocent witches. Horn, who had figured it out, looked up at old Douglas and said, Teacher, I will leave Leon City. Since staying here will lead to death and implicate innocent compatriots, I will choose to escape. Let me discuss with him. Within 3 days, right? At most, I will leave Leon City tomorrow. Horn made this decision with difficulty. He didn't want to leave his mentor, just like he didn't want to leave his father, but he had to leave. He had figured it out. Since this was something he had to do anyway, he shouldn't regret it, and he had no right to regret it. And he had to bear the consequences of his willful actions. After all, there was no regret medicine even in a world where gods existed. Chapter 45. At noon, the sun was shining brightly, and Horn gathered the 13 wild witches together again. Horn said to them solemnly, Everyone, we are going to escape, we are going to leave the city of Leon. I have decided to go to the God-forsaken land with you. Why? The sage frowned and asked. He was very happy that Horn was willing to go to the God-forsaken land with them. But was it too urgent to leave now? Isn't it very dangerous to leave now? Why not wait until the storm is over before leaving? Marshmallow said worriedly. Horn told him everything that old Douglas said, and then asked for everyone's opinions. The matter of the God Stone had a great impact on many wild witches, and they discussed it together for a long time. Seeing that they seemed to have made a decision, Horn said, Now, please raise your hands if you don't want to go to the God-forsaken land with us. After a moment of silence, Marshmallow, Stone, and Smiley raised their hands. I'm sorry, everyone. I think it's too dangerous to set off now. I don't want to go with you, Marshmallow said weakly. Stone and Smiley also nodded to show that they agreed with Marshmallow. It's okay, I won't force you if you don't want to take risks, Horn said to them with a smile. He smiled, but in his heart, he still hoped that the two of them would be together, but this was their choice, and Horn had no right to interfere. Then the sage, Voice, Match, Breeze, Ho, Black Dog, Snowflake, 7 people plus the 3 of us, a total of 10 people, gathered here after dark today. Everyone agreed and dispersed, making preparations before leaving. Because the whole city is now blocked, Chu Tu, who lives in the countryside, has no way to go home and can only wait at Marshmallow's house. Horn returned to Douglas' carpentry shop and ate the last meal made by old Douglas. The atmosphere in the carpentry shop was heavy and depressing all afternoon. Enoch and Ann were very uncomfortable about this. Horn and old Douglas kept silent, and the depressing atmosphere was really unbearable for Enoch and Ann. For the two of them, leaving Leon City was not a bad thing. Although they might have to live a busy life, weren't they always worried in Leon City? But for Horn, leaving Leon City meant something completely different. There were people in Leon City that he missed, and his home. He didn't want to leave. He sat with old Douglas the whole afternoon. Although they didn't talk, they still sat together. The sky gradually darkened, and the time to leave was approaching. Old Douglas brought Horn a package, which contained water, dry food, some money, and a booklet. This is my research when I was young. There are some research results I left in the giant stone city in the godforsaken land. You can go there to develop them when the time comes." Then he took out a beautifully shaped staff, which was covered with dense carvings. Upon closer inspection, they were all tiny magic circles, but this staff was obviously still unfinished, with a place reserved for inlay at the top. "I prepared this staff for you." Old Douglas suddenly laughed. "It's not finished yet, and it doesn't look like it will be finished. Take it as a souvenir." Horn's memory kept turning over. He had seen old Douglas carving this thing many times, but he didn't expect that it was prepared for him. His nose felt sore, and tears could not stop flowing down, covering his entire cheeks. Horn suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to old Douglas several times. His forehead became red and swollen. "Teacher, I will come back. One day, I, the Wild Witch, will no longer have to hide. When I am strong enough to no longer worry about the Church of the God of the North Wind, I will come back. Please take care of yourself." After saying that, Horn stood up and wiped the tears from his face, and resolutely set out on the road to leave Horn City. Enoch and Annie hurried to follow. Behind them, old Douglas watched Horn's back as he left. Tears streamed down his face. It was already completely dark, and the 7 wild witches who were ready to leave Leon City had already been waiting at the designated location. When Horn and the other 2 arrived, all 10 of them were together. At this time, all 10 of them took off their hoods and stopped hiding. Once they left Leon City, they didn't have to worry about being reported by anyone. Moreover, wearing a wizard's uniform made them look suspicious, which was very disadvantageous for their escape. Everyone has seen the face of the sage Ian Parker. Black Dog Brent is a sturdy man with dark skin and a hideous scar on his face. He looks very tough in a leather jacket. Match Daniel is a young man with short blonde hair, who looks only 15 or 16 years old. Ho Luke is a middle-aged farmer with a simple face. Chi Fongonpa is a middle-aged uncle who looks very energetic. He is always smiling and full of expectations for the future. The voice is that of an old woman in her 50s. Horn had always thought that the person under the mask was an old man. Chihuahua Shirley is a blonde beauty in her 20s, with long hair down to her waist and a hot body, but she always keeps a cold face. Horn and Enoch and also introduced themselves to them. They were very surprised that Horn was a young man, but they did not look down on him. The one with great ability is the boss. This is a consensus in this world. Everyone has arrived, and after a simple greeting, everyone is ready to escape. Ian Parker carefully sensed and said, "There are many masters around here, and there are 2 white-clothed deacons, but they are still some distance away from the gate, so as long as the deacons guarding the gate are dealt with, we can go directly to the gate." Horn scratched his chin and said, "So now the only thing that restricts our escape is the gate, right? There are also guards at the gate, but even without the guards, we can't break through the iron gate in a short time." As soon as Ian Parker finished speaking, an extremely strong pure white flame attacked from a distance. The amazing heat directly killed many deacons and North Wind Knights guarding the gate. The flame exploded at the gate, and the extremely hard gate was directly broken, and the escape from Leon City was unimpeded. A huge magical aura came from behind Horn and the others. Horn trembled slightly. It was the aura of old Douglas, and that flame was the 7th ring magic. Yin. Tears flowed from Horn's eyes again. He chanted a spell, and water mist floated out to cover the entire city gate. "Go quickly, the opportunity is lost and it will never come again. The effect of the flame just now is still there. My water mist can't last long. Snowflake, cool down." A burst of cold air floated from Snowflake's body and enveloped everyone, and walked out of the scorching city gate. Although she protected them, everyone was more or less burned. After all, her ability was limited, and she could not completely resist the residual heat. And it was because of this residual heat that the nearby North Wind Deacon had no way to chase them out. Chapter 46. Due to the heavy fog and the high temperature at the city gate, no pursuers came out for the time being, and everyone relaxed. Only Horn still looked solemn. He knew the ability of old Douglas better than everyone else, and he also knew that everything in Leon City was not a threat to him, but he was still worried. But worrying is useless. He could only choose to trust and firmly believe in embarking on the road to the godforsaken land. At this moment, a brown-red warhorse galloped towards the back of Leon City, bringing up a cloud of dust. The warhorse suddenly stopped when it ran in front of Horn and others, and everyone could see the warhorse and the person on it clearly. The warhorse was red all over, with light scales on its body and sharp teeth. It was not an ordinary horse, but a high-level warhorse with the blood of a demon beast. Sitting on the warhorse was a man wearing silver-white light armor. He had a long sword with a gorgeous green scabbard hanging on his waist, and a beautiful green cloak on his body. His long gray hair was tied behind his head, but his face was very young. What happened in Leon? The man asked from a high position while sitting on his warhorse. A powerful wizard is causing trouble in the city. Enoch stepped forward and said that among all the people, Enoch was the most suitable person to negotiate with. The man looked at Leon from a distance and found the broken city gate, and then glanced at the burns on the bodies of the people in Horn. The group of people in front of the broken city gate seemed to have just escaped from the city, and had burns on their bodies. They looked suspicious no matter how they looked at them. You can't leave for the time being. Come back to Leon with me, the man said to the witches in an imperative tone. No, sir, we have urgent matters to attend to, and cannot go with you. Can you please make some concessions? Enoch said with his eyebrows lowered. He also took out a small stack of gold coins from his pocket, and presented them to the man respectfully. The man slapped the gold coins in Enoch's hand away, drew the long sword from his waist, pointed at the crowd, and said loudly, Then it's not my fault. I am Marcus, the guardian knight of His Highness Grady. Please go back with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball the size of a human head flew towards his head. It was Horn's fireball spell. They didn't have time to argue with this so-called guardian knight, nor could they go to Leon City with him. And judging from the man's intention, he would not let them leave. So there was only one way left. Kill him. Looking at the speeding fireball, the man narrowed his eyes. A green whirlwind instantly wrapped around his sword. He swung the sword and slashed at the fireball, which split apart with a strong wind. Under the flames, the man's cloak fluttered in the wind, and after the flames dissipated, Marcus was unharmed, and the warhorse was slightly excited in the face of the flames. Damn it! Horn gritted his teeth and said, Where did this expert come from? Can't he let them leave smoothly? Obviously, they have already left the city of Leon, but they met such a difficult opponent again. The corners of Marcus' mouth curled up slightly, as if he was mocking and found something interesting. So you are wizards? And with so many of them? We can't let you leave. Before he finished speaking, an arc of electricity hit him, causing him to tremble slightly. It turned out that Horn had cast another arc spell on him. Then, vines, flames, wind blades, cold air, and other spells all hit him at once. But none of them had any effect. The green wind surrounded Marcus, blowing away the spells of the wild witches. These low-level attacks had no effect on him at all. Enoch's illusion was completely unusable on this man. There was no process of being hit and then breaking free. At this time, Annie's summoning was complete, and a huge hawk swooped down on Marcus. Annie's order to it was to entangle Marcus. Hurry up, let's go first. Everyone ran away in a hurry, leaving a summoned beast entangled with Marcus. But how long can a first-level magic beast last in front of Marcus? Only 30 seconds. This is because it can fly. As the hawk's body fell to the ground after being cut in two, Marcus suddenly exerted his strength and chased in the direction of everyone's escape. While running, he threw the long sword in his hand and pierced Qingfeng's chest directly. Qingfeng fell down helplessly with despair in his eyes. How could he die just when he was about to start a free life? Marcus indifferently pulled out the long sword from Qingfeng and was about to chase him again. Seeing Qingfeng fall, Horn gritted his teeth and stopped to face Marcus. He is the strongest here, and he is the only one who can stop Marcus, otherwise the consequence will be annihilation of the whole army. At least, he can still resist. If other wild witches are asked to resist, they can't even delay time, and he naturally can't escape. Horn clenched his staff, and first released a water mist spell to confuse this guy's vision, and then they left. After releasing the water mist spell, he was about to release a big fireball to test the water, when a strong sense of crisis came over him. He rushed to the side, but he was still too slow. A sharp gust of wind passed by his ear. It was the third-level divine art, the Thorn of the North Wind. The attack that Reese had taken a long time to release. This man released it easily. Although Horn dodged the most powerful attack of the Thorn of the North Wind, his left eye and the skin around his left eye were torn by the strong wind. A deep wound was also made on his ear. His eye shattered. At the same time, a strong wind blew out of Marcus' body, and the water mist spell only existed for a short while before it disappeared. Oh, only the eye was injured? You still have some skills, Marcus said frivolously, but you will definitely not be able to avoid the next attack. The wound was bleeding, and the severe pain attacked Horn. He could only endure the pain and wait for the next attack of this unexpectedly strong guardian knight. Now, Horn seemed to be powerless. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the city of Leon. Even if you were far away, you could see that in the city of Leon, a fire giant about 10 meters tall was wreaking havoc, and huge rocks were rolling in the city. That was the scene of old Douglas fighting. Marcus looked back, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately gave up the idea of continuing to chase Horn and others, and rushed towards the city of Lynn. He didn't even ride a horse, but his speed was much faster than that of the horse. While galloping, Marcus kept muttering, "Your Highness, you can't be in trouble. It's over. It's over like this." Horn stood there for a long time. Did this count as the teacher saving him again? His consciousness gradually blurred, and the large amount of blood loss made him dizzy. He vaguely seemed to see the wild witches, who had escaped coming back, surrounding him and anxiously treating his injuries. But at this time, there was only one thought in his mind. Become stronger. Chapter 47. Lean City. Old Douglas stood in the center of Lean City. There was no church deacon beside him. The chief priest of Lean City went to deal with Douglas's magic fire giant, and could not come for a while. But old Douglas did not run away because there was a person standing in front of him. A young and beautiful woman, the saint of the North Wind Church, Gelady. Unlike usual, this time she did not wear a veil like she did when facing other people, but faced old Douglas directly. "I finally meet you, magician, or father." Gelady looked into old Douglas' eyes, and said angrily, "Gelady." Old Douglas opened and closed his mouth several times, but only said Grady's name. "Do you know why I have been looking for you? I am not here to make love with you. I am here to kill you. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong." Gelady's expression was ferocious, and it seemed that he was going to rush over and bite old Douglas twice. "I'm sorry." Old Douglas was silent for a while, and uttered 3 words. "Is that all? Ha ha. How pathetic. You will never know what your mother has given you, and what she has received from you. Nothing." Gelady's left hand was surrounded by cyan wind, and there were some very bright cyan spots floating in it. This was the 5th level magic. Sword of the North Wind God. Old Douglas put down his staff, looked at Grady, who rushed over, and showed a kind smile on his face. Just when the sword of the North Wind God was about to pierce old Douglas, a strong wind blew, and a black figure passed by, holding old Douglas by the collar, and disappeared directly into the night, leaving only a vague back view of Grady. The black figure quickly carried old Douglas and ran for a while, threw him on the ground and growled, "King, are you looking for death? She is no match for you." The moonlight shone on this person's face, and this black figure turned out to be the dragon slayer Elijah. "You also know that she is no match for me, so why did you come out to take me away?" Douglas said to Elijah in a strange way. "I thought you were so sad that you wanted your daughter to kill you to end everything." Elijah scratched his head gently. "How could she kill me if she is my daughter?" Douglas said with a warm smile. "But I saw that she didn't mean to hold back." Elijah came out to take Douglas away only after he confirmed that Grady had the killing intention in her heart. "If she really wanted to kill me, she wouldn't be here alone, but with masters from the Church of the North Wind," Douglas said confidently. "And whether she really wanted to kill me or not, I have a plan." "What plan?" Ilya asked curiously, and it seemed that old Douglas had it all planned out. "If she really wanted to kill me, I would forcefully kidnap her, educate her, and then release her. After that, I would live with her, or I would just stay with her." Douglas's words implied that he wanted to live with Grady. "If you force her to go away, she will hate you for the rest of her life. After all, we are family. There won't be any big conflicts if we spend some time together to resolve the misunderstanding." "Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Send me back to Grady." Douglas didn't want to talk anymore. "Wait, she is the saint of the North Wind, and you are an old witch. How are you going to live with her?" In Elijah's heart, he didn't want Douglas to see Grady. Douglas looked at Elijah strangely, and the expression on his face clearly said, "Are you stupid? If I didn't have this method, how did I get along with Grady's mother before?" Elijah was speechless, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "Okay, I won't beat around the bush with you. We don't want you to disappear anymore, so I don't want you to live with your daughter. If you continue like this, the things you promised more than 10 years ago will never come true." "Horn is a good kid," Douglas chuckled. "No, he's not good enough. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I stop you here." Elijah wanted to wait for an explanation. "In fact, I've been living a boring life all these years. Even Horn didn't teach me with all his heart. If I was willing to be more attentive, he might not be as good as you, but he would be as good as my daughter." Old Douglas showed a nostalgic look on his face, and began to talk to Elijah. He had a lot to say, but he couldn't tell Horn nor his daughter. So he took this opportunity to have a good chat with Elijah. After all, the young man in front of him really had the ability to hold him back and prevent him from seeing his daughter. "At first, I thought it was most important for a man to create a great career, so in order to complete the so-called great cause I promised you, I temporarily cut off contact with her, but then I suddenly realized that the so-called career was just an impossible joke. Since that thing was destined not to be completed by me, why did you bring me here? After I found the meaning of coming to Ceylon, I lost everything, my career, my family, and all I had was Horn. What's the meaning? Why can't you do it? Ilya felt that Douglas' words had other meanings, but he couldn't understand them. Old Douglas changed to a comfortable position and sat down. Under the infiltration of his huge magic power, his body was far less fragile than it looked. His old age was caused by more than 10 years of suffering. I can't tell you this, and I can't tell you. Anyway, I thought I would live in a daze, but I found that Horn took the path I had always resisted, and Grady also came to the city. Horn doesn't need me to worry about him anymore, and when I saw Grady, I suddenly realized that all I needed was to live with my family, that's all, so please send me back. I believe Horn can do better than me what you expect. There are some things I want you to pass on to Horn. After talking for a while, old Douglas handed the long stick and a piece of paper in his hand to Elijah, and then asked to return to Grady with a smile. Grady stood at the intersection with a sullen face. She didn't see the black figure clearly just now, and she didn't know where old Douglas was taken. She just lost the target she had been looking for a long time. But for some reason, when old Douglas was taken away, her heart seemed to relax. With the sound of the sharp wind, a tall green figure fell in front of Grady with a plop. He was panting slightly. He was Marcus, who had just blinded Horn's eyes, Grady's guardian knight. Your Highness, are you okay? The fire giant just now. Marcus talked to Grady very naggingly, and the degree of his chattering was comparable to that of a mother who was about to go to school. Grady automatically ignored Marcus's nagging and took a deep breath. Maybe it was a good thing that he was taken away by the black figure. It's okay, let's go back. Yes, Marcus responded. For him, the saint's safety is the first priority, and her wishes are the second. As for other things, they all come later. As soon as the two turned around, a voice came from behind. Don't leave in a hurry, I brought him back. Elijah, with a helpless look on his face, brought old Douglas back to the two. Grady frowned. What does this mean? Originally, I was thinking of snatching a head from you to earn some bounty, but this old man said he wanted to see you again, so I sent him back. Elijah reluctantly said the lines he had agreed with old Douglas, but this was old Douglas's last wish, and he had no choice. Your Highness, this man's words are not credible. Marcus looked at Elijah with displeasure, thinking that this guy was not a good person. Believe it or not, I tell you, anyway, I leave it to you to deal with him. Elijah shrugged and said. Gladys' palm glowed green again, and the sword of the North Wind god was activated. At some point, behind the Saint of the North Wind, there was an old man who was always shrouded in a robe. This old man was of unknown identity, but had a very high attainment in the art of fire. With his help, the Saint of the North Wind escaped several life and death crises, and her authority in the Church of the North Wind was growing. Chapter 48. There are 3 continents in Ceylon, namely the Eastern Gods continent, the Western Holy Light continent, and the Northern Ice continent. The largest of them is the Eastern continent, where Horn is located. There are about 100 churches entrenched here, and there are many humanoid races such as the elves living here. The forces are very complicated. The Western continent is half the size of the Eastern continent. There are only 2 races on it, the feathered people and the humans. Both races believe in the Lord of Light. They call the Western continent the Holy Light Kingdom. The Northern continent is located in the north between the 2 continents. It is covered with ice and snow all year round. It is the paradise of powerful monsters. Even the ice god system only occupies the edge of the northern continent. The 3 continents are separated by the sea. The Holy Light continent and the gods continent still have some trade exchanges, and the connection between the ice continent and the other 2 continents is very weak. The god-forsaken land that Horn and his team are about to go to is located in the north of the center of the Eastern continent. It is separated from the sphere of influence of the North Wind Church by 4 churches. It takes a full 4 or 5 months to walk completely on foot. The Land of Chaos is also known as the Land of God Forsaken. It is much larger than the Diocese of the Church of the North Wind in terms of area, and even has a much larger population than the Church of the North Wind. The reason why it is called the Land of Chaos is that the power of the major churches there is very weak, and the Church has no influence at all in the Land of Chaos. In the Land of God Forsaken, the power of any priest or wizard will be greatly suppressed, and even the power of a 3rd-level priest in that place is not as good as that of a strong soldier. The more powerful the priest is, the more severe the oppression he will receive. The same is true for wizards. Their connection with gods or demons in that place is extremely weak, so their power is naturally reduced to the extreme. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the Forsaken Land of God has become an ideal residence for many people who cannot survive in the outside world. For example, wild witches. Of course, there are more lawless people, because there is no order here. However, it will take a long time for Horn and his team to reach the Forsaken Land of God. Their journey has just begun. Yan Parker has planned their route. The first step is to leave the Church of the North Wind God as soon as possible. They are already famous in the Church of the North Wind God, and may be reported and hunted at any time. Then after leaving the Church of the North Wind God, they entered the Church of the God of Wealth. This church has a large floating population, and the pursuit of wild witches is not as serious as other churches. As long as they are not discovered, no one will report them. After all, it is the territory of merchants. It is best to make money steadily. Fighting and killing will affect making money. This should be the safest stop on the entire journey. After passing the territory of the God of Wealth, you have to pass through a large forest, which is called the Black Forest. It is the territory of the elves. Whether it is safe here depends entirely on the attitude of the elves. If the elves are hostile, then even church members can't think of passing through the Black Forest safely. The main god of the elves is a very powerful existence, and usually doesn't give face to other gods outside the Black Forest. The last part is the most dangerous journey of this journey. Title: Mist Swamp. It is full of dangers and monsters. The danger cannot be described in a few words. Moreover, there are many cannibals in the swamp, which is considered a forbidden area for humans. The reason why Yan Parker chose this road is because there is no other way. If they want to go to the Forsaken Land smoothly, they can only choose this road. Because other roads that can go to the Forsaken Land of God, whether by water or land, are all blocked by the major churches around the Forsaken Land of God. The degree of blockade is simply not comparable to that of the mere city of Leon. Horn and his team had no other opinions on this. After all, if Ian Parker was not the director of the library, they would not even know the existence of the God-forsaken land, let alone find the way to the God-forsaken land. They first bought 2 carriages in a town near the city of Leon, bought some supplies for a long journey, and began to prepare to set off. As for the mercenary group that was really necessary for a long journey, and was used as a guard, Horn and his team did not consider it at all. Not to mention that the group had their own secrets that could not be discovered by outsiders, who would protect whom if they really recruited those mercenaries. If there is a carriage, it will probably take less than 2 months to reach the God-forsaken land. The sun was high in the sky, and the warm sunlight made everything on the ground warm. Under the warm sunlight, the 2 carriages were moving slowly forward. Horn lay on the carriage and flipped through the booklet given by Old Douglas before leaving. In the short battle with Marcus, Horn and his group of 10 people lost a companion just after they set out. After Jiang Qingfeng's body was cremated, everyone set out on the journey. At this moment, his ashes were placed in a jar the size of a human head on the carriage. They were going to scatter the ashes in the river of the God-forsaken land. At least send him to the God-forsaken land. In that battle, Horn also suffered a serious injury on his eye socket. After Ian Parker's treatment, most of the wounds have healed. However, there was a deep scar on his ear and a hollow, broken eyeball in his left eye socket. His left eye was blind. Ian Parker could only heal the flesh wounds, but he had no way to heal the broken eyeball. Although it seemed to have healed on the surface, he could no longer see anything. Although Horn was helpless about this, he was not too depressed. He still had another eye after losing one. Being able to survive in such a desperate situation was actually a blessing from fate. What else could he ask for? For him, studying new knowledge and spreading magic to other wild witches were the most important things. As for how much he paid in this process, Horn realized at the moment he walked out of Leon City. The booklet that Old Douglas gave him before leaving was not big but very thick, with dense Chinese characters and patterns on it. These were all written by Old Douglas himself. Horn stroked the handwriting and showed a nostalgic look on his face. Most of the content in the booklet is about 2 studies. The 2 studies are the decomposition and combination of magic circles, the spell language of magic circles. This is a field Horn has never touched. The decomposition and combination of magic circles wrote. The basis of the magic circle is a circle, and then various magic effects are carried out on the basis of this circle. All types of magic are inlaid with a basic pattern in a circle. Triangle, enhancement magic. Square, unknown. Pentagram, elemental magic. 6-pointed star, unknown. 7-pointed star, unknown. 8-pointed star, transformation magic. 9-pointed star, unknown. Horn's mind flashed with the illusions he had learned and the magic circle that appeared when Annie summoned creatures from another world. One was a 7-pointed star, and the other was a six-pointed star. So what do these two magic circles represent? Chapter 49. In addition to these, there are countless other patterns and runes, representing complex effects such as control, strengthening, doubling, sharpness, etc. As long as you can skillfully combine them, you can create new magic effects. This means that as long as you can skillfully master this knowledge, you can create magic. Although there are only very few contents in the records of Old Douglas, and most of the places are unknown, this is an extremely solid foundation. Horn was very excited to see these things, and they opened the door to a new world for him. But those complicated things suddenly made him dizzy. So he turned the page, and the next part was the analysis of the spell of the magic circle. When he opened it, he saw dense and various analysis, and Horn's right eye was circling around. In confusion, Horn roughly read this part. After reading it, Horn only knew that as long as he mastered this knowledge proficiently, he could analyze the magic circle and restore the spell of this magic circle. Like the decomposition and combination of the magic circle, this booklet only recorded a tiny part of this huge knowledge, but it was very important. Because this is a precious foundation, but Horn can't comprehend this knowledge in a short time, so he turned to the bottom. The last few pages record several magic circles, and the accompanying spells. First ring, Micro Fire Bomb, Flame. Second ring, Fireball. Third ring, Big Fireball, Flame Whip. Fourth ring, Rain of Fire, Blazing Flame. 5 rings, Blazing Flame. Sixth ring, Pyroblast, Giant Fireball. Seventh ring, Sun Flame, Fire Giant. Eighth ring, Firestorm, Fire Dragon. There are also magics from the first to the 8th ring of the Earth system, and the Thunder system is only compiled to the 4th ring. Douglas is good at the Earth system and the Fire system, and the Thunder system is compiled for Horn. Turn to the last page. There is a sentence written in Chinese characters. Horn, I am not from this world. I am just a passerby in this world, but you are different. I hope you can fulfill your ideal and your mission. I am old and you are still young. You can do much greater than I can imagine. Believe in yourself, because you are the proof that I exist in this world. Horn knelt down holding the booklet, tears streaming from his right eye, but his left eye showed no reaction. The carriage was still moving. It was already afternoon, and the sun was no longer so hot. Horn was still studying the booklet, and Enoch came over to take a look curiously. Horn did not hide it, but he lost interest in it after he found that it was full of words he did not recognize. He put the knowledge in the booklet into practice in the sea of consciousness, and then found that these things were already very complicated even if they were written in the booklet, and the difficulty of practicing them in the sea of consciousness would increase exponentially. So he looked listless now. Suddenly, a blue humanoid creature with electric light all over his body jumped out from the bushes and danced towards the carriage. It seemed that he had been lying in ambush for a long time. The skin of this creature was light blue, and the texture of his body looked like stone. Many organs on his body were emitting weak electric light, and even his eyes were just 2 balls of electric light. This cool blue creature held a stone spear and gestured at the wild witches on the carriage, and pointed at the creatures in surprise and said, "I've seen him. I've summoned creatures like this before." But this creature was obviously not the one and had summoned. It just looked similar. Because he had already attacked Horn and the others. To him, the Selenese were enemies. Unfortunately, he was entangled by a vine before he touched the carriage. Ho Luke smiled and put away his staff. Then Match Daniel jumped off the carriage and slapped the blue creature in the face. Flames instantly burned all over his body. After the flames, only a pale blue shell remained of the blue creature. All the cool glowing spots on its body dimmed. It was dead. But the body of the creature did not disappear. This means that the creature was not summoned to this world by some existence, but really existed in this world. Horn jumped off the carriage and squatted beside the creature to study it for a while. He did not find any results, so he continued on his way. If it was the magician in the teacher story, there would be spellcasting materials that could be used on this creature, but he didn't know how to deal with these things. Horn thought with self-mockery. Actually, the appearance of the blue creature this time was a little strange. Horn and his companions were walking on the official road specially built by the church. All the dangerous creatures that might appear nearby had been killed by the church long ago, so there shouldn't be any danger. However, this creature was really no threat to Horn and his companions, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. Just think that the electric man that appeared this time was a special case. Leaving the body of the electric man on the road, everyone continued on their way. Finally, when the sun was about to set, they arrived at the first stop, Sinma Town. This is a small town around Kono City. This will be their resting place tonight. Before leaving the sphere of influence of the Church of the North Wind, Horn and his men will not rest in the city. They may be discovered at any time in the city, but there will be no such problem if they live in a small town. Besides, even if the poor 1 or 2 black-clad butlers in the town find out that they are wild witches, what can they do to them? After all, except for Horn, they are all first-ring transcendents. They came to Sima Town with this in mind, but the situation in Sima Town at this time was somewhat beyond Horn's expectations. This town was unexpectedly heavily guarded. A dozen fully armed militiamen were guarding the entrance of the town, guarding with vigilance. A group of 9 people came to the entrance and were questioned by those people. "Hey, what are you doing?" The strong man who led the group asked. "Brother, we are travelers from far away, all from Lean City, ready to travel around the world. The world is so big, we want to go out and see it." Enoch stepped forward and said with a smile. The strong man who led the group looked suspiciously. There were both men and women in this group, and they didn't bring too many things. They were said to be travelers on a long journey. Why didn't he believe it? But as long as they were confirmed to be human beings and not those monsters with blue light, it would be fine. As mentioned before, this is just a small town. The strong man let them go, and everyone entered the town one by one and stayed in the only hotel in the town. After settling down, Horn asked Enoch to go out and get some information. In Horn's team, Enoch was the best candidate to get information. He was a rare social talent who could speak and perform illusions. The most important thing was that except Horn, no one had ever seen his real face. Chapter 50. Horn didn't think a small town could pose any big threat, but it was strange that this town was heavily guarded. As far as Horn knew, few small towns would set up checkpoints at the gate to check passers-by. So just in case, Horn asked Enoch to go out and investigate. Their goal was to go to the God-forsaken land, and they didn't want to be involved in something that might be troublesome. Enoch lived up to everyone's expectations, and he came back excitedly just an hour later. What happened? Ian Parker sensed Enoch's emotions and asked with interest. He could sense people's minds a little, but he couldn't sense what they were thinking. No one in this town knew, so I went to the church outside the town and found the priest there to learn about the situation. Enoch said with a smug look on his face. Going to the priest. Were you all so brave before? I admire you. Madge Daniel looked at Horn and the other 3 with admiration. Horn and Annie pointed at Enoch, meaning that only Enoch was brave. Enoch rolled his eyes. The crazy plan before was not his idea, but he would not say it. After all, Horn was his boss. Isn't it easy to confuse that priest? He is just a first-level priest, it's easy to catch him. Although what he boasted was a bit of bragging, it was not exaggerated too much. Enoch had always practiced very hard. His magic power and mental power had even reached the standard of a second-ring magician, but he did not have the corresponding illusion to learn. So he has been working hard to depict the magic circle of water mist in his consciousness space recently. As for the other wild witches, they have not yet been able to enter their own consciousness space, including Annie. According to Horn's own standards, only wild witches, who can enter their own consciousness space and see their own magic circle are qualified to be called magicians, and after being able to enter the consciousness space, they are actually not far from advancing to the second-ring magician. So according to Horn's standards, the only real magicians in the team are Enoch and Horn. What information did you get from that priest? Tell me about it. Horn said softly. Hee, this is a big deal. Enoch said exaggeratedly, trying to attract everyone's attention. Even Shirley, who had always been cold, turned her eyes to Enoch. Seeing that everyone was ready, Enoch began to talk. I guess this matter is bigger than the one we did in Leon City. No, it's much bigger. What matter can be bigger than ours? Everyone sneered. What could be bigger than what they did? The chief priest died, Enoch said in a serious tone. An alien invasion. From the voice who was already over 50 years old to the 14-year-old match, everyone looked incredulous. After Horn was shocked, he nodded thoughtfully. He had known about the existence of alien worlds for a long time. Let alone other things, his teacher, Old Douglas, once said that he came from a place called Earth, a world with so-called technology as the main power system. And the creatures summoned by Annie should also be creatures from another world, so he could bear more of this news than others, but even Horn found it unbelievable that there was a large-scale invasion from another world. What they didn't know was that a real large-scale invasion from another world had already occurred, and this time it was just a small fight. Enoch observed for a while, and when he saw that everyone, including Horn, looked incredulous, he smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Wait, I have a question. Ho raised his hand. Enoch was interrupted just as he was about to speak, and he almost choked. What's the question? Tell me. The interrupted Enoch asked Ho with a bad look. What is the other world? Ho Luke asked shyly, and the other wild witches also cast curious eyes. Not everyone knows the existence of the other world like Horn. The so-called other world is the world outside of Ceylon. Our world does not exist independently. There should be other worlds outside of Ceylon, such as the world where Annie's summons come. Horn explained that he liked the feeling of teaching others, so he would rush to speak when he encountered such a question. Oh! Luke scratched his head honestly, not knowing whether he understood. Some of the other witches also showed a look of realization on their faces. After listening to Horn's explanation of the concept of the other world, Enoch continued to tell the news he had found out. This alien invasion happened in Yoka City. The small town next to Kano City was invaded by alien creatures, and all the humans in the city were slaughtered. The alien creatures that invaded Yoka City are the blue creatures we encountered before. All the wild witches dropped their jaws in shock, including Horn, who couldn't control his expression. What is the concept of a small city? You have to know that there are only more than 100 cities in the entire sphere of influence of the Church of the North Wind. Even if it is just a small city, it is shocking enough. Then what? Black Dog Terry asked anxiously. He is a battle maniac, and is very interested in big scenes such as massacres and wars. Then, the big shots in North Wind City took action to completely defeat the alien creatures occupying Yoka City, and all the escaped alien creatures were being hunted down by the deacons of the church. Enoch took a piece of dry food from the table and started eating. He was very hungry. He had just arrived at the hotel, and had not eaten anything when Horn instructed him to go and get information. He was still hungry. Thinking of this, Enoch looked at Horn with a resentful look, which made Horn's hair stand up and goosebumps all over the floor. Everyone was relieved to hear that it was solved. They had a grudge against the church, and they had no good feelings towards the people who believed in the church and persecuted the witches, but it was not a happy thing to see those people being slaughtered, even though some of them didn't even know what the alien world was. Enoch said, as he stuffed food into his mouth, and the crumbs of dry food kept spraying out, all the alien creatures still in Ceylon will be killed by the church in a short time. The blue guy we met today should also be an alien creature that escaped. This matter will be solved soon, and it has nothing to do with us, so everyone can sleep peacefully. TSK. The black dog spat. Why did it feel like it started strong, but ended weakly? He was looking forward to telling a very exciting battle, but it was suddenly suppressed by force. Chapter 51. After lamenting the hardships of the world, the wild witches went back to rest. Although it was a major event that they had never heard of, it had nothing to do with the wild witches, and was basically over, so they no longer cared. The wild witches booked 5 rooms in total, Horn and Enoch in one, Luke the Hoe and Ian Parker in one, Annie and Shirley in one, Terry the Black Dog and Daniel the Matchstick in another, and finally Sharon the Voice in another room. When leaving Leon City, everyone took all their property with them. The money on them was enough to support them to reach the God-forsaken land, so they didn't have to save money on daily basis. After dinner, as usual, Horn helped the wild witches solve some of their cultivation problems. Their problems were all kinds of strange, and some even Horn couldn't solve. For example, Horn didn't know where to start with Enoch's problem of how to strengthen illusions, but even so, Horn was the one with the richest knowledge among the crowd. In the process of teaching everyone, Horn's understanding of magic is also deepening little by little. Before, Horn only taught Enoch and Annie, one illusion and the other summoning. Horn didn't even have the most basic understanding, so he could only teach them the basics of the basics. So in the process of knowing the two, Horn felt that he had gained nothing except that he had gained knowledge. But this time, not only did he teach more people, but there was also a matchstick who was a fire element like him. All the strange problems combined made Horn benefit a lot, and the wild witches were also very satisfied. After answering these questions, Horn returned to the room and began to study. What old Douglas left him was very complicated, and it was impossible to understand without spending a lot of time. The heavy dark blue sky faded, the blue dawn appeared on the horizon, and the sun shone into the hotel room. A new day has arrived. After washing and packing, everyone left the hotel and left the town, continuing their long journey to the God-forsaken land. Still in the 2 carriages, Horn was still studying the booklet left by old Douglas. The more he studied, the more he felt that he knew too little, and there were too many unknowns. Except for Horn, all other men had to take turns driving the car. As a mentor, Horn naturally didn't have to drive the car. He actually wanted to drive the car, but no one was willing to let a blind man drive the car. The most comfortable person on the road was Horn. Horn was blind in one eye, which made Annie feel very distressed. She kept asking about Horn's well-being and caring about him all the way. Horn felt very uncomfortable at first, but gradually got used to it. After all, it feels good to be cared for. There were no blind bandits robbing, no church members getting in the way, and the carriage was moving forward on a road full of wild flowers. Horn felt more relaxed than ever before. Even if he had not yet reached the god-forsaken land, and even if the road ahead was still long, at least Horn was not bound by the heavy shackles of being a wild witch. He was dizzy from studying the pamphlet, and looked up at the blue sky. The sky was blue, the air was fresh, and there were no clouds in the sky. There were also blue figures flying around. It was great. Wait, blue figures flying around? Horn stared at the figure flying in the sky with a green whirlwind around his waist, and sat up suddenly. Damn it! Everyone be careful, there may be people from the church nearby. Horn hurriedly shouted to the wild witches. The carriage stopped immediately, and everyone looked at Horn. Horn said in a deep voice, "Just now I saw someone from the North Wind Church flying through the sky, flying in this direction. Judging from the speed, he should be at least a 4th level deacon. What should we do?" Black Dog Terry said depressedly. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a solution. After all, this was the only road that could be used by the carriage. They couldn't just abandon the carriage and take the mountain road without knowing anything, right? Maybe the deacon in white was just passing by. Besides, is the mountain road really safe? Not necessarily. They couldn't give up the original road just because a church member passed by. They could only continue to move forward. After about an hour of walking, Ian Parker suddenly waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. He said solemnly, "I feel that there are church members coming in this direction. There are a lot of people, very strong." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at each other, staring at each other. What should they do? "Let's hide the carriage in the mountains first, and wait for them to pass before we go. If they stop here, we will abandon the carriage." Horn thought for a while, and said that this was the only way to do it now. As long as conditions allowed, they would never meet so many deacons in white. Everyone quickly hid the carriage, and went into the dense forest on the side of the road. Time was running out, and if they didn't act quickly, they might be blocked by those people from the Church of the North Wind. They walked a distance into the mountains, trying to find a suitable place to hide. Suddenly, Ian's face suddenly became very ugly and everyone stopped. They knew that they were in trouble without Ian Parker's detection, because at this time, in front of the wild witches, there was a dark and deep cave, and at the entrance of the cave, there were more than 20 blue creatures standing. They were aliens. Ian Parker's perception did not detect the existence of these aliens. Horn solemnly dispersed his spiritual power, and was completely unable to sense these aliens. The spiritual power perception lost its effect, which meant that they knew nothing about these aliens at the moment. The wild witches discovered these aliens, and these aliens naturally discovered Horn and his group. At this moment, both sides, daggers drawn. Both Horn and his group and those blue aliens were a little embarrassed at this time. For Horn and his group, they just went into the mountains to avoid those clergymen, and they would go out after the storm passed. For those blue creatures, what they were carrying out here was a secret operation that they had paid a huge price to succeed. Before the final stage began, their existence was discovered by these Celanese people. "You continue. We didn't see anything, let's go," Enoch said to those aliens with a smile. But Enoch threw his eyebrows to the blind man, because these aliens didn't understand the Celanese language at all. They said something loudly to Horn and others, hiss, sizzle, sizzle. Yes, they could only make this kind of crackling sound. The wild witches naturally can't understand this language. The wild witches drew their staffs one after another, and Horn also recited the spell. Looking at the blue figure with lightning crackling all over his body, it seems that he is also ready for battle. Horn is under a lot of pressure now. He knows nothing about the other side when he can't sense it, but judging from the flashing lightning on those aliens, at least 3 of them are level 3. Chapter 52. Once the battle breaks out, Horn can't protect everyone. The wild witch's staff is pulled out, and the magic power overflows, while the alien's lightning flashes and is ready to go. The air becomes heavy, and a fight to the death is about to begin. At this extremely tense moment, one of the aliens who looks the same as the other aliens suddenly jumps out and stands between the 2 sides. He faces the other aliens, and makes a sizzling sound with his mouth, and his body twists strangely. They looked like they were arguing about something. Horn was startled by this guy who suddenly appeared, and a big fireball almost flew over, but he looked like he had no hostility, so he held it back. The other wild witches also looked unhappy. They still suffered a backlash after retracting the prepared attacks. It was not serious, but it was uncomfortable. The aliens communicated with each other for a while, and the alien who jumped out seemed to have reached some agreement with the aliens inside, and the atmosphere obviously eased. After talking with the other side, this alien walked towards Horn and the others. He expressed something in Horn's direction with his hands and feet, and made a crackling sound. Horn was at a loss. In his opinion, these aliens all looked the same. He definitely didn't know this alien before, and didn't know their language. What on earth was he talking about? He was a little self-indulgent. This alien was not talking to him at all. He was communicating with Annie behind Horn. After the alien finished speaking, Annie walked out of the team from behind Horn and walked in front of the alien. "Are you really the little blue that I summoned that day?" Annie excitedly said to the alien creature. For the convenience of calling, we call this alien, who can communicate with Annie, Little Blue. Little Blue was talking to Annie in a sizzling voice, and Annie laughed happily. Then a wild witch and an alien started chatting in the surprised eyes of both sides. After chatting for a while, Annie returned to the team. The wild witches also looked at Annie with strange eyes. How could she communicate with those people from other worlds? Enoch joked with Annie directly. "You are not a spy sent by another world." What a mess. That blue creature was my previous summoned beast, so I can have some basic communication with it. Annie looked at the strange eyes of everyone and explained helplessly. "Why haven't I seen you and your summons before?" Horn raised a question. He had never seen Annie communicate with the creatures she summoned before. She was the one who gave orders to the summoned beasts unilaterally. The summoned beasts in the past could understand what I said, but they never spoke to me. Maybe they can't speak. Annie thought for a while and said, "It may also be some kind of restriction in the dark," Horn thought to himself. "Okay, let's stop talking about the communication issue for a moment, and talk about what we have gained from communicating with that alien creature." Yan brought the topic back to where it had strayed from. "Tell me what's going on." "Okay." Annie organized her words and said, "They said they came to Ceylon from a world called Thunder, and came here to find things that their tribe left behind in Ceylon many years ago. They call themselves the Lightning Clan. Going to Ceylon cost them a lot of resources, and they're about to get those things. Xiaolan knows that we are enemies of the Church of the North Wind, so she doesn't want to conflict with us. After getting those things back, they will leave this barren world." Annie told all she knew in one breath, waiting for Horn's opinion. She would let Horn make the decision, and she would only be responsible for translation. Horn and many other wild witches looked at each other in bewilderment. Is Ceylon very barren? Perhaps the definition of barrenness is different in different worlds, Horn thought. After Horn and Yan discussed for a while, Annie and Xiaolan acted as translators. After negotiation, the wild witches and those aliens reached an agreement. As long as Horn and his team left the scope of the cave and promised not to tell others about the cave, there would be no conflict between them. Horn was naturally very satisfied with this result. The strength of these lightning tribes was obviously stronger than theirs, so it was great that there was no fighting. Horn and his men were not interested in the things left behind by these lightning tribes, or they were not interested in the strength. Now their primary goal was to reach the God-forsaken land safely. So Horn led the wild witches out of the cave under the watchful eyes of these lightning tribes. But just after walking a short distance to the side, Ian Parker's face suddenly changed. He pointed to the front and said tremblingly, there is a deacon in white, a lot." As soon as Ian Parker said that, Horn solemnly probed in that direction. He was a three-ring magician. His perception ability was not as abnormal as Ian Parker's, but the distance was enough. But he could not perceive for a long time. As soon as Horn's mental power dispersed, his face immediately became very ugly. In his perception, more than 30 white-robed deacons were flying in the air in that direction, conducting a carpet search in this direction. Their speed was not fast, and the distance between every two white-robed deacons was particularly large. During their flight, they kept releasing green whirlwinds in their hands. It was obviously some kind of detection magic. The fact that Horn could detect them meant that they would soon be able to detect Horn with detection spells. Go back. Go to those aliens. Horn hurriedly led the team to the cave of the Lightning Clan, because those aliens obviously had some means of shielding their perception. It was definitely not a coincidence that both Horn and Yan had misperceptions of them. According to the investigation method of these white-robed deacons, Horn and his team had no other choice except the cave. Only by going there can you have a chance to survive. As for the agreements with those aliens, what's the point of the agreements now that you can't save your life? Horn and his men hurried back to the cave entrance before being discovered by the white-robed deacons. The Lightning Clan was leisurely arranging something at the cave entrance, but they suddenly found that Horn and his men were running back in a hurry. Are they coveting the treasures left by their ancestors? All the Lightning Clan members took out their weapons and pointed them at Horn and his men. Those weapons were stone knives and swords, but there was a faint electric light on them. Horn was very sure that the electric light was not transmitted from the aliens. It was the current emitted by the weapons themselves. Chapter 53. Horn realized that these weapons were very special when he saw the lightning flash from these weapons for the first time. As a lightning mage, he had an unusual perception of lightning, so he immediately realized the difference of these weapons. But now is not the time to study these weapons. Although he was curious, the white-robed deacons patrolling in the air would soon search here. Among the more than 30 white-robed deacons, there must be a 4th-level priest. There are only 5 white-robed deacons stationed in the entire city of Leon, not to mention that behind so many white-robed deacons there must be high-level professionals at the chief priest level, and Horn himself can't even deal with a 4th-level priest. Hurry up and tell them that there are more than 30 white-robed deacons coming over soon. Either hide in the cave together or die together. Horn quickly asked Annie to come out to act as a translator, and explained to those aliens that he didn't have time to waste with them now, and explained everything to Xiaolin very quickly. She was sure that this was the fastest she had ever spoken since she was born. After Xiaolin heard it, he realized that something serious had happened, and immediately told the leader of the Lightning Clan, their elder. After the elder heard it, a flash of electricity passed through his stone-like face, and then he made a strange movement. It seemed that their clan used movements to express emotions. After explaining the tribe members, the elder and other Lightning Clan members went into the cave one after another. The last one to enter was Xiaolin. Before entering, he waved to Horn and others, signaling them to go in as well. After everyone entered the cave, Luke the Hope planted a row of seeds at the entrance of the cave, and after reciting a spell, a ball of green light splashed from the tip of his staff. The light sprinkled on the seeds, and those seeds quickly took root and sprouted, and gradually the branches spread out to seal the entire entrance of the cave. This method of promoting plant growth made many Lightning Clan members marvel. They had never seen such a strange spell. In fact, there were no plants in their world. After settling down, Horn also confirmed through Annie that it was not that these Lightning Clan members had the means to block perception, but that the cave itself could block perception, so as long as the cave entrance is not discovered, it will be safe in this cave. It seems that the things lost by the Lightning Clan in Ceylon are extraordinary things, otherwise there would not be such a layout in a cave. In the tense waiting, more than 30 white-clothed deacons flew slowly in the sky, and the green whirlwind kept scanning outside. Horn and others even held their breath nervously, and the Lightning Clan was also trying their best to suppress the lightning on their bodies. Finally, the green wind outside the cave dissipated, and the deacons had left here. They didn't find Horn and the others. This cave can really block perception. After the deacons left, the elders of the Lightning Clan didn't rush to drive Horn and the others away. After all, the situation outside is still uncertain. If they go out rashly and get caught, the cave will inevitably be exposed. To be on the safe side, the elders let Horn and the others stay here. There was nothing to do in the cave, so Horn implicitly told the wild witches that they could ask him any questions they wanted, but the journey had already started for 2 days, and the wild witches had no questions to ask Horn for the time being, and pretended to ask questions and asked Horn a few small questions, but Horn could see at a glance that she didn't understand anything. Seeing that, and didn't seem to have anything to do, Horn asked her to translate for him, because he was very interested in the weapons of the Lightning Tribe. He asked the Lightning Tribe to show their weapons through in. Horn thought that the Lightning Tribe would not agree to Horn's unreasonable request, but he didn't expect that the Lightning Tribe was very easy to talk to. At least Xiaolin was very easy to talk to. Xiaolin drew out his weapon, and laid it horizontally in front of Horn. This was a long stone knife. The blade was not very sharp, and did not look very strong. It was worthless compared to Ceylon steel swords. Even those legendary barbaric races would not bother to use such weapons. But this weapon also had a feature that all Ceylon weapons could not match. It had the power of thunder and lightning. Wielding such a sword was like wielding a thunder and lightning magic. Because of this characteristic, I am afraid that in Ceylon, apart from the artifacts, only weapons like Elijah's dragon bone sword could be better than these weapons. So why can these weapons discharge electricity? In Horn's opinion, there are 2 possibilities. One is that the raw materials of these weapons have strong elemental abilities, that is, these lightnings are inherent in these weapons. Horn first fed Lee Carl's flame affinity potion mixed with similar materials. The second is that these alien creatures have ways to add elemental damage to these weapons. Regarding the first possibility, Horn felt that it was a bit unreliable. If it was that kind of material, then the power of lightning would be very restrained. No material could withstand the release of energy all the time. Old Douglas once taught him that energy is conserved, and that kind of material is also very expensive, and it is not possible to be extravagant enough to use it to make inferior swords. Of course, If this other world is really extravagant to this extent, it is also qualified to say that Ceylon is poor. So Horn asked these lightning tribes through Annie what he thought was a more presumptuous question. Asked them how these weapons were made. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan did not think that Horn's question was inappropriate at all, but excitedly narrated while dancing with his hands and feet, and a slight electric current appeared on his body, which seemed to be very excited. Qualified warriors of their tribe must kill a special powerful monster at the coming-of-age ceremony. After killing the monster, they will use the monster's blood to carve the ancestral mark on the stone weapon. Finally, a special ceremony will be held in the tribe for sacrifice. After the ceremony, the stone weapon will become the warrior's exclusive lightning weapon. Horn quickly summed up 3 key points: the blood of a specific powerful monster, ancestral runes, and sacrifice. Xiaolan cooperated with Horn's requirements very well, because in his opinion, there was nothing to hide about what Horn asked, and it was a well-known thing among them. In his opinion, when Horn introduced these weapons, he was actually introducing his achievements, showing Horn that he was a qualified warrior. So when Horn looked at the ancestral mark, he happily pointed at the blade symbol. It was a dazzling symbol with many useless decorations on it, but Horn still found something familiar on it. One was a unique mark similar to the emblem of the Church of the North Wind, and the other was a circular outer ring with a pentagram embedded in it. After removing countless useless decorations, it was clearly a magic circle. Although it was different from the magic circle used for normal casting, there was no doubt that this so-called ancestral rune had a lot in common with the magic circle. Chapter 54. While Horn and Xiaolan were learning about those strange weapons, the leader of the Lightning Clan had already led those tribesmen, who he thought had the potential to inherit the treasure, to the depths of the cave, where their ancestors were sleeping in Ceylon. A Lightning Clan member said to their leader, "Elder, I don't understand why we let those aliens stay at the gate of our holy land." The leader smiled and said, "There are 3 main reasons why I let them stay at the entrance of the cave." "Oh, there are 3? The Lightning Clan member said in surprise. "The 3 reasons are mainly, first, Carl can communicate with the female Ceylon, which we all know. Through Carl, I know that those aliens, and those aliens who use wind, are not in the same group. The enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend, but if nothing else happens, it is better not to have a conflict. Carl is Xiaolan's friend. The second reason is that the strength of this group of people seems to be good. If we force a fight, although we are sure to win, we will also have to pay a painful price. The geniuses of our clan are all going to this cave this time, and we cannot lose them in such a meaningless place. The third reason is..." The elder's body trembled happily, which was the movement of their race to express their satisfaction. "We don't have to worry about them stealing our treasures. Those holy powers will choose those who are most friendly to the power of thunder and lightning within a certain range. Do you think those alien races are more familiar with the power of thunder and lightning than us? Besides, as long as we obtain those treasures, we will naturally be teleported back to our hometown, and then we won't have to worry about anything." "I see, the elder's wisdom is really beyond my reach," the Lightning Tribe member complimented. "It seems that flattery is very popular even in the primitive society of the other world." They walked and chatted, and soon they reached the end of the cave. This place is no different from the inside of an ordinary cave, cold and damp, with all kinds of disgusting insects crawling everywhere. In the corner, a pale skeleton kept shaking. If it is buried in this environment for another 30 or 50 years, it will go out and cause trouble for people, but the farmer disdains to regard this level of skeleton as an enemy. In Ceylon, the so-called undead creatures are a joke. Apart from the rumors of powerful undead in the northern continent, the undead found in other places are all weak in combat, and are not as threatening as the wild witch. The Lightning Clan ignored this scary-looking creature, and walked to the front of a wall. He put his hand on a protruding stone, and the electric light on his body suddenly appeared, transmitting electrical energy to the stone. It was not until the electric light on the elder's body dimmed that the stone wall finally moved. The stone rose up, revealing the space behind it, which was a spacious stone chamber. It was very dry inside, and a subtle electric current spread throughout the entire stone chamber. 13 stone corpses lay side by side in it. These corpses looked similar to the Lightning Clan, but they were slightly different in subtle ways. The stone bodies were somewhat decayed, showing how long they had gone through. "Is this where the ancestors were buried?" a young Lightning Clan member asked curiously. "Yes, it is also the place where the 13 great lightning spirits that our tribe has lost for many years are located," the elder said in a deep voice. "I heard that those lightning spirits can live in the host, automatically become an organ of the host, and then greatly enhance the lightning ability of the host, right?" another Lightning Clan member asked. Of course, the The lightning spirit is the most powerful treasure of our tribe, and you three are the 13 most talented people in our tribe. As long as you inherit the lightning spirit, our tribe will definitely restore the glory of the ancient times." The elder kicked his legs forward, which was their way of expressing happiness. "Then we will conquer this world," a tall member of the lightning clan said enthusiastically. The elder knocked the lightning clan member on the head with a small stick, making a gesture similar to rolling his eyes. "When our clan was at its peak, we came to conquer this world but were seriously injured and failed. Their opponent was only the Church of the God of the North Wind. I heard that there is more than one force in this world. Are we still looking for death?" The lightning clan member smiled awkwardly and retreated to the back. "Okay, don't waste time, let's summon the spirit of lightning first." The 13 lightning clan members took action, and the messy materials were quickly assembled into a small altar in their hands. After the altar was successfully built, the elder took out a long staff wrapped with lightning and directly inserted it into the altar. Countless lightning burst out, but there was no harm to these lightning clan members. After the lightning, the long staff emitted a strange wave, and the crackling sound was like the lightning clan members whispering. 13 corpses that had been sleeping for who knows how many years stood up straight, and gradually a blue ball of lightning floated out of each corpse. "This is the spirit of lightning." 13 spirits of lightning spun and flew rapidly in the narrow hole, so fast that the eyes of the lightning tribe could not catch them at all. So no one noticed that the largest group of lightning spirits secretly flew through the stone wall. After flying rapidly, the lightning spirits seemed to be tired, and one by one, they drilled into the bodies of the lightning tribe waiting below. The elder kicked his legs wildly, and it was obvious that he was very happy. In his joy, he took out a piece of blue stone from somewhere, and sent a large amount of lightning power to the stone. After absorbing enough lightning power, the stone emitted a faint light, and then all the lightning tribesmen emitted a faint blue light. This was a sign that they were about to return to their own world. Ceylon was a very dangerous place for them, and they stayed here as little as possible. "What has your lightning spirit become? Show it." At this time, their return to the other world was irreversible, and they were not afraid of strong enemies, so the elders relaxed a lot and wanted to see with their own eyes how powerful the legendary lightning spirit was. In fact, the elders also wanted the lightning spirit very much, but he was old and had no room for improvement, so he left the opportunity to the young people. The lightning tribesmen readily agreed to his request, and they also wanted to know what their lightning spirits looked like. There were crackling flashes on the bodies of these lightning tribes, and the lightning spirits transformed into various things appeared. Some attached to the swords, some attached to parts of the body, and some directly grew a pair of lightning wings out of thin air. The elder kicked his front legs to express his joy, and suddenly he stopped and looked at a lightning tribe member at the end of the team. "Where is your lightning spirit?" The lightning tribe member looked confused. "I don't have it." Chapter 55. The elder suddenly jumped to the side, expressing his anger. He had confirmed that there were indeed 13 lightning spirits rising from the corpses, but there were only 12 people possessed by lightning spirits. Where did the other one go? The elder suddenly thought of the guards outside. Could it be that some of them were more talented than the 13 geniuses inside? Thinking of this, the elder ran away at such a fast speed that only a streak of lightning was left behind. He was so much stronger than the other geniuses. At this time, Horn was still studying the weapons of the lightning tribe. He had some ideas in mind. As long as he was given some time and suitable materials, he might be able to make something similar. He was still thinking about how to make these weapons in his mind, and a fist-sized lightning ball flew out of the cave with dazzling lightning, aiming at Horn. Horn reacted instinctively, and his body fell sideways, turning over, although he lost an eye. It was precisely because of this that his mental power was always covered in a small area. Could it be that the lightning tribe suddenly changed their mind and wanted to deal with Horn and his men? He quickly drew out his staff, chanted a spell, and condensed a fireball spell, entering combat mode, but he didn't see that after he dodged the lightning ball, it flew a long way, but then suddenly stopped with an emergency brake. Then it rushed towards Horn again. Horn was on guard against the lightning tribe, who might be his enemy, but he didn't know that the lightning ball was rushing towards him again. This time, he couldn't dodge, and was hit by the lightning ball directly. Although the lightning ball was very fast, it did not carry much kinetic energy. Instead, it strangely melted into Horn's body when it hit him. The powerful lightning ran wildly in Horn's body, and countless lightning spread from his head to his whole body, which looked very scary. Looking at Horn's miserable condition, the wild witches drew their staffs, and glared at the lightning tribes. Annie angrily accused Xiaolin, but Xiaolin danced innocently to show that he knew nothing. Suddenly, the situation changed again. All the lightning tribe members, including Xiaolin, emitted a faint blue light. The wild witches looked at each other blankly. What happened? The Lightning Tribe members guarding the cave entrance kicked their legs to express their joy. They were finally going back to their hometown. A flash of lightning passed by, and the Lightning Tribe elder appeared in the cave with sparks and lightning. He was looking forward to seeing the new Lightning Tribe members who had merged with the spirit of thunder and lightning, but he didn't see it. His eyes fell on Horn, who was emitting lightning. It turned out that the one who merged with the lightning spirit was this Celanese. How could this be possible? The elder was shocked for a moment, and then looked at Horn with a fierce look in his eyes. He would never allow the 13 lightning spirits that their clan had spent countless costs to get the opportunity to go to Ceylon to fall into the hands of this Celanese. You have to know that it is not only the cost of money and property, but also the lives of all the soldiers who captured the small town, so it is absolutely not allowed. He jumped back and forth in anger. This was the movement of his clan when expressing anger. Lightning gathered in his hands, and the thick electric current covered his entire hands. He wanted to use this blow to completely destroy these hateful alien creatures. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is simply a lie. For 2 worlds, the enemy of my enemy must also be an enemy. A thick electric current shot out. Annan, who was standing in front of Horn, showed a look of despair on her face. Suddenly, behind her, Horn stood up. His face was covered in blood, but he still pushed Annie behind him and stood at the front of the team. He stretched out his right hand, and the lightning in his left eye surged. The magic power of his whole body gathered in his palm and condensed into an arc-shaped energy shield. The thick lightning struck the shield, and the lightning overflowed. The shield kept breaking and reorganizing, but it was blocked. The electric current spread in an arc behind Horn's hand, and no large current affected the wild witches behind Horn. This attack had the power of a 4-ring lightning spell, but the price Horn paid was just a slight blackening of his palm. Although it didn't hit them directly, the current was very strong after all, and a slight current still hit the wild witches, and their hair stood up. Luke and Daniel with short hair were okay, but the hair of others was like a hedgehog, especially Shirley with waist-length hair, who looked like a super scion at this time. At this time, the geniuses of the Lightning Clan, who had obtained the spirit of lightning, also rushed out, jumping sideways repeatedly to prepare to attack Horn and others. But at this time, the blue light on their bodies suddenly burst out, and all the Lightning Clan were wrapped in blue light. The Lightning Clan elder shouted to everyone, "Damn Salon, you will definitely pay the price for robbing our lightning spirit." Unfortunately, he is not Xiaolon, so no one understands his words. At this moment, he regretted that he led the team here to get the treasure. He was only a 4th level elder. There were many masters in their tribe, but those masters were very talented and old. If they came, the lightning spirit might not choose these young people, but compared with the price of a lightning spirit being merged by the Salon people, what does it matter if the lightning spirit chooses an old strong man? But the detection range of the lightning spirit is only 20 meters in radius. Why would it fly so far to find this person? After saying the harsh words, the blue light gradually shrank and gradually disappeared strangely. These lightning tribes have left Salon. Horn still maintained that extremely cool posture, and Enoch curiously patted Horn's shoulder. He shivered from the electric shock, and there was still electricity in his body. Horn, who was hit by Enoch, fell down all of a sudden. He was unconscious now. At this moment, Horn was facing upwards, and his left eye was very dazzling, with lightning flashing for a long time. The lightning spirit that entered Horn's body was the most powerful one among the 13 lightning spirits, because the lightning spirit judged that Horn had the strongest talent. But Horn was not one of those lightning clans after all, and his body structure was different, so the lightning spirit rushed around in his body, and finally came to the empty left eye and settled down. If Horn had not resisted the elder's attack, he would not have suffered such great damage, but in order to resist the powerful lightning, he used all his magic power to condense into a shield. Horn only had a vague idea about the research on magic shield. The consequence of forcibly using the magic shield was that all magic power would be consumed. Although he resisted the elder's attack, he also caused great damage to his body because he had no magic power to suppress the lightning of the lightning spirit. Outside the cave, a figure gradually walked away. Chapter 56. Horn's condition looked very bad at the moment. Without the protection of magic, the power of thunder and lightning was running wildly in his body, as if he was being electrocuted all the time. His left eye socket gradually turned black, and there was a smell of burning. Yan quickly cast a healing spell over, and the wounds caused by the electric shock on Horn slowly recovered with a very significant effect. This healing spell was named Healing by Yan Parker. It used to take him more than an hour and all his magic power to achieve the healing effect, but now he only needs one spell to do it. After repeated injuries, and healing for several times, Horn finally stopped getting hurt. It might be that his magic power had recovered a little, or that he had developed resistance to the lightning from the lightning spirit. Although Horn had been able to adapt to the damage from the lightning spirit, he still hadn't woken up. If it weren't for the fact that they could still sense the vigorous vitality in Horn's body, the wild witches would have even thought he was dead. Horn was unconscious and unable to move. There was still electricity in his body, so everyone couldn't move on, and had to guard him here. The next day at noon, Luke the Hoe and Terry the black dog came back carrying a little wild boar. The little wild boar was tied tightly with vines, and there was a deep fist in on its head, which was obviously caused by the black dog. They handed the wild boar to the other witches to wash and peel, and then went into the forest to look for other seasonings. After a while, they came back with a bunch of wild vegetables, and the wild boar was also cleaned. Luke showed amazing forest life experience. He skillfully built a barbecue rack with branches and stones, and then cut up the wild boar and skewered it. The wild witches had been eating dry food, and their mouths were full of saliva. Now they couldn't help but drool when they saw the pork on the fire. Even though it was not cooked yet, the wild boar looked very good. Luke's own bag carried various seasonings, and he also stuffed the meat with wild vegetables he found in the mountains, which made people very appetizing. As time passed, the pork on the rack slowly exuded fragrance, and the fat dripped on the fire, making an attractive sizzling sound. Even the always cold Shirley looked at the pork with eyes full of desire. The small cave was filled with fragrance. Horn, who had been sleeping for a long time, trembled his nose slightly, and then he stood up straight. Horn woke up. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the crowd, Horn ran straight to the barbecue, staring at the wild boar on the rack with green eyes. If Annie hadn't stopped him in time and said it was not cooked, he would have pounced on it. Horn hadn't eaten for a whole day and night, and during this process his body had been fighting against the spirit of thunder and lightning, consuming too much energy in his body. Now he was very hungry. "Ah, you're awake," Annie said to Horn in surprise. Horn couldn't help but look at the barbecue and nodded to Anne. There was a flash of electricity in his left eye. His left eye was completely different now. The general outline was still the same, but everything in the eye, it was made up of tiny light blue currents. Not only was it a change in appearance, Horn's eyes were also very dangerous now, because they were leaking electricity. Especially when he was excited, the leakage would be particularly serious. Just like when he looked at the food now, he was so excited that a half-meter-long arc shot out, scaring everyone to sit on Horn's right. More than half an hour later, Luke took a branch and poked the barbecue, and it was cooked all the way to the bottom. Luke cut a large piece of meat from the pig leg and handed it to Horn. Horn held the hot barbecue in his hands, and tears of emotion flowed from his right eye. His left eye would never have tears again. In Ceylon, people would not eat half-cooked barbecue. It was not only difficult to digest, but also a tradition that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was said that eating raw meat could cause terrible diseases. After eating and drinking, everyone started to prepare to set off. Before the action, they had to prepare an eye mask for Horn, and it had to be insulated. Otherwise, with Horn's current leakage, it is conceivable that they might not be able to reach the next city. While the wild witches were making an eye mask for him, Horn was studying the lightning eye that appeared inexplicably. This eye made him unconscious for a day, but it also made him stronger. The most intuitive thing is that Horn is now a fourth-ring mage. Yes, at this moment, he was already a fourth-ring magician, a magician who didn't know any fourth-ring magic. He had already reached a bottleneck, and the lightning spirit was like the finishing touch, kicking him to the level of a fourth-ring magician. But Horn's biggest gain was not being promoted to a fourth-ring magician, but the lightning spirit. He thought his eyes would remain blind, but he didn't expect that after being hit by the lightning ball, a lightning eye would appear in his eye socket. In Horn's opinion, this pair of eyes seemed to have wisdom, and yet not have wisdom. He said it was wise because it could choose the most suitable master for it, and after entering Horn's body, it automatically changed into the appearance Horn needed most. He said it was not wise because this lightning spirit had no reaction after entering his body. This eye was now like Horn's original organ. Horn tried to release the second ring magic arc spell without using a staff, and it was released very smoothly, without even the slight tingling of the fingertips. But when he released a small fireball spell, he felt a noticeable stinging sensation. So this eye only has a positive effect on lightning spells, and has no effect on other spells. Not only spells, even without using magic, Horn can now control the power of lightning to a certain extent, and the limit of power is similar to that of arc spells, and Horn's body's resistance to lightning has also increased by an unknown amount, as can be seen from the time when he blocked a lightning strike with a power equivalent to the fourth ring with one hand, and his palm was only charred. Now he could also feel very comfortable when being hit by the same level of lightning touch. The function of this eye is not only to enhance the lightning ability. Since it exists in the form of an eye, it can naturally perform the function of an eye. Horn closed his right eye and only opened his left eye, and saw a world he had never seen before. What this eye sees is different from the right eye. It seems that everything is black and white, and the only other color in the world that this eye can see is blue, the color of weak electric current. From a small blade of grass to a big tree, whether it is a human or any other animal, as long as it is a living thing, it has its own electric field, and Horn can see it all. Chapter 57. However, if you just rely on your senses, you can't actually test how far this eye can go. So he found someone to cooperate with him in the test. Enoch, use illusion to cover your figure. I want to see if I can find it. Horn said to the bored Enoch. Why? Your mental power is much higher than mine. You will definitely find it if you perceive it carefully. Enoch asked doubtfully. I can't detect with mental power. I want to try my eyes. Horn pointed at his right eye, which was glowing blue, and said, Okay then. After saying this, Enoch's lips trembled slightly, and he drew out his staff and drew a circle in front of him. The moment the circles drawn by the staff ended and connected, Enoch's figure disappeared. Horn first closed his left eye and observed with his right eye, confirming that he could not see Enoch with normal eyes. Then he closed his right eye and opened his left eye. The vision suddenly changed, and the world became pitch black. In front of Horn, a blue figure stood there. This eye can see through illusions. Then Horn asked Enoch to use various obstacles to cover him up for observation, but as expected, all were discovered by Horn. Even Enoch's illusions could not escape this eye. Horn was very satisfied. With this eye, his detection ability was greatly enhanced. It's just that the flashing light is a bit too conspicuous. Horn was delighted to get such a powerful eye inexplicably, but he also had some worries in his heart. What on earth is this eye? What is the purpose of it staying in his body? Is this someone's conspiracy? Horn fell into deep thought, but he really couldn't come up with an answer, because he would never know that he was just a lucky guy who got the treasures of those aliens. While he was thinking hard, the eye mask made for him was already made. It was made by cutting a small piece of Black Dog Terry's leather jacket. Horn put it on, with a strange look on his face, borrowed Annie's mirror to look at it, and his face, which was originally full of literary temperament, became inexplicably fierce. Then he put on his glasses and looked at it again, which was a bit funny. He returned the mirror to Annie with a bitter face. This can be regarded as a gain and a loss. More than 10 days have passed. At this time, Horn and his team are almost out of the sphere of influence of the god of the North Wind. The place where they are now should be regarded as the intersection of the North Wind Church and the God of Wealth Church. Don't think that it is too easy for them to escape the sphere of influence of the god of the North Wind while being wanted. You must know that their strength is even stronger than a quarter of a city. In Ceylon, ordinary first-level professionals are already very rare. There are hundreds of cities in the entire diocese of the god of the North Wind, and each city has only 50 or 60. Not to mention that each city has only 4 or 5 white robe deacons stationed, and Horn is now a fourth-ring magician, which is much stronger than ordinary white robe deacons. But the increase in his strength by the spirit of lightning is more than that. He doesn't know where his limit is at the moment, because there is no place for him to practice as much as he wants. Along the way, relying on Ian Parker's powerful perception ability, they did not encounter any obstacles within the sphere of influence of the Church of the North Wind. Those that can be avoided are avoided, and those that cannot be avoided can be eaten alive. And those places where checkpoints are set up to intercept ordinary people can be solved with just one illusion of Enoch. Now the group has come to a small mountain village for repairs, which will be the last stop in the Church of the North Wind. The small village is not big, with only about 100 households, and even the church has not set up a church in this small village. When Horn and his companions entered the villagers seemed to be used to it. This place is located in the border area, and people like Horn and his companions are very common. They will rest here. Everyone's staffs have been almost consumed along the way, and the materials for making staffs can be gathered near this village. To go to the parish of the God of Wealth Church, which they have never been to, they must be fully prepared. The group bought food from the village chief, and they didn't have much food left after traveling all the way. Although Luke's cooking skills are good, he finds it hard to swallow meat after eating it all the time. The food is much more expensive than normal, and the service attitude is not very good. During the transaction, the village chief implicitly mentioned to Horn and his friends that there is a team of retired mercenaries with the same first-level profession guarding their village, probably to warn Horn and his friends not to make trouble. It seems that this group of people slaughtered Horn and his friends on the spot, but Horn and his friends didn't care. This is the way the world is, and it's all for survival. After buying food, everyone had to find a place to stay. There was no hotel in this village, but there were places to receive passers-by. A little far away from the village, there were a few thatched houses. Even poor homeless people would not bother to live in these thatched houses, but people who traveled far away did not care so much. The middle-aged woman who led Horn and others to the thatched house looked impatient, not at all like the description in the biographical novels, where all the people in the mountain village were warm and hospitable. These thatched houses are far from the village and look shabby. Annie and Shirley both looked disgusted. Even so, compared with the last few days when they had to camp in the wilderness, these thatched houses are still tolerable. After all, they can shelter from the wind and rain. Everyone worked together to make the walnut wood into strips of uniform thickness and soak them in special materials. From tomorrow on, they can be used as long as they are dried. After processing the staff, it was already dark. After eating the dinner made by Luke, everyone went to practice or rest. Horn was also studying. He had recently encountered an unexpected problem. He had already engraved the magic arrays of the third ring lightning magic and the fourth ring fire magic in the Sea of Consciousness. But the embarrassing thing was that even the walnut staff could only withstand the release of the third ring magic once. Even if Horn learned the fourth ring magic, he couldn't release it. Old Douglas had given him a staff inlaid with magic crystals before. He said that the staff could withstand about 10 times of the third ring magic, so it should be able to withstand the fourth ring magic. But Horn didn't dare to experiment, because there was only one staff, and even if he wanted to use it, he had to wait until the critical moment. So Horn could only focus on studying the booklet left by Old Douglas. While he was studying, Yian made a gesture to Horn, indicating that Horn should go out with him. "What's wrong?" Horn asked Yian Parker, as he walked to the door. Yian said mysteriously, "I found something strange in this village during the day." Chapter 58. What rare things can there be in such a small village? I'd rather meditate. Meditation makes me happy. Horn didn't want to go. He was researching a spell, and didn't want to waste time. "You know if you follow me." Yian's attitude was also very firm. Okay, Horn said helplessly. The two walked for a while in the night, and saw a child standing at the entrance of the village from a distance. Horn looked at Yian in confusion. Why did he ask him to see this child? Yian motioned Horn to hide and watch quietly. Both of them were wild witches with extraordinary perception ability. They could follow the child from a distance, and the child could not be found no matter what. The child was probably only in his teens, with patches all over his body, short brown hair, and small freckles on his face. It was just an ordinary child, nothing strange. But Yian specifically called him out, so he must not be just an ordinary child. Horn spread his perception, and when his mental power fell on the boy, his face changed. A disgusting and terrifying aura permeated the boy, the same aura as the insect wizard Alenk, the aura of abyssal magic. This child turned out to be a wizard. This child was obviously still very weak, probably at the second level. Horn could see through his strength at a glance, unlike Alenk at the beginning, who only felt that this person was dangerous, but could not sense his specific strength. "Wizard, he is a wizard," Horn said solemnly. Yian nodded and said, "Because he is a wizard, I called you here. Haven't you always wanted to find someone to try your hand? He is stronger than us, but not so strong that he is a threat to you. But he is still a child," Horn said hesitantly. "It is not his style to attack a child. Wizards don't distinguish between children and adults." Yian Parker sighed. Compared with wild witches, who are born with abnormalities, wizards are more notorious, and their power is strong and filthy. Almost every wizard has committed unforgivable crimes. The church's treatment of wizards and wild witches is completely different, because wizards are much more powerful than wild witches. In the dead of night, the little wizard showed a vicious smile on his tender face. It was really tiring to pretend to be a good boy during the day. At this time, he was in the residence of the only 2 first-level warriors in the village. These 2 guys were stumbling blocks to his plan. He raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, took out a small piece of cloth and stuffed it in his mouth, and pulled out a needle from his belt, and stabbed it hard into his thigh. He bit the cloth tightly in pain. Then he used a long needle stained with blood to stir the soil at the door twice, closed his eyes, and kept muttering evil spells. "What is he doing?" Yian Parker asked doubtfully. He was knowledgeable among ordinary people, but he didn't know much about the world of extraordinary people. "He is casting a curse," Horn answered uncertainly. Curse is a unique means of calculation for wizards. The principle is unclear, and there seems to be a clear level limit. It cannot be used against high-level enemies. The casting time is long and the casting conditions are harsh, but once the spell is successfully cast, the caster is basically hopeless. This thing is like psoriasis. Even if it can be suppressed for a period of time, it will still break out when the caster is careless. There are countless priests who died from the wizard's curse. It is said that there are ways to remove the curse within the major religions, but it is just a rumor and no one can prove it. We can't let him continue the curse. Horn and Ian Parker walked behind the child wizard and coughed twice. The child wizard sat down on the ground with a thud, looking at Horn and the others with a horrified expression on his face. Yeah, he was pretending very well. Lightning flashed in Horn's hand, and as long as the child wizard had any intention of attacking, his lightning would strike. The eye of lightning made Horn's electric shocks below the second ring power release very quickly, without any preparation time at all. This meant that Horn's combat power was greatly improved, which was more obvious than the improvement of being able to use fourth ring spells. You know, even wizards and priests don't need to chant spells to release ordinary spells, but they still need a certain amount of preparation time. The child did not argue with him or show his true face and start fighting as Horn expected, but burst into tears. The sound was so loud that Horn and Ian were at a loss. The two first-level warriors in the nearby house quickly rushed out of the room, and other villagers also came out one after another. The wizard child pointed at Horn and his friends, and said with a sad face, "They came in the middle of the night to steal things, and they wanted to beat me when I found them." All the villagers glared at Horn and his friends. Wait, listen to me, this kid is a wizard, Horn pointed at the wizard and explained to the villagers. Being treated as a thief for no reason is not a happy thing. Horn of course had to explain. What wizard? You are the wizard. Little Sean was raised by us since he was a child. Don't we know what kind of child he is? And Andy protected the wizard and said to Horn and the others with hatred. That's right, people like you who enter other villages in the middle of the night are more suspicious. The villagers echoed. And the one-eyed man with glasses? He's not a good guy at first glance. And Uncle pointed at Horn and said. Horn looked helpless. Is it my fault that I have a problem with my eyes? The villager said all kinds of things, and they were sarcastic and mocking. Anyway, there was not a single good word. The wizard child stood behind the crowd and smiled innocently at the two. However, for Horn, that smile was very disgusting. The men picked up farm tools and were ready to teach Horn and Ian, the two little thieves who entered the village, a lesson. A child couldn't help but throw a stone at Horn and the others in anger. The stone hit Horn's left eye and bounced off violently, and a foot-long electric current flashed out, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. The farmers stopped in their tracks. The man in front of them was a supernatural being. Although they didn't know whether he was a wizard or a deacon of another temple, no matter what he was, they couldn't afford to offend him. The villagers looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with it. The village chief came out with a cane and said to Horn and the others, "Please go back and don't come to our village again. We don't welcome you." Horn was so angry that he pointed at the wild witch with his electric finger, but two men immediately stood in front of him. He squinted his eyes, extinguished the electric light in his hand, and turned away. God helps those who save themselves. As for these villagers, let them die. Seeing that Horn and the other two had gone far away, the aunt put her hand on the child's shoulder and whispered, "Little Sean, you are a wild witch. Our villagers are fine, but don't let outsiders know. The villagers have helped you cover it up this time. Be careful next time." Chapter 59. In fact, some villagers have also thought about why two extraordinary people would come to their shabby little village to steal things. Could it be that little Sean lied? But they all subconsciously ignored this answer. After all, Sean was a child they had watched grow up, and Horn and the other two were just outsiders. The next morning, Horn and the others packed up and prepared to leave. The last treatment of the walnut staff was to dry it in the sun, and the same was done on the carriage. Horn didn't want to stay in a village with a wizard for too long. But before leaving, Horn still thought he should go to that village to remind them that it was very dangerous to live with a wizard. Since those villagers didn't believe Horn's words and regarded him as an enemy, Horn wouldn't try to please them. He just reminded them along the way. As soon as he reached the entrance of the village, a strong smell of blood hit his nose. All he saw was a dazzling red. The bandits riding tall horses were killing people in the village, and the villagers couldn't put up any decent resistance. Because the two first-level warriors, who were the guardians of their village, were hanging on the tree with livid faces. Judging from the abnormal colors on their faces, it should be that the wizard Sean took action last night after Horn and the others left, and these two first-level warriors were the only fighting force in their village. Without them, this small village would be as fragile as a lamb to be slaughtered. The horse bandits kept hacking and killing with ferocious smiles on their faces, as if they were enjoying the process of killing. Even if there were no extraordinary people, the world would still be cruel. The leader of the bandits, Black Axe, held the head of the old village chief and watched his men kill the villagers, who were fleeing in all directions with great satisfaction. Aren't they awesome? Relying on the presence of 2 first-level warriors, they ignored the bandits in Leon Mountain and refused to pay tribute to them. There was only one tough bone in the nearby village, which made Black Axe feel like a thorn in his throat, and he wanted to get rid of it immediately. However, the presence of 2 first-level warriors was indeed very troublesome. Fortunately, a wizard also had ideas about this village. Otherwise, with only his bandit group, it would take a lot of effort to take over this village. Thinking of the wizard, the bandit leader cast his eyes on the wizard Sean, who looked only 11 or 12 years old, with a little bit of undetectable fear in his eyes. At this moment, the wizard Sean had a crazy smile on his blood-stained face. He wandered among the corpses intoxicatedly, smearing blood from the corpses on his face from time to time, and then laughed intoxicatedly. He walked to the side of the ant who protected him last night, squatted down, and lowered his head to the same height as the ant's head. The ant was not dead yet, but she had been stabbed several times, and blood was all over the ground. It seemed that she would not live much longer. Why do you treat us like this? We have never treated you badly, and have always treated you as our own child. The ant said with tears in her eyes, puzzled. Yes, you have always been very good to me, like my mother, but so what? Sean looked at the ant jokingly. When my parents died, were they as embarrassed as you are now? How do you know this? The ant said painfully to Sean. What don't I know? You guys occupied the village that my parents founded with their blood, and then pretended to be nice to me because of guilt? Sean's young eyes were full of hatred, but his mouth was filled with an intoxicated smile. No. The ant wanted to say something, but her mouth was suddenly sealed by the scarlet blood, and she gradually lost her voice. Puff, ha, ha ha ha. Sean couldn't stop laughing. What does it matter how my parents died? I just want you to die. Sean continued to walk among the corpses like a sleepwalker, and if he found someone who was not dead, he would go and stab them. These people are the source of his power, and he can't let any of them escape. Horn fell silent as he watched the corpses strewn all over the ground. Was it the right choice for him to kill the wizard last night? The wild wizards were also speechless at the cruel scene. The small mountain village that was harmonious and simple yesterday turned into a bloody battlefield today. The shock was shocking. Horn closed his eyes and thought for a while before turning around and leaving. Should we not care? Ian Parker grabbed Horn's sleeve. Everyone is dead, Horn said softly. Those horse bandits haven't. Ian Parker narrowed his eyes and said that he didn't want Horn to just walk away when faced with such a thing. We are wild witches. We don't have the right to pity others. Horn lowered his head and said, and the expression on his face could not be seen. Ian Parker wanted to say something, but a woman who had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up and rushed towards Horn, holding a baby in her arms. She saw the flash of thunder in Horn's eyes last night, and knew that he was an extraordinary person. As soon as she ran to Horn and the others, a pitch-black axe flew over and chopped into her back. She rushed over. Horn subconsciously hugged the woman, and she stuffed the child in her arms into Horn's hands and said, "His name is Shore. Please, don't let her die." Before he could reply, the woman died. He put his hand on her neck, and there was no trace of beating. She was dead. The child in Horn's arms was very well behaved, not crying or making a fuss, and was still sleeping with his eyes closed. He pinched the child's cheek with his hands, wanting to tease him. The hand was cold. He had died long ago. But her mother didn't know that, and was still using her only life to fight for a way out for the child. Horn's pupils shrank slightly, and he lowered his head and held the child motionlessly. At this moment, he didn't want to leave. The bandit who threw the axe was the leader of this bandit group, Black Axe. He walked towards Horn and others with a curse, pulled out the axe from the woman in front of Horn, pointed the bloody axe at Horn's nose, and said loudly, "The little wizard said not to let me touch you, but you don't come out to mess things up. If I wasn't in a good mood, you would have been chopped to death by me." After saying that, he looked at Annie and Shirley with his eyes sly, and said in a flowery way, "You 2 little girls are pretty good looking. Do you want to be my wife?" Originally, in the plan of Wizard Sean, it would take a few days to prepare before taking action, but the arrival of Horn and others last night made him alert, so he started the massacre in advance. He had contacted this group of horse bandits a long time ago. They had grievances with the village, and these horse bandits agreed to his request just by mentioning it. Because Sean's ability is not suitable for dealing with too many people at the same time, if he does it himself, Many people will run away, but it will be different with the help of horse bandits. After all, if one less person is sacrificed to the devil, it is possible to gain one less power. Chapter 60. In front of Horn, the bandit leader was still talking nonsense, not paying any attention to the expressions of the 9 people opposite him. In his opinion, he was very kind not to cause trouble for them, and just take advantage of them verbally. Sean was still enjoying the blood, and accidentally glanced in the direction of the village entrance, and saw that the bandit leader was constantly provoking Horn and others. His heart jumped suddenly. This idiot. Haven't they been warned not to provoke this group of people? Is this damn guy looking for death? The bandit leader was spitting and staring at Anne and Shirley with lustful eyes. He had been a bandit leader for so many years, and had seen many beautiful women, but most of them were women he could not afford to offend and could only watch from a distance. It was rare to be able to have sex with someone so close. At this time, Horn also recovered a little from the shock of the woman. He thought of his mother. If his mother could protect him like this instead of handing him over to the church after finding out that he had become a wild witch, would his fate be different now? Shaking his head, Horn stopped thinking about it. He squatted down and gently placed the child in his arms on the arms of his mother, who was lying on the ground. His body was covered with the blood of the mother and child. The bandit leader was still spitting and making noises. "Stop talking, idiot. Sir, I have no intention of conflicting with you." Sean quickly stopped Black Axe and said to Horn. "What?" Black Axe looked back at the little wizard. He thought that he and the wizard were in a cooperative relationship rather than his subordinate. The tone of command made Black Axe very unhappy. He turned to face Sean, swinging his axe in a protest. Crack! A thick arc of electricity lit up between the bandit leader and Horn, knocking Black Axe away directly. He was no longer breathing when he fell to the ground. This guy kept yelling like a fly, and Horn couldn't stand it anymore. "Kill them all. I see they are upset," Horn whispered. Ian Parker smiled. Horn's response made him very satisfied. He certainly hoped that Horn would put the interests of the wild witches first, but he didn't want a cold-blooded person to be their leader. No matter how Horn chooses to save people or not, as long as he is not a person who regards human life as worthless, it doesn't matter. If he is indifferent to the massacre of these civilians, then one day, he will also be indifferent to the death of the wild witch. Ian doesn't want this. Hearing Horn's order, the wild witches with combat capabilities behind him immediately took action. In their hearts, Horn is the mentor and leader, so Horn's request is an order. As a 6-pointed star magic circle dissipated, a pure white mantis as tall as a person appeared out of thin air. This is Annie's summoning magic. At Annie's command, the mantis pounced on the bandits like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Its speed was faster than that of a horse, and its blade-like forearms were extremely sharp. In just one round, 2 bandits were cut in half. Black Dog Terry was depressed, and controlled his invisible fist to hammer a bandit away. The first enemy killed was not him, but Annie, the little girl, which made him very unhappy. Other wild witches also took action. They were also dissatisfied with this group of bandits, but they had been enduring without Horn's words. As the bandits were killed one by the wild witches, Sean's childish smile darkened. He was horrified to find that the people in front of him were at least level 1 extraordinary people, and the one-eyed man with glasses, who was covered in blood and staring at him silently, was at least a level 3 expert. But what about level 3? He is a wizard. When he became a wizard, the demon god said that the dignity of the demon servants should not be violated. Sean tried hard to mobilize the nearby blood, and condensed into dozens of blood swords in the air, and pointed them at Horn. "I don't want to be your enemy. How about we go our separate ways?" Sean tried to stay calm and said to Horn. Although his mind was full of crazy ideas, he was still somewhat sober. He definitely didn't want to conflict with Horn as long as it was possible. He wanted to pretend to be stronger so that these guys who came out of nowhere would be afraid to act rashly and leave. As long as they leave, these corpses here will still be his. He can still please the Lord Demon, but Horn didn't have any messy ideas. Now, he was full of anger and just wanted to find someone to vent, and the wizard in front of him was the best target. The blinding lightning flashed without warning, and the blood sword that Sean had spent so much effort to condense was directly shattered by the dazzling lightning into a blood rain that scattered behind Sean. Then Horn slowly walked to Sean, who was still in a daze, raised his foot, and kicked him fiercely in the stomach, kicking him 2 meters away. The reason why he was kicked so far was not because of Horn's physical strength. In fact, in terms of physical strength alone, he was only at the level of a farmer. It was because Sean was too young and too light. Even someone like Horn could easily kick him away. Sean bent over and retched while holding his stomach, but he recovered quickly. After becoming a wizard, the magic power would strengthen his body to a certain extent. You ant, I am a great wizard. How dare you disrespect me? Sean lost his mind after being kicked by Horn. He had just become a wizard not long ago, and was still in the state of mind that the wizard was invincible when he was fooled by the devil. He controlled the blood to condense into a fist the size of a human head and hit Horn. But like those blood swords, the blood was also dispersed by the lightning that appeared without warning. Horn took 2 steps forward and came to Sean, slapping him hard on the face, causing Sean's face to swell up. Horn shook his head and said that he had used a lot of force when he slapped Sean's face, causing his hand to feel numb. And Sean's face was covered with blood, staining Horn's hand. Horn wiped his hand in disgust on a relatively clean place on Sean's clothes, then changed his hand and slapped Sean's other cheek hard. It's not that Sean didn't try to resist. The blood attack would be dispersed by Horn's lightning, and even the punches and kicks would be blocked by the lightning, and then Sean himself would be electrocuted in excruciating pain. He could only endure Horn's endless punches and kicks, and had no power to resist. He could only be slapped in the face. Snap, snap, snap. The sound kept ringing. Enough. Sean finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Countless blood rushed into his body, causing his young body to swell up a whole circle. Chapter 61. Sean's muscles were bulging and his veins were bulging, which was very scary. He was swollen, but he was still a small man. This change was one of the few witchcrafts that Sean knew. It could greatly enhance his physical fitness, but he would lose the ability to control blood. Sean, whose body was strengthened, did not attack Horn. Instead, he used his soaring physical fitness to escape from Horn like a stray dog. Face Sean's escape, Horn did not stop him because he was tired. As a wizard, Sean is very durable, but because he is not strong, his hands are not hurt when he hits. For ordinary people like Horn who don't know martial arts, he is a perfect human sandbag. After running away for a distance, Sean glared at Horn, his face swollen like a pig's head and spitting out a bloody tooth. With tears in his eyes, he said to Horn, I am also a great wizard. You can't do this to me. You have to give me the minimum dignity. Horn pretended to stretch his muscles, and Sean's face changed, and he wanted to escape, but Horn was not interested in chasing him again. After a round of punches and kicks, he vented a lot of anger in his heart. Maybe I should learn some martial arts, at least I won't be so tired when I beat people. This thought suddenly flashed through Horn's mind. However, the anger has been vented, it's time to deal with this wizard. At this time, the horse bandits, who slaughtered the villagers have been wiped out by the wild witches. The wild witches, who have completed their mission, surrounded Sean and waited for Horn's order to stab Sean to death with their staffs. They are confident that they can deal with Sean. They also saw Horn beating Sean. The wild witches could tell at a glance that Sean's combat experience was pitifully weak. Although he was a second-level transcendent, even the wild witches, who were still in the first ring, were probably confident in dealing with him. It was as if he had never fought with anyone before. In fact, the wild witches had not experienced many battles, but they often sparred with each other. With Ian Parker's presence, there was no need to worry about minor injuries. Surrounded, Sean suddenly realized that if he stayed here any longer, not only would the corpses definitely not be his, but he himself might die here. After figuring it out, Sean immediately ran out of the village, but the direction he chose was where Black Dog was waiting. Before he got close to Black Dog, a transparent fist hit him in the chest and knocked him back. The power of this fist was not at the same level as Horn's weak punches and kicks. Even the inflated Sean was knocked back several meters, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Black Dog laughed triumphantly. What's wrong with a second-level wizard? He was still knocked back by his fist. Sean, who fell to the ground, sucked the blood he had just spit out into his mouth, which made the wild witches feel a little disgusted. Sean knew that he would never escape like this, so he took out a green shield from his arms. The green shield was only the size of a palm, and it could not be used as a shield. It could only be regarded as a work of art. However, Sean did not use this shield as a shield. He held the shield and whispered in his mouth, and magic energy was continuously input into the shield. Just a moment later, Sean completed the operation, and a green whirlwind emerged from the shield, forming a wind shield outside his body. This shield is made entirely of strong wind, and is shaped like a 3-meter diameter wind ball that wrapped Sean up. Horn was stunned for a moment. The color of the wind and the breath of the spell were clearly the magic of the Church of the North Wind God. With protection, Sean rushed towards the Black Dog again, and the Black Dog smiled and chanted a spell and punched him again. During these days, Black Dog finally gave his spell a name, called the Mage's Hand. Because this spell can not only be used as a fist, but also can be used to pick up things, like an invisible palm. But Black Dog's confident punch on the wind ball was blown away. At this time, Sean had already rushed to Black Dog. He didn't need to attack Terry, because the whirlwind outside his body blew Terry away directly. Terry flew out and smashed directly into a house on the side of the road. Now he is going to escape. The wild wizard saw this and cast spells at Sean one by one. But the thin whirlwind actually blocked all the magic from entering. The high strength reminded Horn of the purple shield of the insect wizard Alenk. Horn's perception detected that the shield was about the strength of the 3rd level North Wind magic, but this Sean was obviously a 2nd level blood wizard. Annie also drove the mantis to chase after it. This mantis was the most powerful summoned beast Annie had ever summoned. Maybe Sean, a 2nd level wizard, couldn't even beat this mantis, but just when the mantis was about to catch up with Sean, it disappeared. It seems that although the summoned beast is powerful, the summoning time is unexpectedly short. Horn came to this conclusion that the power of the summoned beast is proportional to the summoning time. If Sean is allowed to run, he will escape the attack range of the wild witches. Enoch stood up confidently to face Sean, and the tip of the staff exuded a strange luster, and Sean, who was still running wildly, stopped just like that. He is now a 2nd ring magician. Although he has not yet learned the corresponding 2nd ring illusion, his illusion can already affect 2nd ring enemies. Although the caster can break free as long as he realizes that he is in an illusion, Sean can't see through Enoch's illusion in a short time. However, although Sean has been confused by Enoch's illusion, the tricky protective shield still exists. And now only Horn can break the shield. Without the reminder of the wild witches, Horn had already taken out the staff and finished the spell. This time he did not use the fireball spell, but the 3-ring lightning spell he had just learned. He had long wanted to find a place to try out the new spell. Lightning spell. Lightning as thick as an arm shot out from the tip of the staff, shooting towards Sean, who was still confused. The extremely powerful electric current hit the whirlwind shield that was still spinning, and the dazzling electric current instantly turned the whirlwind ball into a shining electric ball. The whirlwind shield only lasted for a short while before it turned into a breeze and dissipated. Sean, who was confused by Enoch, fainted directly. Maybe because of the shield, Sean just fainted and did not receive any additional damage. These days, Horn has been researching new spells, namely spell shields, in addition to imprinting spells in the Sea of Consciousness. The small shield that Horn used to resist the elders of the Lightning Clan that day was an incomplete research result. Now he is very curious. How can a wizard release such a powerful shield with the effect of the North Wind magic? He walked to Sean, pried open his hands, and carefully picked up the palm-sized shield that was already full of cracks. There is the symbol of the Church of the North Wind on the shield. This thing is the holy artifact of the North Wind. Chapter 62. The so-called holy weapon refers to an artifact in the church that has extraordinary power. The holy weapon is divided into 9 levels from level 1 to level 9 according to the size of the power it contains, the same as the level of priests. But the number of holy weapons is much rarer than that of priests. At least Horn has never seen a holder of a holy weapon in North Wind City. It is said that each church has a holy weapon with power above level 9, and they call this level of holy weapon a divine weapon. Since he holds the holy weapon, Horn's doubts are solved. It turns out that Sean released the whirlwind shield through the holy weapon, but in this case, a new question arises. How can a wizard like him use the holy weapon of the North Wind god? You know, the church has always claimed that the holy artifact has spirits, and only priests recognized by the holy artifact can use it. Horn thought about it, and decided not to kill the wizard first. He had some questions to ask Sean. It's not too late to kill him after asking. Enoch brought a bucket of cold water, and poured it on Sean, who was unconscious. The water was so cold that it splashed on Sean's body, making him shiver. Even in the hot summer, he shivered from the cold. Because this bucket of water was created by Horn's water flow technique and Shirley's cold current technique. If it gets any colder, it will freeze. The water at nearly 0 degrees finally woke Sean, who was still unconscious, from his sweet dream. His head was still a little numb. Yes, Enoch arranged a sweet dream for him. He was afraid that if he was given a bad illusion, he would instinctively break free. In his memory, he had escaped from Horn and others, and was now dominating in an unknown village, occasionally killing a few people to sacrifice to the demon god, and living a life like a god. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Although it didn't hit him, but hit the side, he was still startled. Then he fell into a life of drunkenness and dream. In the illusion, he was enjoying a hot bloodbath, but suddenly the blood became icy cold. He shuddered and woke up from his sleep. Well, he didn't realize that he was trapped in Enoch's illusion. Sean opened his eyes confusedly and looked around. He felt a sense of being bound, and was very uncomfortable. He looked down, and was so scared that he almost peed. Because now, he was tied to a tree stump by dense vines. The location was still in the small village where he was born and raised. He didn't run away at all. And who likes to tie people to wooden stakes the most? Those damn priests. So these troublesome guys are actually priests. No wonder they are so powerful. Is he going to be burned to ashes? Sean, who was not very smart, thought that Horn and others were priests, and he never thought about why a group of priests were good at different spells. He was terrified when he saw the one-eyed man with glasses coming over and pulling his hair to make him raise his head. Horn wanted to make his eyes level with Sean's, but after pulling for a while, Horn found that it was not only tiring but also uncomfortable to pull Sean's wet and greasy hair. So he signaled Luke to use the vines to fix Sean's head in a suitable position. Watching the vines fix Sean's head, Horn nodded with satisfaction. This height was just right for interrogation. Horn patted Sean's face and said, "I have a question for you. Just tell me what you want to ask. Just don't kill me." Sean said flatteringly. He was very worried that Horn and others would burn him if they disagreed. Horn took the palm-sized shield that was about to break and waved it in front of Sean's eyes twice and said, "How did you get this thing?" Sean said quickly, "I stole it from a first-level priest." "Oh, you have defeated a priest. You don't look like that kind of master." Enoch said sarcastically that he felt the little wizard was lying. He stole it from a priest. Just because of him. That was a priest who was seriously injured for some unknown reason. It was just a few days after I became a wizard. I was. Sean hurriedly explained that he didn't want Horn and the others to think he was lying because it was related to his life. "I don't care how you got this thing." Horn waved his hand to stop Sean from explaining, and said in a low voice, "I'm curious about how you can use this thing. Not everyone can use the holy weapon." What he was curious about was how a wizard like him could use the priest's holy weapon. As for the dispute between wizards and priests, it was just a dog-eat-dog fight. Whoever died, Horn would clap his hands and celebrate. "Can't this thing be used directly if you know the spell, and can provide the energy to activate it? He told me everything as soon as I scared the priest." Sean said to Horn in surprise. "Aren't they from the church? How could they not know this?" Puff, Horn suddenly laughed, and after laughing for a while, he showed a mocking expression and said, "So the so-called only those who are chosen by the holy weapon can use the holy weapon is a scam? Ha-ha, gods? Church. It's just a liar." Horn showed a mocking smile on his face. He was always happy to hear negative news about the church. The Tide Sean said weakly, "Is it okay for your pastor to say this about the church?" Horn's raised mouth corners stiffened. He wanted to hit someone because he was treated as a pastor. "We are not pastors. We don't like being treated as pastors either. If you want to hit someone, you have to do it." He punched Sean in the eye socket, causing Sean to scream. Ever since Horn decided to take revenge on the church for the first time, his personality has been gradually changing. Horn used to be a shy scholar, and he still looks like that most of the time, but when facing some things, he is much more decisive and open-minded than before. At least, he would never take action directly because of a disagreement. Of course, this is also related to his anger towards Sean, the wizard. "If you are not a priest, then are you wild witches?" Sean said to Horn, and the others in disbelief with his eyes cyan. Horn and the others did not reply. Sean scanned the expressions on everyone's faces, and knew that he had guessed correctly. These people were all wild witches, but how did the wild witches get such powerful power? If he could get power like them, would he not have to become a slave of the devil? This thought flashed through Sean's mind. It was meaningless to think about these things in the world now. He was a wizard now, so he had to work hard for the demon lord, but if they were wild witches... Sean suddenly laughed. If they were wild witches, then he still had a way to survive. Chapter 63. After a loud laugh that silenced the wild witches, Sean's face showed a hint of evil. This is the standard expression of a wizard when he is about to bewitch people. This is also a habit inherited from their master. If you are really a wild witch, are you interested in becoming a great wizard? You will gain powerful power and a long life. There is even a slight possibility of becoming eternal. He waited expectantly for Horn's response. After all, he was still a child, and his thoughts were relatively simple. Horn slapped Sean in the face and frowned and said, "What are you crazy about?" Regardless of the pain from being hit on the face, Sean quickly said to Horn, "Since you are wild witches, then there is no natural conflict between you and us wizards." Horn did not hit him this time. He thought this guy was really crazy. He turned to look at the other wild witches, and found that they were also confused. How could he say that there was no natural conflict between wild witches and wizards? All the wild witches who were heard to have encountered wizards never appeared again, and Anne herself had experienced the attack of wizards. Seeing that the wild witches did not respond, Sean continued. Hasn't the church always called you wild witches the running dogs of wizards? The connection between wild witches and wizards is close. There is no need for us to be so opposed. Pa! Horn punched Sean in the eye socket again. This time it was the other eye. Are you saying that we are your running dogs? Now Horn could hardly hold back his anger. In this case, would this ignorant little wizard dare to mock them? No, that's not what I meant. Seeing the witches' faces suddenly turn ugly, Sean quickly explained. What I meant was that I was also a witch. You are kidding me. Horn's hands flashed with lightning, and he felt that he could not get anything out of this madman. Several people in the village know that I am a witch. You can go ask them. Sean tried his best to prove that he was not lying. There is no one alive in your village anymore, Ian Parker said with narrowed eyes. Sean was suddenly speechless, but he quickly continued, only the church would kill you wild witches. We wizards have never hunted you down like they do. I have seen wizards kidnap wild witches, and the wild witches discovered by wizards have no news in the end. How do you explain it? Black Dog Terry sneered. It's just kidnapping, not killing. How can we bear to kill wild witches? Wild witches are very precious living sacrifices. Sean said. Living sacrifice? Everyone asked in confusion. They all knew what the sacrifice of the wizard was, but this was the first time they heard of the term living sacrifice. In the final analysis, all wizards were originally wild wizards, Sean said shockingly. Sean's words shocked the wild wizards. All wizards were originally wild wizards. How could it be possible? Even if they thought that this wizard might be talking nonsense, the wild wizards were also greatly shocked. If wizards were really transformed from wild wizards. Horn put his hand on Sean's shoulder, and a weak electric current kept running. You must explain this to me clearly. What is going on? Rather than saying that all wizards were originally wild wizards, it is better to say that only wild wizards can become wizards. Wizards sacrifice wild wizards to the devil as living sacrifices, and the devil will use magic power to strengthen the sacrificed wild wizards and turn them into wizards. After becoming a wizard, you can enjoy the power bestowed by the devil. Of course, if the devil doesn't like you, you will be cruelly eaten alive. Sean didn't say this. He was still hoping to trick these wild wizards into being living sacrifices. How could you say that? Are you telling the truth? Horn's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from it. The eye patch on his left eye flickered, and the electric light was about to burst out at any time. Of course it's true. I was a wild wizard before, and now I have become a great wizard. Especially since you are so strong now, you will definitely be much stronger than me after becoming wizards. Sean spared no effort to promote the benefits of becoming a wizard to Horn and others. Horn looked at Ian Parker. He could sense people's hearts, and could tell whether the person in front of him was lying. Seeing Ian's livid face, Horn's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, when he saw Horn looking at him, he nodded solemnly, which meant that the wizard did not lie. Wizards are slaves of demons, which means you have been catching innocent wild witches to be slaves of wizards? Horn was already extremely angry. Horn suddenly remembered that the insect wizard alike kidnapped Annie, and seemed to be doing some strange ritual. Now he thought that he wanted to turn Annie into a wizard. So what if the wizard is powerful? When a person's everything is not controlled by himself, when a person's everything is only for another existence, then is he still himself? Horn retracted the lightning on his body, suppressed his anger, and said to Sean, the last question, it is impossible for every wild witch to succeed in sacrifice. So what will happen if the sacrifice fails? Sean looked at Horn and thought he had been moved by what he said, so he continued to persuade him. It is indeed impossible for all sacrifices to succeed, because each demon god needs a different wild witch, but if the sacrifice fails, you can find another wizard to sacrifice, and there will always be a demon god who likes you. Horn looked at Ian Parker again, and this time he shook his head. If that's the case, you're worthless. Horn's hand on his shoulder suddenly burst out with a strong electric light, which was the lightning touch of the second ring magic strength. The strong current instantly electrocuted the tied Sean into charcoal. He never dreamed that he would be killed suddenly when he was just talking to him. If he was an adult wizard, he would definitely feel the murderous intent from the expressions of the crowd, but he couldn't feel it. After killing Sean, Horn squatted beside the bodies of the mother and son, dazed, wondering what he was thinking. After such a thing happened, everyone did not leave today. They simply piled the bodies into a pile, and Daniel the matchmaker burned them all. As for the mother and son in front of Horn, no one dealt with them. Ian Parker walked up to Horn and whispered, As you said, we wild witches have no right to pity others. You have done what you can, so don't blame yourself. If I hadn't decided to leave directly, the mother wouldn't have died," Horn said hoarsely. "You thought everyone was dead, so it's not your fault," Yayan said without thinking. "Hee, if I had killed the little wizard last night, wouldn't today's tragedy have happened?" Horn said self-deprecatingly. Yayan was silent for a while and said, "So do you want to give up?" Horn suddenly stood up and said firmly, "You think too much, I'm just a little sad, that's all." He rubbed his face to make himself look less depressed, and said to Yayan, "Bury them." After that, Horn left the bodies of the mother and son and walked towards the wild witches. As he walked he thought, give up? How is it possible? When he left Leon City, he had already vowed to create a world for magicians. Never compromise, never give up. Until forever. Chapter 64. Horn bowed deeply to the grave of the mother and son. He had done nothing wrong in this cruel world. No one would blame a wild witch for not helping ordinary people, but Horn still had a deep sense of guilt in his heart. It was just a choice for him, but for the mother, she would probably be willing to exchange everything she had. In Ceylon, cremation is rarely chosen except when there are too many corpses to deal with, because being burned to ashes is the way those lowly wild witches die, and most of the time, they choose burial out of respect. People believe that as long as the body still exists, the soul has a place to live, and there is still a chance to ascend to the kingdom of God. But the wild witch does not believe in God. Horn cremated the mother and son only out of guilt. 10 days later, Horn and others have stepped on the land belonging to the Church of the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth is the most powerful god in the surrounding area, and even ranks among the gods in the entire God's continent. The God of the North Wind cannot be compared with it at all. Even the boss of the God of the North Wind, the God of Wind, Desaya, can barely be on par with the God of Wealth. The status of the gods is high, so the parish of the God of Wealth is naturally much larger than that of the God of the North Wind. The parish of the God of Wealth is shaped like a gourd, with the main city, Maoman City, in the center. To the north of Maoman City are towering mountains and forests that stretch for tens of thousands of miles, where powerful monsters abound. Even experienced bounty hunters only dare to hunt monsters on the periphery. To the south is an extremely large inland lake, where a branch of the Sea Clan lives. No ship is allowed to pass through it without permission. They control all the water economic exchanges in Maoman City. If you want to cross the Diocese of the God of Wealth to the Black Forest, you must pass through Maoman City. The Diocese of the God of Wealth is much safer than the Diocese of the God of the North Wind. They have heard this for a long time. But when they really set foot in the Diocese of the God of Wealth, they found out how safe it is for wild witches. It is so safe that they are a little uncomfortable. At least the small organization that inspects wild witches in every city of the Church of the God of the North Wind has never been found here. This small organization is usually composed of ordinary people, and poses no threat to wild witches of Horn's level. But just like a toad jumping on the instep of your foot, it doesn't bite you but it's annoying. Seeing these inspectors walking around the streets all the time is not a good thing. Without this annoying organization, Horn and others can have a very comfortable journey here, and their tense nerves can finally relax a little. They don't even have to take small roads to stay in small towns when they are on the road, but can go directly between cities, so that they can save a lot of time on the road without taking detours. The rice fields on the roadside sway in the wind, and the green wheat has just grown to knee height. It's all green at a glance, which makes people feel very comfortable. On a road that was much smoother than the North Wind parish, 2 carriages were moving forward leisurely. Horn sat in the carriage, carefully holding a small shield covered with dense cracks, and examining it carefully. This was the North Wind holy artifact seized from Sean. Horn's lightning spell exceeded its protective limit, so it became what it is now. Now this tattered shield has lost its usefulness. Horn did not ask Sean about the spell to control the holy artifact, and it would be useless even if he asked. This shield will definitely not be able to withstand the next energy infusion. However, even this thing that is about to break is of great value to Horn. Horn can lay a solid foundation for making items with magical effects by studying this shield. The first time he had the idea of making magic props was when he saw the magic circle that Annie showed to the outside world. And when he saw the lightning weapons of those aliens, he had a better grasp of making magic props. But when he really saw the North Wind sacred artifact, Horn had the real confidence to make magic tools. Not to mention anything else, the material of this shield has a high probability of smoothly allowing the magic circle to conduct energy. Through the dense cracks on the shield, Horn observed that the material inside the shield was a silver-white metal, but there were too many materials that met this characteristic, and Horn could not tell what metal it was. As long as he knew what this material was, Horn would have more confidence in making items with magical effects. And Mammon City must have blacksmiths, who can distinguish this metal and gather the materials to make magic props. If Mammon City doesn't work, other places won't work either. This made Horn a little excited about reaching Mammon City. Mammon City can be regarded as one of the most prosperous cities in the eastern continent of gods, and it is the largest trading city in Ceylon, no doubt about it. The time it took to reach the center of the diocese exceeded Horn and others' expectations. It took them more than a month to reach Mammon City, the center of the diocese, from the edge. On the way, they met many caravans, and from them, the witches learned that Mammon City was a huge trading city. But how big it was, no one could describe it in detail. Like a merchant described, it was a huge city that only gods could build. God knows how big it is. But when Horn and his friends finally saw Mammon City from a distance, they finally understood why those merchants could not describe it well. Because even Horn could not find a way to describe this huge city. Take the city wall for example. From such a distance, it can be seen that it is at least 30 meters high, which is in sharp contrast to the small city wall of the Church of the North Wind, which is generally 5 or 6 meters high. From a distance, it is all city walls, and you can't see the edge at a glance, and there seem to be many tall buildings in the city. I wonder which one is more majestic compared to the steel city in their world described by Old Douglas. The gate of Mammon City is also very domineering. At a glance, it should be able to withstand 10 carriages running side by side. At this moment, on the high wall of Mammon City, a man in a gray cloak was looking into the distance. When he saw the 2 carriages of Horn and others, a smile appeared on his lips. As expected, they really took this road, and arrived here at this time. But we have been guarding here for half a month. The speaker was a short figure, also wearing a gray cloak, and was still eating something under the cloak. Ha ha ha, don't pay attention to these details. The important thing is that we have waited for them. A breeze blew, blowing his cloak open a little, revealing a suit of black scale armor under the cloak. He is Dragon Slayer. Elijah. Chapter 65. There were not many guards at the city gate, only 2 people sitting in a small shed built at the city gate. Horn probed his mental power over, and the 2 people were surprisingly level 4 transcendence. 1 warrior, 1 priest. Horn smacked his lips. It was worthy of being the city of wealth. Even the gatekeepers in Mammon City were stronger than Horn. Although Horn was also a 4th ring mage, he could not release any 4th ring magic. Because the best staff he could find now could only release 3rd ring magic, and it was the kind that would be scrapped after 1 use. But now Horn can freely control lightning below the 2nd ring, so it is still unknown who will win if a fight really breaks out. But the gatekeeper alone is so powerful. What kind of background this city has Horn dare not imagine at all. During the process, you can enter directly without any inspection. Mammon City has this confidence. No one can do whatever they want here by force or other small means. Only those with money can do whatever they want in this city. Entering Mammon City, it was like entering a new world. The lean city that I thought was okay before now looked like a small border town. The buildings were tall and exquisite, and the streets were clean and tidy. There were probably more people at the city gate than on a street in Lean City. Most of the pedestrians passing by looked good, and they had a special spirit and confidence. This expression was rarely seen by Horn and others along the way. Another thing that made Horn and others very comfortable was that there were no banners against wild witches on the surface. On the surface, there are no characteristics of a church city here. It was the first time for Horn to come to such a city, and he felt a little uncomfortable. I had heard before that the god of wealth was also the god of trade, and his diocese was mainly based on economic development, so he was only hostile to wild witches and some other races on the surface, but not too much. As long as it is not known to everyone, no one will deal with you even if they know you are a wild witch. And even if you are exposed as a wild witch, the deacons of the God of Wealth Church will not be too dedicated when chasing you, and there are many escapees. Compared with the relatively less threatening heretics like wild witches, the Church of the God of Wealth has gone to the other extreme in dealing with wizards. As long as a wizard shows up in Mammon City, almost no one can escape. After all, if a wizard causes trouble, the economic impact will be too severe. For others, it is much more relaxed. No matter who you are, coming to Mammon City is to make money for the church. It is precisely because of the Church of the God of Wealth's relaxed attitude towards wild witches that there are a terrifying number of wild witches settling in Mammon City. Ordinary people can't go to places like the God-forsaken land, so most people choose to live in Mammon City. For a moment, Horn also thought about settling here directly, but he thought that it was okay to live here peacefully, but it was absolutely impossible to develop the power of the wild witch here. The Church of the God of Wealth has always spared no effort in cracking down on the unruly elements who disrupt the normal trade of this city. They have shown amazing strength in many crackdowns on the forces that want to come here to make money. Moreover, the Church of the God of Wealth would never allow a force to become too powerful here and threaten their status, so after thinking about it, Horn decided to go to the God-forsaken land. The God-forsaken land is the most suitable place for wild witches to develop, because there are no gods there. Because of this, Horn and his team did not plan to stay in Mamen City for too long. Although this is an important transit station, there are too many masters here. Once discovered, Horn and his team will have no power to resist. They only planned to stay here for one day. There were many hotels in this city, but after Horn and his friends found a few grand hotels, they suddenly felt like poor people. After asking around, they found out that these hotels were for wealthy businessmen and nobles. For ordinary people like them, the Traveler Street was the most suitable place to live. After asking for directions several times, they finally arrived at the Traveler Street, which was said to be suitable for poor people like them to live. Compared with the prosperity of other places in Mamen City, the Traveler Street seemed much more desolate. There were no more people in gorgeous clothes coming and going, and the buildings on both sides of the street also looked very old. At the entrance of the street, a dozen men squatted here, as if to attract customers. After years of training, these men can easily distinguish the guests who want to stay in the hotel from the crowd coming and going. As soon as Horn and his party entered the carriage, they were surrounded by these dozen men. They talked about the advantages of their own hotel and wanted to compete for business. These people greeted Horn and his friends with a smile, but they didn't have a good face to others. Horn felt that if he and his friends were not there, they would even fight. This noisy scene made Horn frown. The eyes of these people made him feel like a commodity. Just when Horn was having difficulty making a choice, Ian Parker slapped Horn's arm, winked at Horn, and then pointed in the opposite direction. Horn looked in the direction of his finger, and saw the little boy standing outside the group of men. He couldn't talk to Horn and his friends outside the crowd, but he didn't dare to squeeze hard for fear of angering the men outside. The boy was about 13 or 14 years old, with short blonde hair and some small freckles on his face. He looked timid and anxious. He really needed this business, but he didn't have the courage to compete with the adults for it. Ian Parker indicated to him that there must be a reason for this little boy. Even if Horn himself didn't find the abnormality of this child, he would choose this one. Besides, choosing a child is always more comfortable than choosing these men who are staring at his wallet. He separated the men crowded around him, walked to the boy, and asked him, "Does your family also run a hotel? If so, I will stay at your house." The boy couldn't believe that these customers really chose him. He was stunned for a moment before nodding happily and said, "Yes, sir, my family runs a hotel. My hotel is clean, tidy, and cheap. You will definitely be satisfied." Seeing that Horn had already decided which one to go to, these men left reluctantly, except for two men who kept mumbling something at the corners of their mouths when they left. Horn's ears moved slightly, but he just smiled and didn't respond. Watching Horn and the others, and the little boy leave, Elijah, who had been following them, took Arya's hand and left Traveler Street. He just came to confirm where Horn and the others lived. Chapter 66. The little boy's hotel is very remote, and it took a long time to get there after a long and winding walk. No wonder a little kid has to go to the street corner to solicit customers. It would be strange if a tourist could find a hotel in such a place without a guide. Fortunately, this place is quite quiet, which is just right for people like Horn. This is a hotel that looks very old, and the paint on the sign has fallen off. But it is very clean, and you can see that someone cleans it frequently. Entering the hotel, it is a bright sight. Although everything looks a bit old, it is very clean. Only a clean hotel can make travelers feel at ease. As usual, they booked 5 rooms. The price was still more expensive than other cities, but it was acceptable to Horn and others. There were very few residents in this hotel. Horn even suspected that only they were living here. The proprietress was a middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor. She enthusiastically helped Horn and others settle down. She didn't want to lose this group of rare guests. After entering the room, Horn asked Ian Parker directly, "Why did you ask me to choose this hotel? Although I am very satisfied with this hotel, you didn't know what this hotel was like before. So why did you ask me to choose this one?" Ian Parker shrugged and said, "Among the many soliciting people at that time, the emotions contained in this child were different from those people. Those people were for money, while this child's emotions were more sincere." "That's it?" Horn said suspiciously. Ian Parker spread his hands and said, "What else can I do? Do you think I found this child to be a wild witch? It's just staying in a hotel. Don't think too much." Horn pushed his glasses and said embarrassedly, "Okay, I thought too much." After Horn left his room, Yian sat on the bed and pondered. He had something he didn't tell Horn. He felt that this child was a little strange, not in his behavior, but in his existence. Yang carefully felt that he was just an ordinary child, but for some reason, he felt a little strange about this child. This child was definitely not a wild witch. Yang was very sure of this, but he couldn't figure out why he was so strange. In this way, Horn and others settled down in this hotel. After taking a short nap on the clean bed, Horn and Enoch set off for the trade market in Mamen City. Yan and Luke had already set off for the trade area. Once they left the parish of the God of Wealth, they had no place to replenish their supplies because their next stop was the Black Forest. The Black Forest is the territory of the elves. Travelers are allowed to pass through there, but hunting is not allowed there, so food along the way in the Black Forest needs to be purchased in advance. Fortunately, it is allowed to pick up fallen dead branches to make fire in the Black Shroud Forest, as long as it does not cause a fire. Otherwise, to get through the Black Shroud Forest, you can only use the lifestyle of a savage. The Elf King's Court in the Black Shroud Forest is the largest elf territory in Ceylon. They are not hostile to humans, but they are not very friendly either. In the forest, if you break their rules, you can't get out. Even the priests of the church can't do that, and what Horn and Enoch went out to buy had nothing to do with the Black Shroud Forest. Horn's idea of magic items required a lot of materials to be put into practice. He had accumulated too many ideas along the way, but he just couldn't execute them because he had no materials. He had 50 gold coins that Douglas gave him as travel expenses hanging around his waist, and he felt that it should be enough to support him to buy materials. The free trade zone in Mamen City is said to be a quarter of the size of Leon City. This trade zone alone is much larger than Leon City. Horn and Enoch, who came here for the first time, were naturally shocked by the crowded flow of people and densely packed shops as soon as they entered. But it was too uncomfortable to really walk around, because it was too big. It takes a lot of time just to walk to the place where you need to buy things. The free trade zone can be roughly divided into 4 areas: the slave area, the food area, the weapons area, and the grocery area. The slave area naturally needs no explanation. There are slaves in Ceylon. The main source of human slaves in Ceylon is criminals. In Ceylon, except for the taboo races like the wild witches, who will be burned to death if they are discovered, other guilty people will become slaves unless their crimes are very minor, or they really must be executed. The slaves of other races were captured by the slave-catching teams. It was legal to capture slaves of other races in the human world. As for directly capturing civilians as slaves, it was a forbidden area of the church, and no one dared to cross the line. The food area included the sale of firewood, rice, oil, salt, spices, and some livestock. The weapons area, as the name suggests, was mainly a place for trading weapons and armor. The grocery area sold more things relatively speaking, and anything could be bought here. If Horn wanted to find suitable spellcasting materials, he had to go to the grocery area. However, before going to the grocery area, Horn had to go to the weapons area first. He needed to find an experienced blacksmith to verify what material the shield he had seized from the young wizard was made of. As long as he knew what material the North Wind Hallows was made of, then Horn would at least have a rough idea of what materials could be used to make magic items. Horn and his partner walked around the huge trade area for a long time. They wanted to find a blacksmith shop that didn't look expensive and was knowledgeable enough to recognize most of the materials. Most of the shops here are pure weapon shops, and some blacksmith shops look very high-end, which reminds the two of the magnificent hotels during the process. After a long time of shopping, they finally chose a blacksmith shop. This shop is called the Short Uncle Blacksmith Shop. Before entering the shop, Horn thought it was a dwarf blacksmith shop. The most famous race that is good at forging, dwarves have a high reputation. Horn and his friends chose this shop more because they were curious about why a dwarf could open a shop here. But when Horn saw the owner of the shop, he realized that the reason why it was called the Short Uncle Blacksmith Shop was purely because the shop owner was a little short. They thought he was a dwarf, but they were just being self-indulgent. It was almost noon, and the short uncle was beating a long iron sheet with his upper body bare-chested. Judging from the shape, it should be a forged long sword. The shop boy came out to greet Horn and others, and introduced them to some swords and other things hanging on the wall. The weapons hanging in the shop all looked very sophisticated, especially the long sword hanging in the most obvious position, which exuded a sharp cold light, and the shocking price was hung below, 10,000 gold coins. Chapter 67. Horn weighed his shriveled purse filled with 50 gold coins, and smiled in poverty. Not only the cold sword, but all the weapons on display in this shop were expensive. The cheapest, a very simple sword, cost 20 gold coins. I don't know if it was the right choice for him to come here for consultation. After all, he was short of money. After learning that Horn was not buying anything but waiting for the boss to come out, the clerk's expression turned cold. If he sold weapons, he would get a commission, but if Horn and his friends didn't buy weapons, he would not make any money. The boss came back from forging iron without Horn, and the others waiting for long. He grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat off his body, then put the towel on and came to the two of them. Are you looking for me to make something? If you want weapons, you can look on the wall to see if there is anything suitable. His skin was a little dark, his beard was gray, and he was already quite old. His strong muscles seemed to contain infinite power, but what surprised Horn was that this boss was just an ordinary person. Without thinking any more, Horn pushed the shield in front of the boss and said, I'm not here to make weapons, but I want to know what material this thing is made of. The boss froze while wiping his sweat, and carefully lifted the shield to examine it. After a while, he looked at Horn thoughtfully and said, Young man, this is the holy artifact of the North Wind. Yes, you have a good eye. Horn complimented him. He could recognize the holy artifact of the North Wind thanks to the teachings of old Douglas, and the appearance of the shield when it was in effect. It was already very knowledgeable for an ordinary blacksmith to recognize it as the holy artifact of the North Wind based on its current tattered appearance. The boss didn't even twitch his eyebrows. Such compliments were commonplace to him. He continued to say to Horn, I won't ask you how you got this shield. You won't tell me anyway, but can I ask why you asked about the material? Does this have anything to do with identifying the material of this shield? Horn asked. It doesn't matter, the boss replied. Horn pushed his glasses and said, Then it's just curiosity. Curiosity, his curiosity. The boss obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask any more questions. From the crack, the metal inside this North Wind sacred artifact is thunder silver. Thunder silver? Horn asked doubtfully. He had never even heard of this metal. This metal is very popular in the Thunder Church. It is much harder than ordinary metals, but not easy to forge. The Thunder God Church has a special method to forge this metal. The boss picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of water and said, What's next? The inner layer is made of thunder silver. What about the outer layer? I still need to study the rest, and the results will be out tomorrow at the latest. Well, I leave this thing with you, and we come to pick it up tomorrow. Horn left a message and was about to leave. You won't run away with this thing, will you? When he reached the door, Enoch suddenly turned around and said. The boss laughed dumbly. If this holy weapon was still intact, it would probably be more expensive than my most precious sword, but now it's in such a broken state that any sword I have is more valuable than this one. Enoch scratched his head and thought that this was true. A holy artifact that could not be used was not even as good as a handicraft. The value of this thing was just a souvenir. The two left the blacksmith shop and went to the grocery area. The slave area passed in the middle. Compared with the weapon area, the slave area was not at the same level of dirtiness, and the flow of people was not at the same level. Thick wooden stakes were erected everywhere on the roadside. At least 5 or 6 ropes, as thick as index fingers, were fixed on each wooden stake. At the end of the rope, slaves with naked bodies and lifeless eyes were tied. After seeing these wooden stakes, Horn closed his right eye and stood there for a while. He tried to calm down his emotions, so as not to lose control, and burst into lightning. Old Douglas's education made him naturally resistant to the slave trade. But Horn did not lose control because of the slaves, but these wooden stakes reminded him of the stakes in Leon City. He sympathized with these slaves, but he would not want to liberate them. His own mission was heavy enough, and he was not able to carry the burden of slaves. At this moment, Horn suddenly wondered, which one is more miserable, these slaves in shackles or the wild witches tied to the stake, both being bound, both unable to see the future, losing freedom, dignity and personality, and losing life. Which one is more desperate? Horn couldn't figure it out. With a heavy heart, the two left the slave area and came to the grocery area. After arriving at the grocery area, the two were shocked again. Well, they were often shocked since they came to Mammon City. The grocery area is different from other areas. There are many things here, which are very shocking at first glance. But because there are so many things here, it takes more time to find what you want here. The total amount of things Horn needs is not too large, but the number of types is very large. The two of them went to buy separately, and finally managed to buy everything after wandering around the grocery area. As the sky gradually darkened, Enoch and Horn each carried a big bag and came to the food area. They came here to buy monster blood. Many monster meats are high-end ingredients in Ceylon, but monster blood is not expensive. If Horn hadn't expressed his desire to buy it, Many merchants would have thrown away the blood. After spending only a few gold coins, the two returned to the hotel with a string of water bags filled with the blood of various monsters. In the backyard of the short uncle's blacksmith shop, the boss sat on a chair and talked to a young man seriously. Is he the apprentice of the magician? Yes, the real thing. A man sitting leisurely on a chair eating replied, he was the dragon slayer Elijah. Why did he come to me? Did you give him any hints? The boss whispered to Elijah. Ilya leaned his hand on the table, put his chin on his hand, pretended to think, and thought for a long time before he said, maybe. It's a coincidence. The boss frowned after hearing this, and flicked Ilya's forehead with his right index finger. When the finger flicked, there was a loud sonic boom. Ilya suddenly tilted his head back, and when he moved his head back, there was a purple bruise on his forehead. How can there be any coincidence? I don't believe this nonsense. He just happened to find me here for a reason. Ilya covered his forehead and patted the boss's shoulder and said, don't worry, if something really happens, I take care of it. Even if I can't do it, you still have you, Mr. G. The boss was silent. Your Iron Fist Kielberg is not a false reputation. Just smash the enemy. Chapter 68. When Horn and Enoch returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Ian Parker and his companions, who had bought other supplies, had also returned long ago. They bought too many things that might not fit in the two carriages they had originally, and they would have to buy another carriage to get around. After only living there for one day, the wild witches felt the malice of Mamen City, and if they stayed any longer, their wallets would cry. In fact, Horn's wallet was already crying, and if it weren't for Enoch's help, he wouldn't even be able to buy back these things. The owner of the blacksmith shop only charged Horn 10 gold coins, but it still made him feel painful. 10 gold coins were enough for him to spend for a long time. You know, he only made a few copper coins for little Arya to make a wooden sword, and a gold coin was worth hundreds of copper coins. But the biggest part of Horn's expenses was not from the blacksmith shop owner, but the cost of buying a fist-sized piece of thunder silver. This piece of thunder silver cost Horn more than 20 gold coins. Speaking of gold coins, Ceylon's gold coins are only slightly larger than the thumbnail and are very thin, so they are relatively easy to carry. However, it is still difficult to use if the amount is large. So many big businessmen will handle deposit and withdrawal business in the Church of the God of Wealth. This business requires a ceremony in the Church of the God of Wealth, and the ceremony will imprint a divine power mark on the customer's hand. Those with this information mark can deposit gold coins in the Church of the God of Wealth and withdraw them when needed. Wild witches like Horn never dare to imprint, because when imprinting the divine power mark, the Church of the God of Wealth may discover the identity of the wild witch. Moreover, the price of this branding is very expensive, which is not affordable for ordinary civilians. Because of this business, the God of Wealth is the only church with a branch in the main city of all the churches of gods. Even the powerful Holy Light Church only has a few strongholds in the eastern continent. At night, everyone meditated and rested, waiting for Horn to go to the blacksmith shop to retrieve the shield the next day and set off. At the door of Horn's room, Ian Parker waved to Horn to signal Horn to come out and talk to him alone. Horn showed a helpless expression on his face. He was slightly afraid of Ian Parker calling him out in the middle of the night. The last time he called him out in the middle of the night, a tragedy happened in that small village. I wonder if something strange will happen again tonight. However, Horn thought too much. This time, Ian Parker did not talk about any strange topics, nor did he ask Horn to go to strange places with him. Instead, he told Horn about his discoveries while shopping all day. He found many wild witches in Mamen City along the way. There are so many of them. So many that Ian Parker felt it was unreal. Although many wild witches were hiding very deeply, this hiding did not have much effect on Ian. He could judge whether it was a wild witch by a little trace, and most wild witches could not escape his perception. So he came to ask Horn how to deal with it. Horn thought for a long time, and decided to keep it as it was. Their main purpose was to go to the Forsaken Land of God. The sooner they arrived at the Forsaken Land of God, the sooner they could put their minds at ease. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into Mamen City, Horn and his companions had packed their bags and were ready to leave. The little boy and the proprietress were reluctant to watch Horn and his companions leave. After they left, there might be no customers for a long time. They went to the trade area first, bought a carriage, put all the gifts on the carriage, and then went to the short uncle's blacksmith shop to take the North Wind sacred artifact and left Mamen City. The boss wrote all the materials on paper, and the details made Horn feel that the price of 10 gold coins was worth it. After walking for half a day, they found that the atmosphere on this side of the God of Wealth parish was very different from that on the opposite side of Mamen City, as if they were about to face a war. Every village and town they passed by was under martial law, and groups of wealth knights often passed by. This atmosphere made Horn and others feel uneasy, so they asked in a village and found out the whole story. It turned out that it was summer, when the elves in the Black Forest were very likely to start a war. At this time of year, the east side of Maman City would be prepared for war. Not only the Church of the God of Wealth, but also the churches around the Black Forest are on high alert against the Black Forest in this season. The current king of the Black Forest elf is a man with a strong desire for expansion, and he launches wars almost every 2 or 3 summers. Over the past few hundred years, the area of the Black Forest has expanded by nearly double. Wherever the power of the elves grows, the Black Forest will expand, and in the Black Forest, almost no church can compete with the elves. Fortunately, the elves only leave the Black Forest in summer. In spring, when everything revives, the elves hide in the deep forest to feel everything is reborn, and they are not in the mood to go out and make trouble. In autumn and winter, when everything in the outside world withers, the elves are unwilling to go out. Only in summer will they be energetic and fight everywhere. So in summer, it is impossible for anyone to go to the tidal mist swamp through the Black Forest. At this time, not only do you have to pass through the human defense line, but you may also be buried under the tree by the elves as fertilizer. The wild witches looked at each other in bewilderment, which meant that it was a thankless task for them to go to the Black Forest now. It would be better for them to stay nearby for about a month before setting off. Summer would end in 2 months. If they set off at that time, the 1 month on the road would be enough to catch up with the opening of the Black Forest. Hundreds of years of fighting have made the elves and humans form a strange tacit understanding. In the summer, they would like to beat each other's dog brains out, but once autumn comes, they become like strangers again, which is very strange. On the top of Maman City, Elijah stood bleakly, his face full of frustration, and whispered, "Why did you leave? I haven't come to find you yet." Little Arya held a thick roasted leg of lamb in her hand. Her little face was greasy, and she looked at Elijah with squinted eyes. "I told you to be more diligent and watch you, but you didn't do it, and you insisted on going to Old Man Key's place to drink." Aaliyah frowned and said, "This seems to be our fault. Weren't you just busy eating?" Little Arya rolled her eyes and said, "It's so embarrassing, you, an adult, are fussing with a little girl like me. Hey, look, they are back again." After hearing what little Arya said, Elijah looked into the distance. "I saw 3 carriages slowly approaching the direction of Maman City, and it was Horn and his party." Chapter 69. Along with a crowded flow of people, Horn and others' carriage drove into Maman City again. Even though he had seen the style of this huge city before, Horn was still shocked. Only 1 day later, Horn returned to this city again. They could have found an inconspicuous small town to live in for a month, but after many discussions, they decided to return to Maman City. There are 3 reasons. First, although there are many masters in Maman City that make Horn despair, the public security is very good. As long as they don't cause trouble, they can live in this city for a month without any suspicion. This is much more comfortable than living in those small towns that require careful precautions. Second, although Horn bought a lot of materials for making magic props, there are still many materials that he did not buy for various reasons, or they were inconvenient to carry, or they were too expensive, or they were not easy to preserve. And because they had to take them away, they bought a small amount of all the materials. If they failed, there would be no replacements. If they were to conduct research in Maman City, they would be much more relaxed. Third, because they were in a hurry to go to the God-forsaken land, they did not think about how to deal with a large number of frightening wild witches here. Now that they have plenty of time, they can consider it. This time, they decided to stay at the little boy's hotel. Originally, they thought it would be the most cost-effective to find a decent house in Maman City and rent it for a month, but they didn't expect that the rent here would be much more expensive than staying in a hotel. Maybe it's because those who have such demand are wealthy businessmen who want to live here for a while. So the group followed the winding road for the second time and came to this little-known hotel. When they were about to arrive, Horn raised his eyebrows and looked at a dark corner. The ugly curses kept coming, and 2 adult men kept kicking and beating a child lying on the ground. The person being beaten was the child of the innkeeper. And the 2 men who beat him were the 2 men who looked at him unkindly before. It appeared again, that strange feeling. Ian Parker concentrated all his mental power on the little boy. The child curled up on the ground, enduring the pain and enduring the beating of the 2 men. Tears flowed down, but he bit his lips to prevent himself from crying out loud. "It's almost there. It's almost there. Something is going to explode in that child." Ian Parker had a strong feeling that he could figure out what was in that child. Horn looked at Ian's serious expression and cast his gaze thoughtfully at the child. his mental power spreading out and covering the child. Yan seemed to have discovered something in the child, but before he could observe carefully, Annie rushed out. Don't! Before Yan could finish his words, Annie had already pushed the man away and protected the boy. Isn't it shameful for you two grown men to beat up a child? She said while comforting the boy and glaring at the two men. The moment Annie protected the boy, the strange feeling disappeared, and Horn's mental power was also in vain. Yan sighed. He had no ill will towards the boy, he was just very curious. He was curious about what was strange about the child. It was very rare that he couldn't see through something. The two men who were enjoying the fight were very upset. They had not yet taught this ungrateful boy a lesson. One of the men did not even look at who pushed him, and punched Annie in the face. He was still immersed in punching and kicking the boy. He wanted to hit anyone. Annie had no time to dodge this sudden punch. She was just a wild witch, and was not skilled in casting spells. She had no time to chant spells in such a short time, but her lack of time doesn't mean that others don't have time. Horn, who had been staring in this direction, glared, and the lightning eye in his eye mask turned slightly. A very weak lightning bolt came from nowhere, and hit the man's arm directly. His whole hand twitched instantly, as if it had a cramp. He was covering his hand and screaming, and Black Dog Terry had already rushed over and punched him in the face. His yellow and black teeth were knocked out of his mouth. Then he wrestled with the two men. He was a fighting maniac, and he was always the first to take action at such times. The fight between them was not very exciting, but it was a physical fight, and the two men were knocked down in less than a minute. Terry did not use magic, he was just enjoying the feeling of fighting, and compared with magic, this physical fight was more fascinating to him. The two men lying on the ground stared at Horn and his gang with hatred in their eyes. What does it have to do with you, that we beat this little bastard? Looking at the eyes of the two men, Enoch chuckled and walked in front of them, squatted down and whispered something in their ears, and the magic wand in his wide sleeves exuded strange magic. After he finished speaking, he let the two men leave. When they were far enough away, the two men shouted at the wild witches for a while before leaving. The wild witches all smiled but said nothing. They all knew that Enoch had done something to them. Although they didn't know what it was, they would not have an easy life. He returned to the hotel with the little boy covered in a mess. On the way, Horn chatted with him. Under Horn's questioning, the little boy talked about his past. His name was Colin. His father had long passed away. Only he and his mother were left to live a hard life relying on the last bit of his father's property. But this last property was barely enough for the two of them to live on, and there were often no guests coming to stay, so the young boy had to go out to attract people, but even if he got the business, he would be hostile to other hotels. In this hotel street, the mother and son have been enduring unwarranted discrimination. Daniel curled his lips after hearing this. What was the discrimination they suffered in this street compared to the wild witch? At least they can live openly. The two men were the most malicious to them in this street, and this malice was completely unfounded, but he could guess a little. The business of their hotel was probably only slightly better than that of Colin's. Although they used some despicable tricks to fool many first-time travelers to stay at their hotel, there were basically no repeat customers. And they didn't dare to vent their depression on others, so they could only vent their anger on this pair of orphans and widows. Listening to the conversation between Horn and Colin, Enoch chuckled twice. This might be the last time these two people came here to make trouble. He also did a good thing. Chapter 70. Before returning home, Colin suddenly stopped. He carefully arranged his clothes and dusted off the dust on his body. When he was beaten, he tried his best to protect his face. This way, his mother would not find out. Colin did not want to cause any trouble to her. She had worked hard enough. However, he thought that his flawless cover-up could not be hidden from the landlady at all, because his mother was the one who knew him best in the world. She only glanced at Colin, who entered the house, and then hurriedly trotted to his side, squatted down and looked at her child with concern. Colin was hesitant and didn't want her to find it, but she quickly found the bruises. Her child was beaten. The proprietress glared at Horn and his group. They brought her son back, so it was very likely that they beat him. Horn was inexplicably flustered by the angry mother's eyes. No one had ever treated him like this before. Enoch raised his hand exaggeratedly and said, "It wasn't us who beat your son. Two men who ran the hotel beat him. You should thank us for saving him and teaching those two guys a lesson." Colin nodded as well. She then stood up and bowed to Horn and the others to apologize and thank them. After a round of greetings, Horn and the others stayed again, and because they were staying for a long time, their room rate was even cheaper. Maybe it was also because they saved her child. It was always a happy thing to spend less money. After settling Horn and the others, the landlady came to Colin's room, without saying anything, but just hugged him and cried bitterly. After finishing the work, Horn was about to go down to find the boss lady. He followed the boss lady's breath to Colin's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard faint crying coming from the room. He sighed deeply and turned away. It was better not to disturb them at this time. Even if they did not bear the original sin of the Wild Witch, there were still people in the ordinary world who lived in great pain, but these were what every Wild Witch had been enduring since awakening. Some people chose to endure silently, but Horn decided to move forward in pain and create an era where Wild Witches could gain equal status. He came to Ian Parker's room. He wanted to ask him something during this time. He was hiding something from Colin. Ian was meditating in the room. He had already condensed the sea of magic, and was trying to enter the sea of consciousness. Except for Enoch and Annie, he was the fastest. Horn sat opposite him, waiting for him to finish his meditation. He would not wait long, because Ian must know that he was here. His unreasonable perception ability could sense the movements of the outside world, even in meditation. After a while, Ian opened his eyes, and said to Horn with a smile, "Do you have anything to ask me?" "I do have something to ask you, about Colin. Didn't you say last time that there was nothing strange?" "There is nothing strange," Ian said to Horn with a surprised look on his face. "Are you here to ask this?" "No, you were very serious when you looked at the child. What did you find?" Horn was very sure that there was something wrong with the way Ian looked at the child. Okay, since you've asked me, I tell you. I was going to observe it clearly before telling you," Ian said helplessly. He didn't want Horn to know about this matter when he didn't know anything. "Observe it clearly?" Horn asked with a frown. What couldn't he observe clearly with his perception? He really has no problem. I used all the observation methods I could use, but didn't find anything abnormal. Seeing Horn listening carefully, Ian continued, "But the biggest problem is that there is no problem. I don't know why I always have some indescribable strange feelings about him." "What do you feel?" Horn asked curiously, but he felt that the child was very normal. "I can't tell. I don't know what I feel. I just feel strange. That's why I want to observe it clearly before telling you." "Doesn't that mean you are overthinking? If you can't see it, doesn't it mean that there is nothing wrong with him?" Horn wondered if he was overthinking. "I hope so." Ian Parker shook his head and said, "Just like I can feel people's emotions and you can't, I also have things that I can't feel. But there is no doubt that my strange feelings for the child are absolutely real." Horn left Ian's room, shaking his head. The information he got from here was that this child was different from others. As for how different, I don't know, but this was enough for Horn to pay more attention to the child. At this time, the boss lady had wiped her tears and walked out of Colin's room, returning to the charming woman she used to be. "Boss lady, I have something to find you. I've been looking for you for a while," Horn said to the boss lady with a smile. He said he had been looking for you for a while, because he wanted to tell her that he didn't hear her crying. He understood that people who have been silently persevering don't like others to know their own fragility. "Do you have a basement for rent? If so, I would like to rent one." The landlady was stunned for a moment. Why would a guest come to a hotel to live in a basement? Aren't the better the light, the better? "There is a basement, but it has not been cleaned for a long time. I don't know what you want to do with it. I have other cheap rooms here." Horn laughed dryly and said, "It's not that I can't afford it. I have to continue to rent the current room. I rent the basement for other purposes." "Other uses?" The boss lady looked at Horn with a question mark on her face. Horn laughed twice, reached his hand behind his back, and pulled out a nearly 1 meter long iron saw. He took out the iron saw with a grin and pointed it at the boss lady, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. She thought this guy was going to do something terrible to her. Seeing that the boss lady was scared, Horn said helplessly, "Boss lady, I'm actually a carpenter. Since he got this eye mask, he has been treated as a bad guy too many times." Obviously, his previous appearance was very popular, so Horn made another record of the church in his heart. "I want to carve some wood carvings to sell, but I can't be disturbed when I'm making them, and it will make a lot of noise." "Noise is fine, we don't mind." The boss lady waved her hand and said, "Isn't it just noise? What's the big deal? But my companions mind. If it's inconvenient for you, I can clean it myself." Horn persuaded the boss lady. Horn said that the boss lady was a little embarrassed. "Convenient, of course it's convenient, as long as you don't mind the poor environment there." "Of course I don't mind, as long as it's a basement," Horn said with a smile. "The basement is in hand. Now I have a laboratory." Chapter 71. Then go back and wait for a moment. "I call you when I'm done." The landlady bowed slightly to Horn and said that she had good manners, and should have lived in a respectable family before. I don't know why she fell into such a state that she had to run a hotel to make ends meet. Thank you. Horn smiled sincerely at the landlady to express his gratitude. Of course, he wanted a basement not to make money from carving, but mainly to have a laboratory where he could conduct magic experiments safely. If something goes wrong during the experiment, it won't attract attention in the basement. As for the carpenter, it was just a cover-up. He is now full of confidence. With the church's holy artifacts and the lightning weapons of the Lightning Clan as reference, he shouldn't encounter any big problems. After half an hour of cleaning up, the proprietress took Horn to the basement of the hotel. When he opened the door, a musty smell came to him. The room was dark, and a dim kerosene lamp was burning alone. It can be seen that it has just been cleaned, but it is still not suitable for living. The landlady said with a little embarrassment, "I think the room upstairs is better. If you are a carpenter, it is still too dark here." "It's okay, my eyesight is very good." Horn pointed to his right eye confidently. The landlady left the basement with a strange look on her face. It was not convincing for a one-eyed man with a pair of eyes to say that he had good eyesight. The wild witches helped to carry all the things they needed to the basement. Fortunately, there was a ventilated place here, otherwise it would be difficult to do some experiments that required flames in the closed basement. He heard from old Douglas that human breathing and the burning of fire would consume a component in the air. If a fire spell was cast in a completely unventilated place, it might kill people. After arranging the basement to the way he needed it, Horn invited the wild witches out. Making magic items requires serious thinking. It was difficult for Horn to concentrate under the attention of so many people. Horn had no experience in making magic items. There was no reference except for the holy artifacts and the weapons of the Lightning Clan. It was conceivable that this would be a very difficult task. He patted his cheeks gently to concentrate and prepare to start. He was stumped at the first step. He didn't know how to start. But it was absolutely necessary to make a prototype of a magic prop. So after much thinking, Horn decided that the basic shape of the magic prop he wanted to make was a ring. The ring can be carried close to the body, and it doesn't consume much material. More importantly, Horn thinks that casting spells with a ring is very stylish. But having only one idea is not enough. He simply doesn't have the ability to make thunder silver into the shape of a ring. This thing is extremely hard and cannot be processed by simple methods. He can't make a fist-sized solid iron block as a magic prop, right? He held the thunder silver with a sad face and looked at it. His palms were red and the temperature was incredibly high, but the thunder silver did not change at all. Unable to solve it himself, Horn went out to find a jewelry store to deal with it. Most craftsmen could not recognize this metal. The few who could recognize thunder silver said that there was a special treatment method in the Thunder God Church. This kind of metal cannot be processed anywhere else, so it is sold so cheaply. Horn really admires himself. A lightning spell can destroy the lightning silver that all the craftsmen in Mammon City are helpless against. Wait, Horn suddenly had an idea. Will the shield really be defeated by a mere 3-ring magic? His lightning spell broke the North Wind sacred artifact, and the Church of the God of Thunder has a special method to process this kind of metal. Isn't the only thing that the Church of the God of Thunder is good at controlling lightning? Horn's heart suddenly warmed up. What the Church of the God of Thunder could do, he should be able to do too. After all, he had the Eye of Thunder that no one in Ceylon had ever possessed. He hurried back to the basement, closed the door, and a lightning arc directly hit the lightning silver on the table. After the dazzling lightning, a deep pit was created on the indestructible lightning silver. Horn estimated that the randomly shot lightning arc almost penetrated the spirit silver. A smile bloomed on Horn's face. The first step of his magic prop plan could officially begin. A few days later, in the dim basement, Horn kept his hands at a certain distance. Dazzling lightning flashed back and forth between his hands, and a fist-sized, liquid-like metal ball floated strangely in the air. The metal ball was the thunder silver that Horn had no way to deal with before. He was very satisfied with his research in the past few days. Although lightning had a good effect on thunder silver, it was completely overthinking to think that he could make thunder silver easy to knead in this way. Even though he discovered that thunder silver was very fragile in the face of lightning, Horn had no way to deal with this stubborn thunder silver at first. So he studied for many days, and finally developed the first magic in his life, a magic specifically used to deal with thunder silver. Thunder smelting technique. It was a second ring magic. It was called development, but in fact it was a trick. He just kept trying to bombard the thunder silver with lightning, looking for a way to make the thunder silver obedient. After all, pure lightning can only soften thunder silver at the moment of bombardment. It is simply a pipe dream to want to shape it in this moment. If it were someone else, this would be a huge project, But with the Eye of Lightning, Horn only needs to keep changing lightning. Find the right level of current, and then cooperate with the magic power, and you can knead the lightning silver like plasticine, and turning the spell that can be released at will into a magic circle that can be engraved in the sea of consciousness is not worth mentioning compared to the difficulty of creating a magic out of thin air. Horn can use this magic without any obstacles. If others want to learn it in the future, they need to engrave the magic circle honestly. The metal ball was constantly deforming between Horn's hands, separating a small piece of thunder silver that was about the size of a gold coin. Sweat beads appeared on Horn's forehead. Wearing the eye mask was quite uncomfortable. After the thunder, I was freed from the restraint of the eye mask. It became more flexible to operate. He concentrated on handling the small ball of thunder silver. The large ball of thunder silver turned into a solid metal ball before it fell to the ground, making a muffled sound when it hit the ground. The liquid thunder silver gradually twisted into an ugly ring following Horn's will. The metal on the ring kept rising and falling, and finally turned into an ugly ring. The prototype of his first magic prop in his life was completed. Chapter 72. Horn sat on the moldy bed and meditated for a while. Just to condense, this ugly ring consumed a lot of his magic power. Though the lightning spell was only a second ring magic, the magician was continuously operating it. Although the magic power consumed when he cast the lightning spell was much less than that of other spells, it still consumed some magic power. After recovering his magic power, Horn would continue to make it. With the basic prototype of the prop, the next step was to carve the magic circle on this ring. How to carve it? Should I paint it on? Horn carefully used the blood of the monster to draw a magic circle of fireball on the ring, and then began to try whether he could release the fireball. He input the magic power into the ring, and then silently recited the spell, and a fist-sized fireball condensed at the front of the ring. He smiled on his dirty face. He succeeded. It's that simple. Then the small fireball turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared in front of Horn. Horn's smile froze. What happened? He picked up the ring and saw that the magic circle drawn by the monster blood had become dim in its original deep red color, and no longer had the energy transmission effect it had at the beginning. Is it the effect of low-level monster blood? Then try high-level monster blood. When he changed to the only level 3 monster blood he bought, Horn discovered the second drawback of his ring. The magic circle he had carefully carved before was wiped away by a rag. It was gone. So what if it was replaced with high-level monster blood? Even if the color would not fade, wouldn't it disappear if you were not careful? This time, Horn did not draw the magic circle on the small ring, but directly drew a line on the table. He controlled the magic power with one hand to watch the trace, and released high temperature with the other hand. After a short while, the color of the third-level monster blood faded and lost its effect. So now, the monster blood has no effect at all. He needs to find materials to replace the monster blood. The function of the monster blood is to conduct magic power well, which can make the magic circle operate normally. The roll of thunder silver is more to withstand the release of magic power, and it can be a good carrier for magic props, but it is not enough to activate the magic circle normally. Horn tested all the materials he bought, and there was nothing that could compare to thunder silver, let alone monster blood. The materials of the North Wind sacred artifact mentioned by the short uncle should also have a material that can conduct magic power. Horn set his sights on a super precious material called Wild God Steel. Horn couldn't afford even a little of this material, but there was a lot of it on the North Wind sacred artifact. So Horn took the North Wind sacred artifact and began testing it. What disappointed him was that this metal might have a very good conduction effect on divine power and magic power, but it was not very effective for Horn's magic power. It could even be called an obstacle. This means that most of the divine sacred artifacts cannot be used by wild witches. If Horn doesn't create a tool for magicians, he may suffer a loss when facing those people in the future. Ideals alone cannot make useful magic props. Horn walked out of the hotel for the second time and came to the trade zone to look for suitable materials. His brain was still working rapidly while he was looking. Is there a way to prevent the blood of monsters from evaporating? If it can be done, there is no need to find a substitute for the blood of monsters. Suddenly Horn recalled an incident when he was a child with Old Douglas. Old Douglas stood by the stove and boiled water to steam buns. He pointed to the steaming pot and said, "Horn, do you know why the water in the pot is getting less and less?" Little Horn tilted his head and thought for a long time and said, "It's too hot, they all burned up. Just like burning wood, the wood turns to ash after the fire is burned out." Old Douglas touched Horn's little head and said with a smile, "Then why do you think the water decreases more slowly when the pot is covered?" Little Horn pondered and couldn't figure it out. The frowning Horn suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "The water did not disappear, but turned into steam. When the pot is covered, the steam gets cold and turns into water droplets falling into the pot, so it disappears slowly. I figured out how to carve a magic circle. If it doesn't work to draw it on the outside, draw it on the inside. This was the 10th day since Horn began to study magic items. The disheveled Horn carved a small groove of a magic circle on the ring. This groove alone almost exhausted him. Such a meticulous operation through the thunder magic made Horn physically and mentally exhausted. After a break, Enoch carefully poured the blood of the 3rd-level monster into the groove. Many failed experiences told him that the amount of blood poured in should not be more or less. If there is too much, the blood will seep out when the groove is sealed, causing the magic circle to deform. If there is less, as long as the ring is shaken slightly, the uneven blood in the groove will cause the magic to be unable to be released. If Horn's energy was not different from that of ordinary people, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, he filled the grooves and observed from all directions for a long time before confirming that the amount of blood was just right. Then, he carefully covered the magic circle with thunder silver without leaving a single gap. The moment he finished, the originally clear sky of Maman City immediately became gloomy, and an obscure will descended on Maman City. It was as if endless energy was gathering above Maman City, and all the people living in Maman City felt a strange and oppressive atmosphere. Even the dogs on the street didn't dare to bark. In the temple of the god of wealth in the center of Maman City, Pope Mars's face suddenly changed, and a huge pure golden eye split open on his chest, staring at the sky. Under the infinite power of those eyes, there were complex and contradictory emotions such as anger, resentment, guilt, fear and respect. At this time, at this place, on the roof of the top of the temple, a man in a black robe like Horn shook his head at the sky. The dark clouds formed by the huge energy in the sky actually dissipated directly. At the same time, a strange energy from an unknown place continued to flow into the ring that Horn was making at the moment, but Horn was unaware of it. As the energy fluctuations dissipated, the sky above Maman City became clear again, as if nothing had happened. The pure gold eyes slowly closed, and Pope Mars half knelt on the ground and gasped. The god just now descended on him. The black-clothed man on the top of the temple slowly dissipated from the soles of his feet, and finally to his head. Under the dark hood, there was a mask with a gentle smile. It was the smile that parted with Horn in Leon City before. Chapter 73. Horn was completely unaware of what was happening outside, and just looked at the silver-white ring in front of him with surprise. When it was just made, he didn't feel anything, just felt a little happy, but suddenly he liked this ring very much. Maybe it was because this ring was his first work that made him naturally close to it. After fiddling with it for a while, and finding no problems, Horn rushed upstairs with disheveled hair and dirty face. Upstairs, the wild witches were gathering together. For the past 10 days, Horn had been locking himself in the basement. Occasionally, he would go straight to the trade area when he came out, and even Annie sent him meals. Without Horn's guidance, everyone's training was not slack. No one would be lazy, from a wild witch with no status to the current one-ring wild witch. If they were the original ones, they would probably laugh in their dreams. But now they have a higher goal, to become magicians like Horn and Enoch. No one wants to experience the feeling of being a weak person and being at the mercy of others and always worried. Even Sharon, who is now in her 50s, doesn't want to be left behind. As long as they become stronger than they are now, they will not let Horn down for his kindness to them. They gathered together at this time because Annie had a breakthrough, and she could successfully probe her spiritual power into her sea of consciousness. According to Horn standards, Annie can be considered a magician at this time, but her sea of consciousness seems to be a little different from others. Under Enoch's guidance, she successfully found her magic circle. But what shocked her was that her magic circle kept changing. This should be the reason why she summoned different summon beasts every time, because her magic circle is not fixed at all. Annie didn't want to disturb Horn from making magic props, so she asked everyone to brainstorm and find a solution. Although you can always summon new things, it is not very stable. Such magic may cause big trouble at any time. However, the wild witches didn't have any good ideas, and even Enoch didn't know what to do. If Anne's magic circle was normal, his experience would be enough to teach. But Enoch had no way to deal with the constantly changing magic circle. He had never seen such a thing. Just when everyone was at a loss and discussing whether to go to Horn, the door was pushed open with a laugh. Horn, with messy hair and stains all over his clothes, came in front of everyone. He held a ring, and showed his research results to the wild witches. With his white teeth, he smiled like a child with dementia. The wild witches would not make fun of him for such things, but sincerely admired his passion for making magic props with full concentration. Enoch came to Horn's side, and looked at the silver-white ring in amazement. Can such a strange-looking thing without any magic power really release magic? Is this the magic prop you want to make? Horn nodded proudly. Making this thing really made him feel very accomplished. If he didn't show it off to his friends, he would be sorry for the brain cells that died so many days. Seeing him nod, the wild witches immediately surrounded him. Although they didn't understand what magic props were, they knew the value of the church's holy vessels. What is the effect of this ring? What magic can it use? Can everyone use it? Unlike the wild witches, who were watching the novelty with amazement, Yan asked a very practical question. Well, I engraved the magic circle of fireball on this ring, but I haven't tried the others yet. It should be able to be released normally. Horn smiled awkwardly. It seemed a bit bad to show off without knowing anything. Then let's go out and find a place to try it. It's a good opportunity for us to gain some experience. This kind of test must be done, Yan said with a gentle smile. Okay. Daniel clapped his hands. He was the youngest among the group and was very interested in new things. Terry the black dog was very excited and said he wanted to go and see it. This ring was likely to be an extremely powerful weapon. A battle fanatic like him had no resistance to things that could enhance his strength. Under the encouragement of the two of them, all the wild witches decided to go out together to see what this magic prop ring could do. An hour later, the wild witches appeared in a forest outside Mammon City. There are too many people here, and it is really difficult to find a place that will not be discovered by others. Moreover, Horn and his team found an abandoned yard. This yard was originally the residence of a first-level magic beast that always liked to live in dark places. Horn and his team who passed by killed it and dug out the magic crystal. After finding a tree of moderate thickness, Horn began to test the power of this magic ring. He put on the ring, input magic power into the ring, and then silently recited the spell. A fist-sized fireball condensed at the front of the ring. With a thought, the fireball flew out and hit the tree. The flames exploded, and a bowl-sized pit was hit on the tree, and then it burned violently. Enoch chanted a spell, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air to extinguish the flames. The fire would cause a misjudgment of the power, and it would not be good to cause a fire. He has now engraved the magic array of water flow and water mist in the sea of consciousness. He is at least a qualified second-ring magician. Horn extended his index finger and fired a fireball at another tree of similar thickness. The power of a genuine second-level spell is greater than that of a second-level magic cast by a ring, but the consumption of magic power is almost the same. However, this ring has an advantage, that is, it can be fired as long as the magic power reaches the minimum standard, so this ring has no effect on Horn, but it is definitely a very powerful prop for other wild witches. This is equivalent to letting other wild witches learn new magic out of thin air. Horn was a little excited when he thought about it. If he engraved other spells on the ring, would it mean that he could use other spells? For example, the earth magic that he had never been able to master? Horn's mind was full of various ideas, and he wished he could go to the basement to make a few more rings. The wild witches were amazed at the power of this new ring. They took turns to bombard the poor big trees nearby with this ring. Although the magic power consumed by the fireball was a bit too much for them, the feeling of releasing the fireball was indeed much better than other magic. Even Anne Shirley and Mrs. Sharon enjoyed it. The fireball is the romance of the magician. Chapter 74. All the wild witches, who had fired several rounds, returned to the hotel happily. Horn wanted to go into the basement immediately and try to make other rings, but he had other things to deal with. First of all, there was the problem of wild witches in the city. There were a lot of wild witches in Mammon City. He didn't have time to deal with them before, but now he could do it. Horn's initial idea was to gather the wild witches here and take them away, but he was stopped by Yan as soon as he proposed it. It was impossible for the wild witches in Mammon City to gather together without attracting the attention of the church. And taking thousands or even tens of thousands of wild witches to the godforsaken land, all of them would be wiped out. But if they were not gathered together, what method should be used to pass on the knowledge to them? When Horn saw Shirley carefully studying the booklet he had distributed, Horn found that he had a way. Since there was no way to gather them together to teach them, he would distribute the knowledge using this booklet method. So Horn spent several hours to slightly modify the original booklet and made a new booklet. Horn jokingly called it a manual of basic magic. It recorded the meditation method and the method of making a walnut staff, and all the knowledge that might be used in the early stage of learning magic was covered to some extent. It also recorded several basic magics, namely, the first level earth magic flying stone magic, the first level water magic water flow magic, the first level fire magic flame magic, and the first level thunder magic lightning touch. This is all the first-level magic they have mastered now. The wild witches have not yet opened their sea of consciousness, so they don't know what their magic is. As for Annie's summoning and Enoch's illusion, Horn didn't write them in the booklet. He vaguely felt that these two spells should have greater significance. After compiling the booklet, he had to find a place to copy some. After all, the number of wild witches in Mamen City was astonishing, and it was not possible to cover most of them by handwriting. Ceylon had very perfect papermaking and printing technology. Inconvenient things like parchment had long been abandoned except for the church's high-level officials. It was the church that first developed this technology. They wanted their doctrine to spread to every corner of the parish. It would be best if every believer could have a book. So these two technologies spread in Ceylon. It has been thousands of years since the first piece of paper was made. Now the most popular things in Ceylon are biographical novels and mythological stories. The library in Ian Park is actually mainly filled with these things. But the church also has a certain degree of monitoring capabilities over books. All the things that the printing house is about to issue must be inspected by the church, and once something that is not beneficial to the church is found on the market, it will be forcibly removed from the shelves. The people who print books will also be dealt with by the church, but there are no people from the church guarding the printing house, so Enoch can handle it all with just one illusion. So the task of printing the basic magic manual was given to Enoch and the black dog Terry. After finishing the booklet, Horn had other things to deal with, and had entered her own sea of consciousness, and there was a constantly changing magic circle in her sea of consciousness. Each change of this magic circle represents a new summoned beast. It is a good thing to be able to summon more types of summoned beasts. However, if the summoning is not in accordance with Annie's will, it may bring negative effects. For example, summoning a fire attribute summoned beast on a rainy day, summoning a stone man in a swamp. In the past, Annie could not even enter her own sea of consciousness, so she let it go. But now that she can enter the sea of consciousness, it would be best if she can solve it. Annie showed her magic circle, and Horn tried to imprint it in the sea of consciousness, but unfortunately, he couldn't even form the most basic shape. There would be no such thing as a failure of condensation. How could it be considered a failure if it couldn't even start? Horn calmed down and started to solve Annie's problem. Her current problem was that the magic circle was constantly changing. Horn thought that there was only a magic circle that kept changing in her sea of consciousness, but the little monster she summoned at the beginning could not reach the first-level standard at all. Moreover, the spells for summoning a first-level summoned beast and those small monsters are different. So he asked Annie to summon a small monster to see what the transformation of her magic circle would be like. After a while of silent chanting, the magic circle emerged, and a cat wearing clothes and holding a kitchen knife appeared in front of the two. The cat was very cute, and it was inexplicably funny to hold a kitchen knife, but Horn still asked Annie to forcibly disperse it after some investigation. This cat was indeed a creature of the same level that she had summoned before. After Horn asked Annie to draw the magic circle of the cat, he asked her to summon a first-level monster. The new first-level creature was a sea fish that was bigger than Horn. Maybe this guy was a fierce character in the sea, but he could only jump around in the room. It was estimated that if he was not dispelled after a while, he would dissipate by himself. Horn asked the embarrassed Annie to draw the magic circle of the sea fish. Comparing the two magic circles, there was indeed a big difference. Then Horn taught Annie the method of engraving the magic circle in the sea of consciousness, and asked her to engrave the magic circle of the cat holding a kitchen knife in the sea of consciousness. The reason why Annie imprinted the cat instead of the fish was firstly because Annie seemed to like the cat very much, and secondly because the fish was a waste. The magic circle of less than one ring was imprinted by Annie quickly. She succeeded. The moment she imprinted successfully, a new spell appeared in her sea of consciousness, a spell completely different from the previous two magic circles. If she could summon the cat again, and if the magic circle she imprinted no longer changed, then her problem would be solved. She will be much stronger than before. And chanted a spell, and a cat jumped out of the magic circle and pounced on her. Well, she controlled it herself. Her problem has been solved, and Horn has a new understanding of this new type of magic circle. The constant changes in the magic circle are to select the most suitable magic circle for her. When she is strong enough to withstand the next level, she will awaken a new spell. In other words, when she becomes stronger little by little, she will not have a headache because there is no magic to learn. If Horn didn't have the magic left by old Douglas, he would stop learning magic like Enoch. One day, the magic left by old Douglas would be learned, and he would face that situation. But by that time, Horn would have been able to create new magic by himself. Chapter 75. Leaving Anne's talent aside, Horn tried and found that he could not imprint even the magic circle that summoned the kitchen knife cat. He had no affinity with summoning magic. So Horn stopped struggling and went back to the basement to make a magic ring. Making a ring with magic effects for the second time was already a piece of cake for Horn. It took only 1 hour to make a ring with water flow spells. Now it was not the complicated operation that constrained him, but only the magic power. There was no need to go out of the city to find a place to test the ring of water flow. A simple test in the basement would tell whether it was successful. Now he could make such simple magic items without any obstacles. He even felt it was very simple now. However, Horn actually knew that the magic props he made were just simplified versions, and they were completely different from the magic props described by Old Douglas. In the story, magic props can be used by anyone, and now it seems that wild witches can use this thing of Horn, and wizards and priests can probably use it, but those warriors with fighting spirit can definitely not use it. Not to mention those ordinary people, but just like this, the magic ring can also make the strength of the wild witches have a qualitative improvement. After a short rest, he started to make magic rings again. His task was very difficult. He wanted to equip each wild witch with at least 2 magic rings, and make an extra earth ring for himself to satisfy his addiction to earth magic. He also wanted to make an illusion and summoning ring to try whether this special magic could be learned by others in this way. Ah! Horn rubbed his hair fiercely. He had to do too much. Lightning flashed, metal shards and monster blood splashed, and soon it was noon the next day. Enoch and the black dog Terry drove a carriage back to the hotel. The wild witches all came out amid their shouting. Horn also walked into the yard with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing that everyone was there, Terry excitedly lifted the black cloth covering the carriage, revealing a whole carriage of pamphlets. A booklet is only the size of a palm and less than a finger thick, but there are thousands of them on this carriage. The corners of Ian Parker's mouth twitched slightly, as he was the one who distributed these booklets in the end. Only he could find out who the wild witch was. But with so many, how could he distribute them? Does he really want every wild witch in Mammon City to have one? Even if he worked himself to death, he probably couldn't do it. Enoch patted the booklets on the carriage and smiled proudly. I'm not bad, am I? That boss definitely doesn't remember us. Didn't you ask us to print more? That's enough, isn't it? Horn looked up at the sky, trying not to look at Yian's expression. After controlling his expression, Horn said to the proud Enoch, Enoch, you did a good job printing so many books. You and Yian will distribute them. Enoch seemed to be petrified. Let him distribute them. Isn't he only responsible for printing pamphlets? Why did this task fall on him in the end? If I had known earlier, I would have printed about 100 books. Your illusion combined with Yian's super perception will not be dangerous. Otherwise, if your actions are discovered by someone with ulterior motives, you will be in danger. Horn was not trying to trick Enoch, but they were the best choice for this mission. If anyone else came, they would be noticed by someone with ulterior motives in a matter of minutes. Enoch's illusion could keep the two from being discovered by ordinary people, and Yian's super perception could allow them to avoid those who were strong enough to discover Enoch's illusion. Enoch, who understood that what Horn said made sense, looked at the pamphlet stuffed in the carriage and lay on the carriage in pain, not wanting to move. After letting Enoch and Yian carry out the mission, Horn went back to make his magic props. He had to hurry up and make those rings. Horn had no intention of making a lightning magic ring. Thunder silver would soften and deform once electricity was applied, and using it to make a lightning magic ring was like seeking death. But the Church of the God of Thunder should also have this problem. If they like to use this metal, they must face this problem. After all, they can only control lightning. It took Horn 2 days to make a total of 19 rings. As the number of operations increased, he became more and more adept at making such things. Among them, the rings for illusion and summoning were completely useless and could not release spells. Although it was a bit frustrating, it was an answer for Horn. This kind of magic item could only add elemental magic. Next, it was time to solve the lightning problem. Although he didn't make a magic ring that used lightning, Horn himself was charged. What if he got out of control and his whole body was covered with electricity? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? So it was necessary to cover these magic rings with a shell that could isolate the current. Fortunately, metals that could isolate the current and were easy to operate were not as difficult to find as substitutes for the blood of Warcraft. It only took Horn an entire afternoon to find a suitable target. This is an unknown black metal with a relatively low melting point, but magic of the level of Fireball will not deform it. If it is only covered with a thin layer, it will not affect the magic entering the ring, but it can effectively block lightning. Horn is very satisfied with this metal. So he found a jewelry store in the trade zone that could not recognize Thunder Silver, and asked them to evenly cover these rings with this metal. It doesn't take much time to attach this material to the rings, and it only takes an hour to complete. Then Horn asked the craftsman to engrave the names of the wild witches on the outer ring of each ring. Horn put the rings in a bag and returned to the hotel. He wanted to know whether his feeling about the first ring was just an illusion, or whether there was really something wrong with that ring. The bag was filled with rings of the same shape and material, and these rings would not emit any magic if no magic was input. In this state, if he could find the ring right away, it would mean that the ring was definitely special. Horn didn't even look at it. He just reached into the bag and fumbled around. Then he pinched a ring and took it out. It was the one he made the first time. Horn fell into deep thought, which meant that there was definitely something wrong with this ring that he didn't know about. After returning to the hotel, Horn distributed the rings he made to the wild witches. Every wild witch looked at Horn's gift with great surprise. Horn actually made 2 magic rings for each of them. The wild witches put away their ring treasures. You have to know that they have not mastered any spells except the innate spells after meditating until now. Now they can cast 2 spells out of thin air, and they are so happy that they are flying. Amid the cheers of the wild witches, Horn kept thinking, what does the ring that gave him a strange feeling represent? Chapter 76. Ivan is the eldest son of the Cellier family. The Cellier family is a large family in the Church of the God of Fire. Every year, they send a large number of outstanding talents, who can become priests to the Church of the God of Fire. Almost every generation of the Cellier family will occupy a high position in the Church of the God of Fire. He should have been like this. But at this moment, he is just a poor bard in Mamen City, relying on a meager income to support himself and a child he picked up on the way to Mamen City. The reason why he ended up like this was because he was a wild witch. He should have had a bright future, and should have been baptized by the God of Fire and become a fire priest who controlled fire. But the day before he learned that he was about to be baptized by the God of Fire, he awakened. He could suddenly light a weak little flame out of thin air. If it were other uninformed candidate priests, they might think it was a gift from the gods. But as the legitimate son of a priest family, he knew very well that all the power of a priest came from the baptism of the gods. There is only one explanation for this power that came out of nowhere. He is a wild witch. After learning that he was a wild witch, he immediately used his family's resources to escape from the diocese of the God of Fire. After he escaped, he was hunted down by the Cellier family. Although it is unknown why he escaped, his act of escaping brought great shame to the family. Ivan relied on his familiarity with the family's style, and finally successfully escaped from the diocese of the God of Fire, and came all the way to Mamen City. On the way, he saved a child who was also a wild witch. The two of them depended on each other to make a living in Mamen City. The income of a bard was not high, even just enough for 2 people to eat and wear. His level was not high. He could eat and wear because Mamen City was the capital of wealth. A little reward from the rich was enough for them to spend for a few days. If they were in other cities, they would have starved to death. In fact, Ivan had always received elite education. He could do a lot of things, but he didn't dare to show a difference from others. As a member of a priest family, he knew what would happen if his identity as a wild witch was discovered. He returned home as usual, sitting at the head of the bed in a small dark room, taking off his clothes and preparing to rest. Suddenly, he found something in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a palm-sized booklet. There was a big pentagram pattern on the cover of the booklet, and the words Basic Manual of Magic were written in the middle of the booklet. In the lower right corner of the cover, there was a line of small words, "To my dear fellow wild witches." Ivan suddenly became alert. What was this thing, and how did it get into his pocket? He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have met someone on his way home from performing in the tavern, but the memory was very vague. Could it be that someone gave this thing to me at that time? Ivan walked out of the room and walked around his place a few times. No one was following him. He had discovered when he became a wild witch that his intuition became very strong, and he could feel many things that he could not perceive before. But what he didn't know was that this was not the so-called intuition, but a precursor to his awakening of spiritual power. For most wild witches, if they don't learn meditation, the omen will remain an omen, and the spiritual power will not be born. Few wild witches can awaken the spiritual power in advance like Yayan, and they are even stronger than Horn, a 3-ring magician. Not finding anyone following him, Ivan put down a big stone in his heart. He returned home and opened the booklet. At first, he just wanted to take a rough look at what was said in it, but when he really read it, he found that the things recorded in it were unexpectedly profound, which was simply a treasure for wild witches. What kind of meditation method can make the wild witch stronger and stronger? What kind of magic wand can make the wild witch release the innate spell? And the first level magic that is said to be comparable to the first level divine spell. All these things made Ivan's blood boil, and he wanted to try it now. He lost the opportunity to release divine spells because he could not accept the baptism of the god of fire. Now he has the opportunity to master this power called magic, which makes him ecstatic. Turning to the last few pages, there is a paragraph recorded on it, followed by a few blank pages. It says, "When you can finally probe your spirit into the sea of your own consciousness, congratulations, you are already a magician. You are the first person to get this introductory manual. Please pass it on to your compatriots in need." There is also a sentence printed on the back cover of the booklet. When Ivan saw this sentence, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, making his hair stand on end. I hope that one day, the sacred church will collapse, the kingdom of God will fall, and even the highest God will surely fall. By then, only magic will last forever. Magician, Horn. Memholin. Well, this sentence was added by Enoch on purpose. Horn would never write such shameful words when he wrote it. Ivan, with a surge of emotions, closed the booklet, and sat at the head of the bed to calm down for a long time. He did not sleep tonight. He felt that he could no longer be a bard. Ivan was just one of the hundreds of people who were given the basic manual of magic. There were many people like him. There were too many booklets to be distributed. It was impossible for Ian and Enoch to sell the booklet one by one. For convenience, their procedure was just that Enpark found the wild witch. Enoch used magic to stun her, walked over and put the booklet in his pocket, then walked away for a distance to remove the magic. Yes, it was that simple. As for whether they could throw away the booklet because they couldn't read, they didn't care so much. But even so, Enoch's magic power was quickly exhausted, and he needed to rest enough before he could release it again. Occasionally, there were small charred sticks left where they walked, all left by Enoch. As the sky gradually darkened, Enoch and Yayan returned to the hotel. Enoch was so tired that he fell asleep on the bed as soon as he came back, and he didn't even have the interest to eat. However, Yayan gathered the rest of the people together with a serious face, saying that there was something important to announce. All the wild witches except Yayan crowded in Horn's room, waiting for the important news that Yayan was going to say. Everyone was there, and Horn stretched out his hand to Yayan, indicating that he could start talking. Yayan cleared his throat and said, "It has been 3 days since we distributed the basic magic manual. A total of more than 300 copies have been distributed, but there are still too many wild witches in Mammon City who have not received them." Horn smiled. "A basic magic manual can at least create a first-ring magician, and the most important thing is that these things will continue to be passed on." Yayan raised his finger and said, "These are not the point. The point is that I found wild witches in the slave market in the trade zone. There are at least more than 50. Chapter 77. As soon as Yayan finished speaking, the relaxed atmosphere immediately became suppressed. Horn's face was particularly ugly, and the blue electric light overflowed from his left eye, which could not be covered by the leather eye mask. "You said? There are wild witches who have become slaves?" He stared at Yayan's eyes, hoping that he was lying, but Yayan disappointed him. He nodded solemnly. Horn held his hands together and rubbed them constantly. His heart was very complicated. He also thought at that time, which one is more miserable, slaves or wild witches? Slaves or witches? Now it seems that the most miserable are the witches who become slaves. Even if they are treated as slaves, they must try their best to hide their identities. Once their identities are exposed, they will be tied to the stake and burned to death. What a dark and deep despair. He should have thought of it long ago. There must be many witches among such a huge slave base. Horn sat aside in silence. Yayan looked at Horn for a while, and said, "What should we do with these witch slaves? Save them or give up? If we save them, how should we save them? All these are up to you to decide. Save people, at any cost, while preserving ourselves?" Horn said, "Fuck him. Let's make a big thing like in Leon City, and then rescue all the wild witches in the chaos." Black Dog Terry said, rubbing his hands. He had warlike blood in his body, but unfortunately he didn't have the talent to practice fighting spirit. Yayan shook his head and said, "Mammon City is different from Leon City. The force in the hands of the slave traders with slightly stronger power is enough to crush us. With our strength, we can't even make a wave in this city." Mrs. Sharon stood up and said, "I still have some extra money here. Since they are slaves, we can buy them back through legitimate means. We can definitely save some of our compatriots if we all work together. Even the cheapest slaves cost 50 gold coins, and most are much more expensive than that. If we want to buy all the slaves there, we need at least tens of thousands of gold coins, which we can never get together with the 9 of us." Yayan rejected Sharon's idea. When he came back, he thought of many ways, but he rejected them one by one. He wanted to get a good idea from everyone. If we use Enoch's illusion, it should be easy for us to collect the 10,000 gold coins. Black Dog Terry made another suggestion. Yian shook his head again and said, not to mention that people who carry so much money must have strong bodyguards around them. The Church of the God of Wealth is very strong in cracking down on theft or robbery in Mamen City. We can't put all of us in danger to save those people. This can be used as a backup plan, and we should not do it unless we have to. This won't work. So are we just going to let them die? Daniel said anxiously. No, we just buy them back with money. Horn, who had been listening to everyone talking, suddenly stood up and said, we definitely have to buy them. But the problem now is the money. Where can we get so much money? Annie whispered. Horn raised his middle finger with the ring and said, all problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Yian's eyes lit up when he looked at Horn's ring. As long as these things were sold, the money would be enough to buy all the Wild Witch slaves. But won't it attract attention if we sell this kind of ring? Horn thought for a while and said, I can disguise it as a holy artifact of the church. As long as it is not bought by the people of the Fiery God Church, they will never find it. If they want to sell the ring, they have to find a good buyer who is rich and not a threat to Horn and his team. Although there are certain risks, this method is much better than robbing with illusions anyway. In fact, the best way is to auction it at an auction house. A ring that is suspected to be a holy artifact can definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Many wealthy businessmen are willing to pay a high price even if they can't buy it back for collection. But auctions don't happen every day. If you're late for one day, the witch may be sold or die under the torture of slave traders. Moreover, the auction of the holy artifact will cause a stir even in Mamen City. Although most of the auction houses in Mamen City have excellent reputations, Horn still doesn't trust the reputation of the church. Even if the auction doesn't do anything tricky, they will definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and most of the people with ulterior motives in Mamen City have enough power to crush them. So even though he knows that he can get astronomical amounts of money at the auction, Horn won't go there to sell it, because they don't have the ability to protect the money. Horn still has this self-knowledge. After some thought, Horn chose to go to the boss of the short uncle's blacksmith shop to sell the ring. He must be very rich, and he should be very interested in the holy weapon. The most expensive sword sold in his shop is worth 10,000 gold coins, and there are many weapons of similar price. For him, 10,000 gold coins are definitely available, and he can accept a holy weapon in exchange for 10,000 gold coins. The most important thing is that the boss is obviously an ordinary person. Even if he has evil intentions after seeing the holy weapon, Horn has a way to deal with it. After thinking about everything, Horn came to the short uncle's blacksmith shop with the ring he made casually. He didn't bring anyone else with him. For him, only Yian and Enoch could help him. If something unexpected happened, the others would be a burden. Although Horn didn't think anything would go wrong, he still had to be careful. He pushed open the door of the blacksmith shop and walked in. The shop assistant was originally enthusiastic about the new customer, but when he found out that this person was Horn, the heat on his face disappeared. He knew that this customer was not buying anything. The boss was not forging iron this time, but holding a delicate water cup and drinking something in small sips. Every time he took a sip, he would close his eyes and enjoy it for a while. Horn sniffed it, and it was a mixture of fruit and alcohol. Old Douglas also likes to drink a few sips of wine, but Horn doesn't like the kind of wine that makes his mouth burn. Instead, the fruit wine that the blacksmith shop owner is drinking at this time is more to his taste. Unfortunately, in order to ensure a clear mind, Horn likes to drink fruit wine, but rarely drinks it. Shaking his head, and not thinking about the problem of wine, Horn sat down opposite the blacksmith shop owner, that is, Keelberg. Keelberg raised his eyebrows. Why is this kid here again? He was a little surprised in his heart, but his face did not show any abnormality. Does the guest come to identify the materials again this time? Horn shook his head, and whispered to Keelberg, you seem to be very interested in the holy weapon. Of course I am interested. How can a weapon maker not be interested in an instrument that can release extraordinary power? Why do you have a broken holy weapon, and come to me to ask for the material? Horn took out a delicate small box from his arms, and threw it to Keelberg. Keelberg stretched out 2 fingers to hold the box. He opened the box, and found a fiery red ring in it. This is a second-level fiery holy weapon. Are you interested in accepting it? Horn leaned forward and asked in a seductive voice. Chapter 78. As soon as Horn finished speaking, Keelberg's eyes lit up immediately. He took the ring, and observed it carefully. Horn also calmly watched him fiddle with the ring. How could he buy it if he didn't confirm that it was real? Keelberg put the ring on his little finger. His other fingers were too thick to fit the ring. Then, in Horn's horrified eyes, an incredibly surging fighting spirit surged out of his body and covered his body. He moved his lips slightly and chanted a spell, but the ring did not change at all. Horn was shocked by the surging fighting spirit and almost fell down from his chair. This extremely powerful fighting spirit was much stronger than Elijah's at the beginning. He had always thought that Kilberg was an ordinary person. This was the second person he could not see through after Elijah. No, it should be the third one, and there was also that little lowly Alia. Even if he could not sense the reality of other strong men, he would at least feel the danger, but the old man in front of him made him feel that he was an ordinary person from the bottom of his heart. However, he now exploded with the strongest fighting spirit he had ever seen. Level 6? Level 8? Or level 9? What a joke. Are all the strong men now so cheap? Horn's muscles tensed up, and the lightning in his eye mask was about to burst out. He was on guard against the old man in front of him attacking him, although he knew in his heart that it was useless to defend against such a strong man. Kilberg seemed to be unaware that Horn was on guard against him, and did not make any strange moves. Instead, he took off the ring and pinched it between two fingers and asked Horn, "Why can't I use this?" Horn came back to his senses and said quickly, "Although the holy weapon is not only used by priests as the church said, it cannot be driven by fighting spirit. It must be used in conjunction with magic or divine power." In fact, Horn now feels that this business can no longer be done. He said it was a holy weapon without any evidence, but he had no way to prove it. If the boss was an ordinary person, he might even go into battle himself to prove that the ring was absolutely genuine. But now the boss is basically a high-level warrior who is hiding. He will not reveal himself as a wild witch in front of him. Once his identity is exposed, he may not be able to escape. Under Horn's disappointed gaze, Kielberger put the ring in the box, and then put it in his arms. Put it in his arms. Does this mean he accepted it? How much do you want? Kielberger asked Horn casually. Aren't you afraid it's a fake? Horn couldn't help asking him. I can't use it, but I can feel that it's a good thing, so I believe you, and if you cheat me, you will definitely pay the price. Kielberger replied to Horn with his usual cold expression. Since you've decided to buy it, I want this amount. Horn raised a finger. 10,000? Sure, very cheap. Come and get the money tomorrow? In front of Horn's surprised eyes, Kielberger directly agreed to the price. Horn was a little stunned and opened his mouth. It was so straightforward. Even people who usually go to the carpenter's shop to buy wooden products will bargain a little. After completing the transaction, Kielberger yawned, indicating that he was tired, and turned back to the backyard of the blacksmith's shop. Horn didn't think too much about coming to get the money tomorrow. This is normal in this world. Many people in Mamen City can take out 10,000 gold coins, but it takes some time to collect 10,000 gold coins. And although the gold coins in Ceylon are small, Horn's small body can't carry back 10,000 gold coins. He has to drive a carriage to get the gold coins tomorrow. Kielberg holding the ring is completely indifferent in front of Horn. When he saw the ring for the first time, he knew that this was not a holy weapon at all, but something he had never seen before. As a true forging master, he absolutely believed in his own eyes. Even Elijah's dark white strange giant sword was forged by him with dragon bones, and he could see that this ring was newly made, and the material was thunder silver, the material he had talked about with Horn more than 10 days ago. If it can really achieve the effect of a holy weapon, then it means that Douglas's disciple can make something similar to a holy weapon. If it is true, it will have great value. In that case, will this kid really be able to do what Douglas said? But he still needs to find someone to test whether this ring can achieve the effect of a holy weapon. He took the ring to the backyard, where Elijah and little Arya were staying temporarily. However, he did not go directly to their room, but went directly to the kitchen, where she usually stayed. Yes, she was a complete foodie. As expected by Kielberg, Arya was in the kitchen. She sat sadly in the corner, holding a piece of dark and hard bread in her hand, and pouting her little mouth from time to time to take a bite of the bread. She had eaten all the delicious food, and now she could only eat this unpalatable bread. The long strip of black bread that could be used to beat people was more fragile than tofu under her white little teeth. She bit it with one bite, leaving a tooth-shaped mark, and then swallowed it after a simple chew. Seeing Kielberg come in, little Arya jumped directly in front of him, hugged his thighs, and stared at him with her big watery eyes. Kielberg, can you give poor little Arya something delicious? I'm starving, and I don't know where the bad guy Elijah has gone. Kielberg was a nickname given to him by a friend who was with him at the time. He once asked the friend what it meant, but he just smiled and said nothing. When he was young, he was very resistant to this nickname, But now that he is older, he thinks this nickname is still very pleasant. He squatted down and smiled kindly at little Arya and said, "If you help me test this thing, I will give you something delicious." "Really?" Arya jumped away from his legs and said to him obediently, "I want to eat a whole roasted cow." Kilberg's smile froze. Although he knew what little Arya was, it was still very strange for this little girl, who looked like a doll, to eat a whole roasted cow. He patted Arya's head with cold sweat on his forehead and agreed to her request. Arya then put the ring on her thumb and recited the spell engraved on the ring. Then, an inexplicable fluctuation occurred on the ring, and a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared above the ring. Arya seemed to have got a new toy. She poked her other finger directly into the fireball, and then pulled it out to play with it happily. She only knew how to spit fire, and it was gone after spitting it out. Now she could play with the fireball in her hand, which was an experience she had never had before. After seeing that the ring could indeed achieve the effect Horn said, Kilborg left little Arya directly. If she liked the ring, he would give it to her directly. It was only 10,000 gold coins. More importantly, Horn was indeed a person with great potential. He wanted to find someone he didn't like very much to discuss the issue of Horn. If that person agreed, Horn would have the possibility of joining their organization. Of course, it was more likely that he would just be marked as a promising junior. Chapter 79. The next day, Horn and Daniel drove a carriage back to the hotel. The carriage was loaded with the funds they used to buy slaves. Their action plan had been planned long ago. The first step was for Yin to take all the wild witches to visit the slave market and mark the slaves that each person was responsible for. Then everyone returned to the hotel to get the money. Each person bought 2 or 3 slaves at a time and brought them to the designated location. Buying too many slaves at a time might also attract attention, so the 5 men including Horn had to buy slaves 4 or 5 times, buying 2 or 3 each time. The designated location was the deserted yard they found when they went to the forest to test the magic ring a few days ago. The yard was very remote, and basically no one would go there. They could do whatever they wanted there. After Yin had identified all the wild witches, his task was to guard the abandoned yard. It was not convenient for ladies to buy slaves, so 3 ladies were asked to accompany Yin to guard the wild witch slaves. Before all the slaves were sent, someone needed to guard them and prevent them from leaving. The progress was unexpectedly smooth, and there were no unexpected situations. All the slaves were brought to the yard in waves. They bought them through legitimate means. It was common for one person to buy 2 or 3 slaves in Mamen City. If this could happen, their luck would be too bad. And because it happened so many times, it took a whole day to complete the work. The wild witches who were transported here were unchained and given bread and water. This was a treatment they had not experienced for a long time. There were only 4 people in black robes guarding the dozens of them, 1 man and 3 women. But most of the wild witches did not choose to escape. They were already satisfied with bread and water. Escape might put them in greater danger. And even if they escaped, where could they go? All slaves had a gold coin-sized brand on their faces. It was the mark of slaves. As long as the brand was there, they would always be slaves. No matter where they escaped, they would be slaves. A few wild witches also wanted to escape, but when they saw Annie directly set a big tree on fire with a fireball, they no longer wanted to escape, because they found that these black-robed people seemed to be extraordinary. Even though they were slaves, they knew that they could not afford to offend the extraordinary. In the corner of the slaves, there was a pair of 16 or 17-year-old brother and sister. Some of them had wheat-colored skin, and the sister's face was stained with a few colorful things. It was because of these things that her sister was not bought in advance. These things were not stains, but the brother's innate ability, so she was treated as an ugly woman and placed in the cheap slave area. The brother's name was Johnny, and the sister's name was Jennifer. They were both rich young men and young ladies. Later, their families were destroyed because of their resistance to the church. They fled from the south to the north, thinking that they had escaped a disaster, but they were caught by slave traders on the road and became slaves. The 2 of them snuggled together tightly, looking at the black-robed men nervously. They didn't know what fate they were about to face, but they knew that they had to survive. The sun was setting, dyeing the western sky a beautiful orange-red. Daniel brought the last predetermined wild witch slave into the yard, and Horn and others could start the next move. The slave wild witches crowded in the yard, waiting for their new master to appear. Perhaps this one who was willing to give them bread and water seemed to be a kind master, but some wild witches felt that there might be unprecedented danger in a while. Who else can use fireballs, besides wizards or priests? Although they did not reveal their identities as wild witches, if they were wizards, they would have ended up the same regardless of whether they were wild witches or not. Suddenly, a thick fog rose in the yard. The fog appeared very suddenly, which made many slave wild witches have some small thoughts. In such a dark situation, can they escape? Their thoughts soon fell through, because the fog only appeared for a short while and then dissipated. After the mist dissipated, an exquisite chair appeared in front of all the wild witches. Sitting on the chair was a man in a gorgeous black robe, and behind him, 8 people in black robes stood neatly. The previous female black-robed person was already a remarkable transcendent. This new person must be a more noble transcendent than the previous one. Is he their future master? Sure enough, this way of appearance shocked all the slave wild witches. Horn left a very strong impression in the hearts of the slave wild witches, but under the dark hood, Horn was smiling bitterly, which was a bit too shameful. The action of going out was planned by Enoch. He did not miss any opportunity to improve Horn's image, and other wild witches were also interested in Enoch's approach, so Horn could only follow Enoch's way. These wild witches were shocked by Horn, and Horn could start his speech, which was his favorite part. Voice Sharon set up a white ring in front of Horn, so that Horn's voice would be heard by every wild witch present. She also limited the spread of the sound to this yard, so that it would not spread far, which made Horn's voice have a special magic in the ears of the slave wild witches. I know, you are all wild witches. Horn was the first to throw out a very lethal sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the crowd quickly pushed everyone away and ran to the door, and those who did not run away all showed desperate looks. Being a wild witch is their biggest secret, a secret that they dare not let others know even if they become slaves. Now it is so easily known by others. As soon as the men who ran to the door touched the door, a dazzling lightning appeared at the door, directly bouncing them back. The other witches clearly saw that Horn, who was sitting in front, took off a black object from his hood, and then a blue eye flashing with terrifying lightning appeared in his dark hood. This was a shocking scene that these witches, who had become slaves, had never seen in their lives. I didn't say you can leave. If you run away now, I will be in trouble, so please be quiet. Horn whispered to the witches, and his voice reached the ears of every witch under Sharon's magic. He entered the state again. This black robe with a hood seemed to have strange magic. Every time Horn wore this robe, he felt like a different person. The scene suddenly became noisy. The wild witches discussed at once. Even though the slaves around them, who were also wild witches, did not know each other, talking to each other could help them relieve the pressure in their hearts. Please be quiet. After Horn finished speaking, a 1-meter-long arc of electricity burst out from his eyes, and all the whispers in the audience stopped abruptly. Horn deliberately created this lightning. Otherwise, these wild witches whose identities were discovered would not allow Horn to speak normally. Seeing that no one made any sound, Horn nodded secretly. This atmosphere was just right for a speech. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. We won't report you to the church. If we do, we don't have to spend money to buy you back. My name is Horn Mimhalen, and I am also a wild witch. Horn said his name. There was no danger. He was not afraid of being known. In Mamen City, except for the wild witches, no one knew what kind of face corresponded to Horn's name. This sentence set off another wave of heated discussions. This person is actually a wild witch, not a thunder priest. Can wild witches be so powerful? Ahem, be quiet. The wild witches all quieted down. It seems that Horn's deterrence just now was very effective. Next, I don't want others to interrupt me. Fellow countrymen, I will give you freedom this time. After I finish speaking, we will wipe off the slave marks on you, and then give you clean clothes and some money, and then you will be free. But don't worry, I have something else to say. I want to give you more than that, but also power. Chapter 80. Horn's words caused a stir among the wild witches again. Wild witches were synonymous with weakness. Even ordinary people were not afraid of wild witches. Could it really be possible to give wild witches power? In the doubtful looks of the slave wild witches, Horn continued, I am not only a wild witch, but also a magician. This was the first time the wild witches heard the term magician. They were even more confused. Everyone had heard of wizards and priests, but what was a magician? A so-called magician is someone who can use magic, and magic refers to this kind of thing. Horn pointed his staff at the stone he had prepared in advance, and a big fireball hit it, directly breaking the boulder. The huge heat made the wild witch slaves dry their mouths and tongues, and they were all shocked by Horn. Although they had never heard of magicians, this power was definitely real. While the wild witches were frightened by the big fireball, Horn began to introduce magicians, and explained the relationship between magicians and wild witches, as well as what abilities magicians have. Every wild witch was excited and wanted to become a magician right now. Even Enoch and Yayan, who had heard this before, were a little moved. Annie's eyes were full of stars when she looked at Horn. The original simple admiration had already turned into another simple but passionate emotion. Similar words, saying them in front of a few people, and in front of dozens of people are completely different concepts. Whenever this happens, Horn can always easily mobilize the emotions of the wild witches. But speaking of it, which wild witch who has been worried since awakening would not be excited when he heard that he could have the power to protect himself? Even the most meager words will make every wild witch tremble. The speech soon came to an end. Horn's throat was a little dry, and he also talked about the meditation method. These wild witches can remember as much as they can, because he doesn't have the time and energy to teach every wild witch. Most of them are illiterate, so the method of making a staff is the most helpful to them at this stage. As for the meditation method, they will definitely find a way to learn it by themselves. It is much easier for wild witches to learn words than normal people. If they want to seize the opportunity, they must learn words by themselves. Finally, as the price for giving you freedom and teaching you knowledge, I beg you to promise me one thing. Horn took out a basic magic manual and said to the wild witches, "Here is a booklet. Please take at least 10 or more copies each. There is a lot of useful knowledge recorded on it. The meditation method I just taught you, the method of condensing the sea of magic power, the method of entering the sea of consciousness, the method of making a staff, and for first-ring magics that are comparable to first-level divine arts, you can keep one copy, and I would like to ask you to pass on the rest when you meet fellow countrymen like you. I would like to express my gratitude here." After saying this, Horn bowed deeply to the wild witches in the audience and left their sight. He had already completed all the tasks that were needed for him, and staying any longer might affect his mysterious image. Well, that's what Enoch said. The wild witches were still in a state of shock. Was such important knowledge really given to them? What is the price of passing these pamphlets on? Some wild witches even looked at Horn's back fanatically, thinking that he was the savior of all wild witches. This will be the case. Horn will definitely change the fate of all wild witches. Then Enoch's voice sounded, "Please remove the slave mark from that little guy, in that." Well, we all look the same. Daniel waved his fist at Enoch in dissatisfaction when he heard Enoch say that he was a little guy. In order to allow these wild witches to receive help in an orderly manner, Luke threw vine seeds in 4 different directions. With a burst of green light, the seeds quickly took root and sprouted out of the soil, and soon grew into vines taller than people. The vines grew into different shapes with Luke's will: round, square, triangular, and normal. Luke said coolly, "This is also magic." Naturally, this caused the wild witches to sigh and have a beautiful vision of the future. Please remove the slave mark at the round plant, treat at the square, get clothes at the triangular, and get magic manuals at the normal vines. Please cooperate. Enoch shouted again, and this time everyone began to remove the slave mark from Daniel in an orderly manner, just like a school physical examination, but the person in charge of the examination was not an old Chinese doctor, but a wild witch. Johnny escorted Jennifer to the place where the slave mark was removed. He watched Daniel open his palm, which quickly turned red, and then pressed his palm on Jennifer's slave mark. Jennifer screamed miserably, because it was really painful, but the pain was worth it, because it could change their fate. After Johnny also accepted the service of erasing the mark and screamed like a pig being slaughtered, the two came to Yayan together. It was much better here. Yayan could relax their hearts just by sitting there. The tip of Yayan's staff released a burst of green light full of vitality. The light fell on the place that was burned by the flames, and the flesh and blood grew rapidly and healed, leaving only a faint trace. Looking at the disappeared slave mark, Jennifer smiled sincerely, and Johnny hugged his sister tightly. They hadn't smiled like this for a long time. Then the two of them received clothes and many basic magic manuals respectively. Carrying the heavy things in their hands, they walked out of the gate of the yard, their hearts full of longing and hope for the future. After working for a whole afternoon, Daniel, who was responsible for removing the mark, and Yayan, who was responsible for the treatment, ran out of magic power several times. After sending the last wild witch away, everyone was exhausted. Horn also came out from outside the courtyard, no longer maintaining the mystery. As for why he wanted to maintain the mystery, Enoch couldn't explain it, but just said that this would make Horn very stylish. He had a smile on his face. These wild witches who were once slaves would definitely not return to Mammon City. They would bring the knowledge taught by Horn to all parts of Ceylon, and as time goes by, one day this knowledge will be passed on to every wild witch. Old Douglas once said that a spark can start a prairie fire. So, this is the spark that Horn ignited in Ceylon. After sending all the wild witches away, Everyone did not stay in this place for too long, and hurried to the direction of Mamen City. It was already late when they dealt with these wild witches. If it were not for Mamen City to have as many people as possible, it would have been closed long ago. Everything in Mamen City is based on making money. The purpose of doing so is not that the Church of the God of Wealth is poor, they are already the richest organization in Ceylon, but because the behavior that conforms to the duties of the gods will bring some benefits to the gods, and the natural thing that conforms to the duties of the God of Wealth is trading. What kind of benefits can be brought to the gods is not something that Horn and other poor witches can know. After a day of hard work, the witches pushed open the door of the hotel. Unexpectedly, the proprietress was not waiting in the lobby of the hotel today. The things were a bit messy, which was not the proprietress's style. It seemed that something had happened. Horn glanced at Yan. Yan was very tired and did not notice the abnormality of the hotel, so Horn could only use his mental power to scan the entire hotel. The entire hotel was covered by Horn's mental power. There was only one Horn in the basement, Colin. Horn needed to go down and see what happened. What the spiritual power sees is not to reflect everything within the perception range into the mind, but more like a feeling. Within the detection range, it can sense where someone is and whose aura is stronger. This is already the limit. The wild witches are already very tired. If it is not a big deal, Horn does not want to trouble them, so he comes downstairs by himself. He should have told others not to go to the basement because there are a lot of his remaining experimental materials there. But what is Colin doing here? He should be an obedient child. And where is the boss lady? Horn walked to the door of the basement, pushed open the door, and the smell of blood hit him. Chapter 81. Horn narrowed his right eye and clenched his fist to prevent his anger from showing. At this time, the hotel proprietress was hung upside down on the roof, with wounds all over her body caused by sharp weapons. The black blood and torn clothes mixed together, making Horn almost vomit. She has been dead for a long time. Horn still has a good impression of her. She is beautiful and kind, and she is struggling to support this dilapidated hotel and raise her children alone. After a month of getting along, even if there is no affection, at least there is some familiarity. Dead now? Horn's eyes searched the small basement. There was not only the boss's wife, but also 3 other men's bodies in the basement. They were called bodies, but they were no longer human. They were just 3 piles of mincemeat. Their bodies were twisted into a knot by a powerful force, and the bloody and fleshy scraps covered the entire basement. There was only one living person in the room, Colin. He turned his back to Horn and knelt beside her mother without saying a word. He seemed to be praying. If praying to gods is useful, how can there be so many tragedies in Ceylon? Those gods are the culprits of the tragedies in Ceylon. Horn said to Colin vigilantly, Colin, come here. What is going on? We have only been out for a day. What happened? In his opinion, Colin was frightened by her mother's miserable condition, and it was not suitable to stay in this basement for a long time. The power that turned the 3 men into mosaics made Horn very afraid. Hearing Horn's voice, Colin slowly turned his head to look at Horn, with a cold face. And there were no pupils in his eyes. There was only a pure white fluorescence in the eye sockets. Under the gaze, a strange feeling came over Horn. He suddenly wanted to kneel down to Colin. Horn's fingertips emitted a flash of light, hitting his thigh. After a shudder, the strange feeling was finally relieved a little, but it did not disappear. Who are you? He said to Colin with difficulty, resisting all kinds of inexplicable impulses coming from his body. At this moment, Horn suddenly remembered the strange feeling Yan had towards Colin. He felt that there was something wrong with this boy. Originally, he thought that Colin might have some talents that others didn't know about, but now it seems that there is another will in his body. A huge will that makes Horn feel uncomfortable just by its existence. Yes, Horn is very sure that what is controlling Colin's body now is not Colin's will, but something that Horn cannot understand. This was very obvious in Horn's mental power. The thing in Colin's body was not concealed at all, and it was completely different from Colin. Colin had turned around, and there was no expression on his young face, but it gave Horn a feeling of being looked down upon by a being in the clouds. He stared at Horn and said, My name is Nair, I am God. He still stuttered a little, as if he had just learned Ceylon, but Horn didn't care about his language problem. Dazzling electric currents rose from Horn's body, and lightning after lightning continuously bombarded Colin. But none of those lightning bolts came close to Colin, and all of them mysteriously dissipated when they were about to hit him. But Horn's attack was more than that, and a big fireball had already condensed at the tip of the staff. Dead gods are good gods. Why disrespect God? At this moment, his Ceylon language was already very fluent, but these words sounded very ancient to Colin, who had a young voice. What is there to respect about you? As soon as Horn finished speaking, the fireball was launched. The flames exploded in the small basement, and the dim basement instantly became as bright as day. Horn protected his face with his arms. He was very glad that he was wearing the robe Douglas gave him. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured if he released the fireball at such a close distance. After the flames, Horn's pupil shrank suddenly, and Colin was still unharmed. The power of the fireball released in such a small place should be much greater than that in the outside world, but it still couldn't hurt Colin at all. Even the basement was not damaged. Only the bodies of the 3 men were damaged by the fire. Others, not even a piece of paper was ignited. The gap between the two was so big that Horn despaired. Although he was not hurt, Horn's fireball also made Colin feel a little embarrassed. He said to Horn, "Kneel down." Invisible pressure attacked Horn's body until his bones creaked, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore and knelt on the ground with his knees softened. Horn almost bit his teeth and tried to stand up, but he couldn't stand up at all. But he would never kneel to the gods. So Horn leaned to the side and lay directly on the ground facing Colin. This wouldn't count as kneeling, right? Colin was stunned. There is such a thing. He walked slowly towards Horn. Horn wanted to retreat behind him, but the huge pressure made him unable to move even his fingers. "I am Nair, I am justice. Why are you so resistant to God?" Horn looked at Colin viciously, as if he wanted to dig the flesh off Colin's body. Colin squatted down, put his finger on Horn's forehead, and closed his eyes. A strange feeling came over Horn's heart, and his memories were turned over one by one. Colin opened his eyes in just a moment. He said to Horn in a condescending manner, "So that's it, pathetic race. I am the god of justice, and I have nothing in common with the gods you understand. We are different, so you don't have to be hostile to me, and I won't hurt you." He explained to Horn that he and the gods of Ceylon were not on the same side, and he didn't have to bear the consequences of the false gods. But in Horn's view, he was just talking nonsense. You are different? Gods are gods. No matter how exaggerated they are, no matter how gorgeous the words are, gods are still gods after all. They are still the culprits who make the wild witches shed tears of blood. Even if there is no power to compete with this so-called Nair, do we have to succumb to his power? I won't die. This is Horn's attitude, stupid, immature, but firm. Genio was about to say something to Horn, but suddenly a strange wave came, and his body trembled. Pure white light overflowed from his body, covering Colin's body, and then slowly dissipated in the air. "He is disappearing." Genio stretched out his hand, looked at the light that kept dissipating, sighed and whispered, "This is the will of the world." However, how could a plane with such a powerful world will be invaded by so many aliens? Also, why is that guy Xingguang also? Chapter 82. After sighing, Nair looked at Horn, who was still looking at him stubbornly, and a trace of pity appeared in the corner of his eyes. It was a pity that Horn, who was lying on the ground, could not see it. If he saw it, he would probably shout that he did not need the mercy of the gods. He did not hate people with such strong wills. If it was normal, he would give such people power, and arrange some wonderful opportunities for them. People who were favored by him were generally called heroes or saviors, sweeping away all the filth in the world and eventually becoming apostles living in his kingdom of God. But now, he is being targeted by the will of the world, and he doesn't have that kind of power. But we should still try to help him as much as possible, at least broaden his horizons, and make him less narrow-minded. Under Nair's control, a ray of pure white energy that was about to dissipate penetrated into Horn's body. Horn watched the energy penetrate into his head. Was he going to die like this? The moment the energy penetrated Horn's body, Horn's consciousness instantly left his body, just like a soul leaving his body. His consciousness gradually increased, which was in line with the Selenese's understanding of death. During the flight, Horn laughed at himself. Where would the soul of this wild witch fly to? It certainly wouldn't be the so-called kingdom of God, it should be hell. But what does hell look like? No one had ever described the world after death to Horn, so Horn was a little curious about his current situation. But he didn't fly underground as he expected, but flew into the sky, flew out of the hotel, flew out of Maman City, until the majestic Maman City became a small dot. He didn't stop, he was still rising. The speed was getting faster and faster, and he saw more things. The 3 huge continents of Ceylon, the endless sea, and there seemed to be other continents on the other side of the sea. Suddenly he felt that he had broken through a strange film, and then he saw the world. A huge world wrapped in a transparent crystal wall. There were different worlds floating next to Ceylon. After continuing to pull away, Horn saw an extremely huge vortex. The vortex is warm tones above and cold tones below. All the worlds are in this vortex, including Ceylon. Then, his consciousness came to a strange world. On the side of this world, A white light figure that was almost as big as the world stood there. He is Nair. Without any communication, Horn seemed smaller than dust in front of this light figure, but he just felt that he was Nair. The light figure did not move at all, but Horn felt as if it was smiling at him. After smiling, Horn's consciousness returned to his body at a speed that was countless times faster than before. Horn opened his eyes blankly. Everything he saw just now made him incomprehensible. What exactly did he see? He stood up. Because of the energy, the injury Horn had just struggled for had healed. He took a deep breath to adjust his emotions and looked at Colin, who was lying on the ground with a complicated expression. At this moment, there was no strange breath on his body. Nair had left his body, but just in case, Horn thought it would be better to let Yian confirm it. Horn carried Colin, who was covered in blood, upstairs. The wild witches came to see Colin, who was covered in blood, with concern. Colin had left a good impression on the wild witches during the more than 20 days he had lived in this hotel. However, what puzzled Horn was that they seemed to have not noticed the fierce battle just now. Well, that was Horn being beaten unilaterally. Speaking of the battle just now, the conversation between the two, and Horn's wandering in the sky, it took a lot of time. But none of Enoch's group went down to check. This was a bit weird. Seeing Horn in a daze, and not answering them, Annie poked him with her finger and said with concern, "What happened?" Horn came back to his senses, shook his head and asked everyone, "Did you feel anything strange just now?" The wild witches looked at each other strangely for a few seconds. What could be strange in such a short time? Enoch shrugged and said, "You went down and carried him out. What could be strange?" Horn fell into deep thought again. Did they think that all the things that happened just now were just a short time? Can Nair stop time? After thinking for a while, Horn decided not to tell them. He even felt that what happened just now was just an illusion. But the charred corpse, and the magnificent scenes he saw when he was out of consciousness before told him that it was not an illusion. Horn just communicated with them about the boss lady and asked Yian to feel Colin. Yian frowned and squeezed out a trace of mental power to sense Colin and said, "The strange feeling he gave me before has disappeared, but now there seems to be another power in his body." Horn nodded. He didn't want to explain to Yian about the things related to Nair. Also, he seems to have suddenly turned into a wild witch. There is no trace of a confused period. He is directly an awakened wild witch. Yian frowned and told Horn that this was beyond his understanding. He was still a normal child in the morning, but turned into a wild witch in the evening? Horn nodded to indicate that he knew. He knew that this was most likely caused by Nair. Suddenly, an unpleasant shout came from outside. 3 wealth butlers wearing black butler uniforms with gold coins, and a middle-aged man as thin as a stick stood at the door, accompanied by a dozen servants. He was Jimmy Barr, the acting patriarch of a small merchant family in Mammon City. He already held great power in the family, but it turned out that the patriarch's wife and children were still alive, which made him feel like a thorn in his throat. When the patriarch, his brother, died, he successfully seized the position of acting patriarch, but he could not do anything to the orphan and widow under the intervention of the elders. And once Colin grows up, the position of patriarch will still be his. Colin's mother, the boss lady, said that they gave up inheriting the family and just needed to give them a means of making a living. So they got a small hotel from her husband's private property. The rest was managed by the elders. But even if he drove the mother and son to such a remote place, Jimmy was still unwilling to give up. As long as the two of them were not dead, he might be deprived of his position. There were always people in the family who were obstructing him, so he had no chance to do anything. He just gave some money to 2 men in a hotel with a bad reputation nearby and asked them to keep an eye on the movements of the mother and son. But a few days ago, the 2 men suddenly went crazy. This made him panic, so he took advantage of the time when the guests in the hotel left to hire 3 killers to kill Colin and the proprietress. Chapter 83. Originally, his plan should have been successful. How could an orphan and a widow resist? The 3 killers he hired were notoriously twisted in mind, and would inflict great pain on people before killing them. This was exactly what Jimmy wanted. But when they killed the boss lady, they greatly stimulated Colin. Not only did they turn him into a wild witch, but they also awakened the divine power projection of Nair hidden in Colin. The 3 of them were twisted into a knot by Nair without any resistance. Unfortunately, Jimmy didn't know what happened in the hotel. He thought his plan was going well, so he found several wealth deacons, who were on good terms with him, as notaries, to witness the death of the mother and son. As long as they died under the witness of the Church of the God of Wealth, he could reasonably get his brother's property, and truly inherit his family. He told the 3 deacons that he brought them to bless his sister-in-law and nephew, but no one knew what he said secretly. No one answered when he knocked on the door, and when he entered the hotel, he found that the person was dead. This at least proves that he did not kill the person. As for the suspicion of the elders in the tribe, as long as Colin, the Orthodox heir, dies, everything will be fine after he inherits the patriarch. Now he has just reached the step of knocking on the door, but to his surprise, someone actually opened the door. The person who opened the door was a man in a black robe. Jimmy walked up and pointed his nose at Horn and said, "Where is the proprietress of this hotel? She is my sister-in-law. I have asked the deacon to bless her. He is a person who likes to show his nobility in front of others, and now there are 3 deacons behind him. He is even more arrogant. She is not here. You can come back later." Horn is not in a good mood now, and said to Jimmy unhappily, "How dare this lowly person treat him like this?" Jimmy was stunned, but before he could get angry, he found a trace of blood on Horn's sleeve. He was delighted, and now he didn't even have any doubts. As long as he made some arrangements, this man in black robe would be the perfect scapegoat. He looked like a good person in black robe. Who else could he frame if not you? Yian stood behind Horn and whispered a few words in his ear. He only needed to sense a little to discover Jimmy's malice. Horn nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. The 3 deacons were still waiting arrogantly for Horn and the others to salute them, but Horn didn't even look at him. Instead, he said to the wild witches, "Get ready, it's time to start." As soon as he finished speaking, a spell was cast to limit the nearby sounds, and the other wild witches surrounded these people without knowing it. It was not until then that the 3 deacons realized something was wrong. These people seemed to be hostile to them, and what did the black-robed man release? Witchcraft? Are these people wizards? Horn and the others did not give this group of people a long time to think about it. The left eye flashed with lightning, and the dazzling lightning directly covered the 3 black-robed deacons, and they could not even resist. Horn, who could instantly cast a second ring lightning spell, had an overwhelming advantage when facing low-level enemies. This relieved his depressed mood a little. He had no power to resist the gods, but these rookie black-clothed butlers also had no power to resist him. The servants that Jimmy brought with him did not put up any decent resistance, and were all subdued by the wild witches. Jimmy stared blankly at everything he suddenly discovered. His plan was completely disrupted. The 3 black-clothed butlers he regarded as his backers were killed instantly by the black-robed man in front of him. They were masters in his family, but he was not qualified to dispatch them before he became a real patriarch. And he really couldn't understand how someone dared to attack the wealth steward in Mammon City. His mind was in a mess, but Horn was much simpler. This person had ill intentions towards him, so he couldn't let him live. As a wild witch, he was already frustrated enough, so there was no need to show mercy to a businessman who had malicious intentions towards him and had close ties with the church. A flash of lightning flashed across Jimmy's fingertips, directly piercing his brain. At this moment, his dream of becoming a patriarch was completely shattered. If it was an ordinary visitor, Horn would still be in the mood to fool them and let them leave. But this sly man came directly with 3 church deacons. He was also full of malice towards him. The bodies of the boss lady and the 3 men in the basement were all difficult to deal with. Once they were involved too deeply, their group would inevitably come into the sight of the church. In that case, their identities as wild witches would be discovered sooner or later. Since being discovered was inevitable, it would be better to kill these deacons and leave Mammon City quickly before the Church of the God of Wealth discovered it. Horn asked the witches to pack up their things, and he went to the basement with a clean bag. Most of the materials in the basement were no longer useful to Horn, but a few materials, like thunder silver, had to be taken away. After all the useful materials were packed, Horn put down the body of the proprietress and burned it to ashes. May she rest in peace. When he came out of the basement, the witches were ready, and he got on the carriage and started to leave Mammon City. The city gate will not be closed for a while. They have to hurry. Killing the deacon of the God of Wealth in Mammon City is not a trivial matter. The black-clothed deacon is insignificant, but it is a provocation to the authority of the Church of the God of Wealth. Everyone knows the seriousness of the matter. The strength of the big and small forces in Mammon City is simply not comparable to that of Leon City, but they all succumb to the tyranny of the Church of the God of Wealth and dare not violate a ban. The killing of the deacon cannot be concealed for long, and it will be exposed soon. By then, if they had not left the city of Mammon, they would surely die. Luckily, they bought a 3rd carriage at that time. Enoch complained that it was a bit troublesome to maintain this carriage that would not be used in the short term, but it came in handy now. 1 carriage was loaded with the remaining magic manuals and their necessary supplies, and the remaining 2 were for passengers. Horn also brought Colin with him. Although he didn't know what his abilities were, he was considered a wild witch. Leaving a child alone in Mammon was basically sending him to death. The gates of Mammon City closed very late at night, so Horn and his team finally got out of the city after hurrying. As soon as they left the city, a notice floated out of the city and landed right on the carriage, right in front of Horn. Horn picked up the notice curiously, and a few big words came into his eyes. His brain buzzed and was numb instantly. There was a line of big words written on the notice: Magician Douglas Wong. The city of Yulin was killed by the dragon slayer Elijah. Chapter 84. How is it possible? Horn rubbed his eyes and looked again to make sure he was not mistaken. His teacher died? This must be a fake news. Horn controlled his emotions that were about to go berserk and read the notice. He crumpled the notice into a ball, and a burst of red flames appeared in his hands, burning the notice to ashes. Then he sat in the carriage with a gloomy face and thought. He didn't believe that his teacher would die in Elijah's hands. Although Elijah was very strong, old Douglas was stronger. No one knows this better than Horn, his apprentice. Maybe this is just a lie that Elijah made up for his reputation. But if it is a lie, how did he know the teacher's name? His mind was as confused as a ball of paste, and he was extremely angry. Yian saw that Horn's state was a little wrong. It seemed that something had just floated over, and he became like this after seeing it. He held Horn's shoulder, sat next to him, and whispered to comfort him. Although he didn't know what happened, Horn was the leader of the small team, and he couldn't have any accidents. But Horn did not answer him, just remained silent. But he knew that anger would not help, and now all he could do was to lead the wild witches to the god-forsaken land. He should have made this choice regardless of whether the teacher was in trouble or not. He could not change anything no matter how angry he was, and with his strength, he was no match for the dragon slayer now. So Horn suppressed his anger. Oh, you didn't lose your composure. It seems you can keep your composure. But how would you deal with this, young man? I have high hopes for you, don't I? Just above Horn and the others, a man in a bloody suit followed the carriage and flew slowly. After following for a distance, he snapped his fingers but made no sound. Sharon looked around curiously, but did not find anything unusual. She just felt something was wrong. Ilya, who was resting on a tree in front of Horn and the others, moved his ears slightly, jumped down from the tree, tidied his clothes, and waited for Horn and the others to arrive. The carriage was moving forward, and suddenly Horn seemed to sense something and looked forward. On the road ahead, a man in black scale armor was standing there, waving at Horn. Horn's eyes flashed with lightning, glaring at the man. Then his right eye fell on Elijah's other hand. He was playing with an exquisitely shaped long stick that was old Douglas's walking stick. A burst of anger rushed directly to Horn's head. Wait for me in that abandoned yard. If I still don't come back after 3 days, you can go to the god-forsaken land by yourselves. Also, no one should follow you. Without waiting for the wild witches to reply, Horn jumped off the carriage and walked off Ilya. He couldn't hold back any longer. Now Ilya was blocking the road and was obviously waiting for him. He couldn't escape no matter what. Besides, he really wanted to fight him, then kill him. Since he couldn't escape, then forget about reason and strength gap. Now in Horn's mind, there is only the killing intent that has expanded to the limit. Old Douglas once said that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but Horn can't wait that long. He doesn't want to consider the pros and cons, he just wants revenge. Seeing Horn coming over, Elijah's mouth curled up a beautiful arc, and then turned and walked into the deep forest next to him. Horn followed him silently. He also wanted to find a good place to fight. Enoch and Annie wanted to follow to see the situation. Horn's condition was a little wrong, but they were stopped by Yian. Horn's emotions were very easy to sense now. Yian only needed to sense it slightly to detect the overwhelming hatred and endless sadness in Horn's heart. And the anger that almost drowned Yian. He understood better than anyone that Horn could never be stopped by words now. All they could do was obey Horn's orders and wait for his return. The man in the blood-red suit floating in the sky took out a small notebook, wrote a few words on it, and put it in his pocket. Finally, you were still controlled by your emotions? Minus points. Ilya walked for a while, and stopped in an open place. An open place is the best battlefield for a magician like Horn. As soon as Ilya stopped, a big fireball came roaring. With it came countless second-ring lightning. Doesn't the first-ring magic make you feel comfortable? How about you try these now? Ilya has stopped, which means he has chosen the battlefield. So Horn immediately started to attack. Although he was angry, his brain was not broken. He was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Elijah. The only way to win was to take him by surprise. After the thunder and lightning, Horn waved his hand and cast a water mist and an illusion. The water mist was to block Elijah's vision, and the illusion was Horn's killer. The feature of making people vomit as long as it hits should be enough to make Elijah suffer. but the attacks Horn prepared were not limited to this. At most, these would cause Elijah a little trouble. If he wanted to kill him, he must have a powerful attack that could shake him. So Horn took out a staff inlaid with magic crystals. This was a staff given to him by Old Douglas that could cast 3-level spells 10 times. This staff should be able to withstand his 4-level magic. He chanted a spell to Elijah in the thick fog. Horn was racking his brains to win the battle, but this battle was just a joke to Elijah. The series of magic attacks that could take out any 3rd-level priest or wizard could only make Elijah swing his fists and feet slightly. As for the illusion that Horn used as a killer move, it did not work on Ilya at all, but at this time, Horn's 4th ring spell had been successfully chanted. He took a few steps forward and released his first 4th ring magic on Ilya. Fiery flames. The tip of Horn's staff was like a flamethrower, spraying out a blazing flame. The flame became thicker and thicker, and finally covered Ilya completely. This spell is a continuous spell. As long as Horn does not stop, he will not stop until his magic power is exhausted. If a level 6 warrior keeps enduring the 4th ring magic, there should be some effect. As the flame sprayed, Horn's magic power was rapidly consumed, but he did not stop, because he could feel that Ilya was still alive. The scarlet figure standing in the air shook and whispered, "Is this your trump card? Is Douglas's apprentice only at this level? This powerful spell poses no threat to Ilya at all. Too weak, deduct points." Chapter 85. Horn was still trying to release flames to burn Ilya, but Ilya was impatient. Although he easily resisted Horn's fierce flames with a thin layer of fighting spirit, the flames kept burning, making it difficult for him to see what was in front of him. He didn't like this kind of battle with a narrow field of vision. He deliberately chose an open place to stop because he liked fighting in this environment. If you don't like it, just open up your field of vision. So he clenched his fist, stretched out his arms, and swung fiercely in the direction of Horn. A strong wind pressure hit out, directly blowing away Horn's flames. Not only that, it also made Horn fly backwards. Horn, who fell to the ground, immediately got up. Although he was not injured, his magic was interrupted. The 2nd-level magic water mist spell had also dissipated. And Elijah, who had been forged by him, was unharmed. Ilya pinched the muscles on his arm in dissatisfaction. How did that old pervert from Kielberg do it? If it were him, he could have blown Horn's head off with just a flick of his finger. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He probably didn't have the chance to have the same physical strength as that pervert, but he had other advantages. Ilya looked at Horn, who was getting up from the ground in a mess, with contempt. His eyes were the same as when he stepped on Horn. He could break Horn's strongest attack with just his fists, and he didn't even draw his sword. His eyes made Horn extremely uncomfortable. "So what if you were stronger than me? I didn't plan to go back after following you here, did I?" He held up his staff, and his lightning eye kept flashing. Facing the enemy who killed his teacher, he would continue to fight as long as he had a breath left. But this kind of resistance is meaningless. Ilya shook his head. He had seen the extent of Horn's extreme strength. The guy in the sky should have seen it clearly, so there was no need for Horn to continue. He disappeared from Horn's sight in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was holding Horn's staff, breaking it and throwing it on the ground. He touched Horn again, and a strange energy enveloped Horn's whole body, making him unable to exert any power. He could no longer resist. Horn looked at the broken staff dejectedly, which was also given to him by Old Douglas. Elijah pouted, stretched out his hand and pressed it on Horn's body, and raised his other hand. Suddenly, a ray of red light reflected on Elijah's face, and 8 bright fireballs flew towards Elijah. He quickly grabbed Horn and took 2 steps back, dodging all the attacks. This attack seemed like a joke to him. 8 black-robed men came out of the dense forest. They were Yin, Enoch, and the other 8. Horn stared at the wild witches with wide eyes. What were they doing here? Didn't they just wait? Wouldn't it be the same as sending themselves to die if they came to save him? It was a pity that he couldn't move now, otherwise he would have to scold them severely, and let them run away quickly. Elijah's mouth curled up. 8 enemies, this is a bit troublesome. Then he paused and said, "Just kidding." Then he let go of Horn and walked towards Enoch and the others, rubbing his hands. He really likes to beat up children. "He's coming," the voice whispered. The water vapor on Enoch's staff dissipated, and the water mist spell took shape again. They were not very reckless, and came to rescue directly. They also discussed the battle plan before coming out. Everyone knew that the chances of success were slim, because the man in front of them, Ilya, was really too powerful. Ilya sighed in boredom. The method of creating fog was very good, but it was too fragile, and could be cleared away by a gust of wind. It was novel the first time, but a bit boring the second time. He raised his hand. ready to let the fog dissipate again. If he couldn't see clearly, the pleasure of beating up the kid would be reduced. The arm, not waving. There was something wrapped around the arm. Countless vines broke out of the ground, wrapped around Elijah's arms, and then spread to his body. This is Luke's vine technique. At this time, Kilboard was squatting on the road a long distance outside the city gate, looking at the prosperous Mammon city with a smile. The fact that Horn and his men killed 3 black-clad butlers has been exposed, and the pursuers of the God of Wealth Church will definitely appear. If they don't come to mess with it, Horn and his men should be able to escape smoothly, but now Horn should have fought with Elijah, and he can't let the people of the God of Wealth Church disturb him. The reaction speed of the God of Wealth Church was quite good. They even found out the escape route of Horn and others. A 5th-level priest led a team of more than 10 white-robed deacons, and hundreds of black-robed deacons to chase Horn and others in the direction of their escape. But just as they ran a distance, an old man with gray hair and knotted muscles blocked their way. The priests of the God of Wealth Church could not fly before the 5th level, and the 5th-level priest, who led the team, had not had time to learn the flying magic, so they could only chase from the land. So they have to hurry up, otherwise they will lose track of Horn and others. There is no time to care about what this old man does. The 3 black-clad deacons are not a big loss to the God of Wealth Church, but killing the Wealth deacons is a provocation to the God of Wealth Church. So they have to use thundering means to deal with Horn and his group directly, and then deter those who dare to have small thoughts about the church. They don't want to care about Keelberg, but Keelberg doesn't intend to let them go. His mission was to stop the pursuers of the Church of the God of Wealth. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he let them pass? The leading priest was about to yell at Kilberg to make way when he saw Kilberg pull up and punch them fiercely. The punch was so fast that it even made a sonic boom. The powerful fighting spirit and the amazing fist wind directly plowed the ground in front of the fist. The 5th-level priest was beaten into pieces of blood and flesh without even a trace of resistance. And most of the low-level priests following him were also killed. The power of a punch is so terrifying. It seems that what Ilya said before that Kilberg could blow Horn's head off with a flick of his finger was not empty talk. Kilberg did not spare the remaining frightened deacons, and it did not take him too much time to kill a team of priests with more powerful power than a city. But 1 or 2 deacons still escaped. I think that there will be masters coming in a while, and the work over there should be completed by the time the next wave of masters is repelled. Chapter 86. Luke tried his best to mobilize the magic power in his body. If he could easily tear off 1 vine, he would wrap 10 of them, but under Elijah's power, the 10 vines could not hold on and began to break one by one. But there was another force hindering Elijah, like 2 invisible hands holding Elijah's hands tightly, which were the magician's hands of Black Dog Terry. But the combination of the 2 could not completely control Elijah. In fact, even if they tried their best, Elijah was about to break free. But they were not just 2 people. 5 scorching fireballs with dazzling tail flames hit Ilya, who was temporarily unable to move. This used the magic ring that Horn had given them before, which gave them the ability to release magic close to the 2nd ring, and the power of this fireball changed with the change of the magic power they input. 5 fireballs hitting a target at the same time can also explode with considerable power. Now Ilya did not use fighting spirit for defense. The violent explosion burned all of Luke's vines, and Terry's magician's hand disappeared. Elijah stood in the middle of the flames, his face slightly charred. He could deal with Horn easily just now, but now he accidentally suffered a little loss when facing 8 followers. He stretched out his left palm in anger, and there were some burns on the back of his hand. He was caught off guard and smashed 5 fireballs with his fist. Suddenly, a bright yellow bee appeared quietly behind Elijah's neck. This bee is half the size of a head, and its 5-centimeter stinger reveals a dazzling cold light. Strangely, it flies without making any sound. This is the killer of Yayan and his team. They didn't expect the previous fireball to kill him. They saw the battle between Horn and Ilya, and they knew that everything would be in vain if they didn't have enough power to kill him. And if they want to pose a sufficient threat to Ilya with their power, they can only use poison. After receiving Horn's instructions, and after many attempts, Annie finally selected several summon beasts as her fixed summon beasts. This bee is one of them. Its physical strength is negligible, but its poison is very strong. I think even a strong man like Ilya would not feel comfortable if he was poisoned by this kind of poison. But just when the bee's tail stinger was about to pierce his neck, Ilya's right hand reached behind him and directly crushed the bee into a meat paste. He threw the ball in his hand down, and it disappeared into the air before it hit the ground. He was burned just now because he didn't take the enemies in front of him seriously at all. As long as he wasn't careless, these wild witches wouldn't stand a chance. Ilya licked his lips and moved his burned left hand slightly. He was wondering whether he should go up and beat these people up, or just beat them up. The blood-red figure standing in the sky looked at Enoch and the others thoughtfully, and made another note in the small notebook. After writing, he disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, he had already put his hand on Elijah's shoulder. Just as Ilya was about to rush out and beat up the kid, he found a hand on his shoulder. He laughed dryly, and then stood still. He suffered a loss in the face of several first-ring transcendents, and the most important thing was that he was seen by others, which was a bit embarrassing. The man who appeared in front of Horn was wearing a blood-red evening dress, with a very delicate face, black hair and scarlet eyes. He saluted the people present in an exaggerated manner, and then said to Horn, "This test ends here. I am very disappointed in you." "Test? What test?" Horn stared at the newly appeared man with his eyes flashing with lightning. Unlike Kielberg and Ilya, Horn could directly feel the desperate pressure from this man. There was also a very subtle but extremely strong bloody smell. He was very dangerous. Yain was soaked in cold sweat when this man appeared. With his keen perception, he could feel how terrifying this man was. Just like a small ant facing a giant dragon. The man said politely to the witches, "Actually, I am his elder. Everything now is a test for my juniors whom I haven't seen for a long time. So please wait here for a while, and we will clear up the misunderstanding, okay? Who knows what you are thinking?" Enoch stood up and said to the man. Yain wanted to hold him back, but didn't have time. Enoch was a staunch supporter of Horn. Even if the other party was in existence, he couldn't resist. He would try to fight. "Please find a quiet place to rest." A strange red light flashed in the man's eyes, and the 8 wild witches walked uncontrollably to a relatively clean place and sat down. At the same time, he released some of his breath to Enoch, and he could feel all the pressure that Yain felt from this man. As Enoch walked, he couldn't stop sweating. He and Yain looked at each other, and both of them smiled bitterly when they saw the sweat on their bodies. Elijah looked at the man with Indy, as he calmly made the witches obey. Human control, how could he not have such a convenient ability? However, this was the gift of his race, and he had no way to learn it, so he could only Indy him from the side. Horn followed the strange man without saying a word, while Elijah followed behind them. He had many doubts that needed to be solved by this man, and his anger had already dissipated by half when he mentioned the test. If it was a test, old Douglas might not have died. It might just be a scam of theirs. After getting away from the witches, the man politely said to Horn, "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Eilonir, and I am a vampire." "Vampire?" Horn looked at the man in shock. Ceylon has always had legends about vampires, a notorious dark race. Their rarity is even comparable to that of dragons. It seems that Eilonir's politeness to the witches is not because he really wants to be polite, but because it is his nature. Vampires must maintain etiquette even when facing food. Respect is above all else. They are a well-known face-saving race. Eiloniel chuckled and said, "I'm sorry for this situation. I just wanted to see who Douglas's successor is. I don't want to hear this. I just want to know how my teacher is doing." Horn is most concerned about old Douglas now. Everything else has to come after old Douglas. Although he has some guesses in his mind, he has to hear them say that old Douglas is safe before he can rest assured. "Haha, don't worry, he is not dead. This notice is just a forgery by me," Eiloniel said to Horn politely. Chapter 87. Horn breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he was not dead. Eilonir took out the exquisite little notebook from his pocket and said to Horn, "I don't know much about him. Ilya will talk to you when the time comes. I just want to tell you the results of my evaluation of you." "Results? What is the purpose of this so-called test?" Since old Douglas was not dead, Horn focused on the current situation. This sudden so-called test made Horn extremely dissatisfied. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if someone joked about the death of their loved ones. But Eilonir had no intention of answering Horn's question. He opened the small notebook in his hand and looked at it for a few seconds, then took out a ring from his pocket and said to Horn, "This little toy is quite interesting, extra points." Horn was stunned. The ring was the magic ring he sold to the short uncle's blacksmith shop owner. How did it get into his hands? What he didn't know was that little Arya liked this novel toy very much. In order to get little Arya to give him the magic ring, Eilonir spent a day to pay for a large bag of family special candy. Eilonir continued to say to the booklet, "Your strength is totally unqualified, minus points. Your character is totally unqualified, minus points." He spoke slowly and politely, but the way he looked down on Horn made Horn want to punch him in the face. Character? Strength? How did this guy suddenly appear from nowhere and tell him that his character and strength were both unqualified? Is he crazy? However, Eilonir completely ignored Horn's look as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person, and continued, "The wild witch followers around you are not bad. Although their strength is not good, they are already very good for wild witches, plus points." After that, he closed the booklet in his hand and put it in his arms, bowed to Horn again and said, "To sum up, my evaluation of you is 0 points, so you are not qualified." "Not qualified? So what? What is the purpose of this strange experiment you are conducting?" Horn frowned and asked Eilonir. Everything was abrupt to him. He had no idea what this group of people were doing. Eilonir chuckled twice, with a burst of blood on his body, and Horn's already tense nerves became more alert. "Of course it's okay. I won't be rude to you. It's just that you can't enjoy our help." With a weird laugh, Eilonir's body gradually faded and finally disappeared in front of Horn. After he left, only Ilya and Horn were left here, and the power he had previously exerted on the wild witches had also dissipated. Horn looked angrily at the direction where Eilonir disappeared. Who did the guy think he was? Inexplicably came to test, inexplicably evaluated, inexplicably disappeared. However, Horn quickly put away his displeasure. In the final analysis, it was because he was too weak and could only be manipulated by others. If he had enough strength to make Eilonir look at him sideways, would he still have this attitude towards him? Would the person next to him still have such a contemptuous look? All the unequal treatment he received was just because of his own lack of strength. And if he really wanted to establish an era belonging to magicians, relying solely on his current strength would be completely insufficient. Elijah looked at Horn and smiled silently. He had also been tested by Eilonir, so he understood Horn's current mood. But that man was really qualified to judge them, the younger generation, because he was the last prince of the Blood Clan who had stood at the top of the continent hundreds of years ago. The supreme emperor of the Blood Clan. If we don't count the gods who sit in the kingdom of God and look down on the earth, the male creature just now is very likely to deserve the title of the strongest. Not only is his status noble and his strength strong, but the knowledge he has accumulated over his long life is enough to evaluate all young people. In fact, Eilonir still has some admiration for Horn, but this admiration is not enough to let Horn enter their world, nor is it enough to take any bets. Horn is still too young now, and may stop growing at any time, and it is easy to die. In the game with the gods, we cannot pin our hopes on a seedling like Horn that has not yet grown up. In fact, if it weren't for Kilborg's recommendation, Eilonir wouldn't even come to test Horn. Retracting his chaotic thoughts, Ilya interrupted Horn's meditation. "First, answer what you want to know most. Your teacher is not dead. Although this notice can be seen in other places, he is not dead. I didn't kill him." The notice said that he was the one who killed Douglas. If he didn't tell Horn, Horn would be worried. Is he okay now? Horn wanted to ask a lot of questions, but he only said this sentence. Elijah shrugged and said, "I don't know if he's good or not. He won't let me tell you where he went. You just need to listen to me. I will tell you everything you should know, and I will never tell you anything you shouldn't know." Horn was speechless. Elijah blocked all his questions. Then Elijah found a tree and sat under the tree roots and said to Horn comfortably, "I won't let your follower wait too long. I will tell you everything he wants to tell you. If I go back late, Arya will go crazy." Horn quickly straightened his posture and listened to what he said. "First, the God-forsaken land is very suitable for your development, but there may be some strange things there, so you have to be careful. Second, there is nothing wrong with your ideal. He felt sorry for not supporting you before, but now please hold on, he is optimistic about you. Third, he said he has no son, and you are like his son, so he hopes you can succeed." When he said your ideal was great, Horn's right, I had tears in it. Finally, when he talked about his son, he smiled. "Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. By the way, he asked us to give you this thing. You can use it without limit." Ilya handed the staff of old Douglas to Horn, then he scratched his head and took out a delicate grass-green gem pendant and a small piece of paper from his arms. "If you get into trouble in the Black Forest, taking out this pendant should ensure that you can get through the Black Forest safely, as long as you don't break the rules of the Black Forest." After saying this, Ilya ran towards the direction of Malman City. Arya has been waiting for him for a long time. If he doesn't go back, he will be bitten. Chapter 88. Outside Malman City, Kilborg grabbed a priest's neck and broke it with a snap. This was the second wave of people sent by the Church of the God of Wealth. It was a 7th-level priest. Ilya passed by him quickly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ilya was back, which meant that he didn't need to delay any more. And now the entire attention of the Church of the God of Wealth should be focused on him. The loss of 3 low-level Black-Robe deacons could not be compared with the death of a 7th-level priest. Now he can run away. If he continues to block him, he will be courting death. After escaping for a while, he will quietly come back and work as a blacksmith peacefully. No one will find out. The 7th-level priest is already a class that the god of wealth pays attention to, and he died in the vicinity of Mamen City, which almost instantly attracted the attention of the Pope. The Pope sitting in the center of the temple floated up strangely, and his unparalleled momentum swept around. The god of wealth possessed him again. The god's spirit entering his body twice in just a few days will cause him great damage, but he wanted the guy who killed his servant to pay the price, so Pope Mars could only bear it helplessly. He instantly locked onto the guy who killed his priest nearby, and a huge momentum emanated, overwhelming everything. But suddenly the breath of the guy who killed his priest disappeared. Under his gaze, it just disappeared. So he could only exit Mars' body with anger. But the power emanated at this moment made all the creatures near Mamen City feel a kind of oppression as if the sky was about to fall. Yian asked Horn tremblingly, "Is that a god?" Horn nodded solemnly. Ilonir and Ilya had made him feel invincible before, but they were like the difference between the stars and the moon compared to this huge aura of the gods. Although Horn was shocked by this power, he was not as frightened as other wild witches, because he had felt a greater existence. The aura of Nair, who called himself the god of justice in the basement, was not as strong as the god of wealth, and his pomp was much smaller. But in Horn's feeling, if Nile is a shining gem, the god of wealth is like a pile of bubbles floating on the sea. It seems that the god of wealth is much more powerful than Nile, but in fact, there is a world of difference between the two. Horn suddenly remembered Nile's words. "We are different." Horn and his party, who escaped from Mamen City once again embarked on a journey to the god-forsaken land. Their next stop is the Black Forest. They changed their clothes as soon as they escaped from the dangerous area. If nothing unexpected happened, they would become wanted criminals in the Church of the God of Wealth. The most obvious feature that could be detected by the Church of the God of Wealth was the black robes on their bodies. Continuing to wear that outfit would only cause trouble, so they changed early. The next morning, the carriage moved slowly on the golden fields. Now that autumn has arrived, the crops in the fields have turned golden and look very beautiful. Horn woke up from his meditation and looked at Yian, who was sitting beside him with a smile, looking at the moving scenery on both sides of the road. He hesitated for a long time, then patted Yian on the shoulder and said, "I should have asked you to wait for me in that yard yesterday. Why did you come here?" Yian, who had expected Horn to ask this question, withdrew his gaze from the scenery and said to Horn with a smile, "I felt your mood at that time and wanted to wait for you in the yard. Even Enoch and Annie wanted to go with me to see it, but I stopped them, because I knew that you would never want anyone to go against your words based on your mood at that time." Horn looked directly into Yian's eyes and said, "If that's the case, what made you change your mind?" Old Douglas once said that eyes are windows to the soul, and most people with guilty consciences dare not look directly into other people's eyes. So Horn likes to look into other people's eyes when he talks about serious issues. "I listened to you at first because the man you were facing was not very strong, and you should not suffer any loss. But when you really fought, I realized that I was wrong. The gap between you and him was so big that it could not be made up in a short time." Horn felt uncomfortable when he heard Yian say that the gap between him and Elijah could not be made up, but he could only accept it because he was telling the truth. "Since you can detect that his strength is much stronger than mine, you should also know that even if you go, there is a high possibility that you will not be able to save me and will be wiped out." Yian nodded with a wry smile and said, "Of course, I know that it is basically impossible for the 8 of us to rescue you, but we have to go because you are there. The knowledge you gave us almost turned us into another person. Do you remember what they called you? Teacher? Teacher, if old Douglas was in danger, would you stand up for him? The answer is yes. Wasn't your original goal to live a stable life in the God-forsaken land? In that case, it wouldn't matter whether I was there or not. It was like this at the beginning. At that time, our biggest goal was to live in a place where we would not be burned to death because of our identity as wild witches." Yian extended his index finger and gestured in front of Horn. "But now we have changed our minds. We have listened to your speeches many times. Now we will no longer put a stable life first. Although they didn't say it, they probably have the same idea as me. We want to open up a magical era under your leadership where wild witches will not be discriminated against. If you want to do that, you must live. Without you, it is worthless for us to go to the God-forsaken land alive. We can die, but you must not die. If you die, it will be meaningless for us to go to the forsaken land alone." Horn's momentum suddenly weakened. He wanted to reprimand the wild witches, and tell them not to be so impulsive to listen to him in the future, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by Yian. He said weakly, "Even if only you go to the Forsaken Land, it will bring changes to the world. After all, I have taught you a lot of knowledge." Yian waved his hand and moved his butt. The carriage was shaking and a little uncomfortable. He finally said a word to Horn and turned to look at the scenery. "It's different. What we can do, the basic magic manual you distributed can also do it. What's more, you can lose your mind for some reasons you don't want to tell us, so can we. After all, you are irreplaceable." Chapter 89. Horn and his party had left Maman City for 2 days, and they did not find any wanted notices along the way. This was not like the church's style, as if they had forgotten about them. But the church really had forgotten about them. At that time, Kilberg was blocking the gate of Maman City not far away, killing the priests who were traveling and attracting all the attention of the church. So the church focused its work entirely on finding Kilberg, the daring heretic, and had no time to care about Horn and the others. The Church of the God of Wealth, who was searching the world for Kilberg who dared to challenge them, had no idea that the great sinner they called had returned to Mammon City leisurely after killing people outside Mammon City. He seemed to have a way to completely conceal his aura. The next morning, the short uncle's blacksmith shop opened as usual, without delaying even an hour of business. On the other side, the wild witches waited for 2 or 3 days, and found no signs of them being wanted, so they became active. There were still a lot of basic magic manuals left, and they couldn't possibly carry so many booklets to the God-forsaken land. So Yian would open his senses whenever he went to a crowded place, and when he found a wild witch, he and Enoch would stuff a few basic magic manuals into the witch's hands. Ever since he talked to Horn that day, he has been very enthusiastic about spreading this kind of knowledge that can make the wild witches stronger as a whole. Every time a manual is distributed, it means that a wild witch who was already in a desperate situation may gain the ability to fight against fate. When enough wild witches acquire this knowledge, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, and a spark can start a prairie fire. The proprietress's son Colin, who Horn and his team brought out from Mammon City, is still in a coma for 2 days. After 2 days without food or drink, his body is fine. According to Yian, there is a strange power in his body protecting him. In Horn's opinion, that should be the remaining power of Nair. When Horn brought him out of the hotel, he didn't think too much about it, and now he thinks it is good to bring him out. Horn was very curious about Niall's power. That day, under his influence, Horn's consciousness left his body, and saw many things he could not understand. The continent, Ceylon, the vortex, and the huge white light figure. He wanted to know whether it was the real world, or just an illusory shadow constructed by Niall's power. It was a pity that he had no way to investigate it now. After all, those things were too far away from him. But as long as Colin was always by his side, one day he would be able to explore Niall's power. On the 5th day, Colin woke up. Having witnessed his mother's tragic death, he had no attachment to Mammon City, only overwhelming hatred. Even though Horn had told him that his enemy had been killed by him, the deep hatred did not ease at all. It was not just Jimmy who caused the tragedy for him and his mother, but also countless accomplices. But the strange thing was that every time he was about to be swallowed by hatred, a burst of white light would surge out of his body to force his emotions to calm down. After countless repetitions, Colin finally stabilized. Hatred was deeply hidden in his heart, but he seemed not to be controlled by hatred. This 11 to 12-year-old boy had extremely contradictory feelings. The white light on his body was both the power left by Nair and Colin's talent as a wild witch. This talent seemed to be able to suppress all his negative emotions and calm him down. Horn was very satisfied with this power. He was worried about how to comfort a child whose parents died tragically in front of him. Colin, who was forced to remain calm, was not opposed to Horn and the others, and was only slightly frustrated about his becoming a wild witch. Not being swayed by negative emotions, he could know what was his best choice. As time passed, his daily tasks were to travel, practice, and distribute pamphlets. After being hit in succession, Horn was no longer complacent about his own strength. So what if he was the strongest wild witch in the team? The world was big, and if he continued to maintain this narrow pride, he would one day become a stepping stone for others. But there is no shortcut to practicing magic, and there is no other way except to meditate hard to increase mental strength. He had just been promoted to a 4th-ring magician not long ago, and if he wanted to become a 5th-ring magician, he would need a long time to accumulate. During the journey, an interesting thing happened. They encountered a group of robbers. There was nothing surprising about encountering robbers. The farther away from Mammon City, the worse the security. And they seemed to have no fighting power, so it was not surprising that they were targeted by robbers. Who made them only have a cheap long sword hanging on the body of Black Dog Terry? And Black Dog Terry hung the long sword just for fun. He has no way to become a warrior, but he can still hang the long sword to satisfy his desire. So of course they were targeted. This group of robbers followed Horn and his group for a day, and it seems that they wanted to wipe out Horn and his group. If Yian hadn't told Horn that their leader was a wild witch, Horn would have gone over and electrocuted them. Yes, the leader of this gang of bandits is a wild witch. Even if there is no extraordinary person among these bandits, in a sense, this bandit leader is a successful one among the wild witches. After all, except for Horn and his group, all the wild witches live in fear and dare not show off. Even if they become bandits, it is not possible. The reason why the bandits can run rampant in the countryside is only because the church has not taken action. Once his identity as a wild witch is exposed, he will face the crushing of the absolute strength of the church. Horn thought he might be useful, so he took Enoch and the other two and captured the bandit leader without waiting for the bandits to attack them. After all, once they were attacked, they could only kill all the bandits, and if they killed them all, the bandit leader would be useless. Even a first-ring transcendent had an overwhelming advantage when facing these ordinary people. In fact, Horn couldn't think of any use for him, so he just gave him a basic magic manual, and then knocked the bandits unconscious and left. On the 23rd day of the trip, they had very few basic magic manuals left, all of which had been distributed by Yian and Enoch in the past few days. And Yian also touched the edge of entering the sea of consciousness. Finally, a blue-black light shield appeared in front of Horn and the others, and their journey entered the next stage. Black Forest. Chapter 90. The Black Forest is the largest forest in the eastern continent, and its area is even comparable to the sum of several nearby church territories. It is named the Black Forest because there is a light blue-black light cover visible to the naked eye outside the forest. From a distance, it looks like the vast forest is covered with a blue-black coat. This is the origin of the name of the Black Forest. It is a rare miracle that can be directly observed in the entire Eastern Gods continent. This light shield will not prevent anyone from entering or block the sunlight in the Black Forest. But once it comes to war, it will be the most solid barrier, and it is said to have a deeper function, but only the elf royal family knows it. Speaking of which, most churches in Ceylon named their territories as parishes, and only two called them kingdoms. One is the Elf King's Court in the Black Forest in front of Horn and the other is the Holy Light Kingdom far away in the Western continent. Daring to call itself a kingdom, it naturally has the strength to support this title. The Elf King Court launches wars against the outside world every year. Over the past few hundred years, the Elf King Court has not only not weakened, but has become stronger little by little. You must know that the Elf King Court is not fighting with a certain church, but has conflicts with several surrounding churches. At this moment, Horn and his men are standing on the edge of the Black Forest, outside the blue-black light cover. During non-war periods, any point on the edge of the Black Forest can be the entrance to the Black Forest. Horn and the others had abandoned the carriages, and used horses to carry the gifts. Since it was absolutely forbidden to harm trees in the Black Forest, there were no roads for carriages to travel. The existence of roads for pedestrians was the result of the efforts of passers-by over the past thousands of years. After sighing, Horn reached his hand into the light shield to test it, and did not feel any physical obstruction. This layer of blue-black light shield seemed to be non-existent. After many attempts, everyone was sure that there would be no danger after entering, so they walked in. As soon as he stepped into the Black Forest, Horn felt the difference from the outside world. The dark and gloomy forest he had expected did not appear at all. The inside and outside of the light shield seemed to be two different worlds. In contrast, the outside world seemed darker. The forest was full of large trees that could be hugged by several people. The thinnest one was much thicker than Horn's waist. The sunlight, which was much brighter than the outside world, shone through the gaps between the leaves, just like being in a fairy tale world. Horn took a deep breath. The air here was also very sweet. After standing here for a while, he felt much more comfortable. The most obvious change was in Luke the Hoe. As soon as he entered the forest, he hugged a big tree and kept rubbing it. For some reason, he felt that the forest was very friendly. The other wild witches also marveled at the wonders of nature, but only Colin looked at everything in the forest with indifference. After observing for a while, Horn and his team followed Yian's instructions and headed towards the tidal mist swamp. Although the Black Forest was large, the distance Horn and his team had to travel was not far, probably only half of the distance across the territory of the Church of the God of Wealth. After walking for only a while, Horn found that the road here was actually very difficult to walk, so no one knew how long they would spend in this forest. He used the staff left to him by old Douglas as a walking stick, and finally walked more comfortably. This staff was extremely hard, and it seemed impossible to damage it to Horn. At first, he held it carefully, but when he accidentally used the tip of the staff to pierce a hole in the long sword of Black Dog Terry, he became casual with the staff. Because old Douglas actually used this long staff as a cane before, so Horn also used it as a cane. When Elijah said that it could be used without limit, Horn realized that it was actually a staff. The staff that can be used without limit is something Horn has always wanted to get, but he didn't expect that old Douglas had already obtained it a long time ago. Horn also studied this staff on the way. First of all, it is indestructible, so Horn can only understand some details through observation. The staff should be made of wood, but even Horn, who has been a carpenter for nearly 10 years, doesn't know what material this hard wood is made of. There is a large protrusion on the top, which seems to be wrapped with something. Horn probed into it with his mental power, and found that there was an extremely large magic crystal inside. Judging from the size of this magic crystal, it must be a magic crystal that can be condensed by magic beasts above level 7, but Horn has no idea how much it is because he has never seen it. Horn couldn't understand how the magic crystal was embedded in the staff. It was as if the magic crystal was originally part of the staff, and there was no sign of artificial embedding. Horn's research could only stop here. In fact, Horn was most interested in the manufacturing process of this staff. No matter how powerful this staff was, it could only be used by Horn alone. But if we could know how this staff was made, it would not matter even if the effect was weaker. As long as it could be manufactured in large quantities, the combat effectiveness of the Wild Witch would be qualitatively improved. In the short term, those small wooden sticks can still hold out, but it is actually inconvenient for a 3-ring Wild Witch to use such small wooden sticks. And the wooden stick magic staff cannot cast 4th-ring magic at all. It was already noon when they entered the Black Forest. Before the sun set, all the Wild Witches except Terry and Luke were exhausted. After all, the physiques of Wild Witches are no different from those of ordinary people. And Yayan's healing technique can only heal injuries, not relieve fatigue, and even the rescued will be more tired. However, because there were too many tall trees in the Black Forest, it was already dark. So Horn and his friends chose a relatively flat place in the forest to set up their tent. There were many mosquitoes in the forest, and it was not as safe as the places where Horn and his friends had lived in the open air before. Setting up the tent for the first time made everyone busy, and it took a lot of time because they could not harm the trees. They did not break the rules of the Black Forest just because there were no elves nearby. All those who dared to do so turned into fertilizer. There might be survivors, but Horn and his men would not consider themselves the lucky ones. When they first entered the Black Forest, Yayan warned everyone. Here, there is something watching them at every moment and every place. It seems to not exist at all, and it seems to be everywhere. Chapter 91. After setting up the tent, everyone went out to pick up dead branches and leaves and started to make a fire to cook. It is allowed to make a fire to keep warm and cook, as long as you don't cut trees for firewood. But if you don't put out the campfire before leaving, you will be punished by the elves. With the strange sense of watching that Yayan felt, the elves in the Black Forest seemed to have a way to know every move of outsiders in the forest. Dinner was still in Luke's charge. The pot was cooked with wild vegetables he picked in the forest. In fact, he could directly grow vegetables with the seeds he brought with him. However, the vegetables and fruits produced by his magic power are very unpalatable, and Luke doesn't want to make such unpalatable things unless he has to. It can be said that as long as Luke is here, Horn and his friends will at least not starve to death. Luke took out another piece of bacon and cut 10 thin slices into the pot. Hunting is not allowed in the Black Forest, so although they bought a lot of bacon before coming, they still have to eat it sparingly. Luke's cooking skills are very good, and he can make special flavors with even the most ordinary ingredients. After a delicious meal, everyone went into the tent, one tent for the men and one for the women. The conditions were harsh, and they could only squeeze together. Their tents and blankets were carried by 2 horses. But that was all they could take. Before entering the tent, Luke planted a circle of vines around their residence, which could provide some protection, to prevent some small animals from harming their things. Even though they might be under surveillance, they did not care when using magic, and were not afraid of being discovered by the elves. Because among the many churches, the elves were a special group, and they had no prejudice against wild witches. But they are prejudiced against humans. Wild witches are naturally human in their eyes. At night, everyone began to rest, unaware that there was a pair of eyes watching them in the deep forest. Early the next morning, Horn walked out of the tent early, but Luke got up earlier than him. He was cooking breakfast. As long as there was no place to stay along the way, Luke was responsible for their meals most of the time. Today, Luke wore a green furry hat. The honest Luke looked inexplicably cute in this hat. And Colin stood beside Luke and stared at the hat in a daze. Hatred made him lose his innocence as a child, but the strange power in his body suppressed this hatred. He spent most of the day practicing or being in a daze beside Luke because Luke had a temperament that made him feel at ease. Colin should have 2 abilities, but he couldn't tell what his other ability was, and Horn didn't know either. Because he didn't awaken the spell, yes, although he became a wild witch, no spell appeared in his mind. Horn was just about to tease Luke's hat and ask him what he had for breakfast when a shrill scream suddenly came from the lady's tent. It was Anne's voice. Horn rushed into the tent and was beaten out in a scream. After this commotion, everyone woke up. Everyone dressed neatly and sat down around the fire. Horn covered his face and said to Anne seriously, "What happened there just now?" When Annie screamed, Shirley and Annie were changing clothes. Then when Horn rushed in and was beaten out, he was hit hard on the face. It still hurts a little now. What's more regrettable is that Horn didn't see anything. Annie looked at Horn, who was covering his face with heartache, and whispered, "I found a hole in the tent when I was changing clothes just now." "Isn't it just a hole? What's so strange about it?" "Maybe it was accidentally scratched at some time," Terry said carelessly. "That's not the case." Shirley shook her head and denied. "It was a round hole, just the size of an eye, and we checked it last night when we were sleeping, and there was no such hole." Bang! Enoch punched the ground and said angrily, "So someone was peeping?" Yes, Enoch was very angry. He had such a convenient ability as illusion, but he didn't peep. But there were others who peeped? Horn scratched his head. If someone really peeped, it would not be a good thing. It would affect the unity of the team. He was still thinking. Yian had already started to ask everyone one by one. He could tell who was lying. After asking everyone one by one, Yian found that no one was lying. After finding out that no one was lying, everyone looked at Yian with suspicion. Now Yian was the only one who couldn't prove himself. "Okay, I said it was definitely not me. Do you believe me?" Yian raised his hands and said with a wry smile, "I believe it. Hey, what happened? It couldn't really be an accident." Horn rubbed his head and said, "Because a farce took up an entire morning. It can't be an accident. There is also a small hole like that in your tent." Mrs. Sharing crawled out of Horn's tent. Daniel scratched his head. He saw it when he got up, but didn't care. Horn became serious. It was just a farce just now. Now there are holes in both tents, which proves that there is really something spying on them. Yian. Horn looked at Ian Parker and said. Ian closed his eyes and spread his mental power to detect everything around him. After a while, Ian opened his eyes and shook his head and said, "There are only our breaths nearby, but in addition to the ubiquitous sense of prying, there is another thing watching us, and the strange thing is that there are 11 breaths among us." 11? Even if Colin is included, there are only 10 people. Horn thought hard for a while and pointed at Luke and said, "Actually, I have wanted to ask you for a long time. When did you get the hat on your head?" "Hat?" Luke shook his head in confusion and said, "I don't have a hat." To prove that he was not wearing a hat, he stretched his hand to his head and grabbed it hard. A scream came from Luke's head. Luke himself was also confused. There was something on his head? Why didn't he know it all this time? He looked at the thing in his hand. What was this thing? Luke was holding a green object in his hand. It looked like a nice hat on his head just now, but it was a green squirrel-like creature in his hand. The smell of this squirrel is almost exactly the same as Luke's. So Horn and others have not discovered it. Luke put the creature on the ground, and then the wild witches surrounded the creature, staring at it with 10 pairs of curious eyes. It seems that the hole was made by this green squirrel. Its chirping was very harsh, and Horn frowned. It was so scared that its hair stood up, and it trembled while pulling Luke's trouser legs. "Luke, what is this?" Horn pointed at the strange creature pulling Luke's trouser legs and asked. Luke smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know what this thing was. Just as they were about to continue to investigate, Yian's face suddenly changed. Something is coming. Chapter 92. The only creatures that can move at high speed in the Black Forest are the elves. The direction they are coming from is obviously towards the wild witches. Horn did not choose to escape. The Black Forest is the territory of the elves. If he escapes when the elves come, it may cause a lot of trouble. What's more, they did not violate the rules of the Black Forest, so there is no need to escape. The speed of those elves is very fast. They appeared in Yian's perception range and reached the top of the wild witches in a moment. Yes, right above, There are more than a dozen huge birds circling in the sky, which look similar to sparrows. As expected, the elves were on the birds, but Horn had always thought that the elves moved around in the forest like monkeys, but he didn't expect them to ride on birds. They circled in the air for a while, and a figure fell from the sky. She fell straight from the sky like a free fall, landing half kneeling. She didn't even raise a little dust after landing, and she landed lightly on the ground at such a fast speed. Horn frowned and looked at the elf. Judging from her landing, she should have very strong physical ability and some special force-relieving skills. Her breath was hard to identify, blending in with the forest. Horn spent some effort to determine that the female elf who fell was probably a 4th-level elf. Her hair shone with a golden luster, and she carried a longbow on her back that was almost as tall as Horn. From the angle where she was half kneeling on the ground, except for her larger frame, this elf was still a beautiful girl. In the stories of Old Douglas, elves were very beautiful creatures. They were elegant and arrogant, and their lives were more refined than those of nobles. Horn had long wanted to see some legendary elves, but he had never had the chance. Now he finally saw one. Then the female elf stood up. Horn's fantasy was shattered at once. Is this really an elf? She was more than 2 meters tall. Yes, more than 2 meters tall. After she stood up, Horn could only see her nostrils. As for her figure, it didn't exist. Her skin was very fair, but it revealed some green, and her ears were slender and tipped with a little golden fluff. Ignoring her skin color, this female elf has a pretty face, but her body is a bit eye-catching. Her 2-meter-tall body is slender and has no curves at all. Her chest is like a steel plate. As she fell, the big birds in the sky also fell. The dust caused by the flapping of the wings when falling made Horn squint his eyes. After landing on the ground, Horn could see the appearance of these big birds clearly. They didn't look like sparrows, but were simply enlarged versions of sparrows. They were fluffy and cute wrapped in gray-brown feathers, but they looked a little scary at 5 or 6 meters tall. Their big, lively eyes moved very quickly, and they were very curious about humans. One by one, the elves jumped off the big sparrow, which made Horn feel a little relieved. Although their height was still a little taller than normal humans, it was acceptable to Horn. The female was tall and beautiful, and the male was also tall and beautiful. Yes, male and female elves actually look similar. Because most female elves have flat chests, if it weren't for their clothes, Horn couldn't tell who was male and who was female. The tall female elf whistled, and the big sparrows jumped away and went to the forest to find food. They jumped more than 2 meters high, and their movements were very fast. They jumped out of Horn's sight in just a moment. She ignored Horn and others, strode to Luke, stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the green squirrel's tail, and lifted it up. Horn was a little annoyed by this arrogant attitude, but he didn't care. After all, it was in someone else's territory. The tall female elf ignored the squirrels, picked it up by its tail, and put it in front of her, frowning and saying, "Damn it, already signed a contract? How can an Angora symbiote sign a contract with a lowly human?" Horn raised his eyebrows. This green squirrel that peeped at them last night was called an Angora symbiote, and these elves looked like a very precious creature. The negotiation committee member Enoch smiled, and walked up to the tall female elf and said, "Excuse me, what do you want to see us for? We should not violate the rules of the Black Forest." The tall female elf looked down at Enoch with disdain. Angora symbiote is the property of the Elf King's court. This human signed a contract with the symbiote, so he has to stay. She pointed at Luke and said to everyone in a commanding tone. Her height was really a big advantage. If her breasts were not too small, Horn could not even see her eyes. "You can take the symbiotic beast with you, but we can't let you take his companion with you. Can you please be a little flexible? After all, we don't know what this animal is." Enoch said to her respectfully that it is better not to offend these elves in the Black Forest. If he is not allowed to stay, then all of you should stay. It is a great gift for a human which to stay in the Black Forest. Do you still dare to bargain? Yayan's heart moved slightly. Has their identity as a witch been exposed? It seems that nothing can be concealed in front of the elves in the Black Forest. Horn stood between the female elf and Enoch with his right eye wide open and said loudly, "Please don't make things difficult for us. I won't leave anyone behind." The corners of the tall female elf's mouth curled up. This was the answer she had been waiting for. A strange light green energy emanated from her body, which was somewhat like magic but not quite. The big bow behind her exuded a breath that made Horn's heart palpitate. This was the first time he faced a master of the same 4th level. Horn was so angry at her arrogant tone that veins popped out on his forehead. Where is the elegance? Where is the beauty? This race is only arrogant. In the distant elf king's court, inside a huge palace. The palace was pitch black, with only a glimmer of light on the throne deep inside. The only remaining light was a circular light curtain with a diameter of more than 1 meter. A figure sat on the throne, holding a high-footed glass made of green crystal, and sipping the homemade wine of the elves. He looked at the circular light screen like watching a movie. The image on the light screen was exactly the scene where Horn and his team were confronting the tall female elves. Ah! He sighed for a long time and rubbed his temples with his fingers. Every movement was very elegant. Angelina, you should go there. The young people nowadays. Okay, your majesty. A dazzling green light rushed out of the palace from the handle of the throne, leaving a brilliant green glare in the air. Chapter 93. Not only Horn, but everyone else's expression was a little unnatural. The arrogance of the tall female elf was not because she looked down on them, because of their behavior, strength, or appearance. But she didn't consider them as equal creatures at all. It was just like the feeling when facing those priests. The difference was that when facing those priests, once the identity of the Wild Witch was discovered, it would be a matter of life and death. But now they had to endure the contempt of this female elf all the time. The omnipresent suspicious prying eyes of the Black Shroud Forest made it impossible for Horn and his companions to kill people and escape safely as they would in other places. Here, if you violate the rules of the elves, you can hardly escape. Luke's face was covered with sweat. Why did these elves choose him alone? He already had an idea in his mind. If it really didn't work out, he would stand up and stay here. After all, if the elves wanted to use force, the wild witches would have no way to resist. The green squirrel also tightly grasped Luke's trouser legs and used its big tail to wrap itself up, looking at the ferocious elves in fear. By the way, it also patted Luke's legs and feet with its little paws to comfort him. Luke looked at the little squirrel speechlessly. You are the one who caused this. Why are you comforting me? The tall female elf looked at Horn and others, who wanted to get angry but didn't dare to, and laughed wildly in her heart. She liked to see the helpless expressions of creatures like humans the most. She couldn't understand why the great elf king allowed these short and ugly creatures to pass through the black forest. Even if she just wants to pass through, it is as uncomfortable for her as a mysophobia patient stepping on dog shit. In the summer, she fights with these humans to death, but in other seasons, she requires that they cannot kill people casually. Isn't this a contradiction? If she has enough power, no human can pass through the black forest. Kill one if you see one. Unfortunately, she does not have that kind of power. The Elf King's orders are absolute. In the Black Forest, the Elf King has the highest status besides the gods. The tradition of the elves is that as long as their lives, dignity, and elf laws are not endangered, the subordinates must obey their superiors absolutely. This is an important discipline that has enabled them to win more battles than lose in foreign wars for many years. I can't disobey orders, but I find this creature annoying. What should I do? Of course, I will stare at all humans who try to pass through the Black Forest, and kill them if they break any rules. If they don't break the rules, I will try my best to make trouble for them, and let them do it themselves. Once they do, I will have a reason to kill them. This is what she planned, looking at the murderous intent in the eyes of the tall female elf. Horn sighed deeply. If he hadn't had to, he wouldn't have wanted to use what Ilya gave him. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Ilya is not that annoying. He had saved Horn's life long before he faced the insect wizard Alank. And this time, he also brought Horn a message, and a magic wand from old Douglas, as well as the little note. But every time he met Ilya, there were many unpleasant things. He stepped on Horn when they first met. The message was accompanied by an inexplicable test that made Horn extremely unhappy. So instinctively, Horn didn't like Elijah very much. He couldn't say he hated him, but he didn't want to use his things. This was a very awkward feeling. But when in crisis, he couldn't care less. Horn put the package on his back in front of him, and was about to take out the pendant that Elijah gave him to restrain and solve troubles in the Black Forest. But suddenly, the tall elf kicked Horn. In a flash, Horn's right eye flashed a blue light, and a second ring lightning struck her long legs. Her attack was retracted. What do you want to do? Have we violated any rules again? And glared at the tall elf and said. As soon as she finished speaking, a tiger with a red pattern over 3 meters long jumped out of the void. This was one of the 3 first-level summons she selected, and she named it Red Striped Tiger. It has a physical fitness far beyond that of a normal first-level magic beast, but has no innate spells, so it can only be considered a first-level magic beast. In a sense, Annie is the magician who knows the most magic in the team except Horn, although they are all summoning magic. The tall female elf looked at the tiger with contempt. Although it looked good, It was just a level 1 creature and posed no threat to her. But how did these humans master these abilities? She cast her eyes on Horn. His lightning ability also made her very concerned. Isn't it said that wild witches, who have a very low status among humans, have no fighting power? Getting rid of the strange thoughts in her mind, she pointed at Horn's head and said loudly, "You lowly and despicable human thief, you dared to borrow the sacrificial staff of our tribe and use it as a walking stick. You really deserve to die." It turned out that when Horn was looking for the pendant, she suddenly saw the staff that Douglas gave to Horn in Horn's hand. It was the sacrificial staff of their elves. And this human actually used it as a walking stick? Jan wanted Enoch to come forward to negotiate, but he sensed Enoch's mood and went forward to mediate himself. Enoch was eager to fight because Horn was attacked. If he was allowed to leave, the conflict might be amplified. "I think there must be some misunderstanding. We just entered the Black Forest. It is impossible for us to steal your scepter." The tall elf glanced at the wild witches with contempt and said, "Even if it is a misunderstanding, you dare to show your weapons to us, so don't even think about leaving the Black Forest." Although she was a little annoyed because Horn was holding the scepter, she was more happy because she had a reason to attack Horn and the others. The aura on her body exploded, and the surrounding trees seemed to respond to her power, as if they were providing energy for her. The other elves also surrounded Horn and others, and all the wild witches looked unhappy, because everyone could feel that the more than 20 elves surrounding them were all extraordinary people, and there were only 5 first-level extraordinary people. One of the male elves rubbed his brows helplessly. He knew that the way the tall female elf was handled was a little inappropriate, but she was the captain, and he didn't like these humans, so he let her do whatever she wanted. He was the second 4th level elf among the elves besides the tall female elf. Chapter 94. The witches began to chant spells, and the elves drew their weapons. As long as there was the slightest disturbance, the battle would break out. At this moment, Horn took out a green pendant from his package. He held the pendant high and showed it to the elves. Under the bright sunlight of the Black Forest in the early morning, the pendant exuded a strange brilliance. The elves' desire to fight immediately decreased. Because the pendant in Horn's hand was the friend of the elves. Seeing the elves' expressions, Horn knew that Elijah was not lying. This pendant could really help them get out of trouble. The sunlight shining through the pendant shone on Horn's body with a green luster. He said loudly, "Although I don't know why you are hostile to us, with this thing, it will be no problem for us to leave the Black Forest safely." Except for the tall female elf, the other elves had no resistance to Horn's words, which was obviously possible. Jan looked at Horn thoughtfully. When did he get this thing that could change the attitude of the elves? Horn decided to take the witches back along the original route once they retreated, and then take a detour to the Black Shroud Forest. The Black Shroud Forest is not the only way to enter the Tidal Mist Swamp. They chose this place because it is the closest way. And according to legend, it is safe to travel in the Black Shroud Forest as long as you don't break the rules of the elves. But I didn't expect to encounter a madman like the tall female elf who hates humans so much. It is difficult to guarantee that there will not be a second madman like this on the road ahead, and the pendant may not be 100% useful. So although entering the Tidal Mist Swamp from other locations may encounter wizards and priests, and the road is not easy to walk, it is better than being worried about fighting back in the Black Forest. The tall elf's face was uncertain. She finally found a reason to kill these humans, but now they actually took out the elf friend. It was a testimony of the friendship between elves and aliens. What kind of friendship can humans have with elves? After thinking for a while, she made up her mind. Her face became ferocious, and she said to Horn and the others, "You damn thieves dared to steal the elf friend," which symbolizes the friendship of elves. "You all deserve to die. I, Emily Chichow, will execute you." "Damn it!" Horn gritted his teeth. This elf must be a lunatic. Judging from the reactions of the elves around him, this pendant must have worked. But this crazy woman dared to frame Horn and his friends and kill them by force? What hatred or grudge? The male elf, who had frowned just now, suddenly grabbed Emily's arm. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. He tightly grasped Emily's hand and whispered, "Emily, you can't steal the elf friend just because you want to. If you continue, you will be punished. Have you forgotten that those who hold the friend of the elves will receive help from the elves?" But Emily could no longer listen to his warnings. She shook off his hand and said angrily, "Jim Qingyuan, I am in charge of my team. They are thieves. I order you to watch the battle from the sidelines, and not to interfere in the battle." Jim stood there with a sullen face. He had to obey the captain's orders. In fact, Emily was in a dilemma. If she hadn't found out the problem with Horn and his group, or if Horn had taken out the pendant before she showed her killing intentions, she would never have been so persistent. But she had already shown her killing intent towards these humans, so she would carry on no matter what Horn and the others came up with. As for the punishment, they wouldn't kill her, so what was she afraid of? Horn, who was observing the situation from the side, also saw that at this point, they had to fight. It was absolutely impossible to beat the other side. They had only entered the Black Forest for less than half a day, so they should be able to escape. But before that, Horn had to do one thing first. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his right eye. If fighting is inevitable, if you want to win, you have to strike first. Before running away, this elf named Emily must die. Horn had already recited the spell of water mist, and a thick fog dispersed with a wave of his hand. Then he began to chant the fourth ring magic, Fiery Flame. The sudden thick fog made these elves panic. The forest has always been their home ground, but now it is shrouded in thick fog that is pitch dark. They have lost the advantage of home ground. The tip of the staff was already forming a blazing flame that was far hotter than the fireball. At this moment, Horn no longer cared about not breaking the rules of the Black Forest. The other party was going to kill someone. Was Horn going to stand there and let them slaughter him? Emily was flustered by the sudden thick fog. She didn't expect that those lowly humans would dare to attack her before she even started. Suddenly, a red light came from the thick fog, and that red light seemed to contain a huge amount of heat. Years of combat experience made her instinctively jump to the side and avoid the powerful flame. But Horn's fourth ring magic blaze is a continuous magic. He moved his staff horizontally toward Emily, and the scorching flames instantly approached Emily. Even if Emily was a fourth-level transcendent, she could not resist the fourth ring flame magic. At this moment, a turquoise light fell from the sky. This light directly hit Horn's flames, shattering Horn's blaze. Where the light passed, a turquoise light was left, and Horn's mist was also partially blown away by the airflow attached to the object flying at high speed, with the landing point of the green light as the center. A hole with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appeared in the center of Horn's water mist. The light spread out, and an elf woman who perfectly met Horn's aesthetic standards appeared in front of Horn. Normal body proportions, perfect figure, long grass-green hair and delicate face are really indescribably beautiful. The green and transparent dragonfly-like wings behind her trembled slightly. If she was not only 10 centimeters tall, Horn would even think that he fell in love at first sight. As soon as she appeared, all the elves put away their fighting state and became very friendly, as if they were not the ones who were on the verge of a fight just now. The elf looked at Emily calmly, and she had an incomparable noble temperament. His Majesty's steward is very dissatisfied with your behavior. You are not suitable to patrol the forest now. Jim Ching Yuan will be in charge of this area in the future. You should report to the Black Prison Army in the Royal City. Emily knelt on the ground helplessly. The right to patrol the forest was nothing, but she could not accept that His Majesty the Elf King was dissatisfied. It seemed that there was no danger. Horn put away the water mist spell. If possible, it would be better not to conflict with the elves. The elf ignored Emily's desperate expression. Travelers from outside the forest, His Majesty's steward wants to summon you. Except for Emily, everyone else will escort them to the Elf King's court to accept His Majesty's summons. Chapter 95. The Elf King's summons? Horn scratched his chin in surprise. No matter how he thought about it, he had nothing to do with a big shot like the Elf King. Even the elf was the first creature he had seen today. How could the Elf King pay attention to him? A human who was only a fourth ring magician? This matter seemed a little strange. Maybe he would get involved in some trouble if he went there. In the eyes of a big shot like the Elf King, they were just ants that could be easily crushed to death at will. It was unnecessary for Horn and his friends to have anything to do with him. So Horn was a little resistant to the elf's words. And the distance from here to the Elf King's court was too far. He was still thinking about reaching the God-forsaken land as soon as possible, and the Elf King's court was far away from here. Should I think of some way to discuss with her and not go? As soon as this thought flashed through Horn's mind, the elf over there noticed Horn's idea. She frowned and said to Horn angrily, "Human, you have no right to refuse." She waved her hand and released a ball of green light to Horn, and the green light penetrated Horn's body like a ball of green light. "If I don't sense your presence in the Elf King city within 3 days, the energy in your body will explode, and then..." The elf opened her 2 cute little hands and said, "Then you will explode with a bang." The elf glanced at Horn after speaking, and then turned into a green light and disappeared in front of Horn, leaving only a green flame in the sky that could not see the end and slowly dissipated. Her speed was so fast that she had just turned into a green light and flew out of Horn's perception range. All the wild witches breathed a sigh of relief when the elf left. Although the elf looked cute, the aura she carried made the wild witches feel oppressed. Luke also felt relieved, and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. With the elf's departure, at least now, he didn't have to worry about being left alone in the Black Forest. The elves felt a little sorry. The elf was the representative of the Elf King, and they wanted to see her for a while longer. Horn covered his chest and smiled bitterly. He could feel a strange energy in the sea of consciousness. This energy had no effect on Horn, but the time bomb in his body made Horn feel very uncomfortable. Annie patted Horn's junior and comforted Horn. Emily got up from the ground, looked at Horn fiercely and remembered Horn, then took out a whistle and called a large sparrow to turn over and fly away. Horn said he didn't care about Emily's provocation. He was now the guest of the Elf King, and there was a special escort for her, so she shouldn't be able to cause trouble to him again. Jim, another 4th-level elf, who had spoken for Horn and the others before, walked out of the team and said to Horn and the others gently, "Hello, distinguished guests, I am Jim Qingyuan. I will be responsible for escorting you to the Black Forest." Jim and Emily had very different attitudes towards Horn and the others, and he always had a smile on his face. First of all, he was going to replace Emily as the patroller of this forest, which was considered a promotion. When escorting Horn and the others to the Elf King's court, he might even be able to see the face of the Elf King. For most ordinary elves, being able to meet the Elf King is a special honor. Secondly, since Horn and his team were received by the Elf King, it means that the elf friend in his hand was definitely not stolen, and he has no right to turn his face to the Elf King's guests. He is different from Emily, and does not have that kind of deep-rooted hatred. Horn looked at Jim, who came to him, put his staff under his armpit, and used both hands to gesture the outline of the elf just now and asked, what was that just now? He didn't know what to call the elf just now. This was the first time he saw such a creature. It is said that a race with such powerful strength must have some legends in Ceylon, but Horn had never heard of a creature similar to the elf just now in Ceylon. Instead, it was a little like the goblin that old Douglas mentioned in the story. Jim smiled and explained to Horn and the others, "You are talking about Lady Angelina. She is the symbiotic beast of His Majesty. In essence, she is the same as the green squirrel." He pointed at the little green squirrel holding Luke's head. Jim spoke gently to Horn and the others, because he had some dislike for humans, but it was not serious. Horn nodded, not quite understanding. How could the difference between two things that looked completely different be so big, and since they were the same thing, did the green squirrel have the same potential as the elf? If this little squirrel could grow to that level, it would be really amazing. After answering Horn's question, Jim took out his whistle and blew it vigorously. Mrs. Sharon stared at Jim for a few seconds. Jim used a special energy when blowing the whistle. The sound of the whistle was not so loud that it was piercing, but it could also be heard from a long distance. And it seemed that different information could be transmitted with different frequencies of the whistle. Shortly after the whistle sounded, a large group of sparrows jumped from the depths of the forest at a speed that shocked Horn. He was very worried that these fat birds would not be able to stop and trample him underfoot. It seems that Jim wants Horn to ride these big birds to the Elf King's court. However, Horn was a little scared when he saw these big birds standing on the ground with their heads still turning constantly and looking restless. But he had no choice. If he didn't ride the big sparrow, Horn would definitely not be able to reach the Elf King's city within 3 days. Then, bang, the wild witches and the elves tied their things to the big sparrows, and then released the horses that had accompanied them for several months. Then, they climbed onto the backs of the big sparrows lying on the ground one by one. 2 people can ride on a large sparrow, and there is an elf beside each wild witch. The elf beside Horn is Jim. Jim took a thick rope from the bird's back and tied Horn tightly to the sparrow. This posture is a bit embarrassing, but Horn doesn't care. He even wants Jim to tie him up twice more. Annie, Enoch and others are mostly like this. None of them have ever flown. They are a little excited about being able to fly on the back of a bird, but they are more afraid. It's a bit embarrassing to say that among the 10 witches and magicians, the calmest one was Colin, who was only 10 years old, and Daniel, who was slightly older than him, and was about 14 or 15 years old, was almost scared to death. After everything was ready, Jim jumped on the bird's back, held the reins, and gave an order for the sparrows to flap their wings and take off. The violent vibration and the feeling of being suppressed by the strong wind appeared on Horn's body. In the blink of an eye, these big sparrows had already flown into the sky. This was Horn's first experience of flying. The wind blew Horn's eyes, and he couldn't open his eyes, and it was a bit difficult to breathe. But this feeling, it's great. He looks forward to one day he can fly by himself. Chapter 96. The Black Forest is vast and boundless, and the road to the Elf King's court is very long. If you want to go to the Elf King's court by land, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. But if you take these extremely fast big sparrows, according to Jim, it will take less than 2 days to get there. In fact, Horn was very anxious with only 2 days, because there was a time bomb in his body. But there was no way to be anxious, the sparrow was already the fastest way to get there. At noon, they rested on a flat ground to give the sparrows some time to find food, and then they flew for the whole afternoon. When it was getting dark, Horn and his team arrived at an elf city. They will live in a long-abandoned traveler's home. Even though the Black Forest allows pedestrians to pass through in spring, autumn and winter, the elf settlements rarely welcome foreigners to live. Therefore, there are no hotels or other places in the elves. If the Elf King had not forced every elf settlement to have a traveler's home to accommodate passers-by, Horn and his team would probably sleep on the street today. Elf cities are completely different from human cities. They don't have houses built with mud or bricks, nor do they have tall buildings. There are only some short and strong trees, which the elves call dwelling trees. These trees are generally not tall, and the tallest is only more than 10 meters. But they are surprisingly thick. They almost grow into a cylinder, and each tree has a large tree hole. The more advanced ones are even layered, and the elves live in these tree holes. Fortunately, the elves still have restaurants, so everyone came to the elves' restaurant happily amid the strange eyes of the elves on the street. "So we're going to eat this today," Enoch said, holding a brown breadfruit. It was a fruit about the size of 2 fists, with very little water in it, similar to bread, but not very tasty. Horn also had a bitter face, expecting the elf feast to be all fruits. It's not that these fruits are not delicious. Most of these fruits Horn and others have never eaten, and except for the breadfruit, they all taste good. But it's still too difficult for humans to rely on fruits to fill their stomachs. After barely eating a few fruits, Horn couldn't fit anything in his stomach, so he decided to go back to his residence and find some dry food. But not everyone dislikes this kind of food. The 3 ladies and Colin liked this kind of food very much. Before everyone finished eating, Horn began to observe the pedestrians on the road from the window while drinking juice. As a result, the more he looked, the more frightened he became. The strength of the elves shocked him a little. Almost every adult elf on the street is a level 1 transcendent. Except for a few elves and young elves, all of them are transcendents. That is to say, there are at least more than 5,000 transcendents in this elf city alone. You should know that there are only more than 100 black-clad butlers in Leon City. The strength of a city of the elves is equal to the strength of dozens of cities of the normal church. But the cities of the elves seem to be few, and the population is not very thriving. If the elves had the same number as humans, they would have conquered humans long ago. After dinner and returning to the residence, Horn finally had the opportunity to ask Jim some questions. First, he took out the pendant given by Elijah and asked Jim, "Mr. Jim, what is the meaning of this pendant to you elves?" Jim smiled and replied, "This pendant is called the Friend of the Elf. It is a token that can only be distributed after gaining the friendship of the elves. And only elves at the level of the city lord are qualified to distribute it. As long as the aliens holding the Friend of the Elf in the Black Forest do not have excessive needs, they can ask the local elves for help." He was very kind to Horn, and basically answered any questions that were not secrets. After all, Horn was a guest invited by Steward. Is it so useful? Horn kept shaking the pendant's chain, and he had great doubts about Jim's words. Why did the tall elf try to kill us after seeing this thing? Jim smiled bitterly. All hatred has a reason. Emily has been fighting on the front line in the summer for decades. She was killed more than a dozen times in the process, but her hatred for humans has not diminished. As for the reason, he couldn't tell Horn. Looking at Jim's eyes, Horn knew it was from him, so he started to ask another question. He walked to Luke, who was sitting next to him, greeted Luke, picked up the green squirrel that was stuck on him, and walked back to Jim. Emily said before that this thing is an Angora symbiote, and that green elf is also an Angora symbiote. So what is it? As he spoke, Horn threw the green squirrel to Jim, who caught the squirrel in a hurry. It can be seen that he cares about this squirrel very much. The green squirrel stood on Jim's lap, dancing and chirping to protest to Horn, but Horn naturally did not leave him. Jim carefully comforted the squirrel on his lap, and said to Horn with a smile, "Angora symbiotes are a kind of strange life unique to the Black Forest. They are extremely weak, and often change their appearance. But this kind of strange creature is the pet that every elf dreams of. They are extremely weak, and their only talent is that they can sign an equal symbiotic contract with other creatures. Before signing the contract, they have no power, but because of their special life form, they will not be attacked by any fatal attack. Once the contract is established, the Angora symbiote will lose the characteristic of not being afraid of any attack, and can no longer change its image at will. However, at this time, the Angora symbiote can share part of the host's own extraordinary power and gradually become stronger, and will also awaken innate abilities. Innate abilities are generally very useful auxiliary abilities for the host, and because of the contract, even if the symbiote dies, as long as the host is not dead, the symbiote will be resurrected after a period of time. This magical creature is actually distributed all over Ceylon, but the largest wave is in the Black Shroud Forest. Because elves are the best symbiotic objects, they can only become stronger due to the extraordinary power of the host themselves, which means that wizards and priests, who rely on aliens to gain power, are not good choices for them at all. As for Warcraft and warriors, first of all, Angora symbiote cannot share power from muscles and Warcraft's IQ. Maybe they will kill the symbiote for fun. Chapter 97. Horn placed the long stick he had been using as a walking stick in front of Jim and asked expectantly, "I have one last question." Emily called it a sacrificial staff. "What is it?" Jim smiled and said, "This is the staff used by the elves to worship the world tree. During the annual sacrificial ceremony, holding the sacrificial staff can communicate with the world tree." World tree? This is the first time Horn has heard this term. Everything in the Black Shroud Forest is mysterious to the outside world, at least to the civilians outside. Shouldn't they be worshipping the gods of the elves? Why did it turn into a big tree? However, although Horn was puzzled, he didn't ask, in case he violated the taboos of the elves. Horn was thinking about something, and Jim asked Horn curiously, "Now I think Emily's suspicion is not unreasonable. If it is still possible for humans to obtain the friends of the elves, the sacrificial staff is basically impossible to leak out. After all, the sacrificial staff is basically not available to other races except us elves." Horn put his hand on the long staff and said with a nostalgic look, "This is what one of my elders left me." Then he stopped talking. Jim did not ask any more questions. After all, if there was really a problem with the origin of the scepter, Angelina, who had just come to convey the will of the Elf King, would definitely find out. Horn was even more curious. How did the teacher get such a thing that a foreign race should not have? And since the staff belonged to the elves must have the technology to make sacrificial scepters. If possible, I must get the method of making this sacrificial scepter when I go to the Elf King city. After answering all the doubts, Horn bowed to Jim and thanked him, and then returned to the room to meditate. He had a spell that was about to be perfected. The elves' tree house was not very comfortable to live in, but it was much better than the tent. Although people usually use meditation instead of sleep, a good environment is always much better than meditating in a small tent. The next morning, after everyone had the fruit breakfast carefully prepared by the elves, they were tied to the Big Sparrow and headed to the Elf King city. According to Jim, they could reach their destination tonight at the latest. While marveling at the speed of the Big Sparrow, Horn suddenly thought that the elves should have flown from the Elf King court after discovering that Emily and the wild witches had started a confrontation. If so, how many times faster would the speed of the elf be than the Big Sparrow that had already amazed him? That was definitely a very shocking speed. Finally, after a long flight, Horn and others finally landed in the Elf King's court. Continuous flight and eating fruits for 2 consecutive days made Horn and others' steps a little shaky. Luke was in the best condition. The closer he got to the Elf King city, the more excited he became. The magic power in his body resonated with the environment here. Horn barely stood still with the sacrificial staff, and looked at the beautiful city in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into shock. Is this the Elf King's court? In Mamen City, Horn had already thought that those tall houses were the pinnacle of architecture, but Horn found that he was still short-sighted after all. The Elf King city in front of him might be the pinnacle of architecture, because Mamen City was nothing compared to here except that there were a few tall buildings. Every building here has a different style, but there is no sense of disharmony. The decorations on those buildings can be used as souvenirs in Lean City. In the center of the city, there is a huge tree that makes Horn tremble. It is so huge that Horn did not think it was a tree when he first saw it. The tree is so tall that Horn cannot tell how high it is at a glance. The huge canopy covers most of the Elf King's court. The bright green energy flow in the canopy keeps flowing, which prevents the part of the city covered by the canopy from falling into darkness. And at the top of the tree that Horn cannot see, a blue-black light spreads out. This is the source of the light cover that covers the entire black forest. Each energy flow in the tree has a huge energy that makes Horn's heart palpitate, and this energy flow is everywhere. I'm afraid it's just the energy emitted by the tree itself. Horn picked up the sacrificial staff in his hand, and he remembered what Jim said, using the sacrificial staff in a specific ceremony can communicate with the world tree. I'm afraid this is the world tree. Which one is more powerful, this tree or those so-called gods? Horn couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Horn's body trembled, and some green energy kept oozing out of his body. This green energy flew high into the sky, and finally merged into the energy flow that kept flowing between the tree crowns. Horn felt as if his body was hollowed out, but his heart was like a stone. At least he wouldn't explode suddenly now, right? Each city of the elves has a traveler's home, and the royal city is no exception. Horn and his team will live here. Fortunately, there are still people living here occasionally, so the conditions are much better than the previous elf city. And the buildings in the Elf King city are naturally very exquisite, but it's not very comfortable to live in. After all, the elves only want to look good. Early the next morning, Horn heard a surprised shout from Luke's room after washing up. Then he trotted to Horn, and the green squirrel kept jumping on his shoulder. "Teacher, I can enter the sea of consciousness." Luke blushed and said to Horn excitedly, "What? How did you enter the sea of consciousness before me?" Black Dog Terry, who came out after hearing the sound, shouted loudly after hearing Luke's words. Just before entering the Black Forest, they had compared with each other. The one closest to entering the sea of consciousness was Ian Parker, followed by Black Dog Terry. As for Luke, although his progress was not the last among the crowd, it was almost the same. How come he suddenly got ahead of everyone now? Ian also frowned. He had been just a step away from that step. Even at the beginning, his mental power met the conditions for entering the sea of consciousness. His mental power was far beyond his level. But he just couldn't break through that layer of window paper. What was a natural thing for others became a bottleneck for him. Horn looked at the excited Luke thoughtfully. Was it because of the Angora symbiote or the environment of the Black Shroud Forest that made Luke's training progress so fast? If it was because of the environment, did it mean that meditation in an environment that suits you would be more effective? If it was because of the symbiote, should you try to get one? Horn would try to seize any opportunity that could make the Wild Witches stronger. Only when the Wild Witches group becomes strong enough can they create the era of magic. Chapter 98. Horn thought a lot, but still congratulated Luke. He will become the fourth magician in the team. At first glance, being able to enter the sea of consciousness seems to have no significant improvement except for being able to learn other spells. In fact, it is not. Being able to enter the sea of consciousness means that one's own mental power has reached a certain level. At this time, the Wild Witch will be more natural in controlling his own magic power. It will be more handy to release magic. So although a first-ring magician who enters the sea of consciousness may not be a match for a first-ring Wild Witch, for example, Terry can definitely beat the current Luke to a pulp. But if the current Luke fights the previous Luke, it will be an all-round crushing. Let Luke explore the sea of consciousness first, and Horn dressed neatly and walked out of the door of the traveler's home. Jim has been waiting here for a long time, and a big sparrow stands next to him, with big black eyes rolling around, looking very spiritual. We are just going to the palace. Do we need to ride it?" Horn said tremblingly, as he looked at the finger-thick hemp rope in Jim's hand. "Are we going to be tied up again?" "You don't have to take the Skylark. After all, there are stairs on the World Tree that you can walk up. But are you sure you want to climb to the top of the World Tree to see His Majesty Stuart? The palace is at the top of the World Tree?" Horn asked in shock. Jim turned to Horn with a smile on his face. Every time the aliens praised the elves, Jim's racial self-esteem would be greatly satisfied, just like drinking a large glass of cold water in the dog days of summer. "Should I be tied up or climb to the top of the World Tree on foot?" Horn waited for a moment, and with a determined look on his face, he climbed up the big sparrow, the Skylark in Jim's words. After flying for a while, the Skylark landed. Horn tidied up his clothes and hair that were messed up by the wind pressure and ropes during the flight, and then began to look at the elf palace. At the top of the trunk of the World Tree, surrounded by a bunch of high towers, a green egg-shaped building came into Horn's sight. This building is very simple except for the green color, not like the style of the elves, but it blends perfectly with the surrounding buildings. "That's the elf palace." An elf guard in golden armor appeared in front of the two of them, stopped Jim, and led Horn into the palace. If the egg-shaped exterior was simple, then the interior decoration of the palace was so luxurious that Horn was stunned. Every corner that could be seen inside was carved with fine and gorgeous patterns, even the floor. He walked carefully on the hollow floor, fearing that he would accidentally crush the floor. But he obviously thought too much. The material of this building is similar to the staff in his hand. Even if he wanted to destroy it, he couldn't destroy much. Following the guard who led the way, he walked forward in silence, and finally arrived at the main hall of the Elf Palace, the residence of the Elf King Stuart. Although Horn was like a bumpkin in his heart and sighed at what he saw along the way, there was no shock on his face. Because it was a bit embarrassing. But when the guard finally pushed open the door, Horn couldn't help but change his face when he saw the inside. It was not because the palace was so luxurious, but because there was no light or window inside. The whole palace was dark. Only the throne of the Elf King had a dim green light. It was the faint light emitted by the elf Angelina. With this faint light, Horn finally saw the Elf King whom he had only heard of but never seen. He was a very delicate man, wearing a luxurious robe with gold and green stripes, and a jade crown on his head, with a strange crystal stone in the center that kept changing colors. He held a goblet inlaid with various gemstones in his left hand, and played with his long white hair on his shoulders with his right hand. He leaned lazily on the throne and watched Horn, who walked into the palace with interest. In this dark, Stuart, shrouded in green light, looked like a god. Horn bowed respectfully and said, "I am Horn Mimhalen. I come here at your invitation, to see your majesty." Stuart let go of his hand playing with his hair, leaned forward and smiled at Horn. "I am Stuart. You should have met Eilonir." Eilonir? That vampire? How did he know? Horn's mind was full of thoughts. He suddenly felt that he had touched the tip of the iceberg of a huge organization. Although Ilya and Eilonir were both masters, Horn still had no idea what level this organization was. Now the Elf King Stuart knew Eilonir, and from the tone of their voice, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. If Stuart was also a member of that organization, then Horn could not imagine how powerful this organization was. "Are you wondering why I know you've met that vampire, and even suspect that I'm in the same group with that vampire?" Stuart took a sip of the wine gently, and every action was impeccable and perfect. If Eilonir was the ultimate politeness, then the male elf in front of him was the ultimate elegance. Even the simple action of drinking made him look very charming. If Horn was a woman, Horn might also be captured by him. You guessed it right. Horn already knew his answer in his heart. This is indeed. You guessed wrong. I am not on the same side as that vampire. It is obvious that your strength has not passed his test. Otherwise, there is no need for you to go to the forsaken land of God. Horn frowned. The conversation with the Elf King reminded him of the first conversation with Ian Parker. He could not grasp the other party's clue at all. He didn't know what the other party wanted to express to him. Stuart's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. "I'm telling you this just to tell you that I know you well, and this is to pave the way for what's next." "What's next? What exactly do you want to say, your majesty?" Horn finally couldn't help but ask. He hated this kind of mysterious conversation. Stuart flicked the cup in his hand with his fingers, and a light green light spread out from the mouth of the cup. As the light spread, the palace became brighter little by little. While Horn was stunned, Stuart had disappeared from the throne and appeared right in front of Horn, still holding the cup in his left hand. He put his right hand on Horn's shoulder, bent down slightly, put his face close to Horn's face, and said, "I want to make a deal with you." Chapter 99. Horn took a step back and got rid of Stuart's hand. Why would the Elf King, the master of the Black Forest, want to make a deal with him? Perhaps in some remote small towns, Horn might be considered a master now, but the person on the other side is not the chief priest of a small town. He is the Elf King. He is one of the few big figures on this continent. What can Horn trade with him? If he likes something of Horn, he can just rob it directly. There is no need to make any special deal with Horn. Retracting his palm, Stuart began to walk slowly around Horn, taking a sip of wine from time to time. The wine in the small wine glass seemed endless. 20 years ago, a yellow-skinned human came to the Black Forest. He traded a meditation method and a sacrificial staff from me. In return, he helped us solve some problems. Yellow-skinned human, meditation method, sacrificial staff. Horn's brain began to work at high speed. Isn't there only one person who meets that characteristic? You know his name without me telling you, Horn. Stuart looked at Horn with interest. Horn uttered a few words stiffly. Douglas. King. He had long speculated that old Douglas had come to the Black Forest and obtained something here, but he did not expect that it was directly traded with the Elf King. And you? Stuart pointed at Horn's chest with his white and slender fingers and said softly, "And you are his disciple. Someone told me that you have something that our elves need, so I want to make a deal with you." "So what do you want from me?" Horn said to Stuart with a low head. He had brought up old Douglas, so what else could Horn say? And to be honest, in other people's territory, as long as it was not against the principle, Horn would follow his will. After all, even the golden armored guard who brought Horn in just now could kill Horn and others by himself, and Horn did not have the confidence to be tough. Stuart drank the wine in the glass, and the empty glass was filled up little by little in Horn's eyes. "Power. The high priest told me that you have something that can enhance the strength of the elves, and I am very interested in it." He looked at Horn very sincerely, and was obviously very sure that Horn could definitely give him what he wanted. Power? Horn was very puzzled. Did he have something that could enhance the strength of the elves? Then why didn't he know it? The Elf King in front of him could easily crush Horn to death with just one finger, so what could he rely on Horn to enhance? What does he want? Stuart smiled as he watched Horn frowning and thinking but couldn't come up with an answer. After waiting for a while, he reminded him softly, "If the High Priest says you have it, you must have it. I've seen you seem to be able to cast some strange spells, such as vines and your lightning, but the wild witches I heard about don't have that ability. Douglas is also such a wild witch, but I just thought he was an exception at first. But when I saw you, I knew that it seemed to be a skill that could be popularized. That's what I want. Magic. What he wants is magic." Horn let out a long breath. If it is magic, he has nothing to worry about. If he wants it, just give it to him. Anyway, Horn had no intention of hiding the method of practicing magic. After all, magic is no longer a secret thing. Every time they see a wild witch along the way, they will give them a few books. If the Elf King is willing, it is very easy to get the basic manual of magic. If the Elf King cannot learn magic, it will not affect Horn and his men. Even if they learn it, it will only strengthen the power of magic. Horn was very open-minded about this. However, what surprised Horn was that, according to the outside world, the elves also had gods. It was fine if they did not discriminate against wild witches, but now they had to learn the knowledge of wild witches. This made Horn confused. According to what he had observed along the way, the gods worshipped by the elves seemed to be very different from the gods of the outside world. The elves would not sing praises to the gods everywhere, and the power in their bodies did not seem to come from the gods. Even the sacrifice was to a big tree. Horn thought a lot, but it only took a short while. With a plan in mind, he nodded to Stuart and said, "I can give you what you want, Your Majesty Stuart. Since you said it's a deal, I wonder what you want to exchange for magic." Old Douglas had made a deal with him 20 years ago, so Horn should be able to get something beneficial to the Wild Witch from the Elf King. This shows the difference between Douglas and Horn. Douglas only thinks about improving his own strength, while Horn thinks about improving the overall strength of the Wild Witches as soon as he has the opportunity. "Do you call your kind of spell magic? It's the devil's spell." "Even if it's the devil's spell, I have to get it." Stuart turned into a pile of leaves and disappeared in front of Horn. Horn looked at the throne and saw that he was already sitting lazily on the throne. "It's not what I want to exchange, but what do you want from me? Exchange what I want for what you want. This is an equal transaction, as long as you don't ask for too much." Horn smiled bitterly to himself. In this way, he could at most get something of equal value to magic from the Elf King, and he couldn't take advantage. But he hadn't planned to ask the Elf King Lion for a big price. Besides, can the value of magic really be measured? Horn thought for a while, and said to Stuart solemnly, "If possible, I want the method of making the sacrificial staff." "You want this?" Stuart asked Horn in surprise. "It's not because the value is too high, but because it's too low." He is a very practical person. The sacrificial staff is useless except that the elves can use it to communicate with the world tree. And they only need 4. No matter how many there are in the outside world, it doesn't matter to them at all. Horn nodded slightly to show his affirmation. It is obviously worthwhile to exchange a thing that is intended to be spread for the method of making a staff that allows wild witches to cast spells continuously. Stuart laughed and said to Horn, "You can make another request." Horn hesitated for a while and said to him, "If there are wild witches passing through the Black Forest again, please don't make things difficult for the elves if they don't break the rules of the Black Forest." Chapter 100. The Elf King was stunned. The young man's request seemed to have no benefit to him. The method of making the sacrificial scepter he wanted was obviously for others, as he already had one. The scepter would not be damaged for hundreds of years due to the material, which was enough for a young man like him to use. And asking the elves to take care of the wild witches, who came and went in the Black Forest, would not benefit him. Stuart chuckled and agreed to Horn's request. Being a little kinder to the wild witch was just a matter of a word from him. Since the deal was reached, Horn had to pay Stuart for the goods. After all, he was the one with a lower status in this deal. Since Horn was in a weak position, it was of course because Horn took out the magic practice method first. Horn asked Stuart for paper and pen, and he wanted to write down the basic magic manual on the spot. In fact, he had a ready-made basic magic manual in his arms, but there were very shameful words left by Horn on it. Although Horn did not find much influence from the gods in the Black Forest, the basic manual said that the gods would eventually fall. If the Elf King found out, he might kill him. Writing this kind of thing again, Horn had become familiar with it. He finished writing all the basic things in less than half an hour. Because the meditation method that took up the most content was taken from the elves, Horn did not need to write it in. When Horn started writing, Stuart just drank a little wine and smiled at Horn. He would personally verify what Horn gave him, and Angelina beside him could see into people's minds, much stronger than Ian. When she exerted her full strength, she could even vaguely sense some specific ideas. Stuart picked up the paper full of words and studied it while scratching his chin. Horn rubbed his hands and waited for the Elf King's reply. He only wrote the knowledge that had been circulated before. As for some special magic and the high-level magic left by old Douglas, he did not reveal anything. He closed his eyes and stood quietly for a while, then slowly stretched out his hand. Horn was shocked to feel that the power in Stuart was gathering in his palm. The way it gathered was the fireball spell, but wasn't it too wasteful to use this energy to release the fireball spell? The flame gradually condensed, and finally condensed into a fireball that was even bigger than Horn. He actually completed the engraving of the fireball spell magic circle in the sea of consciousness in such a short time. And what on earth was this big and unreasonable fireball? Horn said it was hard to accept. Sty dispersed the fireball in his hand. He didn't like this kind of purely destructive spell. He liked powerful and elegant things. It was better not to have fire in the Black Forest. However, he was very satisfied with the things he traded with Horn. The fighting methods of the elves were relatively simple. At least a few more spells could save the elves some trouble. After the verification, he was very satisfied and whispered a few words to Angelina beside him. The elf turned into a green light and flew out. After a while, it pouted and held a scroll and threw it into Horn's hand. He still remembered that this human wanted to refuse to go to the Elf King's court. Horn was extremely respectful on the surface, but he also had some resentment towards this elf in his heart. What the hell was it that he put a bomb on someone just because he didn't agree with him? As soon as he thought about it, Angelina glared at Horn again. All the transactions were completed, and Stuart was in no mood to chat with Horn anymore, so he asked a golden-armored elf to send Horn out. Jim was still waiting there, constantly soothing the skylark beside him to prevent it from jumping around without being rude in a place like the King's City. Horn saw that Jim was a little more relaxed. During the time he was alone with the Elf King, his back was covered with cold sweat. Horn was at a loss when he came into contact with a high-ranking person. It was much more uncomfortable than asking him to fight. On the surface, Stuart seemed to be polite to Horn, but that was based on the premise that Horn was respectful enough. If he showed even a little disrespect, the Elf King might kill him. It was more relaxing for Horn to be in contact with people like Jim. Horn secretly made up his mind to try not to contact these big shots until he really had the confidence to talk to them. He had had enough of the days when he was unable to control the situation. When he really had the confidence, he would become a big shot. When Horn was tied to Yunke by Ian, he was still thinking firmly. In the dark of the royal court, two figures looked at Horn's embarrassed appearance tied to Yunke and laughed secretly. One sounded like a silver bell, and the other sounded like a barbell. They were two elves, a boy and a girl, who were still in childhood. "Is that a human? It's really interesting," the girl said with a chuckle as she watched Horn go away, but she was only slightly interested in something she had never seen before. The boy pouted and said, "What's so good about humans? They're just low-level species." The boy couldn't help looking in Horn's direction even though he said that. He was actually eager to see the human world. "Okay, my two princes, stop being lazy here, you have to start your classes." The tall elf maid grabbed the collars of the two little guys and dragged them away amid their resistance. Watching Horn leave the Elf King's court, an elf in a simple white robe slowly walked from the dark to Stuart's side. There seemed to be a green starry sky in his eyes. "King, is your deal with that humble human really meaningful? This kind of joke-like power is not what you should use at all." Stuart sank into the chair, not showing the elegance he had when he was negotiating the deal with Horn. "Ulysses, you know better than me that we don't have much time left. If we don't try our best to become stronger, we will become bait for those greedy guys. Besides, didn't you tell me that he has an opportunity that can make us stronger? Then you don't have to make a deal with him in person. Besides, we still have 300 years. Stuart tilted his head and looked at the elf's extremely beautiful eyes and said seriously, "For this crisis that can be seen directly, how can we not make sufficient efforts? As long as it can tilt the scale a little towards us, I will try it, and, for us, is 300 years a long time." Chapter 101. During the short flight, Horn's brain was working at high speed. Although the negotiation with the Elf King was always tense, Horn still gained something. The first one was naturally the scroll he held tightly in his hand. The technology recorded in it was enough to make the wild witches stronger as a whole. It is not obvious now, because the strength of the wild witches is still very low, and a small wooden stick is enough. But when the second person who can cast the fourth ring magic appears in their team, this scroll will play a significant role. Even though Enoch can only use second level magic now, the consumption of the stick is not as severe as that of third level magic, but frequently changing the stick also caused great trouble for his casting. Once all the wild witches are equipped with new staffs, it will be much more comfortable, if not stronger. In addition, Stuart's huge fireball also benefited Horn a lot. He suddenly realized many things he had overlooked before. He only used the two super useful technologies left by Old Douglas, the decomposition and combination of magic circles, and the spell language of magic circles, to study some boring spells. It is true that the spell he just completed can be regarded as a spell that all wild witches must learn once they reach a certain level. But his thinking has always been biased. The first thought that flashed through his mind when he saw Stuart's big fireball was that as long as the magic power was sufficient, even a low-level magic circle could achieve the effect of high-level magic. He had already applied this idea, but he had never paid attention to it. You know, there are strengthening runes in the decomposition and combination of Old Douglas's magic circle, so developing advanced magic is not just about developing new spells. You can also add enhanced runes to low-level magic in a very simple way. It was just a blind spot before. The big sparrow fluttered its wings and landed at the door of the inn. Horn walked to his room with the method of making the sacrificial scepter given to him by the Elf King in his hand. Although he found a way to develop advanced magic, Horn did not start trying it immediately. He had more important things to do, creating a new staff. Compared with this, other research can stand aside. Horn and his team cannot leave the Elf King's city for the time being. They can only leave after Stuart has fully verified that there is no problem with what Horn gave them. So there is plenty of time to conduct research. But Horn has one more thing to deal with before officially starting the research. Luke officially became a magician, and his progress is a bit fast. Horn needs to give some guidance. First, Horn asked Luke to depict the magic circle in his sea of consciousness. It is a magic circle based on the 8-pointed star. This is another type Horn has never seen before. He closed his eyes and tried to engrave Luke's magic circle in the sea of consciousness. It was similar to Annie's summoning technique, and he couldn't even concentrate slightly. Horn found that if the ability awakened by the wild witches was to directly mobilize the power of elements, other magicians would have a high probability of learning it. And some more special magics are rarely learned by people, and the more bizarre it is, the harder it is for people to learn it. Like summoning, vine magic, and Enoch's illusion. Although Horn could learn Enoch's illusion, he learned it in a very strange way. Annie couldn't learn it at all. She couldn't even make a basic attempt, but she could try all the elemental magic. Even if it couldn't be formed in the end due to the compatibility, she could at least try to engrave the magic circle. Speaking of which, the strangest ability Horn encountered was the ability of the smiley face in the city of Leon. He couldn't see what the smiley face's ability was. I don't know what happened to the people who stayed in Leon City, Smiley, Marshmallow, and Stone. Horn said to Luke with a sigh. When he first saw the wild witches in Leon City, he never thought that he would lead them to the god-forsaken land. These few short months seemed to have passed for a long time, and Horn was a little different from the beginning. Smiley? Luke said inexplicably. Who is Smiley? Horn's smile froze for a moment. Luke's words ruined the atmosphere. It's the one wearing a smiley mask, who has no sense of existence. You were all companions at the beginning, so you should remember it better than me. Luke thought about it carefully, and shook his head with certainty. I am sure there is no such person as Smiley. Only Stone and Marshmallow stayed in Leon City. When I first met you, there were 14 of us in total. I remember everyone very clearly. I remember it very clearly. 14 people. Horn felt a chill rushing from his feet to his head. He said goodbye to Luke hastily, and asked each which one by one. Everyone's answer was similar. They had never seen this smiling face. As if Horn himself had remembered it wrongly, Enoch was still laughing. Did Horn see the Elf King being hit, so his memory was wrong? But as a fourth-ring magician, Horn believed in his memory very much. Although the smiling face only existed in Horn's own memory. Sitting in a chair and thinking hard for a long time, Horn still couldn't figure out what the meaning of the smiling face was, and what kind of impact it would have in the future. He shook his head helplessly. It was useless to think about what had happened several months ago. Even if there was something wrong with Smiley, it was impossible for him to have been following them for several months. Forcing Smiley out of his mind, Horn began to study the method of making the sacrificial scepter. First, the main material, the branches that naturally fell off the world tree. Very good, this cannot be obtained. Horn gritted his teeth and looked at the next item. The crystal core of the 9th level magic beast. Is this what the elves call the magic crystal of the magic beast? I've learned a lot. What the hell? Horn was swinging the scroll. Isn't this just teasing? He finally calmed down and continued to watch. After coating the magic beast crystal core with the elves' special glue, Horn's expression eased a little. The material for this glue is quite easy to find. Then he used the elves' innate spell to make branches and trunks wrap around the magic crystal. The elves' innate spell. Horn threw the scroll on the ground and stepped on it hard. Where can he get the elves' innate spell? The last step is to soak the prepared monster crystal core in a special potion, soak it for a day, and then take it out to dry. Horn was so upset that he collapsed on the chair. This is really a simple and clear production method. I thought I made a profit when I got it. It must be an illusion. Chapter 102. The only things that are easy to work with on this scroll are the special glue and the special potion. For example, the materials for the special potion used to soak the staff are moko grass and the juice of red pomegranate. Wait, Horn suddenly realized that this formula is similar to the formula they usually use to soak the small wooden stick staff. So, did the original Old Douglas already know how to sacrifice the staff? But this idea was extinguished by Horn again. It was just similar, not exactly the same. It was probably an incomplete version of the formula that Old Douglas got through some channels. The small staff inlaid with magic crystals was probably Douglas' attempt. Speaking of Douglas' attempt, it seems that the material used in the small staff is not as exaggerated as the world tree trunk. Thinking of this, Horn suddenly realized that what he wanted to make was not a staff that could be used unlimitedly like the sacrificial staff. It was just a substitute for those small wooden sticks that the wild witches could use as much as they wanted. This sacrificial staff might be able to withstand even the 9th ring magic, but at this stage, the wild witches only had one second ring Enoch besides him. He didn't need to get the crystal core of a level 9 magic beast. For Yin and the others, isn't the magic crystal of a level 1 magic beast combined with ordinary walnut wood enough? As for using the elves' innate spell to wrap the magic crystal with wood, couldn't Luke try it? As soon as he thought of it, Horn found a slightly thicker walnut stick, and then took out a magic crystal of a level 1 magic beast. This was dug out from the body of a level 1 magic beast they found in the yard near Mom and City, and it was just right for experiments. But the materials for making glue and soaking potions still need to be bought. So Horn found Jim, and asked him to accompany him to the elf market to see if he could buy these materials. Enoch and Annie also expressed their interest in what the elf market sells. Fortunately, the currency used by the elves is also human gold coins, so Horn still has a lot of money in his hands, and doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay for things when he sells them. The elves will trade with merchants from outside, but they will transport them into the Black Forest themselves. They never allow large-scale caravans to enter. However, the elves don't actually need much from the outside world, and they can be completely self-sufficient. The three people couldn't stop sighing when they saw the exquisite buildings of the Elf King City from a close distance. Almost every room has its own style, which blends together without looking abrupt. Of course, many buildings are just bright on the outside, and there are many houses that are uncomfortable to live in for the sake of beautiful appearance. Horn didn't know these. Most of the few pedestrians on the street were dressed in gorgeous clothes. Although most of them were flashy styles, they were really beautiful. Anne's eyes almost popped out stars. Especially the exquisite jewelry on them, which made Horn feel ashamed. He secretly took off the first magic ring he made and put it in his pocket to avoid being laughed at by the elves. However, given the elves' style, if there were robbers, they would probably make a lot of money by robbing a few residents. Thinking of this, Horn laughed again. What kind of blind robber dared to come to the elves to steal? Throwing a piece can hit the Elf King's court of 10 extraordinary people. A team of elves wearing full black armor walked silently on the street. One of the elves, who was over 2 meters tall, was very conspicuous. She was Emily Chinchow. This team of elves was the reserve black prison army that was about to go to the Deadwood Forest to suppress the evil spirits. That was the battlefield where one could risk their lives. Compared with the war with humans, it was nothing but a minor fight. This was the punishment from the Elf King. But Emily did not resist too much. The high-intensity battle could paralyze her nerves and make her temporarily forget her hatred for humans. If she were to serve as a forest patroller again, she would probably not be able to control herself. Her father, mother, lover, brothers, and sisters, her entire village were slaughtered. The murderer was a human. Is there any hatred stronger than this? Yes, that is, every dead relative was slaughtered in front of her. She hates humans. Suddenly, her eyes swept across several figures, Jim Qingyuan, and 3 humans. Those 3 humans caused her to lose her patroller position and be punished by the Elf King. They walked swaggeringly on the land of the elves, and Jim was respectful to them. This is shame. She suddenly broke away from the team, and strode to Horn with murderous intent in her eyes. But she didn't say anything to Horn. She just stood in front of Horn and glared at him. Because of the order of the Elf King, even if Emily wanted to chop Horn into meat paste in her heart, she would not rashly do it on the street. What else do you want to do? You know they are guests invited by the Elf King. Go back quickly, and don't make your guilt worse. Jim tiptoed and patted Emily on the shoulder, not wanting her to do anything irrational. After all, just a few days ago, Jim was still her subordinate. I want to duel with you. Emily pointed at Horn's nose with her arm slightly tilted downward, and said loudly. You are also a transcendent. I believe you will not refuse my duel. Horn was silent. You said you want me to duel, so I will duel with you? Who do you think you are? Don't be silly. This is the Elf King city. They are guests invited by His Majesty. Hey, those are the Black Prison Army over there. Shouldn't you go to the Deadwood Forest as soon as possible? Why are you still wasting time here? Jim said to the black-armored elves standing next to him. Indeed, their mission was to go to the Deadwood Forest to fight those filthy things, not to duel with people here. The captain of the Black Prison Army came out and grabbed Emily's arm to take her back to the team. Emily, who was at the 4th level, was completely powerless to fight back against this captain. Horn felt an extraordinary pressure from him. This elf was a great master. However, there are many masters in the Elf King city, such as the old man in a white robe standing by and watching. Horn couldn't figure out his background. Although Emily couldn't resist, she kept shouting angrily, We have been fighting against humans for thousands of years. They are our enemies. When can humans walk around in the Elf King city? When will the elves be convicted because of a lowly human? He is at least a 4th level transcendent, and I have the right to challenge him to a duel. Since he can walk on the streets of the royal city, he should also abide by the rules of the elves. I will not accept seeing them walking happily on the streets of the elves. I would like to ask everyone present. Do you want to help humans escape the duel, or help your compatriots complete the duel? Chapter 103. The captain of the Black Prison Army let go of Emily's hand when she was halfway through her words. The corners of his mouth curled up under his black mask, and he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if he let Emily teach this human a lesson and vent his anger. He said to Jim contemptuously, It is the right of every elf to initiate a duel. As long as she doesn't evade her responsibilities as a member of the Black Prison Army, I won't hinder her duel. Jim was suddenly speechless. He found that the elves watching him looked at him with some hostility. Their hostility towards humans was driven by Emily. Hey, I say, you didn't ask for my opinion. In the tense atmosphere, Horn suddenly spoke loudly, covering up all the arguments. He was already a little impatient listening to the two sides talking back and forth. A duel is a matter for both sides, right? What are you outsiders arguing about? He glanced coldly at the crowd, and he could see that all the elves disliked him. But as Jim said, they were guests invited by the Elf King. These elves couldn't do anything to Horn, so what was he afraid of? I refuse this duel. Since she has the right to initiate a duel, I also have the right to refuse. After saying that, Horn turned around and was about to leave. He still had a lot of research to do, so how could he have the time to play house with this crazy woman? Whether he won or lost, these elves would not look good to him. If he lost, Emily, this crazy woman, might kill him regardless of the consequences. If he won, Horn could not kill her. Horn did not want to participate in this kind of duel. You coward. Shit, I heard that you wild witches are the rats that everyone wants to kill in the human world. If you are all cowards like you deserve to be tied to the stake and burned to death. Emily cursed at Horn, and the dirty words came one after another. Enoch's forehead was bulging with veins, and Annie held Horn's fist tightly. Horn let out a long breath. He couldn't bite back after being bitten by a dog. His ability was to give wild witches an equal status in Ceylon, not to fight bravely in such a meaningless place. If Horn was provoked in the past, he would have turned around and fought Emily, but after the incomprehensible test conducted by Eilonir, he has been trying to control his emotions. Although he sneered at the vampire's test and his evaluation, he still cared a little in his heart. But Horn was shocked to find that he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The elves on the street surrounded Horn and his friends fiercely, with anger and contempt in their eyes. It seemed that if Horn didn't agree to the duel request, he wouldn't be able to leave the street at all. Horn looked back at Emily, with a slight electric light flashing in his left eye. Looking at the sinister smile in her eyes, Horn suddenly realized that the reason why she spoke so loudly was not only to vent her anger and persuade the black-armored captain. It also aroused the hatred of the elves watching towards humans. Now the situation was that Horn couldn't help but duel with her. Horn suddenly chuckled twice, but it was good this way. He was just about to give this crazy woman a good beating. He walked slowly to Emily, looked up in her face, and said, "I accept this duel. The time is now, and you decide the location." There was no fear in Horn's eyes, only confidence. He was not so confident as to say that he was invincible at the same level, nor did he expect to challenge and win against opponents of higher levels. After being crushed in the challenge to Elijah, Horn had given up the idea of such a thing. But Horn still had his own pride. If Angelina hadn't come suddenly last time, Emily would have been burned to charcoal by him. He refused to duel, just because it was troublesome. Did he think he was really afraid of her? Seeing Horn agreed, Emily finally stopped cursing and said to Horn loudly, "There is a duel arena nearby. If you are brave enough, come here." She turned and walked to the street next to her, and Horn followed her silently. The duel arena was indeed very close, and it only took a short walk to reach it. The elves who were watching on the street also followed. It didn't take long for them to surround this huge circular venue, with a diameter of about 50 meters. Duels are very popular among the elves, and those who avoid duels are considered cowards. Since elves rarely have large-scale destructive moves, their duel arenas are not designed to be too large. 50 meters is enough to deal with most battles. Horn adjusted her black robe and put on her hood. In battle, Horn likes to hide herself in a black robe, which makes her thinking clearer in battle. The two stood at the two ends of the duel arena, and the captain of the Black Prison Army acted as the referee to read out the duel rules. The rules are basically that you cannot use poison, you cannot harm the opponent's life, and you lose if you lose consciousness or are knocked out of the duel. Emily has taken off her cool black armor, revealing her tall and slender figure. The black armor must be worn to save your life in a chaotic battle, and it greatly affects your movements. Emily has fought with Horn before, and knows that Horn has some powerful spells. Losing speed to face him is simply courting death. On the contrary, staying light is the only way to defeat Horn. Everyone outside the field was cheering for Emily. Enoch and Annie were probably the only ones who supported Horn. Even Jim might have hoped that Emily would win. Horn held the sacrificial staff tightly. This was his first time to fight a formal battle with the sacrificial staff. He couldn't lose. He could cast magic without any obstacles. There was no reason for him to lose to a 4th level elf. Emily looked at the sacrificial staff in Horn's hand and said sarcastically, "It's ironic that the sacrificial staff of our tribe is used as a weapon by someone like you. You are not qualified to hold it at all." Horn ignored his taunting. He had already entered a fighting state. Everything was aimed at defeating the opponent. He would only fight back verbally when he had knocked the opponent down. The referee gave the order to start the duel. Horn said to Emily indifferently, "You could attack at any time." Emily's face darkened. This lowly human actually looked down on her so much that he let her attack first. In that case, let's do as he said. It would be better if he died immediately after failing to resist. Emily took off the longbow behind her, and there was a sharp blade on the back of the bow. This was both her long-range weapon and her melee weapon. She quickly put her hand behind her, took out an arrow, bent the bow and shot it out. The arrow with green energy attached to it shot towards Horn at a high speed. Chapter 104. The arrow flew towards Horn with amazing power, but Horn was not panicked at all. He had already prepared a way to deal with it. When he saw Emily carrying a longbow on her back in the forest, he knew that Emily was good at long-range attacks, so he released the mist to block her vision. But it didn't mean that Horn would be helpless against her arrows if he didn't block her vision. He stretched out his left hand, and the arrow carrying powerful energy was deflected before it touched Horn's hand. The arrow that was deflected shot towards the ground a few meters behind Horn's left, and the entire arrow body pierced deeply into the hard rock ground, showing how powerful this arrow was. But no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be useless if it missed. The elves outside the field all looked at Horn in confusion. They didn't know how Horn blocked Emily's arrow. Because Horn's hand was clearly empty, the captain of the Black Prison Army, who acted as the referee, frowned. He vaguely sensed that there was something in Horn's hand, but he didn't know what it was. Among the people present, only the old elf in white robe and Enoch and knew what was in front of Horn. It was a transparent circular shield as high as Horn. The reason why and Enoch could find it was because this transparent shield was similar to the magic hand of the black dog Terry, both of which were magic formed by pure magic power. So although they saw this magic for the first time, they could still see what was in Horn's hand once they used magic power to observe. As for the old man in white robe, it was purely because of his powerful strength that he could see Horn's method. This shield is a 3-ring magic newly developed by Horn, called a magic shield. The magic circle has no inner pattern. It is directly composed of a ring with various runes. It cannot exist all the time and wrap the whole body like the magic shield of the insect wizard Link, nor can it have the effect of blowing people away like the North Wind Holy Artifact. But it also has its own advantages. The consumption of magic power is very small, the shield area can be large or small, and the upper limit is still above the third ring and close to the fourth ring. It only needs to be cast once, and the magic power will be stored in the hand and can be condensed into a shield with the magician's mind. The duration is 10 minutes, but these 10 minutes can be used in batches. Enoch pointed at the magic shield in Horn's hand and said with a big mouth, "When did he learn that magic?" "This is the first time I see him use it." Annie shook her head slightly. It was the first time she saw it. The prototype of this magic was actually the transparent shield that Horn used to resist the lightning of the Lightning Clan when they encountered the Lightning Clan. It was not until they were about to reach the Black Forest that Horn really completed this magic. Since there was no basic magic reference, Horn could only construct this magic with pure magic power, which took him a lot of time, but the cost was worth it, as it gave Horn the power to protect himself. And because it was a magic composed of pure magic power, any wizard could learn it as long as he had enough magic power. Of course, Horn was the only one who met the requirements. In the first battle, Emily almost lost to Horn. She thought it was because of her carelessness, but when Horn easily blocked her arrow infused with power, she realized that Horn, whom she had always regarded as a rookie, was not easy to deal with. But she would not regret it even if it was difficult to deal with. She just came to fight with Horn. Winning or losing was not a consideration. Horn did not give her time to sigh. His fighting style was always to attack with magic, like a storm, and take away the opponent. While Emily was stunned, Horn had already used his usual magic. Second ring magic water mist. The entire area of about 30 meters in the center of the dual field was covered by a thick fog. The reason why it was 30 meters instead of 20 meters was because the sacrificial scepter had a great blessing effect on magic. Although this was the first time to fight with the sacrificial staff, Horn had done some research on the staff in private. The amplification of magic came from the magic crystal of the 9th level monster on the top of the staff, which the elves call the crystal core. The crystal core of the 9th level monster contained powerful energy. In the process of releasing magic through the staff, even if the crystal core only released a trace of energy, it would be a powerful blessing for Horn's magic. The crystal core of the monster, even if all the energy in it is exhausted, will slowly recover, and the energy consumed by Horn is not worth mentioning at all. The crystal core has a very powerful energy, and the priests and wizards actually know it, but they don't know how to use the energy in the crystal core. The elves use it to make sacrificial scepters, which is a very advanced use. As an elf warrior, Emily did not panic in the thick fog. Instead, she rushed to the direction where Horn was in her memory. Since the long-range attack would be blocked, she would just attack at close range. The sharp blade on the longbow was designed for close-range attacks. Her speed combined with the sharp blade on her longbow was enough to threaten any opponent with weak defense. However, the fog limited her speed, making her afraid to move forward quickly and unable to avoid danger. In fact, Horn was just doing it by accident. Emily's biggest advantage was not her archery, but her speed. But even if she didn't dare to use the maximum speed, her speed was much faster than Horn's. She was afraid that if she went too slowly, Horn would move to another position, making it impossible for her to find her opponent. In her memory, Horn's physical fitness was not very good, so he couldn't run far in a short time, but she couldn't run to Horn. She couldn't see clearly in the thick fog, but Horn was different. She had just taken a few steps when a small fireball flew out. Emily moved a few steps to the side to avoid it. This fireball allowed her to determine Horn's position, but at this time, a big fireball with scorching energy flew towards her. This time she couldn't avoid it. Emily hurriedly gathered energy on the longbow and took Horn's big fireball. The flame exploded, and Emily was caught off guard and was directly hit out of the range of the thick fog by the impact. Several small blisters were burned on her arms by the high temperature, but this had no effect on her combat effectiveness. Horn sighed secretly. The 3rd and 4th levels are different. Reeves was almost killed when he took Horn's fireball. But Emily was only burned with some blisters when facing the amplified fireball. Horn's mouth curled up in the thick fog. If the 3rd level magic doesn't work, can the 4th level magic not deal with you? A light green light swept over, and the water mist was dispersed directly. The smile on Horn's face stopped abruptly. Chapter 105. It was not Emily who dispelled the water mist. Horn was very sure of this. She did not have similar abilities, and if she did, she would not have been nearly burned to death by Horn in the forest. But Horn did not need to look for it. He knew who dispelled his water mist. It was the old elf in white robe who had been watching from the side. Horn's eyes flashed with lightning, and he looked at the old elf angrily. Can the duel of the elves be interfered with at will? The old man snorted at Horn and said, I am just watching your duel for fun, but if you let your attack spread to places outside the duel field, I will not let you go even if you are a guest of the Elf King. It turned out that after Horn's small fireball was dodged by Emily, it flew straight out of the arena and almost ignited a building on the edge. If the old man hadn't taken action, the fire would have already started. After extinguishing Horn's fireball, he stomped his feet fiercely, and a green energy wave swept across the duel arena, directly dispersing Horn's water mist, and then said to Horn. Horn frowned. His attack could indeed fly out of the arena, but if it was just because of this, it would be enough to tell him? There was no need to deliberately dispel his water mist. This old man is very powerful. Although he is certainly not as strong as Eilonir and the Elf King, he is at least as strong as Ilya. So even if his purpose is not pure, Horn will not turn a deaf ear to his warning. But isn't it bullying to ask a fire mage not to expand the damage range outside the venue? Horn still wanted to argue with the old man a little, but he suddenly thought of something, so he smiled and bowed to the old man to agree to this request. Emily grinned at Horn. She was at a disadvantage in the short time when the battle broke out just now. If the elder did not take action, she might not be able to hold on for long. She had no ill feelings towards the elders for interfering with the duel and giving her an advantage, and only regarded it as help from her compatriots. After all, if she won, she had no intention of following the rules and letting Horn die alive. She would even be happier if the elders helped her more openly. Without the obstacle of the fog, Emily's speed reached the extreme, and she was almost out of sight. In this state, many of Horn's spells lost their effect, because she moved too fast and often changed directions, and Horn's lightning and fireballs could not reach her at all. Moreover, she often launched harassing attacks to disrupt Horn's attack steps. Soon the situation reversed, and Horn was suppressed by Emily. Horn released a magic shield in each hand, and the two shields formed a circle with his hands. Only in this way could he withstand Emily's intensive attacks like a storm. This also made it impossible for him to distract himself and use other powerful spells. Emily attacked while brewing a more powerful attack. Although she could not do anything to Horn, who was like a tortoiseshell, in her opinion, Horn was just struggling to death. How long can passive defense resist a master of the same level? After a stalemate, Emily was finally ready and jumped away from Horn. She took out a relatively thick arrow from the quiver behind her and shot it at Horn. The emerald green energy drew a dazzling trajectory at the arrowhead. This arrow was not something that the magic shield could resist. Horn immediately made a judgment, put his two hands together, and the two layers of shields blocked Emily's arrow. The magic power on the shield and the energy on the arrow collided violently. There was a clear cracking sound, and Horn's shield was broken, but Emily's arrow also stopped. Horn blocked it, but at this time Emily had already jumped high and swung the sharp longbow at Horn's head. A flash of lightning flashed in Horn's left eye, and he also locked onto Emily at this moment. In the previous high-speed battle, Horn had no way to cast a spell on Emily, but now he had time. Horn's eyes radiated confusing colors, and Emily in midair seemed to have instantly entered a bizarre world, a world full of blocks of various colors, and the space was constantly twisting. She suddenly used the power in her body to escape from Horn's illusion, but at this time, she couldn't help vomiting. Horn slightly turned his body to avoid her vomit. Then his left eye became bright, and countless two-ring lightning rushed to Emily's body. Frankly speaking, even when facing an enemy, Horn felt a little guilty for electrocuting a pretty woman who was vomiting. And a little disgusting. After all, no matter how beautiful a woman is, the vomit she produces will not be beautiful and fragrant, not to mention that Emily is not beautiful except for her face. It's not like he only knows how to use fire spells. If he only uses lightning spells, it will have some impact on his strength, but the impact is not big. After a while, Emily came out of that state with a pale face. The energy in her body kept counteracting Horn's lightning. The electric shock had an effect on her, but it was not very serious. She roared at Horn fiercely, "You!" Poof! Vomit! She had just vomited out all the food in her stomach, and now she was just vomiting the acid in her stomach. Horn threw another illusion. Reeves could survive a wave of illusions, let alone Emily, who was at the 4th level. The dazzling electric current continued to bombard, and Horn continued to beat the drowned dog. Guilt aside, fighting is fighting. An enemy without fighting power is a good enemy. While electrocuting Emily, Horn chanted the spell of lightning. He was afraid that the 4th ring magic would kill Emily in one go, which would be difficult to explain. As soon as the lightning was released from the staff, Emily was picked up by the captain of the Black Prison Army, who acted as the referee. He blocked Horn's lightning with one hand, and a cold voice came from under the black mask in the flash of lightning. She gave up. I didn't lose. You let me down, a mere human. She was knocked unconscious by the captain before she could finish. Even in a coma, her face still showed hatred for humans and Horn. Horn was very familiar with that hatred. He heard that old Douglas was killed in this way. Even if he was punished to serve in a place that was not a good place at first glance, even if he risked being punished more severely, he would still attack Horn. Even the hostile Horn could see this hatred. But what does it matter? The life of them wild witches is not easy. The enemy is the enemy. If she wants to trouble him again next time, she must be killed as long as the conditions permit. Chapter 106. After giving Horn a cold snort, the captain of the Black Prison Army took Emily away from the duel. There was no reward for the winner, and no punishment for the winner. This was a meaningless battle under coercion. Although Horn won the duel, the elves around him looked at him with even more contempt. Even more contemptuous than the previous look at cowards and enemies. The elves have their own duel culture. Those who refuse to duel will be regarded as cowards, and those who use tricks in a duel will be regarded as sinister villains. Although they didn't understand the method of making Emily vomit, and it didn't violate the rules, it didn't prevent them from despising Horn. Horn had finished the duel, but when he looked at the elves around him, he suddenly lost interest in hanging around the elves. Their hatred for humans is reasonable, and the harm done by humans to some elves cannot be erased. These have nothing to do with Horn, and he won't take the blame on himself. And are the elves really just victims? At the same time, he could also be the perpetrator, but he couldn't look at all this with a clear conscience. Humans regarded the wild witches as the most evil aliens, and tried their best to distance themselves from them. But the hatred of aliens towards humans would not disappear because of the identity of the wild witches. This is really a great irony. Elf Palace. Stuart put his left hand on the throne, and put a green fruit like a grape into his mouth with his right hand. He watched the duel between Horn and Emily with great interest. He knew it from the beginning, but did not stop it. He understood Emily's hatred, because he was the one who saved her from the wizard. Although the wizard who made such a crazy sacrifice had been killed by him, he knew that even if he was not a wizard, pure humans could do such beastly actions. Retracting his chaotic thoughts, he stroked his chin and said, "That kid is still holding back. This thing called magic may really have potential." Ulysses, with green eyes, bowed slightly and said respectfully, "King, do you need me to find him and get the things he has hidden?" Stuart stretched out his white and slender fingers and tapped his forehead. "No need. What we have now is enough for us to use. This power is just to make up for our omissions. Speed up the verification. After this kind of thing, it seems that they will not want to stay in the royal city for too long." "Yes, my majesty." Horn took Annie and Enoch directly back to the inn, and all the materials needed to make the staff were purchased by Jim. Anyway, Jim is more familiar with buying items in the royal city than Horn and his friends. Horn insisted on going out by himself before just to expand his knowledge. With complete technology, it is not difficult to make a staff that can be used continuously. The first attempt was successful. Horn was worried that Luke's magic could not be used as the elves' innate spells, but he was totally overthinking. According to Horn's many years of experience in using wooden sticks and staffs, this staff can only withstand the unlimited release of the first ring of magic. As for the second ring of magic, it will still be destroyed after being used too many times. However, it is not difficult to obtain higher grade wood after leaving the elves, and it is not difficult to obtain monster cores if you want. Even though the results are still relatively weak, they have taken the first step in making the staff, and the future is brighter. After teaching Luke the staff and scroll, Horn left to continue his other research. He decided that Luke would make all the staffs in the future. This technology was tailor-made for him, and no one else in his team could do it. In the practice and research day by day, they stayed in the Elf King City for more than 10 days. In these few days, the wild witches also made great gains. First of all, they finally figured out the ability of Luke's green squirrel pet. It was not expected to enhance Luke's strength, speed up the practice, or be cute. Instead, it could produce the seeds Luke needed. Speaking of which, Luke's vine technique was not to directly generate vines out of thin air to tie up the enemy, but to first sprinkle seeds in the land near the enemy, and then quickly give birth to vines. The essence of his magic is to give birth to and control plants, and the vine technique is just an external display. So Luke spent a lot of time looking for suitable plants to cast spells. After all, he couldn't give birth to a watermelon to fight the enemy. In addition, Horn also successfully created a new second ring illusion by adding runes to Enoch's illusion array. The magic power consumed is stronger, but the effect is also stronger. The weird thing is that Horn himself can't practice this spell. It seems that his illusion will go further and further under the weird style of painting. Finally, when the wild witches were about to meditate out mushrooms in the room, the Elf King's steward finally completed the verification of magic. Now Horn and his friends can leave the Black Forest. Perhaps to make up for Emily's previous incident, Stewart asked Jim to send Horn and his friends directly to the border of the Black Forest. Knowing that Horn and his friends were going to the Tidal Mist Swamp, before being tied to the Skylark, Jim briefly told Horn and his friends about the situation of the Tidal Mist Swamp. First of all, the reason why Shiwu Swamp is called Shiwu is because it is covered by thin fog all year round. This fog is not poisonous. If it is poisonous, Shiwu Swamp will be a place of complete death. But there are still many threats in the swamp. First of all, there are mud pits everywhere in the swamp that can trap the whole person, so try not to act alone. And there are many poisonous insects here, so try not to expose too much skin in the swamp. But these are just insignificant dangers of the swamp itself. The real danger comes from the creatures that live in the swamp. Warcraft, cannibalistic humanoids, and the most dangerous, wizards. Places like this where few people go are the favorite places for wizards. If they are unlucky and happen to meet a great wizard, then they will most likely not be able to get out of the Tidal Mist Swamp. After telling Horn and the others what they need to know, the Skylark flapped its wings and flew high, and the group's journey in the Black Forest came to an end. Run! Can't stop! Stop means despair. Kenny kept running, and he was almost unable to move. But he couldn't stop, he just walked out of hell, and he couldn't go back. Absolutely not. Behind him, a dozen slave hunting team members on horseback followed leisurely. They could catch Kenny at any time, but they just followed him to see how long he could run. Chapter 107. Kenny is a wild witch and also a slave. More than a month ago, there was no hope for his life. Until he was bought by a new owner, who called himself Horn Mimholin. He cleared the slave mark on Kenny and released him, and gave him the power to resist fate. But Kenny didn't need this power. He just wanted to find a place to live a stable life, regardless of wild witches or magicians. As long as he was not a slave, he was satisfied. He found a job as a laborer in that city, which was tiring but fulfilling. He also fell in love with a widow living nearby, and they were about to form a new family. As for the so-called basic magic manual requested by Horn, he just found a hidden place to put it away, and never cared about it again. Because his current life was hard one, he didn't want to take the risk of contacting other wild witches. As for everything Horn taught him, he didn't implement it, because a comfortable life was hard one. But this world is not a place where you can live a stable life just because you want one. His fantasy of a better life in the future was completely shattered in just 1 month. Because he was seen by the slave trader who sold him when he was working. Normally, the sale of slaves has nothing to do with the trader. How the slaves are dealt with is the buyer's business, and he will not want to catch the slaves back. But he noticed that the slave mark on Kenny's face had disappeared. The disappearance of the slave mark is more noticeable than the slave escaping itself. Kenny actually found the slave traders, but he naively thought that he didn't need to be afraid of those traders anymore since he was no longer a slave. But he didn't expect that he would be attacked by the slave-catching team under the slave traders that night, in a city that should be absolutely safe. If he hadn't remembered Horn's words and placed a few oak staffs beside the bed, he would have been caught by now. But the fact that he was a wild witch was also exposed. And the slave traders, who were afraid of the church and dared not let go of their pursuit of him, were also exposed. After all, the wild witch would not be protected by the church, and the church even sent people to hunt him down. The life that could see the beautiful future was shattered like a dream bubble. Only then did he realize that the shackles of slaves and wild witches had never disappeared, but he had always turned a blind eye to them. But being a wild witch also has its good points, right? At least this power can allow him to repel the pursuit of the slave owner. Although he is now facing a more crazy attack, the people who have always been submissive and those who have resisted are completely different. But he was only a wild witch of 1 ring after all, and he had no chance of winning against the slave owner's slave-catching team. A second-level warrior, 2 first-level warriors, and a dozen elite cavalry were more than enough to deal with Kenny. Kenny headed towards the direction of Mammon City in a panic. He was almost unable to run. How could a wild witch outrun a horse? If he continued to run, there might be a turnaround. Once he stopped, there would be no hope at all. He ran in front, and the slave owner's slave-catching team rode slowly behind him, shouting as they walked. They even opened a betting to see when Kenny would fall. What was a matter of life and death to Kenny was nothing more than a few gold coins, and a topic of conversation to them. As early as when they turned the first innocent person into a slave, their hearts had already turned black. At this moment, a group of more than 20 gray-robed people with pointed hats were standing on the mound by the roadside, looking out. Standing in the front was an adult man with long red hair under the pointed hat, and a boy of 12 or 13 years old. The boy suddenly reached out and grabbed the corner of the adult man's clothes, pointed his right hand in the direction of Kenny and whispered, "In front, there is a wild witch." The man stretched out his hand and rubbed the boy's hair and said with a smile, "Really? This is good news. How many people are there in total?" "Only the one in the front is a wild witch. The other 3 warriors are 1 level 2 and 2 level 1. The rest are ordinary people." There were no pupils in the boy's eyes, only light blue whites with faint words flashing in them. There was no emotion in his tone and face. The man had known the child for a long time. Soon, the 2 groups met. The staggering Kenny was supported by the gray-robed man, who smiled softly to comfort him. Then he said to the slave-hunting team chasing behind, "Brother, can you give me face and let him go?" "Who are you?" "This is a lost slave of our slave group." "What does it have to do with you?" The gray-robed man glanced at Kenny's face. There was only a slight trace on his cheek, and there was no sign of a slave being a slave. Slaves should have slave marks on their bodies, but this gentleman doesn't have any. The leading second-level warrior said irritably, "If I say yes, then yes, stay out of my business. If he's a slave, can I buy him? Generally, such a weak male slave costs at most 50 gold coins. I give you 60 gold coins. Can you sell him to me?" The gray-robed man's voice was pleasant, and it seemed to have a sense of rhythm, which was an ability he had developed when he was a bard. They wanted to capture Kenny not to make money, but to find out why his slave mark disappeared. It was not something that could be solved with just 60 gold coins. The second-level warrior jumped off his horse and said to the gray-robed man fiercely, "This guy will never be sold to you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. If you don't, we will be rude to you." "I see. I'm Ivan Sellier." The gray-robed man took off his pointed hat and chuckled at the second-level warrior. His fiery red hair was very dazzling in the sun. "What?" The second-level warriors didn't understand what he meant. But the gray-robed people behind Ivan took out a small wooden stick and pointed it at the members of the slave-catching team. "I am a wild witch, determined to pursue the great magic mentor Horn Mimhalin, so I established the Grey Tower." The slave-catching team was talking about it. "Is this red-haired man crazy? Can he just say that he is a wild witch? But since he is a wild witch, there is nothing to say." The slave-catching team all jumped off their horses and took out their weapons to capture Ivan. If Kenny still has some research value because of the disappearance of the slave mark on his face, they have decided to send Ivan to the church and burn him to death. A wild witch dares to be so arrogant in front of them. Isn't this courting death? But before they started to act, the front parts of the small wooden sticks in the hands of more than 20 gray-robed people behind Ivan all lit up with various colors. These people are all wild witches. I will be the protector of my compatriots and the punisher of you. I am a magician. As soon as he finished speaking, flames, wind blades, flying stones, and water balls came one after another. The second-level warrior just wanted to dodge, but found that the ground under his feet had turned into a quagmire, and he was deeply trapped in it. The other members of the slave-catching team were killed without any resistance, and only the second-level warrior stood there with wounds all over his body. He gasped heavily, looked at Ivan in horror and said, "What are you?" Ivan's staff lit up a bright yellow flame. He chuckled and said, "Didn't I just say it? I am a magician." The flames gently fell on the second-level warrior, who had just resisted many attacks and had consumed too much energy. But he still didn't expect that he would be completely powerless against this seemingly fragile flame. The bright yellow flame spread all over his body, as he wailed until he was burned to death. After the flame dissipated, the armor on his body was burnt out of shape. The temperature of this flame was much higher than the temperature when Horn cast a ring of magic. Ivan walked to Kenny with a warm smile, stretched out his hand to him, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Join the Grey Tower, compatriot." Chapter 108. The Skylark flies very fast, but it took 2 full days for everyone to see the border of the Black Shroud Forest. Although everyone was still tied to the Skylark, they no longer felt weak after getting off the bird like they did the first time. They even enjoyed riding this creature. When the Skylark was about to land, Horn saw the legendary tidal mist swamp from a high place. In fact, it was not very clear. The vast swamp, that could not be seen at a glance, was shrouded in a faint mist. At the end of the sight, there was nothing to see except a vast expanse of white. Although it was not as thick as Horn's water mist, its range was completely incomparable to Horn's water mist. Skylark landed on the ground, which was right at the junction of the Black Forest and the tidal mist swamp. During non-wartime, elves were not allowed to leave the Black Forest, and Jim and his men were no exception. So they could only send Horn here. It is said that thousands of years ago, the elves at that time could enter and leave the Black Forest freely, but more than half of the elves who left the Black Forest could not return. At that time, human slavery was at its peak. The relationship between the elves and the human nations deteriorated rapidly. After many protests failed, the then Elf King decided to start a war with humans. The war quickly swept across Ceylon, and all races except humans and elves were also involved. After 100 years of bloody battles, all races basically had no strength to start a war again. The area of the Black Forest was reduced by more than half, and the human nations were basically crippled. The whole of Ceylon paid a painful price. At this time, the gods came. The human countries were turned into parishes one by one, and the elves had been hiding in the protection of the World Tree and never came out. It was not until the current Elf King Stuart ascended the throne that the elves began to expand again. As for other races, some of them went to the northern ice continent, and some were exterminated because they refused to surrender to the gods. Some disappeared in the vast ocean. After explaining everything, Jim said goodbye to Horn and others and took his elves riding those big birds back to the Black Forest. Horn and his team will go alone in this swamp. Jim chose this road for Horn and his team for a reason. Many travelers who want to go to the God-forsaken land through the Black Shroud Forest will choose this road, because this route is relatively safe and there are many dry places to rest, so they will not be unable to rest at night. There is no way to use horses to carry goods here, so many things cannot be brought. Bringing a tent and some dry food is already the limit. This will be the most difficult part of their entire journey. But once they walked out of the tidal mist swamp, they would set foot on their dream destination, the God-forsaken land. Although they had been prepared for the difficulties they would encounter in the tidal mist swamp, they only found out when they really walked on it. It was really difficult to walk. Although this road was relatively easy to walk on, it was mostly muddy. Fortunately, they each had a stick so that they would not fall into the mud pit suddenly. If they had not followed Jim's advice and changed into high boots, their original shoes would have been soaked. In short, the first day's journey was terrible. Horn couldn't hold on after only half a day. Only the black dog Terry in the team seemed very energetic. It must be said that the physical fitness of the wild witches has improved a little after several months of travel. If they were in the past, they would definitely not be able to hold on for an hour or two in a place like the tidal mist swamp. In Yayan's perception, there are many creatures here, but at first glance, there are basically no creatures. It's like a dead place. After walking for a long time, the only animal they caught that could be used as food was a skinny hare. Fortunately, unlike the Black Forest, hunting was not prohibited in the tidal mist swamp, otherwise they would not be able to complete the journey with the dry food they brought. The situation was similar to the Black Forest, where it was dark before the sun set. The only difference was that in the Black Forest, the tall trees blocked the sunlight, while here it was because of the thick fog that never dissipated all year round. They finally found a suitable place to spend the night before it got dark. It was a small lake with a dry place near the lake suitable for everyone to camp. Horn used a fireball to break a big tree next to it, and everyone lit the fire with ease. A few months of travel made their wilderness survival skills very proficient, and lighting a fire was not a difficult thing at all. Yayan carefully sensed that there was a first-level creature in the depths of the lake, but as long as he was not careless when approaching the lake, it should be fine, just a first-level creature. After setting up camp, Luke made a big net with vines. After processing a hare he caught on the road, he chopped up the remaining internal organs, fur, etc., and put them in the big net. Then he controlled the vines to throw the big net into the lake. Since it is such a big lake, there should be fish in it. After all, it is impossible for a first-level creature to eat all the fish in the lake. While roasting the hare, he paid attention to the net bag in the lake. The green squirrel lay on his head pretending to be a hat, staring at the roasting hare with its small eyes. It seems that the little thing will not die as long as Luke is alive, so it doesn't need to eat at all. But it still salivates every time Luke grills meat. Horn feels relieved when he sees Luke. He really can't imagine how they would have to rely on to fill their stomachs if Luke wasn't there. Does Annie have to cook? Thinking of the food Annie cooked, Horn couldn't help but shudder. It was simply a nightmare. After waiting for a while, there was a movement in the net bag, and Luke laughed. There is prey in the net. He put his hand on the vines. A green light flashed, and the fishing net quickly retracted. But there was nothing in the fishing net, and the fishing net made of vines has been broken, showing signs of corrosion. This lake is wrong. A light pink tentacle with a suction cup suddenly jumped out of the lake, and it was so fast that it tied Daniel's calf without any warning. Then it suddenly retracted, almost dragging Daniel into the lake. Luke and Terry acted decisively. One used the vines, and the other used the magician's hand to grab Daniel tightly, and they were in a stalemate with the monster in the lake. Horn struck with a two-ring lightning, but the tentacle just twitched and did not retract, and the breath on the tentacle became stronger and stronger. Chapter 109. Daniel, who was tied up by the tentacles, let out a shrill scream. His tied calves had already shown signs of being dissolved. If the stalemate continued, Daniel's legs might break, and Yian couldn't let people regenerate broken limbs. Thinking of this, Horn didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly recited the spell, releasing a fierce flame at the tentacles. The blazing flames of the fourth ring magic ignited the entire tentacle, and it immediately let go of Daniel's calf and twitched back into the lake. But even the fourth ring magic couldn't burn it off, and the breath coming from the lake was getting stronger and stronger. Yian said seriously, "I feel something is wrong. Something seems to be awakening in the lake. Take the things and leave the lake immediately." Hearing Yian's words, everyone quickly put away the things around them and prepared to get the supplies. But just as they started to act, Yian's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Don't pack up, leave now." If Yian lost his composure like this, something big must have happened. The wild witches immediately abandoned the supplies around them and ran outside. Daniel was carried away by Terry. As soon as they ran a few dozen meters, hundreds of thick tentacles emerged from the lake. The small ones were more than 10 meters long, and the thickest ones were hundreds of meters long. They were rampaging wildly by the lake, and the tents and roasted hares left there were basically destroyed. Fortunately, their tentacles did not intend to chase them out, and Horn and his men escaped by luck. Looking at the strength of the tentacle that was less than 10 meters long at the beginning, Horn knew that even if he faced these tentacles, he would not be able to escape. The monster in the lake gave Horn a much stronger sense of oppression than the ghost-faced centipede of the insect wizard Alank. There were hundreds of tentacles, but only one breath in the lake. This was an extremely powerful monster. However, Horn did not blame Yian. He did not take the breath of the level 1 monster in the lake seriously at that time. Who knew that a monster with only level 1 breath would eventually become such a terrifying thing? Although it could not be detected, Horn should have thought of it long ago. Such a large and clean lake is not occupied by any other monsters except for a level 1 monster. This is not in line with common sense. Other places suitable for living are more or less occupied by powerful creatures. Why not here? That's because there is already an owner here. Daniel's calf was entangled by the tentacles and was broken, and a layer of the outer skin was corroded. Their tents, some supplies, and the freshly roasted hare were naturally gone. The first day in the Tidal Mist Swamp, big failure. Horn was silent for a while and said, "I've decided, we will work harder in the future, try to find places with owners, kill the monsters that occupy them, and then set up camp. At least don't look for places that look safe like this." Everyone also agreed with Horn's decision. The tentacle monster just now really scared everyone. In fact, if the Tidal Mist Swamp is really full of monsters like that, then few people can pass through. Generally, dangerous monsters with fixed territories like this are very obvious in the eyes of some experienced guides. However, Horn and his team only knew one direction, and they didn't even have a map, so how could they tell which was more dangerous? At this time, Yian was treating Daniel's injuries. After a few healing spells, the surface was almost healed, but the inside was not fully healed. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. The healing of bones is much slower than that of external injuries. Even with Yian's healing skills, it is difficult to heal a broken bone in one day. Daniel could only move forward with crutches for a short time. Seeing Yian wipe the sweat off his head, Horn walked up and asked, "Yian, what do you think about the monster just now?" Yian Parker thought for a while and said, "I don't know either. Those tentacles should all come from one individual. Even if all of them just woke up, there is not much extraordinary power in their bodies. But its body is too strong. It should have been in a special dormant state before, with only one small tentacle catching food. Your flame should have stimulated its body to wake up. Now I am worried about how many creatures of this kind that can hide their power through sleep are there in the Tidal Mist Swamp. It is too dangerous." Horn sighed and said, "We can only take it one step at a time. Try to be careful in the future." Enoch listened for a while, walked over, patted Horn on the shoulder and said, "In fact, we can avoid some dangers, even when mental detection is not working well." Yian and Horn looked at Enoch in surprise. "Is there any way now?" Enoch pointed at Horn's eyes with a blindfold and said, "We are not in the city now, and we don't need to hide our identities, so you don't have to wear a blindfold. Your eyes are so perceptive that they can even see through my illusions. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find some hidden monsters." Horn slapped his forehead fiercely. He really didn't need to wear an eye patch all the time. He hadn't used the inside of the lightning eye since the initial test. He had been wearing an eye patch all the time, so he had somewhat ignored this ability. So he took off the eye patch and opened both eyes at the same time. Two different visions appeared in Horn's mind at the same time. One was a normal world, and the other was a dark world where only electricity existed. The two visions made Horn feel very uncomfortable and dizzy. But Horn was a fourth-ring magician after all, and his mental power was beyond ordinary people, so he quickly adapted. Moreover, he didn't have to keep his left eye open all the time, as long as he opened it when he needed to explore. After a simple rest, everyone had to hurry to find a place to live, because it was completely dark at this time. Now everyone locked their targets on some not-so-powerful monsters. With Horn's lightning eye and Yin's perception, they can definitely avoid most dangers in the tidal mist swamp. But now they are not trying to avoid danger, but to find danger. They need to find a place to stay in the swamp in a short time, and then rest. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse and worse, and maybe a few people will be left in the tidal mist swamp forever. And this is what Horn doesn't want to see. Soon they found a satisfactory camping site. A large dry earth mound, with a creature in the center. Yin perceived that it was the lair of a second-level magic beast. Horn could see more clearly what it was, a huge lizard more than 3 meters long. He didn't know if it was poisonous. If it wasn't, not only would they have a place to live tonight, but they would also have dinner. There was nothing much to say. Everyone was very tired now, and had no time to fight with the lizard. Chapter 110. The witches walked up the mound, and the big lizard felt the vibration and woke up from his slumber. It poked its head out of the mound, and its millstone-sized head stared closely at Horn and other two-legged beasts who dared to offend his land. But before he could crawl out, a burning small fireball hit his eyes directly, burning his left eye. It was Colin who did it. He used the magic ring Horn gave him to release a small fireball and directly attack the lizard. The loss of its eyes did not frighten the giant lizard, but made it even more violent. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of water, as wide as a finger. The water flow flew towards Colin, who had destroyed its eyes, like a sharp sword. Horn took a big step to block in front of Colin, and a transparent magic round shield appeared in his left hand. This was a 3-ring attributeless magic, a magic shield. The sharp water flow could not break Horn's shield at all, and was refracted to the ground, leaving a deep mark. It is conceivable that if this water arrow hit Colin, it would cause terrible damage. Luke, who was standing next to him, pulled Colin over and was about to teach him a lesson, but Colin spoke before him. The time when he is about to crawl out is the best time to attack. Once he crawls out, it will take us more time to deal with him. Colin's words blocked many of Luke's words. Instead, Colin looked at the wild witches in confusion, wondering why they didn't attack at the best time. This 11 or 12-year-old boy was much calmer than the adults. In fact, as Colin said, the giant lizard crawled out of the nest and roamed around releasing water arrows, causing a lot of trouble for everyone. If Horn was not much stronger than the giant lizard, they might not be able to take it down. If a big fireball hit its head directly when it crawled out, the battle would have ended long ago. The flesh of this lizard was far more troublesome than his innate spells and the water arrows. Of course, it could not escape the fate of becoming a delicious meal for Horn and his team. This hideous-looking guy tasted surprisingly good. Of course, this is all thanks to Luke's good grilling skills. After having the green squirrel, Luke's chef's spirit swelled even more. During the days in the Elf King City, Luke fed the squirrel various seasonings and vegetable seeds. He could just use whatever he wanted to eat to make it grow. The tent problem was also solved by Luke. He used vines to make 10 hammocks on the trees on the mound. After doing all this, beads of sweat appeared on Luke's forehead. Doing these things really consumed a lot of magic power. Horn could already foresee that when Luke became strong, he would become a full-time wilderness survival master. While chewing the fragrant lizard meat, Horn earnestly educated Colin. There is nothing wrong with what you did, but you should not act alone. You are too weak now. If anything goes wrong, you will not be able to do it. Colin agreed, but Horn didn't know whether he listened to him or not. However, although Colin was young, he was still very reliable. Perhaps because of the suppressed negative emotions, Colin worked very seriously. 2 days had passed since the encounter with the tentacle monster. After Horn and his team encountered various problems in the past 2 days, they were now almost able to adapt to the tidal mist swamp. With the alternating use of Horn's lightning eye and Yin's perception, they avoided most of the dangers. Even the monsters of the same level as the big lizard that provided them with meat for several days were rarely encountered. In fact, it is normal. There are not so many monsters in the huge Shiwu swamp. The reason why they suffered a series of setbacks in the past 2 days is that they did not know anything about this place and just rushed in. In fact, although Shiwu Swamp is called a life-restricted area, it is not to the extent that you can never get out once you enter. The danger is only for ordinary people. As long as there is an experienced person leading, the possibility of accidents is generally small. But this is based on the premise that there are people with decent strength in the team. If you can't deal with a level 1 monster, then you basically can't get out of Shiwu Swamp after entering it. After all, the second level and above monsters here generally have their own territories, and although the number of first level monsters is larger, most of them are constantly wandering in the swamp. Jonathan is a first level warrior and a senior mercenary. He came here as a bodyguard this time. A large chamber of commerce outside the Shiwu Swamp sent more than 50 people to collect some special ores here, and he and 4 other people were responsible for protecting these people's safety. There are many gem mines in Shiwu Swamp. Although this kind of gem is not very beautiful, it is also very popular among some ladies. The most important thing is that the resources in this large mine in Shiwu Swamp are very rich and can be directly collected. And currently only Shiwu Swamp can produce it, so the price in the outside world is still expensive. Among the 5 guards, there are 4 first-level warriors, and 1 second-level warrior is a senior demon hunter who has been to Shiwu Swamp many times. With him leading the way to mine, it should be very safe, and even if it is a notoriously dangerous place, at least the few warriors can escape unscathed. Jonathan still thought so until he saw dozens of ogres. The gem mine that was scheduled was actually occupied by ogres. It was not there when the caravan conducted an investigation half a year ago. Ogres are a humanoid race that is hostile to humans. They do not eat humans as their staple food just because they are called ogres. Humans are just an ordinary type of food in their diet. As long as they can eat, they will not let go of anything, including their own dead. Ogres are much stronger than humans. Just the huge body of more than 3 meters tall is not something that ordinary people can deal with. And every adult ogre has at least level 1 strength. Some of the elites are even stronger. There are very few female ogres, and every male ogre who has not reached level 1 strength by the time he reaches adulthood will be expelled from the tribe. Lone ogres, who have lost the protection of the tribe, will naturally not survive long in the harsh environment of the tidal mist swamp. As expected, Jonathan and his team met the ogre tribe head-on. More than 20 ogres instantly subdued everyone except their 5 guards. The only level 2 warrior in the team was easily smashed into mincemeat with a big wooden stick when confronting the tribal leader. When the ogre leader stretched out his long tongue and licked the mincemeat on the stick, Jonathan was scared. That is not an opponent that humans should face at all.